So it's basically illegal to release a 7-hour and 53-minute video on a game netting hundreds of thousands of views and not discuss its sequel. The subsection of that law emphasizes this in cases where the original video discussed problems with said sequel. I mean, I didn't write the law. Go read the Declaration of Independence if you don't believe me. So, The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. The oft-maligned sequel to Morrowind and Daggerfall, which arguably marked the shift in design philosophy at Bethesda from role-playing game to action-adventure titles. I guess I should say before we get too deep into this that this isn't just going to be a bash session of Oblivion. Of course, someone will try and turn that on me the first time I do criticize the game because they misunderstood the important part of that sentence. I'm going to acknowledge what Oblivion does better than Morrowind, and I'm going to try and avoid spending an excessive amount of time on points where Bethesda has improved since Oblivion. There's no point, for instance, in going on a 30-minute tangent about the failures of FaceGen when later games implemented better systems for character creation. However, just because a later game did something better doesn't mean I shouldn't at least point out its presence in Oblivion. Because even though later games did improve character creation, the decision to implement FaceGen still reflects on the development of Oblivion. FaceGen is a middleware program for non-character artists to create faces, and at the time could at most be used for facial generation of characters where they wouldn't be the primary focus of the camera, example given being Tiger Woods' PGA Tour. It certainly wasn't meant to create thousands of unique, distinguishable character faces, or for those character faces to be plastered front and center for every single dialogue in the entire game. What this tells us about the development of Oblivion was that there simply wasn't time to either implement a better solution or to at least try and mitigate the damage the potato-faced freaks of Cyrodiil have caused the game's tone. With that in mind, it's clear that the decision to use FaceGen was one of time-saving in order to focus on more important elements. Thus, the goal of this video is simple: to demonstrate the impact the 2006 launch date and goal of being an early 7th generation console release had on the overall Elder Scrolls formula. Of course, did you really think you were going to get by one of my longer videos without one of my patented introductory argumentation segments? On screen is a timestamp. The timestamp will skip to the part of this introduction that pertains to Oblivion. However, before you click ahead, there's two things I want to mention. One is that if you plan on leaving a comment on this video, don't skip ahead. You'll be laughed at if you do. The Morrowind introduction did a good job of preventing both a bunch of embarrassing comments about the length as well as keeping the comments fresh by avoiding the common pitfalls of the usual Elder Scrolls discussion. Two is that I never do this timestamp thing again. This is an audio-focused experience, and as such I try not to make any arguments that necessitate tabbing out of a game or unlocking your phone to check the screen. There will be additional visual information or examples you may miss, such as name spellings and character sheets or the odd visual gag, but it's otherwise unnecessary to keep me on your main screen. Weird thing is, right, despite these sections being easily skippable thanks to the super useful timestamp section feature on YouTube, people still like to complain about the Morrowind introduction, even though it was actually very successful at achieving my goal with its inclusion. I guess if I don't ring an alarm and point it out on screen, someone might miss the fact that you could just skip it. Okay, there, go where you will. On my last video, a great deal of the discourse in the comments was on my first point, where I spend 4.5 minutes discussing the length of the video, despite this section being quite literally less than 1% of the overall runtime. It's hard to directly criticize someone for making a long video or for watching one, because we're all adults here, and I have the data to prove that claim, by the way. But it did happen. I did not create this video for the express purpose of watching it in one sitting, or even for you to actively watch it. The focus is, as I said, on an audio-focused experience. You're free to play a game, maybe even an Elder Scrolls game, while listening. Much of the editing effort has gone into balancing the audio so as to avoid having to mess with the volume as much as possible. In addition, a lot of the writing effort went into structuring the script into sections. YouTube currently has a handy feature where the video is divided into timecode sections. If you don't see that, check for timestamps. They'll lead to the title cards between sections. Some people like to compare my Morrowind video to various films, which is unfair because in terms of structure, it's closer to a television show. If you can't spare X hours to watch this entire video, you'll find this video to be a lot closer to a bunch of episodes rather than a movie. In addition, the Morrowind video is not mandated watching for this video. I encourage you to watch it at some point if you haven't already, but you likely came here for Oblivion, and Oblivion is what I'll be discussing. If it's not, then I'll try to provide you some context. Something people did with the Morrowind video is leave comments timestamping where they left off in the video, so if you need to track your place, or are switching from mobile to desktop or vice versa, that can help you as it usually shows your comment on top of the comment section after you leave it. The only thing I have to add to the length argument that I didn't say in the Morrowind video is that length is not a factor when I write my scripts. I don't aim for certain lengths and then stretch out the material. This isn't a college essay and my grade isn't tied to how many words I write. In fact, making these videos is much easier from an editing perspective the shorter they are. I write to the length necessary to cover the material. As of writing this, I have no idea how long this script will be, although when I edit this line, I'll probably have a better idea. When people ask me who the introduction is for, it's this guy. This guy assumes that because a video is long, that implies it has to be watched in a single sitting. Never assume just because you understand something implicitly, that means everybody else does as well. There are plenty of people who don't understand basic features about long-form content. Finally, in the description, you'll find a list of all the sources. I started taking sourcing seriously halfway through the Morrowind project, so it wasn't the best sourced video. This time, however, I'll be starting from the beginning. Every single interview, article, video, song, or hopefully image will be sourced to the best of my abilities. If you are the artist responsible and find I haven't sourced you, which will happen, feel free to reach out and I'll correct that. This is where I have to mention the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. They've been essential for my work and I consider them to be the gold standard for online wikis. Now, on to Oblivion. Why do Morrowind videos have to tear down Oblivion so much? It's just like Oblivion was better anyways, and that's proven by how successful you'd be. It's amazing how much of a Morrowind superfan and Morrowind super hater I am at the same time. Consider for a moment an alternate reality where you're seeing this video without any possible knowledge of my opinion on Morrowind. If that idea has changed your instinct about what to think I'm going to say in this video, then you should probably reconsider that comment. My goal is not to prove Oblivion is good or bad. There's no point to it. I don't make more money for it. I don't stake my identity on it. My goal is to analyze the series that I love in the interest that a developer, be they at Bethesda or at any studio, can take a piece of my passion and make a better game. Morrowind is a broken, dated game. Just because I like or praise it doesn't imply that I think it's perfection. In fact, I spent 8 hours talking about it. Do you think it was 8 hours of me saying I love Morrowind over and over like a mantra? Of course not. And I find it extremely annoying when people boil an entire video's worth of arguments down to some kind of misplaced loyalty, because that's not how normal people work. An immediate comparison that's going to be made is to Will Love's Video Game's own 5-hour retrospective of Oblivion. I know this because people already make the comparison with my Morrowind analysis. I think it's a good video. I applaud the effort. However, you probably can't find somebody I'm going to disagree with more on Oblivion. I watched this video while live posting on my Discord because I was only making it a couple minutes at a time before I'd have to pause due to some of the arguments Will makes. And I disagreed with him so heavily a few people thought I was going to make an entire video breaking down why he's wrong, which would be both mean-spirited and honestly a waste of time. If you're worried that this video is just going to be a repeat of his, I can guarantee it is not based on our stylistic differences. Instead, I'm going to use his video and others as examples. I don't mean ill will by this. Believe it or not, it's possible to disagree with somebody and not hate them. I fully expect the same to happen to me. This is all overstating the presence of these clips, however. We're giving 3 paragraphs to something that will be less than 1% of the video because it will be very easy for people to get the wrong impression because they decided to space out or skip this section. I mean, if you want proof that it's not mean-spirited, you should realize that me even including these clips is a sign that they at least tried to say something, compared to the myriad of Oblivion videos which say nothing and could have been written off in a bingo card of common topics. Be sure to grab your bingo card before watching my video. Another comparison will be to the more recent Private Sessions Oblivion video series. I was actually worried because I only saw this one after I'd finished the script. However, upon watching it, I was relieved to find that this too won't be an issue. Each contributor to the Oblivion long-form video subgenre has brought a unique perspective to the series. Another thing at some point is somebody's going to bring up a lore argument which is contingent on information gleaned from Elder Scrolls Online. Firstly, Michael Kirkbride wrote a story called Coda, which says I can pick and choose what games and mods are canon for me, and second, I haven't played ESO very much, but I have played enough to know that it breaks existing canon quite significantly, and it's fine if you're into it, but I'm not. So if we start talking about Mana Marco and you bring up that he was the villain of ESO, I cannot be compelled to care. I feel there may be some people whose knowledge of the lore comes exclusively from lore videos. That's okay, but lore videos make it difficult to distinguish what source a piece of information comes from. Example given, Umbra. Umbra is a sword created by a witch that has the power to steal souls. That's it. In Morrowind, a guy named himself after his sword Umbra, not because he was bewitched by it, but because his name was ultimately irrelevant. You might as well have called him by his sword's name due to violence being his life's accomplishment. That's it. Oblivion would change this canon to make the sword more malicious in its powers. And the novel Umbriel would change the canon further to elaborate that Clavicus Vile was involved in the creation of the sword. However, a future novel does not inform the narrative role Umbra plays in Oblivion. It's only reasonable to criticize Oblivion by the information that it provides and its prequels had provided. Time effectively stops at the date of release. But what about Skyrim lore? I extend a courtesy to Skyrim lore that I do not to other future lore sources, frankly, because I like Skyrim well enough to do so. In addition, Skyrim doesn't go crazy with the recontextualizations, and when it does, like with the skeleton key, I'll mention it and draw where the line is. You might say it's hypocritical to include Skyrim lore but not ESO lore, and the line is this. First of all, it's just video games, it's not that big a deal. Second, ESO likes nostalgia bait and loves recontextualization. Seriously, read a lore page about anything in Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim, and you'll eventually see something from ESO. The thing is, Skyrim was an independent game. It loved its predecessors, and it made references to them, but it never really tried to change anything about Morrowind or Oblivion. Like, the most egregious thing in Skyrim is that you can wield Keening without Wraithguard and it doesn't immediately kill you. The number of people who are massive Morrowind fans that don't say Skyrim is non-canon says something about the respect that game had for its past stories. It's the same reason why Fallout 3, 4, and 76 wouldn't come up in a discussion of Fallout 1 and 2, but New Vegas would. Now, this may sound odd, but there are no fast travel services at Telfir. The character you see on screen does not exist. Despite stating this objective fact, there are people in the comments section of my Morrowind video who have claimed to the contrary. They're technically correct in that they do indeed remember there being a boat captain at Telfir. So how can this be? The problem here is the Morrowind Patch Project, which for a spell was the popular option for patching Morrowind of its major bugs. However, it's also fairly controversial as the patch attempts to balance aspects of the game and fix things that arguably weren't broken in the first place. One of those fixes being the re-addition of Senia Yurdius to the game. The reason I believe she was cut is due to one of the earlier Telvanni quests where you're dispatched to deliver a letter to Divith Fyr, and are given several implements of getting to the island by foot, implying that the writer intended for the quest to not have a means of easily getting to Telfir. The conflict is easy to see once you realize that Divith Fyr was the creation of Ken Rolston, and Helst Telvanni was the creation of Douglas Goodall. Rolston likely added Senia to the game as the main quest was written first, and Goodall likely removed her when he later wrote House Telvanni. This is relevant as this video is using several patches. I originally imagined this series would be played unpatched, to review as accurately a version to the game to Bethesda's intentions as possible. But one look at the UESP page on fixes by the unofficial Oblivion patch has swayed that decision, simply from a production standpoint. Plus, unlike Morrowind, I'm not going to play an unideal version simply to prove a point. You cannot drop Nirnroot in Oblivion. Like Senia Yurdius, people are going to disagree with that statement, as they'll have clear memories of being able to drop Nirnroot, which is an addition of the unofficial Oblivion patch. Nirnroot in the base game is a quest item, and thus cannot be dropped until the related Nirnroot quest is finished. If I say something that you remember being different, it's possible that is because we are not technically talking about the same game. Given the immensity of material we have to go over, I can't account for all of these minor discrepancies. So I simply ask you to consider that fact before calling me out. A few other mods were used as well. A mod to prevent some crashes, not that it entirely worked. A mod to maintain a higher field of view without having to type the command every 5 minutes. And a mod that allows me to have a high but capped frame rate with borderless full screen. The first and third mods are to help with the recording, while the second mod is both for my benefit as a player and your benefit as a viewer. So now let's talk about why I don't use other mods. Sure, plenty of issues that I'm going to bring up can potentially be fixed with a mod, but I think that modifying mechanics or design effectively invalidates any arguments I can make. Because at what point am I criticizing the designers at Bethesda, and at what point am I criticizing the mod authors? I have to speak to the version of the game that Bethesda created. The unofficial patch resolves a lot of issues still in the game, but I think it bears mentioning that I don't really think it's alright for that many issues to still be present. And most of these issues can be sidestepped by playing exact ways around certain problems. I used it anyways more so as insurance that I would be able to complete my playthrough with as little console interference as possible, and even that wasn't a guarantee. My mod setup is akin to playing OpenMW. I don't see an issue with reviewers using source ports of Doom 2 as long as the source port's faithful to the original vision. Sure, using a mod to fix the leveling system could make my experience better, but this isn't a Let's Play or livestream channel, this is analysis. If something's so awful that it requires me to go out of my way to track down a modification, install it, and make sure it doesn't conflict with other modifications, then that's an issue worth commenting on, isn't it? More to the point, doing such an analysis would be feeding into the complacency of modern Bethesda, who can release broken game after broken game with the expectation that the community will step in, fix the game for them, and then thank them for the opportunity to do so, after having paid full price for the game and whatever DLCs attached. I mean, have you tried playing Fallout 3 without fan patches lately? The game doesn't even start on Windows 10. Before you say that compatibility changes over time, Morrowind and Oblivion still run out of the box on Windows 10. I do like the modding community, and maybe one day I'll do a video where I do a super modded playthrough to showcase their work, but that day isn't today. We're talking about Oblivion, the game that was created by Bethesda. Thanks to the UESP, they've cataloged many of the issues that can occur if you don't have the unofficial patch installed, which should be handy in discussing problems I didn't personally experience because of the patch, which are still in the game despite the several official patches that did happen. This is a continuation of our Morrowind character, specifically our character from the main quest. Unfortunately for the Nerevarine, a mix-up at the East Empire Company means all those crimes committed by Umbra got pinned on him instead. That 300,000 gold bounty translates roughly to an 8-year prison sentence in Tamrielic law, of which he's currently served 6 years since the end of Blood Moon. 6 years in the Imperial City Rehabilitation and Corrections Facility. Since each day represents a skill point lost, our skills were reset back to default again. The only reason this was allowed was that the Nerevarine's lawyer forgot to take his Fortify Intelligence potion that morning and did such a horrific job at legal defense he was also thrown in prison in the cell across from his client. Now, while it's fun to pretend that each Elder Scrolls protagonist is the same character, they can't and really shouldn't be. This is mostly just a way of saying I'm playing the same Breton battle mage born under the Atronax sign again, with the class currently on screen. Yes, that is an abomination, and yes, I will talk about why it is the way it is. I'm also not going to be playing multiple characters like I did in my Morrowind video. There are several reasons for this decision, ranging from the fact that you really don't need to the fact that you really shouldn't. This game is a complicated tapestry, and fully appreciating its higher levels requires a single character. For now, let's discuss Oblivion's introduction. It starts with a word from Captain Picard about his imminent death and how that will lead to the destruction of life on Tamriel. This is a tad more active than the prophecy stuff presented in Morrowind, which was largely written off by the first character you meet as a dream. Azura in that cutscene mostly just says that you've been chosen for some unspecified task and then you wake up. Here, Professor Xavier tells us how urgent the situation is and then shows us the consequences for ignoring it. Write that down, it's important later. After that, we create our character, which can range from hilarious Shrek monster to an approximation of the human form. The faults of Oblivion's face gen are fairly self-evident. However, it's important to remember that the goofier faces you encounter are a consequence of them being intentionally created that way, and not necessarily just because face gen itself is faulty. The game basically just packages the same exact tools the designer had for character creation with a fancy UI. Regardless, once you have your creature ready, you're deposited into your prison cell. We're never given a reason for why we're in prison, how long we've been here, or how long our sentence is. That said, it's an open enough prompt to adjust it to whatever character we want. Maybe we're a petty thief, or a murderer, or it's just wrongful imprisonment. Whatever the case, it doesn't last, as after a racial lashing from the Dunmer across the hall, none other than Emperor Uriel Septim VII himself arrives with an armed escort to escape the city through our prison cell. The Emperor is pretty savvy at recognizing protagonists, so he keeps his guards from killing us and we're able to follow him out. Oblivion's tutorial sequence is markedly different from Morrowind's, but sets the formula going forward for Elder Scrolls and Elder Scrolls spin-offs like Fallout. You see, Morrowind and Oblivion have speedruns that are fairly similar in length. However, the difference is that Oblivion's speedrun is mostly spent in the tutorial, while Morrowind's blows past it in less than a minute. Morrowind has a short, mandatory tutorial and a longer, optional tutorial. This makes it easy for players who want to quickly jump into the game proper to just install the game and get going. Oblivion's tutorial, on the other hand, is a 30-minute time investment independent of the amount of time spent customizing your character's appearance or crafting a class. Of course, Oblivion vets will say to just make a save before exiting the sewers, but, well, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Bethesda could have easily built in a prompt after we make our character offering to skip straight to the end so that we can get our character underway. In fact, I've implemented such a thing already, albeit in Morrowind, but it's the same general design structure in Oblivion, just longer. Even if you wanted the narrative section, we actually will see later that the area is only long because it forces the player through a massive detour. If the player selects our new skip tutorial option, they could just follow the Emperor through this door and skip the 15-minute test to gauge the player's preferred class. Testing the player's preferred class is a decent idea in principle, possibly even something worth improving upon, but boy howdy does this section create problems for min-maxers. Since most of our skills are pretty low level, it's easy to level skills down here, meaning that our stat alignment may be potentially messed up before we even get our chance to rest. I actually tried getting through the tutorial without leveling anything up, and it basically required cheating. There is a way, but again, we'll talk about min-maxing later. This section's also a pretty poor introduction to magic. The game does a decent job of introducing combat and stealth playstyles, yet you're limited to a minor healing spell and a basic targeted fire spell. It's no surprise those two spells are what you see most people using. You only get the other spells if you select their school as major skills after class creation, meaning that players have to pick the skills on blind faith. Which is how it was in Morrowind, don't get me wrong, but Morrowind doesn't start with a 30-minute forced introductory sequence that was meant to showcase potential playstyles to the player. I'm going to be in a minority of review channels that primarily use magic, and I think that this is part of the problem. Oblivion's introduction is so long as to discourage repeat playthroughs for casual players. Casual players aren't introduced to magic, so they don't use it. Or they do use it, but they stick to the basic paradigm of destruction and restoration. Near to the end of the sequence is the infamous scene where the player is handed the Amulet of Kings, gets frozen in place, and then is forced to watch the Emperor get assassinated as we're powerless to do anything. There's a way to accomplish the latter without drawing the ire of the player, which is to have the assassin appear using an invisibility effect before casting Paralyze on the player. As to the former, well, it would take a complete rewrite of this opening to fix the problem that the tutorial giving us the Amulet of Kings creates. The problem, for those unaware, is that the player is effectively handed a permanent and constant reminder of the main quest. Theoretically, you should be able to leave the tutorial and go off to live whatever life you want, as you could in Morrowind. The orders to go to Caius Casades can be dropped and ignored at any time, and even if you do the first quest given to the player, Caius will tell you to go off and get some experience before giving you the next quest anyways. The main quest of Morrowind is voluntary from a role-playing perspective, making it easy to justify ignoring to go off exploring. In Oblivion, however, you are heavily pushed towards pursuing the main quest. Even if you do as the Emperor asks and deliver the amulet to Joffrey, he'll immediately push you into the next quest at Kvatch. This is where someone will proudly announce that despite their numerous hours in Oblivion, they've never done the game's main quest. I'm not sure why people feel compelled to keep mentioning that they haven't. I suppose it's some kind of praise of how much they enjoy playing the game that they haven't even done the questline that marks an arbitrary end of the game. I mean, the main quest is in the middle of this review, so you can tell that I don't really consider it the end either. Just because you ignored the urgent crisis of this game doesn't mean I can justify doing so. Although Jake Decker over at GameSpot had an interesting take on this.
You can quite literally take Patrick Stewart's words of warning as the ramblings of an old man approaching his death and do whatever the hell you want.
The issue with this, however, is the omniscient pre-rendered cutscene that starts the game with Uriel showing you Oblivion on the march. Morrowind sidestepped the problem of Azura telling you were the chosen one in the opening cutscene by immediately introducing a character who tells you were dreaming. Uriel, inversely, tells you hell is invading and that today he is destined to die, and then the latter comes true. The only way a main quest would be the end of an Elder Scrolls game would be if the central conflict of the main quest is present in all the other quest lines as well, example given being Fallout New Vegas or Morrowind. There's like one quest that isn't part of the main quest line that involves the Oblivion crisis. Otherwise, it might as well not be happening to the perspective of anyone not directly involved in the main quest. I look at role-playing games from a, well, role-playing perspective. And from that perspective, being told that the world is about to end before having an important artifact tied to the fate of the world thrust into my hands is not something I can just ignore. outside of maybe the most irresponsible, skooma-addled degenerate imaginable. A person with even a smidgen of responsibility would recognize the need to participate, if only to preserve their own life. Boris, one of the blades guarding the Emperor, allows us to leave with the amulet as he believes he needs to protect the Emperor's body. This is silly, as not only is the amulet super important, as stated, but I think most people's first instinct would be to assume the person standing over a corpse is the one responsible for the corpsifying, even if temporarily until Boris noticed the dead Mythic Dawn agent. The beautiful thing about a setting with magic is that this can be explained if you try to put the slightest bit of effort into writing. Just say the Emperor used a spell to bind the amulet to us, which can only be broken if the player dies or reaches Joffrey, and that Boris recognizes that the Emperor probably knew something he didn't to go to the effort to entrust the amulet with us. The Emperor was a known practitioner of mysticism magic, after all. After this is a short sequence in the sewers proper, which I question the need for. There's no reason this area couldn't deposit straight into the area right before the surface access tunnel. At this point, the tutorial is over, and not even the most pedantic of nitpickers like myself would have criticized you for killing the Emperor mere feet away from the surface. As it stands, it's just an odd decision to have a couple more enemies before freedom. It could be to test your build, I guess, but this only works once. Anyways, after this we're deposited into Cyrodiil, while you are, as the game says, free to set off in any direction. It also makes a point of telling the player to go to Wayne Priory to deliver the amulet. And the amulet will take top billing in the equipment section of the inventory screen, a constant reminder that we're going to ignore for a while. The arena is the first faction of our character, as it takes place almost entirely within the Imperial City arena. This is, of course, largely referential to the first Elder Scrolls game Arena, which grew past its ambition of simply being an arena fighting game to having an entire world outside the arena to explore. A game set entirely inside an arena would be focused entirely on combat, which arguably isn't to the strength or focus of the series. We'll talk about that in the Fighters Guild section, because it's a bigger, all-encompassing problem lying before us, and there's a reason I'm putting it in this section first. The arena is a simple faction, in that it's basically a series of fights from beginning to end, with one whole quest at the end. This is fine, great even. What's strange about the faction is that despite its simplicity, it never really bothers explaining the fundamental questions of the faction, like who is the yellow team, where did they come from? They seem to share training space with the blue team, but there's only one door up from here, and Owen, the Blade Master, seems to act like there is an opposing side to us, but there isn't. We could say it's all fake, but that doesn't excuse how bare bones the faction really is. Put the raiment on, arrange a fight, wait for the announcer to finish his bit, fight, and then go and get paid. I got the faction done in 2 days. If you do it at a higher level and start as soon as the arena opens, you could feasibly complete it in a single in-game day. So while we do that, let's discuss Oblivion's leveling problem. Oblivion's leveling problem is a central issue tied to almost every aspect of Oblivion. Rather than explaining the problem outright, we're going to work backwards and start with the 3 schools of thought that exist to try and solve the problem. There's actually quite a bit written on this topic, a sign that there simply is no consensus on which school is the best. The first school of thought is simply to ignore the problem. Just play the game. It sounds like a good platitude. Definitely something a smug person would say. I bet it looks fantastic on a Twitter post. Indeed, this solution has its benefits. It takes the least thought on the part of the player in terms of their character building. After all, the goal here is to create a system where the player is defined by the skills they use in the game, but the problems become apparent pretty quickly. This has to involve scaling, which is not in fact the biggest problem with Oblivion, although its implementation is definitely a major contributing factor to the leveling problem. Enemies on the road to Vardenfell were scaled, although in Morrowind they were called leveled enemies, which are displayed by these ninja monkeys in the editor. It's why at level 1 you'll encounter a Scrib or Quama Forager, and later you'll encounter higher level monsters like Elites or Kagutis at the same exact spot. It's so subtle that people are prone to making the mistake of claiming that Morrowind has no level scaling at all. This is actually the same scaling system that Oblivion would use. Oblivion just implemented it for everything. And in my opinion, the premise is sound. I don't really have a problem with escalating the threats of the world relative to the player. In Morrowind, enemies would have set levels, so if a low-level player wanders into a high-level area, they'll probably just get killed, and I think that's great because it makes the world feel more lived in. If a bunch of powerful mages are living in a ruin, then they should handily stomp some normal low-level guy who wanders into the area. The way that you make that work with scaling has already been done in Skyrim with the Dragon Priests. These enemies are relatively tougher than everything else around them, so you get the benefits of having enemies be around the same level as the player, while also preserving the fact that some people in the world should stay relatively powerful. The reason scaling largely doesn't work is due to the bracketing system. Rather than a smooth transition, enemies are instead staggered every 3 or 4 levels. This leads to a flow where you start a bracket weak and then get decent against a bracket, only to reach the next one and face a new set of enemies that are, relatively, stronger than the previous bracket's weak stage. You'll spend several levels easily beating on imps before hitting level 8 and running into trolls, who are both tankier and do more damage. By the time you get decent at fighting trolls, they'll be replaced with minotaurs, who are, relatively, tankier and do more damage, who get replaced by ogres, who get replaced by minotaur lords. I've used the word relative several times, and I want to be clear on what it means. Trolls do more damage than imps, that's a given. But they also do more damage relative to what imps did at their respective point in the bracket. An imp probably won't one-shot you when you first encounter them. Ogres and minotaur lords can when you first face them. If you ignore the leveling problem and play how you want to, you'll quickly be overwhelmed by the scaling difficulty of enemies as their damage and health outpace your health and damage. You can solve this problem by turning down the difficulty gradually, but that defeats the purpose of ignoring the problem. Remember, we're not supposed to be thinking about it, we're just supposed to be playing. Adjusting the difficulty slider on the fly is not a good solution to the problem because it means diving into a submenu on the fly to modulate enemy threat levels. I have an audio interface with a volume knob on it that quickly lets me change the volume of the audio on my computer without having to play with the settings or the built-in software volume mixer. I kinda wanted one of those, but just tied to the difficulty in Oblivion. See, the problem can't be solved by turning the difficulty down to easy and just playing that way. Remember, skills level as you use them. What you're seeing on screen is the number of times you have to use a skill in order to max out its level. Base is the default if the skill is not part of your major class or specializations. Major skills are the skills that are part of your class, and specialization are the skills that fall under the part of the RPG trifecta you chose. So, for example, for me to raise my blade skill, which is not in my character specialization or his major skills, to 100, I would have to land 20,435 blows. Now, if I lower the difficulty to the bottom, almost every enemy in the game dies in 1 or 2 hits, delaying my progression that much more. I spent the first hour of the game running around Lake Rumari, picking Nernrit and punching mud crabs to train my hand-to-hand at high difficulty, because in order to train effectively, I need the crabs to survive several hits. And enemies vary wildly in their health. The difficulty that is ideal for fighting monsters and undead is way different than the difficulty that is ideal for fighting conjurers or necromancers. See how much we're thinking about the problem now? So the next argument will be to simply ignore the leveling and keep the difficulty down. But that doesn't work as well because some mechanics are tied behind perks which unlock at higher levels. And ignoring the leveling means we enter another school of thought when approaching Oblivion's leveling problem. The only winning move is not to play. See, a solution to this problem of enemy escalation is simple: don't level. If you watch a video of someone playing Oblivion and they always have this icon next to their compass, it means they're practicing the school of thought. It has its strengths. You no longer have to play with the difficulty because encounters will be somewhat consistent. It doesn't take a lot of thought either. There are a couple quests tied to resting though that you now need to watch out for or tackle early on. If you do end up leveling, you will level very inefficiently, meaning that once you start, you have to commit. Every Daedra quest also has a level requirement, and sacrifices may come from enemies that don't start appearing until higher levels. Gold drops in dungeons and quest rewards are also scaled, meaning that if you do a quest at a low level, you won't be paid very much and quest rewards won't be very powerful. Sigil stones and soul levels will also be restricted here. The most powerful effects only start appearing at level 17, and access to Grand Souls for custom enchantments will be extremely limited. And you'll be fighting the same couple enemies for dozens of hours. There will be enemy types you simply won't encounter. I don't think there's a way to encounter Landrag or Spider Daedra unless you level up to the point they start appearing. Training will also be unavailable to the player as it is now capped at 5 times per level. This means some of the more tedious skills to level will either have to be done by hand, fortified during use, or just flat out ignored. See why the leveling problem is so complicated? Pretty much everything is tied together so intricately that approaching the problem in analysis becomes difficult. And so, we come to the third and most difficult solution to the Oblivion leveling problem, the solution I chose, min-maxing. Min-maxing Elder Scrolls is nothing new to me. I've done it plenty of times in Morrowind. But Oblivion is a whole other beast. I don't say this lightly or ironically. I think Oblivion is actually kind of evil. Not a malicious, intentional kind of evil, but evil nonetheless. So, min-maxing. It's where we get back to the build I showed earlier as my character and explains why it's such an awful build. Magic specialization. Fine. Endurance and luck is an interesting choice, but mysticism, alteration, speechcraft, marksman, light armor, blunt, and heavy armor? That's a pretty terrible class. The first rule of min-maxing in Oblivion is to throw away the notion that the abilities you plan to use are in your class. For the early game, I was intent on using heavy armor, hand-to-hand, and conjuration. I find that to be a fun combination, yet only one of those skills is in the major spec category. Heavy armor is a skill which falls under the endurance attribute. This is important because heavy armor is effectively being used to control the rate at which I level. It being the only skill I primarily train means I can regulate when I level, allowing me to maximize each attribute allocation. When you level, you gain points to invest into your attributes. In a sense, attributes are like skills in that you raise them by using the skills that belong to them. Endurance is the most important attribute in Oblivion, as it controls the rate at which you gain health. The health you gain per level is your endurance value divided by 10, so if you start at an endurance of 30, you will gain 3 health per level. What this means is that a player who doesn't raise endurance because they are magic or stealth focused will not only have less health than a player who does train endurance, but significantly less health. The chart I'm showing on screen demonstrates this principle. A Breton starts with 30 endurance, a Nord starts with 50. If the Breton player ignores endurance until last, he will be at a significant disadvantage in terms of health compared to the Nord player. Normally this isn't significant, it's not a multiplayer game, so balance doesn't matter. In fact, this is exactly how it worked in Morrowind as well, and it's widely considered not to be a major problem towards that game's leveling system. The difference is that because the enemies of Oblivion scale to both the Nord player and the Breton player at exactly the same rate, and arguably the threat somewhat outpaces characters who don't level endurance, that health disadvantage becomes an extremely noticeable problem. The way this problem manifests is that players who don't min-max their health are going to start noticing enemies that can one-shot them. This chart now reflects the characters if they efficiently level their endurance every level, meaning that every 2 levels they will increase the health gained per level by 1 point. Yes, dividends are a major factor in my investment decisions, and I have made spreadsheets to predict the growth of dividend reinvestment. How could you tell? Min-maxing in Oblivion will require leveling endurance by 5 points per level until you reach the maximum of 100. In order to gain 5 endurance points, you will need to train an endurance skill 10 times per level. Endurance skills are heavy armor, armorer, and block. By controlling the rate of levels with heavy armor, I'm effectively ensuring that each level will raise my endurance by 5 points. At this point, you may be breathing a sigh of relief that I've now explained the problem. Well, don't, because there simply isn't a fast way to explain this problem, and we are far from done. Endurance is only part of this puzzle, solving in part the amount of damage we can take from monsters. The other half is the damage we do to monsters. It's all well and good to be able to take hits, but if we can't do damage to match, then the fighting is going to turn into a slogfest. So, you first have to decide what the primary mode of combat you are going to engage in is going to be, which is 3 categories: magic, archery, and melee. I'd rather put these in their relevant sections, but I have to touch on them here because Oblivion is so interconnected and this problem really does absolutely touch everything in this game. Magic is simplest. There is no way to increase magic damage via leveling. Yes, really. In Morrowind, skills and attributes were irrelevant to the raw damage a spell does. The way you do more damage with magic is to make more powerful spells. The way you successfully cast more powerful spells is to be better at the magic skill, attribute, luck, and to have a high fatigue. This was changed in Oblivion to address a few things. Spell chance has been removed. There is now a 100% chance of success when casting spells. That change by itself in Morrowind would mean the limiting factor of magic would be magicka, so to compensate, Oblivion added a tiered system of magic to the game. For instance, if you don't spec in destruction magic, then you'll have a novice level in the skill and be unable to cast the apprentice level spell, Flame Touch. Having enough magicka is not a factor in being able to cast the spell. It doesn't matter if you're the apprentice or the Atronak or an Altmer of Breton, if you don't have the skill, you can't cast that spell. So in summary, if you want to do more damage with destruction magic, then you need to level destruction up. Every 25 levels will unlock another tier that does more damage. Willpower is not a factor, and now all it does to influence your damage per second is how fast magicka regenerates, unless you pick the Atronax sign, in which case willpower is a dump stat. Intelligence will determine your maximum magicka, which can throttle what spells you can use, but since magicka regenerates now, having a large pool isn't as big a factor as simply having enough. Alright, so problems. First, the tier system means that you'll be doing the same amount of damage with spells for a long time before seeing a significant change each time you level. Meaning, if you want to be able to really use magic, you're going to need to use it constantly to make sure it's keeping up with the enemies of the world. Second, Destruction and Restoration. The two skills which can do damage directly are both willpower skills, meaning that if you want to raise intelligence efficiently, in addition to endurance, you're going to need to use an intelligence skill a lot, as well as raise your magicka enough to use those better spells. Third, spell costs in Oblivion are way higher than they were in Morrowind, probably because magicka now regenerates during combat. If you build the exact same character I did between games, in Morrowind you'll have around 175 magicka, while in Oblivion you'll have around 300. In terms of two spells that do the same amount of damage, however, things wildly differ. In Oblivion, the Flame Touch spell does 25 points of flame damage on touch, costing 46 magicka at Destruction level 33. The exact same spell in Morrowind costs 12 magicka at every destruction level, as magicka cost in Morrowind is determined by spell effect only and does not factor in skill levels. Now, you might say that the systems aren't directly comparable, and that would be correct. However, what we can compare is the number of casts each character would have. The Morrowind character with 175 magicka would be able to cast Flame Touch 14 times, while the Oblivion character with 300 magicka would only be able to cast Flame Touch 6 times. The difference stems from the fact that, as I said previously, magicka in Oblivion regenerates, unless the player selects the Atronax sign. If our character doesn't select that sign, then they will only have a paltry 150 magicka, or 3 spell casts, before they need to regenerate more. Fourth, yes, there is a fourth point. Remember that skills level based on how often you use them. So the old death spell I used in Morrowind is now a bad idea, because to train your destruction skill, it's better to cast a 3-point damage effect 100 times in combat than a 300-point damage effect once. Not that you would be able to cast that spell anyways, and the limitation of training means we can't boost our magic skills to get up to that point, so it's just not an option. The main takeaway is this. If magic is the way you want to play, you'll have to use it constantly at a difficulty level that allows you to cast a lot but not take too much damage. You'll likely want to efficient level intelligence and willpower in addition to endurance. Oh, we'll get to that. Next, archery. Archery damage is mainly determined by the cumulative weapon rating of the bow and arrow, which itself is determined by agility, marksman, and the durability of the bow. You can see it displayed by this formula. You got all that? It's not actually that complicated. So, if marksman is the way you want to do damage, then you can simply focus on using bows, which will improve your marksman skill, which in turn improves your agility. You'll want to raise your agility 5 times per level in addition to endurance, which means you'll probably need to supplement your agility by using sneak and security. Like destruction magic, hitting more often is more important than hitting hard, so I would avoid the temptation to use poisons or to even use sneak attacks, which may seem odd, but it's important to remember that sneak attacks do not in fact level up your sneak skill, and you'd be doing more damage, which would mean less hits, which would mean less levels. Finally, melee combat. This includes blades, blunt weapons, and hand-to-hand. Melee combat's similar to archery in that damage is determined by weapon rating, which is determined by strength, blade, or blunt, and durability. Hand-to-hand has a separate formula, but otherwise functions the same aside from durability, obviously. So for melee fighters, leveling strength in their skill of choice as fast as possible is important. You would focus on using your preferred weapon as purely as possible, as well as trying to land as many hits with it as possible without dying, so no stealth or power attacks, and no poison. You would also want to use a one-handed weapon, as they will swing faster and thus level quicker. Melee weapons take the most amount of uses out of all of the offensive skills to level, but are also the easiest to spam to level. You can land 2 or 3 blows in the time it takes to cast a spell, and 4 or 5 in the time it takes to fire and hit a target with an arrow. Melee fighters have the added benefit, or potentially detriment, due to leveling their preferred armor class when fighting. Oh yes, friends. The well goes even deeper. See, it's possible to level a skill too quickly in Oblivion. Confused? That's normal when I tell you in a game where leveling your skills is the primary focus that it's possible to level too quickly. See, heavy armor is the main attribute we're leveling in order to raise endurance to get as much health as possible. The problem is that once we hit that 10th heavy armor level, attribute points will stop raising for the next level. If you realize the implications of this, the migraine will soon set in. This is why I call the system evil. In order to maximize the number of attribute points we get per level, once I reach 9 out of 10 skill ups, I have to take off all my heavy armor. If I don't, then I may potentially have a dirty level where I don't maximize the attribute points. The only way to know is to level up, so why not just save and do that? Because the level you have to rest, and they took away the ability to rest in the wilderness, so to level you have to find a bed. This is why my Morrowind follow-up video there was footage of me naked running around Oblivion punching clan fears. I have to leave Oblivion to level, and since I can't risk underleveling, well, the armor has to go. Now, does that sound extremely tedious and stupid? That's because it's extremely tedious and stupid. If you want to absolutely level efficiently, then you need to keep a spreadsheet of your levels at the start of each level and track each skill up and keep track of the attributes you're raising. And you can't use skills that you aren't currently trying to raise, so if you aren't raising intelligence this level, you can't use alchemy. If you aren't raising agility, you can't use lockpicks. It's evil. It's absolutely evil. Your choices are to either ignore the broken system and pay the price, or starve yourself of content, or torture yourself trying to min-max.
There is another path. You know how. Just do it. What's the worst that could happen?
The fourth school of thought, the Forbidden School. Welcome to macro hell. Even this school has its flaws, but it can greatly make up for the weaknesses of the other schools. The downside? It's boring. And, well, there's other problems. Not everything can be macroed. Believe me, I've tried to make a macro to automate selling items to merchants. It didn't work. Most of the spells you use to train require spellcrafting to acquire, which itself is now gated either behind paid DLC, which cost a couple real bucks and several thousand gold, or after going through the lengthy process of getting into the Arcane University. Another problem is that if you skip over too many levels, your gear will be left behind in terms of damage, and you can't leave the room, at least if you do this while min-maxing. I mostly just read comments while doing this, but it is something I had to babysit. And, well, it shouldn't be necessary. This is grinding. I have to mention it because if I don't, people are going to leave comments. Hell, they'll probably give up halfway through this section and leave comments anyways, complaining that I should get a rubber band and just swim into a corner for a few hours. At this point, you start to reach into the territory of just using the console to level up and bypassing the system entirely. This is a game. I want it to challenge me, and I want to overcome that challenge. I'm not leveling for the sake of leveling, I'm leveling because I want to earn a more powerful character with better abilities. Emphasis on earn there. There's no satisfaction in using the console, and there's equally no satisfaction in using macros, but I used macros anyways because that's what the leveling system encourages. Trying to exert control against the system may leave you feeling hollow spiritually, but that's better than getting gangbanged by ogres for several hours. So, let's summarize the 4 schools of thought. Ignore the leveling and try to have fun. Get murdered in a cave of 25 trolls. Pick a level and stay at it and miss out on a bunch of content. Min-max like crazy and pull all your hair out when athletics increases on an off level and you realize you have to walk everywhere. Cheat or cheese and begin to question why you're even bothering to play the game in the first place. So now that I've laid out the problem, how do we go about solving it? First, let's look at the other Elder Scrolls games. I don't remember much about leveling in Fallout 3, but I do remember that New Vegas used a flat experience system, which you would earn from killing enemies any way you want and doing quests. When you leveled, you could then allocate points into the skill levels. Every 2 levels, you would get perks, which could then be invested into attributes, or you could raise attributes at that one doctor. This system takes away the level as you use it aspect of Elder Scrolls, which is part of the Howard Trilogy's defining style, so I certainly wouldn't advocate removing the core idea. Skyrim attempted to solve the pitfalls of Oblivion by removing attributes and replacing them with a flat choice between raising health, magicka, or fatigue every level, which is the classic Bethesda strategy of implementing new ideas poorly and then axing all the old ideas that got messed up as a consequence. Is your scaling system causing everybody to complain about attributes? Better remove attributes instead of fixing the scaling system, which is funny because Skyrim still made an attempt at fixing the scaling system anyways. I would still rather go back to the handcrafted level design philosophy of Morrowind, but I will acknowledge that Skyrim was at least an improvement over Oblivion in terms of scaling. Speaking of Morrowind, how did Morrowind solve this leveling problem despite having almost the exact same core idea? Simple. With trainers. Here's an instance where the smallest, most minute of changes ended up having a drastic impact, and most people don't even realize that this right here was the biggest failure of Oblivion. You can only use a trainer 5 times per level.
That's nothing compared to Morrowind.
Sounds innocuous, right? In Morrowind, there was no cap on the number of times you could use a trainer, meaning if you had 25,000 gold, you could soar from level 1 to 20 in no time. Of course, the only people pulling that off are going to be experienced Morrowind vets. The reason why this is significant is that Morrowind has the exact same efficient leveling philosophy as Oblivion. It's just for min-maxers who want to make the absolute best character possible. It is in no way necessary to min-max to complete Morrowind content. In fact, it's very easy for Morrowind characters to cross the power threshold and become unstoppable monsters, even at the maximum difficulty, just through playing the game. In Oblivion, however, the trainers become necessary due to the aggressive scaling. Only for whatever reason, there's now a limit. If I had to guess, I figured the designers didn't want players leapfrogging level brackets or they would get left behind in terms of gear. Which is a funny notion because in addition to restricting the number of times you can use a trainer, trainers are also more expensive per level to use, in a world with even less access to gold than Morrowind. I mean, yes, the economy of the game breaks around level 12 and you can always use exploits to get easy money, but if you play the game by the game's rules, it can be difficult to get enough money in the early game to consistently utilize trainers. Especially if the way you plan on making money in the first place is from questing. The number of overall trainers has also been reduced. There are almost as many trainers for Longblade in Morrowind as there are trainers total in Oblivion, and that's not a joke. There are 95 Longblade trainers in Morrowind, just that one single skill, and there are 105 trainers total in Oblivion. The unofficial Elder Scrolls pages lists every single trainer in Oblivion on a single page, while each skill in Morrowind requires its own page to list all of its respective trainers. Most of them aren't as long as the Longblade page, like Axe only has 18 trainers, but still, that's a lot more than the 5 people in Cyrodiil to train your blunt skill. So we have less trainers spread out over a larger surface area. The total number of trainers you'll have access to is cut down another 21 trainers in order to get the services of master trainers because you have to have skill level 70. I actually like the master trainer quests. I think it's a great idea to make the relationship more personal, but it means you really only have 4 people in Cyrodiil who can train a skill for you. They also cut down on the number of skills individual trainers can train, so when you meet masters in Morrowind, they tend to be good at other stuff as well and can offer training in those skills. Then you have to factor in Radiant AI. I have the amazing ability to consistently arrive at a city at night, meaning I have to wait until whenever the trainer's scheduled to start offering their services to train and then track them down because if I wait in their house, it'll be considered trespassing. And then there's the cost, which is 10 times the skill level. And sure, you can use Drain Skill to cheese trainer costs, but you also can't delete spells in Oblivion, so I didn't use that exploit. So, overall, most people probably don't mention trainers because most people don't find any use for them in Oblivion. After all, their jobs can be outsourced to a macro. Their best use is training skills that either can't be macroed or even with a macro level at a glacial pace, prominent examples being Mercantile, Restoration, and Athletics. And, well, there's a limited number of uses for trainers. I'd guess most players doing a general playthrough get to around level 25 or 30, higher if they try to 100%. So most players can only get 125 to 150 levels from training, assuming they somehow have the gold to afford it at the low levels. That might sound like a lot of easy skill ups, but that will probably only end up covering like half of the grindiest skills in Oblivion. Trainers are an area that got even worse with Skyrim. There's even less of them, not just because of the skill crunch, but there's just less per skill in general, and the Skyrim player now lacks control over when they level, meaning getting the most out of their limited use requires some serious gymnastics. Skillbooks are another option. In Morrowind, you'd mostly use skillbooks to finish out the final few levels of a skill when it's most expensive and most difficult to level. Arguably, their usefulness in that respect means they're worth saving until much later in the game, and I would end up forgetting to use them. Saving skillbooks in Morrowind is easy though, at least on PC, because you can pick them up without reading them. Well, you can't do that in Oblivion, although the ability did return in Skyrim if you ordered a follower to pick the book up for you. So I'm guessing the idea is that skill books are meant to be an immediate leveling reward for an area, but that idea doesn't work. Okay, so in Oblivion, I need 254.9 experience to level Restoration from 99 to 100. Doesn't sound bad until you find out that each Restoration spell, regardless of effect, gives you 0.6 experience. That is 425 casts of Restoration spells. Or I can get my hands on the book Withershins or 2920 Rain's Hand and skip all that. If I had used that at Restoration level 25, which requires 54 casts to raise to 26, then that would obviously be wasteful. Morrowind played with the idea of giving skill ups as quest rewards in the Tribunal Temple and House Tovani questlines in the form of skill books. I think rewarding levels in a faction with a clear skill focus, like magic skills in the Mages Guild, is a good idea. The only problem then is messing up an efficient level because you got points in an attribute in an off level, or accidentally qualifying the player for a level up too early. Do you see what I mean when it's all interconnected? I was going to say the Grey Prince giving you a spell effect to raise your skills instead of training you normally was an oversight, but now I'm not so sure. Speaking of skill books, there are less of them in the world. Many are randomized loot, and some are difficult to immediately identify. This is a problem Skyrim somewhat addressed, actually. In Morrowind, each skill book would have 3 to 5 fixed locations they could appear in. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Only once did a skill book only appear in one location. They were never leveled loot, and they were always more valuable than non-skill books, meaning identifying them was easy. Skyrim is pretty similar in this respect, actually. 3 to 5 versions of each skill book with fixed locations and clear values. Oblivion messed this up in several ways. There are usually only 1 to 2 versions of each skill book. Many books are available through randomized loot, meaning a stealth player might find a combat book. Some books, like A Dance in Fire Volume 7, are only available in randomized loot. Book values are also not consistent. Most of the time they're valuable, but sometimes you get a book like The First Hold Revolt, which will blend in with other book values at its low price point. For the coup de grace leveling, you have to consider all of this information, all of it. All of the formulas and XP values and charts and trainer locations and different philosophies and essays. You take all of that and you try to cram it into an Oblivion playthrough. You'll forget to use a trainer here, you'll accept a dirty level there. At some point, you'll probably break down in macro a couple levels or just turn the difficulty slider down to try and experience the world that we haven't even really gotten to yet. And you'll realize you did all this to get a character that can kind of handle enemies at medium difficulty without making you want to gouge your eyes out and check yourself in at a mental hospital. You'll look to the sky and wonder how a benevolent being could permit such an atrocity to pass QA. I know it's a meme to say Bethesda doesn't playtest, but I seriously cannot imagine how Bethesda let this system slide. Did nobody play the game for more than a couple hours? I love the Making of Oblivion documentary because it shows level and world designers, but do you know who it doesn't show? The guy responsible for this. Wait, no, it does. He's right there. He's hugging Terrence Stamp and showing off how big his cock is for getting 3 celebrities in the game and calling it a star-studded cast. And the E3 demo. We'll get to that later. What, did you think I wasn't going to mention it? So we're wrapping up the arena now, and we get to its one and only real quest, which is optional. The Grey Prince requests we go and investigate his lineage. He's far too busy standing in place and cutting up this target dummy to do it himself. Now, one would think that given this is literally the only quest to go outside of the arena, that it would be in any way complicated. Nope. Go to Crowhaven, get a journal, come back. I had to kill a vampire to get that journal, of course, but it's actually optional as the quest doesn't require his death to advance. That's fine. But then Agranac won't say anything either way if his father's left alive or slain. Oh yeah, Lord Leviticus here is his father, which semi-explains the Grey Prince's pale complexion because by implication he's half vampire? Alright, so the book, Notes on Racial Phylogeny, seems to indicate that orcs, for whatever reason, can't bear children with the other races of Mer, or men. Even though orcs are supposedly Orsimer, but also goblinkin and apparently beast folk, although that last part's ESO lore and thereby not canon. It's also left ambiguous and open with the idea that most people would try to keep their half-orc children a secret. So we've got Agranac, who appears to be pale-skinned, more than likely because he's half Imperial, half orc, but also apparently has enhanced abilities compared to other orcs. Even though that could boil down to either conjecture, a misinterpretation of his skills as natural-born talent, or some byproduct of being part of 2 generally pretty martial races. Or it's half vampirism, who can really say? Well, I can. He's distressed at the news of being a descendant of a vampire, so that probably indicates that he hasn't been feeding on people this entire time, even though he is an arena fighter and lives in a place called the Bloodworks. He has no weakness to the sun, although I guess photosensitivity could be in play, but then again, that's a pretty bad condition to have if you're an arena fighter. And he doesn't turn to vampire dust when he dies, but maybe half vampires don't. The real point of the story is simple. The Grey Prince staked his entire identity as a fighter on having some mysterious legacy behind him. It's a pretty big part of his branding.
I have never made it a secret that I'm actually only half orc. I am a lord's son. Yet I've been denied the noble privilege to which I'm entitled. So I have become the Grey Prince, noble in my own right. Still, if I could prove who I really am and show the world that an orc can be noble in blood as well as deed, maybe, yes, you could help me.
The news of his vampirism doesn't just distress him. When it comes time for our matchup, he gives up on the will to live and just lets you kill him. It's weird that they account for this by lowering his health 100 points when they should just lower it to 1 point. That would make him go down in a single strike and would avoid the hilarious instance of it taking dozens of swings to down an opponent who isn't fighting back. And if you think it isn't difficult, it's literally just the command set AV space health space 1.
Again.
You have just witnessed the impossible! Agronet Malad has been defeated! I say again, the Grey Prince has been defeated! Behold, the new hero of the people of Cyrodiil! Behold, your arena grand champion, the Divine Avenger!
In the unpatched version of the game, if you kill Agronak after revealing the truth, it's counted as murder by the game. Before we take the title, we get our own custom title we get to pick from. I chose the Divine Avenger for various reasons. It's not a big deal because after you defeat the Grey Prince, all you fight are leveled monsters with the same one line every time, so being the Divine Avenger is really nothing special. Afterwards, we get an upgrade into the Raiment of Valor. The raiments are sort of a twist on the uniform idea from Morrowind, where you're required to wear a uniform to do the Imperial Legion content. You can actually get expelled from the arena if you remove your raiment in battle twice. The first time effectively functions as a free battle skip, but you won't really need it. There's a pretty big problem with the Raiment of Valor, which has to do with how armor works in Oblivion. Oblivion cut down the number of armor slots from Morrowind. Morrowind had 2 shoulders, 2 gloves, a chest plate, a shirt, greaves, pants, a skirt slot, boots, a helmet, a belt, an amulet, 2 ring slots, and a shield. Oblivion cut this down to chest, legs, boots, gloves, helmet, amulet, 2 rings, and a shield. The raiment takes this further by filling the chest, legs, boots, and glove slots. In order for it to be good, it has to make up for being armor in all of these slots. The heavy raiment has an armor value of 20. If we use the worst heavy armor in the game, the Rusty Iron set, the chest, greaves, and gloves add up to a cumulative armor rating of 18. There are no Rusty Iron boots, so we move up to regular iron boots, and then the cumulative rating of the worst heavy armor in the game is at 22, compared to the Heavy Raiment of Valor's value of 20. It gets better. If we compare the weights of these pieces, the raiment has a weight of 72, while the combined weight of the Rusty Iron armor set and the iron boots is 63. The enchantments are similarly dubious. Fortify Personality is, without any question, worthless in Oblivion. It seems like a reward idea held over from Morrowind, like the armor is fortifying your personality because you're a celebrity kind of meme, or vice versa. But the arena awards a point of fame for each combatant you beat, and you get 3 points of disposition for every 10 points of fame, whereas you get 1 point of disposition for every 4 points of personality. So if you do the math, the actual fame rewards of the arena results in a higher disposition boost than the armor. Fortify Athletics doesn't make up for the increase in weight, and Fortify Health and Fatigue don't make up for the penalty to armor rating. Remember that we're talking about how the raiment compares to rusty iron gear here. A steel set has a cumulative armor rating of 27, and Blackwood gear goes up to a cumulative rating of 32. Those are both easy sets to get your hands on early, and the only downside is they're heavier at 73.5 and 94 pounds. Yes, pounds, respectively. Now, that's the heavy armor set. The light armor set fares better with an armor rating of 15 versus the light armor at 14.25. You have to get past fur and leather to chainmail armor to get better gear, so it can last a while longer, but chainmail still shows up pretty early in the game. However, it bears mentioning that without the unofficial patch, the light raiment has a health value of 100, meaning that it will break within a couple swings. After you get the raiment, you find out what the end game of the faction is. This is actually a faction where you aren't technically the leader. Who exactly that is, we never find out. But we are the Grand Champion, which in the game files is the highest rank, a rank we share with Owen, the Battle Master, but not Yisabel, the Battle Matron, and our new manager. We have a manager, but don't worry, she isn't going to send letters asking why we haven't been showing up for the weekly exhibition matches. Because there's nobody to fight us. Because we apparently killed all the voluntary fighters, which is kind of weird, but sure. I guess nobody new was signing up to the arena after seeing a guy go 27-0 in 2 days. So instead, the arena is paying guys to wrangle us some monsters, and we get paid depending on the number of critters we fight at once. Don't get excited, it maxes out at 3. The monsters are leveled, and so is the gold reward we get paid, so you'll go from fighting wolves to minotaurs and wonder how the hell they captured a minotaur. It's also weekly, so you have to remember to go do the fights as well. Isn't there something important we're supposed to be doing? Our final reward is just outside, however, the Adoring Fan.
Wow, you're the Grand Champion. I saw your fight against the Grey Prince. You're the best. Can I follow you around? I won't get in the way. Golly, you're the best. I'm going to follow you and watch you and worship the ground you walk on. Let's go.
You're a perfect person for a guy like me. And your eyes are shiny like you don't see. I wish you could be mine for eternity. Could you please be mine? Hey,
There were only a couple escort missions in Morrowind where you could get a companion. Oblivion would greatly add to this number, although most of these quests will remove your companion afterwards. Still, there's a few NPCs which exist for the express purpose of serving as full-time companions. The mechanic is, it's not quite there yet. Fallout 3 would overhaul followers, which translated to Skyrim. Followers don't attempt to maintain their gear, and getting them better equipment is a hassle with various restrictions because you can't just trade gear with them. They also can't serve the utility purpose of carrying loot, contrary to what the Adoring Fan says.
Can I carry your weapon?
Still, his uselessness as a follower combined with his voice and goofy appearance tends to lead people recording videos of themselves knocking him off of Dive Rock. He responds, though, a specter of the man you killed with all the same functions.
Yes! Oh, great and mighty Grand Champion! Is there something you need? All right, then. You're the Grand Champion. Whatever you say. You dare attack me? Hey! I'm just warming up! You pathetic worm! What did I ever do to you? Hey! Back off! Hey! What did you do that for? You some kind of... Hey! Hey!
Most NPCs in Oblivion are essential, but not followers. If you bring one with you, you now have to worry about them getting one shot by ogres as well. And I'd rather not. I suppose I'm somewhat expected to propose fixes for the arena instead of just leaving it broken by the side of the road. The problem is that my fixes would mean a fundamental change to the arena, which I'm usually not comfortable doing. I like to fix quests by preserving the writing, changes that would still tell the same general story. Other than a fundamental rewrite, I could propose something that keeps the same general structure, but with a lot more features to make the faction interesting. Before we start, we have to talk about the original arena faction. Given there was an entire game about this premise, it was only logical that Bethesda wanted to celebrate the legacy of Elder Scrolls with the arena. However, according to the cutting room floor, a bulk of the arena content was cut in favor of saving file space. So what we got was a neutered version where the Coral Arena was transplanted to the Imperial City. Look, there's an arena you can see in Bruma in the trailer. There's a destroyed arena in Kvatch. However, the cutting room floor then spins it into this ironic twist of fate where unnecessary file space was wasted on the former male Breton voice actor's lines, which was originally Wes Johnson and later Ralph Cosham, resulting in thousands of wasted voice lines. No sources for any of this, so now I have to look for myself. First of all, I find it an extremely dubious claim that all of Cyrodiil cities had unique arena areas that were covered by only 800 voice lines. I unpacked the BSA files which contain the voice lines in Oblivion and deleted all the lip files which just tell the NPCs how to move their mouths, and that totaled the voice line count in the base game at 39,000, which Bethesda had to cut down from 70,000 in order to cram it all into a single DVD for the Xbox 360. Second, let's just assume that there's an entire faction that was cut for the benefit of fitting on the Xbox 360. Sounds like a good narrative to run, right? About the staple PC role-playing game compromising to work on an inferior console. Because voice lines in the file structure start with a prefix designating what content they correspond to, it's easy to total up the voice lines for each faction. The Thieves and Fighters Guild both have 1,757 lines. Yeah, both of them apparently have the exact same number. Explain that, atheists, because I can't. The Mages Guild has 2,745 lines. The Dark Brotherhood has 2,526 lines, and the main quest has 3,061 lines. The arena has only 641 lines. Oh, but I've deceived you, because in the Mages Guild count I've included the super essential narrative voice lines of the lectures given at the university that I don't think I've ever seen a single reviewer mention. That's 383 voice lines right there, nearly half of this apparently complete and fleshed out faction. Third, and finally, I can't find any trace of these Wes Johnson Breton lines just sitting in the files taking up space. It's probable he did voice some Breton lines at some point, given he was the Morrowind voice actor for the Bretons, but this idea that there are just thousands of unused voices just sitting around when we know that Bethesda went on a tear purging unnecessary lines to shed Oblivion's water weight is simply improbable and needs to be proven if you're going to claim it. I mean, there are unused lines in the game, like these holiday lines, but according to Pete Hines,
something we dig in Daggerfall, which is holidays. So different towns in the game will have different holidays at different times of year, and horse armor. So you can own horses in the game, and one of our downloadable things, so you can buy different kinds of armor to put on your, you're riding around, you got all this cool Daedra armor on, you want to have something cool for your horse, so you can buy this downloadable stuff that'll let you go to different places and buy armor for your horse.
And that brings us to our final point. If there really was a complete faction that Emil Pagliarulo offered up as sacrifice, why wasn't it DLC? If Spelltones and the Orrery could make it, why couldn't the full Arena faction? Sure, there was probably a concern that adding this content could threaten some people's saves, hence why most Elder Scrolls DLC takes place on the edges of maps or new areas. But let's not kid ourselves here. There was no full Arena faction. The gang saw that the voice lines were getting numerous, and Emil offered up the lesser of his 2 quest lines so that he could focus on the Dark Brotherhood. That's the story. On to my redraft. Firstly, I would put a limit on the number of fights that happen per day. While plenty of people will tell us that they saw our fight with the Grey Prince, I'm sure many of the arena regulars were mad when they found out we killed all the fighters the day they decided not to go, and now it's about fighting monsters. Second, I would place more ceremony on the fights themselves. I think that was the intention, given that Owen gives you a pretty basic rundown of the fighters. The problem here is the fundamental question of whether or not Oblivion has enough combat mechanics to create a dozen or so unique gimmick fights. I think the only way my proposal works is in conjunction with a later proposal I'm going to make for improving the combat. Still, I have to stick around to fix this with the mechanics we have. Let's start with creating 3 distinct types of arena fight: generic, promotion, and exhibition. Generic fights would work off a leveled list, they'd be repeatable but not contribute to the overall plot of the arena. Promotion fights would be the big deals, the tough enemies that determine if we get to move up the totem pole. And exhibition matches would be similar but focused on crazy event-style matchups like the Argonian Prisoner match. 1 or 2 fights could work with some kind of allergy. Maybe one fight involves an offer for us to throw the match, with threats of retaliation outside the arena if we refuse. Maybe a fighter uses a special helm that makes him super powerful at the cost of weakness to paralysis or something like that. Add some work as a fight promoter. At the low ranks, we could apprentice under the Grey Prince, and at the higher ranks, we could get our own protege to train and help climb the ranks. I would also rework the Grand Champion fight. I don't know if I would keep the Grey Prince suicide plot point. Maybe instead his fighting style just becomes crueler and vicious if you tell him the truth, among other choices. I would also try to make it a more fitting in-game challenge, like the expectation is that you have to be genuinely high level to beat him unless you figure out his critical weakness or something like that. There isn't really a lot you can do with a story that's trapped inside one location. That's why the part of the questline people usually talk about is the part that takes place outside of the arena. So we head out, looking for new work. But before we go and do the Fighters Guild, we'll need to get a horse, as for some reason they don't have a guild hall in the Imperial City like they do in every other city. Even then, only 3 halls will let you enlist in the guild, and only 2 of them have meaningful work. Horses are expensive, however, and...
We board horses, and, well, we don't actually sell horses. Anymore, that is.
Now, despite this being an inn, Snack Grobura here sent us a note informing us that we can receive a free set of her new horse armor as some harebrained promotional scheme. Yes, we're talking about horse armor, scratch it off the bingo card. Now, everyone knows horse armor's lazy and overpriced, but I don't think you understand just how lazy and overpriced horse armor was. For starters, I'm fairly confident there weren't any actual new lines of dialogue. Snack Grobura's responses seem to be patched together from other voice lines.
What can I interest you in? You've got to be kidding. Let's see what we've got here.
I mean, come on. Linda Carter is the wife of the guy who runs the company. Surely you could have... The only new asset that's added are the steel and elven armor sets, and even then the difference is purely cosmetic. All the armor does is give your horse a bit more health, which... Fuck, fair enough, I guess. However, if you don't own a horse, which is fair at low levels, as they're pretty expensive starting at 500 gold, then Snack will throw in a free horse with the same stats as the worst horse in the game. Starting the theme with the DLC, however, is that they introduce something that messes with a base concept. Horses are a simple idea. You spend a few levels running everywhere on foot until you have some money and end up purchasing a steed to get around quicker. Makes sense, right? So throwing in a free horse minutes from the end of the tutorial is kind of a punch in the nose to that idea, although there's another free horse you can get in the main quest, like the first main quest. I don't think Bethesda really knew what they wanted from horses, and as a result they come off as an undercooked mechanic. Are they to help the player get around quicker because this is a game with fast travel? Running is pretty much better because you can level athletics, and if you stop to fight something, there's a long animation as you dismount. And you'll be stopping because the roads are packed with critters despite the frequent Legion patrols you run into. And if you don't stop, you'll have to contend with all the critters you aggroed along the way all at once. Let's just say it wasn't long until the old nag died, even with the armor. Bethesda charged $2.50 for this DLC, which doesn't sound like a lot, but the gaming world of 2006 hated it. If they released it 2 days earlier, they could have written the whole thing off as an April Fool's joke. One thing that always bothered me was the people arguing that it wasn't alright because it was a cosmetic difference that other players couldn't see, which is technically not true. There's a negligible gameplay difference, and if other players could see you, you'd be embarrassed for wasting both real and in-game gold on horse armor. That was a clip from the Making of Oblivion documentary from E3 2005. You can forgive the guy, there's a lot of wasteland in Morrowind. It's not like the first area you start in is a swamp or anything. Oh yeah, E3 2005. We'll get to that. The Fighters Guild. They're an imperial organization dedicated to organizing the mercenaries of Tamriel. There's nothing to stop non-fighters from joining the guild like mages or assassins. Their only requirement is being able to kill stuff. Faction requirements have been removed from Oblivion. In Morrowind, they were a way of gating progress so that characters had to have skills related to their faction, which isn't as restrictive as some make it out to be. If you weren't of a fighting persuasion in Morrowind, then you could only do roughly half of the Fighters Guild quests before running into the quests with rank requirements. And more would be unlocked at the impossible requirement of reaching skill level 30 in one of the Fighters Guild skills. You only need to maintain a high level in a faction skill if you were intent on completing the in-game quests for that faction. The benefit was, in order to do a quest like, say, finding the Staff of Magnus, you had to have a magical skill at 60, so the Staff of Magnus probably wasn't going to end up in the hands of some barbarian incapable of casting magic. I don't know how to do whispers. No, I'm aware. The Fighters Guild isn't where this rears its ugly head the worst. I mean, I didn't mention how a freshly escaped prisoner managed to beat an ex-blade in one-on-one combat in the arena, and it will get worse. Just bear in mind that as of now, the rules are made up and the ranks don't matter. The number of cities with quest givers has been reduced to 2. This is unlike Morrowind, where each major city had a guild hall with a quest giver. The free-form questing of factions from Morrowind has also been traded in for a more linear narrative. Like, say there are 2 players. One starts in Shadenhall, one starts in Anvil. Both players are going to do the same 3 quests to progress because they are literally the only quests the player is allowed to do in the Fighters Guild until those 3 are completed. Now, ideally, Oblivion should still have the advantage, as it seems like the goal was to blow Morrowind quests out of the park in terms of a direct one-on-one comparison. Less quests and more structure, but better quests. The example everyone loves is a rat problem versus exterminator.
Creating one of the most subversive and creative quests I've ever seen in an RPG.
Of course, Oblivion's rat quest is designed to be subversive.
Like, the first quest you ever do in the Anvil Fighters Guild is a parody of the first quest you ever do for the Fighters Guild in Morrowind.
Its only redeeming quality during these beginning quests is the somewhat humorous scenarios that come up every here and there. Like helping a woman protect her pet rats even though it sounded like the rats were the problem.
The first Fighters Guild quest most players will do in Morrowind is at the Balmora Guild Hall, where the player is contracted to take care of a rat problem. This involves killing 3 rats. In Oblivion, a rat problem entails going to a woman's house of a similar name to the woman in Morrowind, where it will be revealed that she has been keeping the rats as pets and she would like us to take care of whatever is killing them.
That's right. Rats in my basement, and something has been killing them. It's horrible. My poor babies. You must do something.
We kill a mountain lion and are sent with a local hunter to take out a pack of lions before killing another lion in the basement after our return. Our client then thinks that her neighbor is responsible, and we tail her to find out that she's been leaving bait near the client's basement. The goal was to draw the rats out, and coincidentally these lions were somehow getting into this, walled city. Sure. If we tell the truth, we get a free level in speechcraft. If we lie to cover her neighbor, who didn't want anybody to get hurt, we get a free level in acrobatics. Now, in terms of a comparison, I think most people would agree which quest is more interesting. However, I think the comparison is unfair. Morrowind wanted to give a quest that new players could feasibly complete, while Oblivion was more certain that players could handle the challenge because there isn't any. Morrowind's version of this quest more adequately primed players for the faction. Oblivion poisoned the well by setting the expectation for quests to be this nuanced when they generally aren't. The next quest, The Unfortunate Shopkeeper, involves just sitting in a shop and waiting for some thieves to break in, while Morrowind's next quest involves leaving town to take care of some poachers holed up in the back of a mine. Morrowind sets the expectation for what it accomplishes with quests to reasonable. A simple objective where the storytelling is emergent. Go read some forum posts about how much difficulty people have with this quest and the various ways people figured out how to handle it. Oblivion sets the expectation that its quests are going to be a step up when often they aren't. The player is also told at each step how to handle the problem, so you don't get that moment where the player realizes they can chug alcohol to improve their stats in order to fight the rats. Quillweave also won't place the meat to bait the rats until after the player goes with Pinnerus on the hunt, and the choice is somewhat bizarre as speechcraft and acrobatics are not the hallmarks of a fighter. It's the illusion of a quest with depth, and it worked because people like to talk about how much of a wonderful subversion this quest is. In order to go further, we have to talk about the writers. Oblivion did us the great favor of crediting every single writer as quest designer without a clue as to who is responsible for what quests. So unless the writers have since taken credit for their work, it's become nebulous who to attribute what work to. This was true of Morrowind as well, although with a smaller writing team, the writers themselves giving credit was far easier. An example then, the creators of various Doom and Thief levels are very well known. When you discuss those levels, a part of the analysis is understanding the people behind their creation. Yet people are willing to spend hours discussing Elder Scrolls quests without acknowledging the people responsible, to the point that Wikipedia credits Ted Peterson and Michael Kirkbride as the writers of Oblivion. Now, that's an easy mistake to make, and I believe there are two parties at fault here. Bethesda for not crediting developers properly, and the Elder Scrolls community for not better documenting sources. The writers shouldn't have to be like Emil Pagliarulo shouting from the rooftops that he created the Dark Brotherhood questline, but in the same vein, he often doesn't bring up that he's also responsible for the Arena questline, a fact that almost fell into obscurity if not for the Fallout Wiki's own archive linking to a Gamasutra article. Yes, the Fallout Wiki did more to document an Elder Scrolls quest designer than the Elder Scrolls wikis did. Bruce Nesmith's work on the Thieves Guild would have been missed if not for a Ken Rolston interview mentioning the fact offhandedly. Brian Chapin worked on the Mages Guild, and Kurt Coleman worked on the main quest, and Mark Nelson worked on the Fighters Guild, although I can only say that one with 80% certainty. In fact, I can't really say with any certainty that I won't be proven wrong on at least one of these accounts. I mean, I only figured out that Nelson worked on the Fighters Guild from the credits section of a mod on the Nexus. The nature of development at Bethesda as well makes it difficult to say just one person worked on each questline. It's more than likely multiple team members contributed to each questline, with one designer acting as the lead for that questline rather than as sole developer. But it's the best we have unless some of these developers pull a Douglas Goodall and break down who was responsible for what quests. Speaking of, Morrowind had 10 factions you could join in the conventional sense of starting at rank 1 and progressing to rank 9. The Fighters, Mages, and Thieves Guilds, the Imperial Legion and Cult, Great Houses Halalu, Redoran, and Telvanni, as well as the Tribunal Temple and Morag Tong. And 8 of those factions had the same writer. Now we have half as many factions, most of which have exclusive writers. So the transition from quantity of Morrowind to quality of Oblivion should be apparent by default, and yet it isn't, as you'll see. Before you get ahead of yourself and leave comments about fast travel, I implore you to actually listen and not just assume my argument from my position. Once you complete the 2 quests in Anvil, you now have to go to Shadenhall, or vice versa if you started in Shadenhall. This is a fantastic opportunity to discuss fast travel and the world of Oblivion. If we look at a map, we can see that we start the game here, near the Imperial City. We then went to Anvil, which is here in the southwest corner of the playable area, and now we have to go here to Shadenhall in the northeast to progress. A common defense of fast travel goes something like this.
If you don't like it, just don't use it.
Rolston and Nelson, who were anti-fast travel during Oblivion's development, lost the fight with Todd Howard under similar logic, and sure, if you don't use fast travel in Oblivion, then it's just like Morrowind. Except it isn't. For one, Mark and Recall have been removed, likely because there are more than a couple quests which would break in terms of sequence and scripting if the player could simply teleport out of a trap. There was, however, already a built-in way to stop players from teleporting out of certain areas in Morrowind, such as the final boss area of the main quest, the Clockwork City of Tribunal, and the Maze of the Blood Moon expansion. Now, you could say it would break immersion to prevent the player from teleporting out of certain traps in Oblivion. After all, the examples I gave tended to involve some powerful magic to stop the player, and that's fair. Maybe we could introduce some kind of Psijic suppressant crystals that explain why you can't teleport in some areas. The downside is, instead, the immersion-shattering realization that the wizards and mages of Tamriel willingly gave up the ability to teleport, and nobody, especially not any evil mages present in this game, were willing to break the law for the useful power of actual teleportation, let alone in emergencies. I bet having a mark set at Cloud Ruler Temple would have been really useful to the Emperor. The other reason Mark and Recall, as well as the intervention spells, were likely removed was that the developers thought they were unnecessary. Because there's fast travel now, so they added a system that they intended to be optional for more hardcore fans, and then removed a solution that those same hardcore fans used. Fine, we'll just hire a silt strider or a carriage or a boat to transport us. Well, there aren't any, because there's fast travel, so it would be unnecessary. See the problem here? I honestly believe most of the proponents of the just don't use it argument are people who haven't played Morrowind and so are blissfully unaware of the diegetic travel options of that game. They just hear that it didn't have fast travel and assume that everyone must have just walked everywhere. Something people seem to get caught on during my Morrowind discussion of this topic is time management. If people are busy in their lives, then they don't have the time to spend on hours of travel and navigation. I think people are missing something important, however, which is that time is self-equivalent. 2 hours of playtime is still 2 hours of playtime, whether you spend that time traveling or not. Is it really more satisfying to get 10 generic quests done with fast travel in the same time you could have spent adventuring the countryside? That will come down to people's subjective preference and taste, but the point of my Morrowind video is that there are people who have a taste for Morrowind who aren't being catered to. And it's not even impossible that Elder Scrolls could cater to both sides. Literally one checkbox in the menu and a design philosophy that doesn't rely on fast travel is all it takes to make Elder Scrolls more inclusive for everyone. Instead, and we're quoting Gavin Carter,
adding in a fast travel system to eliminate the tedium of long trips. These things are features the fan community has requested again and again.
Rather than everyone getting what they wanted, features were slashed in favor of appealing to a vocal minority. Well, if you disagree and don't like microtransactions in your Fallout games, you can no longer complain, because these are things the fan community has requested again and again to eliminate the tedium of scavenging environments. Tamriel isn't a big place post-Morrowind, and the individual provinces are especially small. The decision was made to keep the mainline games to the scale of Vardenfell, which is honestly just weird to me. Like, would anyone have complained if Cyrodiil was twice the scale to Vardenfell besides the world designers? Which is why it only takes 3 hours to fast travel from Anvil to the Imperial City. It's not even that big a deal to really make the world that much bigger because most of it was just procedurally generated and then decorated with Speedtree. Hell, there's a quest where you track down a merchant who does a round of Bravil, Skingrad, Bruma, and Leowen each week, and when a guard from outside the Imperial City comments that he attended our supposedly legendary fight with the Grey Prince, yeah, I can believe that, but I shouldn't. See, the trick you're supposed to pull is to make the world feel bigger than it actually is. Morrowind may only have a population of around 2,600, and you might not see merchants traveling the world, or people sleeping, or even adequate housing for every single person, but it achieves a feeling of being even bigger than it really is by showing the player how it is that people get around, and by never breaking the illusion of Vardenfell's actual size. These provinces are supposed to be the size of real-life countries, but in reality they're smaller than real-life cities. That's a limitation of handcrafting the world, and the key to making it work is not breaking the scale. People in Bruma shouldn't be wearing the same clothes as people in Leowen, not only for cultural but climatic reasons. Morrowind gave people in different regions different styles of clothing and conversation, and were able to do that because of Morrowind's more advanced gear system as well as text-based dialogue. There are, however, non-immersion reasons I support a lack of fast travel. The first is that it's a system the player now has to master. If you're able to select a point on the map and click accept, you've mastered travel in Oblivion. Navigation and map knowledge are the difference between a player who knows where they're going and a lost player in Morrowind. You'll never wonder if you're on the right road to Skingrad if you always just fast travel to the city. You'll never be tempted to explore the dungeon on the side of the orange road you pass every time you travel from Coral to Bruma. And the consequences for not properly planning out your quest will never be felt if you can always just teleport back to your base of operations. In the Morrowind video, I told the story of an adventure I went on where I had to end up fighting a dangerous vampire that I could barely defeat. On the flip side is the Oblivion version of that story where I ran out of health potions, so I just left the cave, teleported home, crafted more, and then teleported back and continued the fight like nothing had happened. If the goal of the gameplay formula is to incentivize exploration, to allow each player to tell a unique story by the simple means of which path they choose to navigate the world, then you have failed from the start by unlocking every city by default. That mistake has since been corrected, but that does not alleviate the fact that once you unlock a point in the middle of nowhere, that point can now serve as a nexus of fast travel. If you travel to Desolate Mine on foot, you better remember that journey, because every time you fast travel to Desolate Mine to get to other places near it, you miss out. This is Coomer, my friend's character from our playtime in TES4 MP. Here, put those on.
Jesus Christ.
See, I can explain all the efficient ways to navigate the world, but my friend who's never played Morrowind before doesn't know that the Mages Guild will take you from Caldera to Aldrune. So we walked, and we got lost a little, but we found our way. It was a proper adventure. Well, if you were to somehow play more Oblivion together, all Coomer has to do is click on Aldrune and hit accept. See, part of what makes Morrowind work is that the map tells you almost nothing beyond the basic geography of Vardenfell. It's actually pretty cool gradually filling in the map because you'll see exactly where you've been. Oblivion's map, on the flip side, shows you the cities and roads by default. Oblivion's map is also tied to the Oblivion UI, which is a tangent I'll have to set aside for now, but since Oblivion's UI can't be scaled or zoomed out, you can't actually see the entire map of Cyrodiil like you can Vardenfell. Because if you could, you would notice how every faction is extremely reliant on fast travel in Oblivion. Rather than having halls in each city that give contracts local to that area, guild halls in Oblivion represent all of Cyrodiil, which becomes apparent at the 4th quest. The 3rd quest in Shaidenhall has us passing out gear to some Fighters Guild members and then trying to keep them alive. Pro tip: turn down the difficulty every time someone gives you someone to protect unless you really like loading screens. But, well, after Shaidenhall, we're directed to speak to the Guildmaster. What, already?
You're needed in Coral. Report to Velena Danton. She's got some duties for you to take care of.
So we journey from Shaidenhall across Cyrodiil to Coral to be told to speak with Modron Orion.
I would like you to speak with Modron Orion. He will assign you any duties that are currently pending.
To be told again to cross Cyrodiil down to Skingrad to deal with a guild member's delinquent contract. Once that's taken care of, it's up to Coral to then be sent down to Leowen in the opposite corner of the map, then back up to Coral only to be told to get another job from either Anvil or Shaidenhall. This is part of the reason it feels like Cyrodiil lacks any distinct culture no matter what part of the world you're in. Now I want to be clear here, yes, there are reasons that the Fighters Guild Master sends you around the map to take care of guild business. That isn't unreasonable, and there were Morrowind quests that had you crossing the map frequently. The difference is that if you play without fast travel, you can still get around fast in Morrowind, whereas if you play without fast travel in Oblivion, you either rush to get Shadowmere or use Fortify Speed and run. If we're going to be centralizing our guild operations, could we at least start hiring couriers to send orders instead of getting all of our instructions in person? Let's face the facts here. Most of the quests in Oblivion are just Morrowind quests with better scripting and voice acting. Talk to a lady and get her 5 portions of ectoplasm so that she signs an exclusivity deal with the Fighters Guild. The difference is that Oblivion doesn't have the mechanical intrigue of Morrowind, so getting ectoplasm isn't a big deal because once I have it, I can just teleport home. So why include fast travel? Well, Todd knew best. The 2006 release date and the audience that Todd Howard was going for needed fast travel. PC was his core market, and he knew they would buy the game no matter what. It was selling the idea of a role-playing game to the console plebeians that mattered. Hey man, just got back from Coral after a long mission near Leowen. I heard you got a contract for me?
I've got another contract for you, meat. I assume you won't embarrass yourself. It's from Biena Amelian at the Water's Edge settlement. She needs something retrieved from her ancestral tomb. Try not to muck it up.
Oh, sure. Let me just consult the map of where that is and... Oh, you've got to be So yeah, we're back on the road again. I guess I should mention that I'm not following any kind of self-imposed travel rule for Oblivion. I tried to go down every road at least once, but most of the game I just fast traveled to and fro. We help a lady with her debt, which we can pay out of pocket if we want to keep her dad's unique light chest piece and sword. Then we travel back up to Shadenhall to then be directed across Cyrodiil to Anvil for our next quest to take out a gang of thieves. You'll note that these quests aren't very complex. It's literally just go to caves, kill targets, get things, return. The only thing that's notable about the Bosmer quest is that Maglir, the guy who defaulted on his contract back in Skingrad, is joining us for this mission. You have the choice to either rat him out or keep his secret, and it apparently doesn't come up during this outing, which is strange because you have to complete the Skingrad job to get this quest. After this, we go back up to Coral for another mission from Orion. Orion, if you aren't aware, is a reference to a Malakath quest in Morrowind where you kill a man with a similar name who was supposedly the last of his line. But in classic Malakath fashion, this wasn't the case, and apparently the super powerful helm of Orion Bearclaw was returned to Modron out of goodwill. And I guess that makes Umbra's death in the Morrowind video canon. Wait, if Orion has this super powerful helm, why doesn't he wear it later when he joins us for some field work? We're taking the son of the Guildmaster out on a contract as a morale boost, and, well, don't worry, he's essential. He has to survive this quest so that later he can die and we can suffer a meaningless demotion. See, they couldn't have risked him dying here because he would absolutely get annihilated if he wasn't flagged essential. This is the start of, oh, there he is! There's that savage troll. He's the real antagonist of the Fighters Guild, alongside his brothers Savage Ogre and Savage Minotaur. You'll see why soon enough. This game is weird in that the Savage moniker is actually supposed to indicate that they are leveled enemies rather than stronger variations on normal trolls. Anyways, we find the body of the guy we're looking for alongside a broken shield. Orion is very interested in this shield, and our reward is one of the most convoluted loot tables in Oblivion. Our next job from Orion is to go to Breville and investigate why Maglir has defaulted on yet another contract. Sure enough, it's revealed that Maglir has left the Fighters Guild to join a new mercenary organization, the Blackwood Company.
Defaulted? That all you talk about? I'm Blackwood Company now.
This is where that choice from earlier matters in a really stupid way. If you covered for Maglir, he'll tell you what his original contract was and you'll have to complete it for him. If you told Orion the truth about Maglir, he won't. So you have to go all the way back up to Coral to then be told what his contract was so you can go back down to the Breville Mages Guild to complete it. What's wrong with this is that our last job with Maglir during Den of Thieves, nothing changes mechanically about the quest despite being closer to our choice regarding Maglir. So him being upset now is just kind of weird. As is Orion not giving you the details of Maglir's contract ahead of time just in case. You'll find you have to get 10 samples of Imp for the contract. At least with this quest, you're told a location to get the stuff at and not just supposed to wander around or look up where to find ectoplasm at a low level. Our next contract from Orion is an off-the-books investigation. Several different quests have now pointed us at the Blackwood Company. Vitellis Daunton was another son of the Guildmaster who died alongside 14 others in an attempt to retrieve the sword Sinweaver from Azani Blackheart for the wizard Argoth. I just love that detail that's thrown in. We threw 15 bodies at a single contract and failed where Orion and ourselves are going to succeed. And we have the gall to be upset when the Blackwood Company started to look like a viable alternative to the Fighters Guild. I mean, sure, they did pull some underhanded trickery with Blackheart, lying about killing him and then paying him some of the contract money to give the sword to Argoth and then giving Blackheart Argoth's details so that he could be mysteriously murdered and the sword taken back. But even with that information, the Blackwood Company still looks better by comparison for not losing 15 people in one raid, at least until later. If you look at the UESP page, you'll note that this quest has some serious issues with bugs. The highly scripted nature of this quest means that it's prone to breaking in a few spots. Anyways, we fight through the generic bandits until we get to Blackheart, who is pretty strong because, surprise, surprise, his gear isn't scaled to the player's level. Is it any surprise that the guy who worked on the Daedra quest in Morrowind understood that fact? I wish he'd use it more often. Orion takes Blackheart's ring to prove that they were the ones to complete the contract and that the Blackwood Company lied. But who did he take the ring to? The Black Horse Courier? The Arcane University? High Chancellor Okado? Well, the Courier doesn't publish the new information, the University doesn't serve that function in Cyrodiilic society, and Okado is probably preoccupied with the Oblivion crisis. Nothing comes of this quest except establishing that the Blackwood Company lied about completing a contract and screwing over one of their clients, which is for the dramatic benefit of the player, even if it doesn't make sense. The Blackwood Company doesn't have to be evil for the player to be justified in supporting the Fighters Guild. Hell, Morrowind was the game where you could join the Fighters Guild in their war with the Thieves Guild or vice versa. But you'll notice a trend with Oblivion quest lines of there being opposing, unjoinable factions with childish characterizations.
So, the Fighters Guild got a Zani Blackheart. Blackwood Company said they did him, but apparently they were mistaken. Or stretching the truth, maybe.
After the Blackheart job, which started in Coral and ended near Leyawiin by the way, we head to Shadenhall in order to get our next contract to take care of some fugitives by Breville. Go to a cave, kill 2 fugitives, come back. Does anybody work at the Breville Fighters Guild Hall? There's only 4 people here. One of them's a generic NPC that exists at every guild hall. No quest ever takes you here, and the one thing of note is the Nirnroot plant. Hell, Leyawiin has a guild hall, which exposes a problem. They really shouldn't. Just say the Leyawiin guild hall was doing so poorly they got evicted and the Blackwood Company took over the building. Maybe a few quests near the start of the faction take place in Leyawiin, to make the takeover personal. Or maybe the Fighters Guild wasn't allowed in Leyawiin until the recent Imperial takeover. It would match the themes of the nobility in Leyawiin being racist towards beast folk, which the owners of the Blackwood Company are. So after we finish in Breville, we then have to go from Shadenhall to Anvil to take an Altmer scholar named Alante of Alinor to a cave full of Daedra. She can die, but it's also easy to clear the area ahead of her and then go back to grab her. If that description sounds familiar, it's basically a copy of the quest Sondale from Morrowind, where we rescue an Altmer scholar named Sondale of Shimmerine from a 6th House base we were supposed to escort her through. There's a key difference though. If Sondale died, the quest giver Harundi would refuse to give you his 2 remaining contracts, including the lucrative Pude Egg Mine quest. If Alante dies, you lose out on a fame point and a little bit of gold. Because Oblivion can't afford to actually punish the player for failing a contract that it didn't plan for you to fail. Mind you, if you failed in Morrowind, you could still generally make it to the end of a faction as long as you didn't fail any other quests. But Oblivion's linear and rigid structure has no tolerance for failures, so the player can't fail, even if the client themselves dies, because you didn't do what they hired you to do. Now, theoretically, what you could do with the rigid quest structure is be punitive with ranks. Players still get access to all the content, but they might not achieve as high a rank. At the end of the quest line, to unlock the quest that grants leadership, you might have to complete a couple Radiant quests to re-earn those ranks. It's not as ideal as the freeform quest structures of guilds in Morrowind, but I can see why they wouldn't want that given there's twice as many cities, so theoretically twice as many guild halls in Oblivion. But there doesn't need to be guild halls for every faction in every city. In fact, there are only halls in all of the cities for the mages and fighters guilds. It's weird how Oblivion is trying to improve on the individual quest experience by prioritizing quality over quantity, but then strives out to show how much more content there is because Cyrodiil is bigger, while lacking in faction quality because of how stretched out it's become. We go back to Anvil to then be told to go up to Coral to get our next job. The Guildmaster's son and a few other fighters went to a mine south of Leyawiin. Oh, God, yes, really. To clear out a bunch of savage trolls. Only problem is that it was a few days ago and they haven't been heard from since. I mean, you did send them on a mission halfway across Tamriel, so you can't expect immediate answers. That's not hyperbole. As a joke, I put a circle on the map with Coral at the center and the Forsaken Mine at the edge, and as you can see, the same distance goes from Coral to Ebonheart, Vivec, and Mournhold, as well as Solitude and Windhelm, and nearly even gets to Solstheim. That is how far away Leyawiin is from Coral. Trolls of the Forsaken Mine has us fighting 9 trolls to clear out a cave, which is on the edge of too many by itself, but this isn't the first quest to clear out a cave full of trolls in the Fighters Guild. In fact, Non-Will Cavern also had 9 trolls in addition to 3 ogres and a minotaur. Most of the Fighters Guild is either set in a cave or if it's feeling frisky, an Ayleid ruin. Of course, the obvious has occurred, and the Master's son Varanus has fallen at the hands of the Blackwood Company. We find his journal and his body next to his comrade Edward, whom we can speculate Varanus was super gay with, because that is the only possible logical conclusion of 2 men sharing an emotional connection.
Thank the gods for Eduard. I fear without him, I would go mad. His constant companionship keeps me hopeful that I will one day be returned to active duty. Until then, we have each other. He has willingly foregone lucrative contracts in order to help me pass the days. A truer companion, I could not imagine. Tomorrow, I will ask if he wants to go to Femboyhutas with him.
This area is where the player can acquire Blackwood armor, which is better than steel and even dwarven armor, and Modron doesn't even comment when we come back adorned in the enemy's equipment. Orion indicates we need to lay low while he breaks the news to the Guildmaster, which means another trek across Cyrodiil to Anvil or Shadenhall, only to be told we've been demoted because everyone in the Fighters Guild has access to couriers, except us, the one guy who's actually doing everything. In Shadenhall, we're asked to rescue a noble's daughter, which is one of the better quests of the faction purely for this character, Lord Rugdumth Gro Shurgak.
Ah, you are from the Fighters Guild, I resume. Good show. I am Lord Rugdumth Gro Shurgak. Let us conversate on the Lady Rogbot. I fear that whilst out rock-picking, she was apprehensive. Stolen away. My suspension is that ogres have abjected her. Please search to the east of my sprawling abode. They have been known to vacate these premises. I am most gracious and truly woeful.
We have to save his daughter, who's hanging out with a trio of ogres, which, given the relationship between orcs and ogres in a later Malakath quest, has implications. We have to take down the ogres, which of course is great because ogres are damage sponges that are annoying to fight because it's like punching pinkies to death in Doom. Just dodge their attacks, swing, dodge, swing endlessly. Oblivion has a whole roster of enemies and locations to use, and it always seems to be the same enemies in the same areas. The next quest we get in Shadenhall almost disproves that previous statement, in that locals at Harlan's Watch have been seeing strange lights down the hill and some people went missing after investigating. Turns out a couple will-o'-the-wisps are down there, which are energy creatures that can vanish and absorb health. At first I thought they were annoying, but I realized it was because their design actually makes you wake from the stupor of punch and dodge. These guys will be important when we talk about Azura later, but don't worry because if this quest becomes interesting, there's actually a bunch of swamp trolls in that cave we need to clear out. This is the only time swamp trolls show up in a cave near Shadenhall and not in the giant swampy marsh. They're marked specifically as Fighters Guild trolls in the CS, rather than the generic leveled savage trolls or static level normal trolls, and they're great because their level stats are actually even worse than savage trolls. Even better, in order to clear the cave out, we have to kill all 15, yes, 15 trolls. This is the last Fighters Guild quest where trolls show up, so let's do a tally. 9 trolls, 3 ogres, and a minotaur at Nautimal Cavern when we escorted the Master's son. 1 monster potentially at Robber's Glen when we were gathering Empcall. 9 trolls at Forsaken Mine. 3 ogres when saving the Orc Lady. 15 swamp trolls at Harlan's Watch. And 7 ogres when Izan sends us on our next quest to recover the Stone of St. Alicia. That is 33 trolls, 13 ogres, a minotaur, and a wild card monster depending on your level. Skyrim tried to amend the troll problem by cutting down on the number of individual trolls that would show up in any given cave and making the trolls tougher enemies to compensate. But simultaneously, Skyrim would make the same troll mistake with Draugr, so really no progress was made. Trolls aren't ever really characterized as being social creatures that like to hang out in clusters, and I certainly can't understand how they're getting the food necessary to support their populations in Cyrodiil. I do want to be clear. The Fighters Guild does have more than monster caves to deal with. There was a cave full of Daedra, which had their own problems better suited to discussion during the main quest, and there were a couple undead caves, which have their own problems better suited to discussion during the Mages Guild. The real question is, how does this stack up to the Morrowind Fighters Guild? Most of the Morrowind quests tended to revolve around fighting other humans. But this made sense somewhat, as the broader faction conflict of the Fighters Guild in Morrowind was the human conflict between the Thieves and Fighters Guild. So fighting humans makes sense given the in-game quest involved killing the leaders of one of those factions. Oblivion has a similar human conflict. This time it's the Fighters Guild versus the Blackwood Company, and not to spoil things, but it will end in a similar manner of fighting humans. Yet human enemies make up the minority of general enemies for Fighters Guild quests. Unlike Morrowind, the Cyrodiil Fighters Guild doesn't ever seem to be contracted to take care of bounties. Hell, none of the factions are actively taking steps to deal with the Cyrodiilic bandit crisis. Speaking of bandits, our next quest is to recover an artifact from the Bruma Chapel from a gang of bandits. How bandits acquired the stone isn't elaborated on, almost like they aren't going to be the main enemies of the quest, and sure enough, we use the power of the map marker to find one of the guys who stole the stone, but he is the only survivor of an ogre ambush. Recover the stone and our lost ranks are restored. Almost like losing the ranks was pointless because they don't perform the functions they did in Morrowind. Let's talk about Oblivion combat. Oblivion's combat is a total overhaul of Morrowind's combat system. Almost every element has been changed in some way, and it can be stated without question to have been an improvement. Or can it? The problem with gamers is that they hear my discussion of Morrowind's combat and assume that I was saying it was a perfect combat system, and that every game should take cues from Morrowind, including the absurd example that Dark Souls combat would be improved with hit chance. This is not a position I ever took, and I could spend hours clarifying myself to no avail because some people have impressive willpowers when it comes to missing the point. The problem, I think, is that a lot of people in discussion of video games as an art form believe in the universal design philosophy, that there is exactly one way to make video games that all roads are leading to. Imagine saying there's only one way to write books, only one way to write songs, only one way to paint a canvas, only one way to direct movies. That would be absurd, and I think the same is true of game design. When people describe the difference between the two systems, you'll often hear something like dice roll combat versus action combat, which I think is also inaccurate. Morrowind is not entirely dice roll combat. It's still reliant on the player's ability to control their weapons. You still have to aim, and you still have to lead targets. A true dice roll combat system would have completely removed the factor of mechanical skill from the game. Morrowind's combat is in fact an action system, with a dice roll system layered on top. This stems from its origin as a tabletop simulation, and there are several reasons why this worked well for Morrowind once you adequately understand them. Morrowind is attempting to simulate the character's skill and attribute levels to adequately portray elements of the fight that it can't with its graphics. Morrowind's biggest problem isn't chance, it's feedback. Feedback is an interesting thing because you can give the same player the same shotgun, but change the feedback and their perception of that shotgun will change entirely. In order to demonstrate Morrowind's combat system, I'm going to add an element taken from other games to explain what's going on. A combat log. This will now communicate what is happening on screen when we fight. See, the thing is, Morrowind's not the first game to have a system where the player's weapon model will collide with the enemy model only to do nothing. But when you have a combat log and more information about what is happening, people seem less likely to complain. Suddenly, those misses aren't misses, but glancing blows, or parries, or dodges, or just plain luck. Morrowind is communicating with its combat system that this is the battle of your offensive and defensive skills against someone else's offensive and defensive skills. If you fight a master of a defensive skill, you're going to need a high offensive skill to land hits. Now, when I say that, most people will go, well, why aren't there animations for that? And I just say, look, do you know how on the wire Morrowind's development was? The system we got for Morrowind wasn't perfect, and I don't recall ever saying it was. What I do recall saying was my wish to see that system iterated upon rather than replaced. Oblivion removed hit chance. This simple change necessitated a cascade of reworks due to how hit chance was a variable in most combat equations. The goal was clear. People complained about not being able to hit stuff in Morrowind. With only a limited time to fix the system, and with a desire to increase the appeal of Elder Scrolls, the easiest way to fix that problem is to remove the mechanic entirely. If you play Morrowind with a 100% hit chance mod, I think you're doing yourself a disservice because Morrowind by itself isn't designed to progress you through a world where everything always hits. Oblivion had to hastily design a system where the player's progression improved their ability to fight, and this inevitably just meant that higher skill levels meant bigger numbers. Higher weapon skills translate to getting bigger numbers out of weapons, and higher armor skills translate to getting a bigger number out of armor. However, hit chance is just a piece of the puzzle. Strap in, we're going deeper. Fatigue was king in Morrowind. A lot of things were king actually, that's what made it interesting. But your fatigue, and more importantly, how much you've used, was a factor in a lot of equations in Morrowind, not just combat, because it makes sense. If you're out of breath, it's hard to do anything. Fatigue in Oblivion is just a damage modifier. Having low fatigue means you do less damage. You lose fatigue from swinging, and a lot of fatigue from power attacks. Fatigue regeneration has also been simplified, for no reason. Fatigue now recovers 10 points per second throughout the entire game, whereas in Morrowind, fatigue regeneration was derived from this formula. It wasn't very robust and needed a finer tuning, but it was something that could inform your build. Blocking. Blocking has been made a manual action, and this doesn't bother me. Blocking in Morrowind was derived from your skills, including the chance your character would use their shield. Now the player and AI can control when they block and can block with more than their shields. Weapon directions have also been removed. This will be relevant later, but Morrowind had directional weapon attacks. Todd was very proud of this system. The only downside was that because each weapon dominated specific categories, having an option to just toggle the best weapon attacks was inevitable. Rather than fixing this, it was removed. Dodge rolls have been added. This is tied to your acrobatics, and I rarely see people use it for combat due to how unwieldy it is to use, but it's worth mentioning that they took a stab at it, if only to see how many people didn't realize there was a dodge mechanic in Oblivion. The end result of all of these changes is a combat system I would describe as spongy. I demonstrated the difference in the two systems in my Morrowind video, and I'm going to try and improve that comparison. Okay, so I'm rewriting this section because my quote improved unquote comparison was very confusing and difficult to follow. The problem stems from the fact that the comparison doesn't work for people watching, compared to people playing the games, so let's talk about that instead. In Morrowind, I've been playing this character lately. He's a Redguard proficient in Longblade and Conjuration. He doesn't carry a weapon, instead he summons his sword in before every fight. It's pretty fun, but at level 1 he only seems to hit about 75% of his swings and has an 80% chance of casting his summon spell. Those are actually pretty good chances for a level 1 character, but most people who play this game seem to fail the basic expectation of picking combat skills tied to your playstyle. And maybe that makes sense actually, considering the number of Morrowind YouTube videos telling people to not put their preferred skills in their class, which is advice for min-maxing, but first-time players are probably taking it anyways. It all comes back to that mud crab on the peninsula and Saint Denis over by the lighthouse involving a character who isn't good at short blade swinging that iron dagger. Whether you're that guy or you are my current character, both characters have the problem of not hitting all of their swings. If only Morrowind had a built-in way of solving this problem, leveling. You solve the problem by leveling. There's a reason complaining about Morrowind combat always takes place in the early game. By level 4 it won't be a problem for my character, and by level 7 hit chance usually isn't a problem for most characters. Because it turns out skill levels are an abstraction for, the skill level of the character. Alright, so shifting forward to Oblivion. Like Morrowind, it has a contingent of people who complain that its combat is also not satisfying. But we removed cast and hit chance. I thought that was all it took to make the combat feel good. I mean, the thing is that game feel, or whatever we're calling it this year, is not just subjective but super subjective. I think Morrowind's combat is good, that's a subjective phrase. Of course, I explained why I thought so and provided objective examples for my argument. That's not as subjective. The first issue Oblivion has is that there aren't really any problems the player needs to solve. That's because of scaling. The only thing you need to level for is increased damage numbers and increased health numbers. But since the enemy isn't static, there's no point to leveling to increase those numbers. A Daedric sword in Morrowind works because enemies are static. A Daedric sword in Oblivion doesn't work because a Daedric sword to a Zivile is the same as an iron sword to a stunted scamp. That is why a refusal to level is a serious playstyle in Oblivion. The second problem is that combat at level 1 is the same as combat at level 20. This is not the case in Morrowind because, hit chance. And that was the point of my combat comparison. You can't really tell what level my character is just by watching the footage on screen, like you could in Morrowind because it all looks and feels the same. This is a modern problem with role-playing games. Developers are terrified of players finding a mechanic annoying or frustrating, so they would rather make safe, stagnant, and boring games than have the early game be frustrating in order to make the player progression feel earned. That's why people now conflate role-playing games with dialogue simulators, effectively upscaled visual novels. Ironically, it's survival games that picked up the abandoned mechanical elements that role-playing games often left behind. 7 Days to Die feels more like a sequel to Fallout New Vegas than Fallout 4, even if there isn't any dialogue. Anyways, the next few lines might be confusing because I cut out the comparison, but I'm past the point of carrying on this project because it's August and I shouldn't still be writing stuff for this video. Okay, fine. If you decide to watch the unedited version, you'll notice that in Morrowind our character, regardless of skill level, always did the same amount of damage. And that makes sense. Our weapon damage is scaled off of strength, not our skill level, so it stays the same. Because being more proficient with a weapon doesn't make you do more damage, your body does. Your training with your weapon instead determines your ability to land those hits. You can be the strongest man in the world, but if you keep missing the high striker, it's pointless. In a sense then, your damage per second is derived from both the physical damage you can do and how often you can do it. This creates a large amount of nuance in building your character, having to balance a multitude of factors in your playstyle. Strength for raw damage, skills and agility for landing blows and dodging attacks, endurance for the rate of fatigue recovery, speed for dodging attacks. By taking the hit chance out of the equation, you've crippled this system. To compensate, the fundamental dynamic has to be changed. In Oblivion, weapon skills now determine damage as well as strength. So does fatigue. Surprisingly, however, Oblivion does maintain a complicated, nuanced web because this is where scaling comes back. I told you, it affects everything. This is why I couldn't really go into detail about this topic in my Morrowind video. Alright, so in the Morrowind CS, you have this option when creating NPCs to auto-calculate stats. This takes all the basic information you give, their class, level, race, etc., and auto-calculates what their skills should be. Oblivion inherited this, but it also added level offsetting. The example we'll use is Captain Hieronymus Lex. Captain Lex is always 15 levels above the player, and every time we level, he levels and his stats increase. So if you aren't level 1, you can go to Captain Lex right now and use the command get-AV space blade on him, and find that the value is much higher than its construction set value of 58. See, a lot of people when discussing Oblivion's scaling just leave it at health, because that's what's noticeable at a cursory glance, even with research on the UESP. They may not be realizing that the horror doesn't stop there. I'm actually writing this section very late in production, and I've probably looked at over 100 different NPC pages, and almost all of them used level offsets rather than fixed levels. In the same vein, it's probable that most of these NPCs are also using auto-calculated levels, meaning that it isn't just the gear of bandits or health values that's increasing. The people of Cyrodiil are actively getting better at skills as well. Morrowind's combat better conveys the feeling of becoming a master with a weapon than Oblivion because it has that relative skill difference. Even then, Oblivion is surprisingly robust at displaying the difference in skill levels with its damage system, and you'll only see that difference if you don't level. Because NPCs aren't improving when you don't level, you'll gradually grow in skill level compared to other NPCs. It's only one way, however, so it's not a perfect fix. It's funny to me that they actually made the combat system work for the purpose of displaying skill difference in Oblivion without hit chance, and then completely invalidated that advancement in formula with level scaling. Now I'm adding this section after having recorded and edited the combat demonstration in order to clear something up. I didn't really know what my second attempt at this would demonstrate until I did it. The first time it was to show that Morrowind combat, regardless of skill level, always results in the same paddle spamming combat, whereas Morrowind combat is faster and more dynamic. In doing this test, I realized that Oblivion's combat system actually has the potential to do a fine job of displaying skill levels, but you won't ever notice due to the aforementioned scaling. I still think the clip demonstrates my objective of showing how Oblivion's combat feels more spongy than Morrowind, with the player not really feeling all that more powerful as they level up. However, one thing I've noticed in discussions of Elder Scrolls is that people really don't get Morrowind combat. Now, if you want to make the criticism that Morrowind doesn't do a good enough job explaining itself, that's one thing. But I think if you have analysis or retrospective in the title of your video and you have a surface level or even atmospheric level understanding of the system, then that's a problem. I'm bringing this up earlier than I wanted to because I think it helps demonstrate my point. Let's say I'm analyzing Dark Souls and I say something like this. Dark Souls combat is frustrating because there's simply too much unavoidable damage. Look at this gargoyle fight. I'm unable to run fast enough to avoid these attacks. If you heard me say that and have played Dark Souls before, that's a red flag, because it shows that I don't understand how the game's defensive systems work with dodges and blocks. I would be rightfully criticized for analyzing a game I didn't understand. Most analysts I've seen discuss Morrowind's combat fundamentally don't understand it, and that's a red flag. By the way, if every other Oblivion video can have tangents about Morrowind combat, then so can mine. I've come up with a handy 3-strike system to expose these reviewers, and you can take it for a spin on any discussion of Morrowind's combat you want. Let's see how people stack up. First strike, spamming the attack button. See, in Morrowind, you do more damage if you hold the attack button for a second before releasing. This is akin to a power attack, but is actually efficient with your fatigue. I think people are drawn to spamming the left mouse button in order to do more swings, thinking it'll improve their chance to hit and thus damage per second, when actually it's the opposite. A few short, considerate swings will easily outdamage fast strikes because you'll use less fatigue. And that brings us to the second strike, bad fatigue management. Running out of fatigue due to fighting a tough enemy is one thing, but consistently demonstrating yourself fighting at low fatigue and then complaining that you miss a lot is akin to showing the world you didn't know dodge rolls were in Dark Souls. You hit 25% more often at full fatigue and miss 25% more often at low fatigue. The third strike to knock you out is this: using weapons not part of your class. It's one thing if you train a weapon skill up to a usable level, but I've noticed a trend of people not picking the short blade skill, but using short blades anyways, specifically the Iron Dagger. The Iron Dagger itself is a red flag because it's the free weapon at the census office. If someone is genuinely playing a short blade class, they would probably upgrade pretty fast from the low damage Iron Dagger. I simply don't believe in a longsword dominated world that there are this many people dedicated to using short blades. it's far more likely they hit record, started Morrowind, made a character, rushed to fight the first enemy they could with the starter weapon, and that's the clip we're seeing. Bonus points of the combat clip examples they use take place in the Bitter Coast or Shivering Isles. And with 3 strikes, you're out. Hell, it's entirely possible the same thing is happening with Oblivion combat. It's just harder to tell who is bad at Oblivion and who isn't because of how much more homogeneous the footage will look like due to the removal of hit chance. So, with that out of the way, let's make our first proposal to fixing the system. Now, I should be clear here. When proposing fixes to things, I tend to work in the framework of trying to maintain the stylistic vision of the parent game. When I propose a fix to a quest line, it's in the interest of still telling the same general story. With that in mind, let's talk about Dark Souls. This game should not be like Dark Souls, but it's always the go-to when trying to propose ways to improve Oblivion's combat because I think people are stuck in the mindset that hit chance is off limits. Dark Souls combat works for the vision it's trying to achieve, which is a third-person action-adventure game with a variety of enemies and weapon types. Oblivion doesn't even have the basic variety of a charging enemy that you have to side roll away from, and people think Dark Souls is the place to start. Now, the aspect that the Elder Scrolls should try to learn from the game is enemy variety and when fighting humans, weapon variety. Once it has those things, then we can talk about parries and weapon arcs. Ironically, Fallout 4 seemed like a step in this direction, with multiple monster types like creatures that burrow and... Okay, maybe that's all I remember off the top of my head, but it shows a bit of innovation. So, spitballing some ideas. We got the Minotaur, who could do a big wind-up charging attack that makes him a threat in tight hallways. Maybe instead of the Minotaurs using Warhammers, we give those to the Ogres, who do giant sweeping attacks. We'll steal from Skyrim and say trolls have really powerful health regeneration that you need to use fire to stop. And maybe imps fly up away from the enemy to keep using magic, but this costs them fatigue and they eventually float back into melee range when they run out. I would also make sure that imps and trolls don't stop showing up. So instead of fighting caves full of minotaurs and ogres at higher levels, you'll always have that variety in enemy types. We've taken the basic monster category and given them all really simple overhauls that brings them variety. Now let's make the bandits and marauders more interesting. First, we're going to bring back the 3 different attack types, chop, slash, and thrust. Each weapon has different strengths in different categories, so some swords are better at slashing than they are at thrusting, and some swords are better at thrusting than they are at slashing. But you say, won't this just inherit the best attack problem from Morrowind? Meet Mordhau. Mordhau has directional attacks as well as upward and downward swings, and thrusting attacks. Mountain Blade would also later use the model of directional attacks as well. No, really, Elder Scrolls was actually early to the first-person melee brawler party. So why don't people just stick to using one attack type in Mordhau? Well, while people do tend to use the same attack over and over, thrusting with pointed weapons and slashing with the others, they still have that option of switching in order to shake things up, not for themselves, but for their enemies. Maul users will often poke with their blunt weapon because it's faster than winding up a massive swing, even if it does less damage because it knocks people out of their rhythm. Swinging with a spear rather than stabbing may seem silly, but the goal is to have as big an arc as possible to improve your chances of landing a hit. While each weapon may have an ideal mode that it's strong in, the other options could have strengths as well, like making the attacks faster. Another common occurrence in Mordhau is people not being able to swing their massive claymores in tight spaces.
Longsword is a bad option in close quarters.
The thing though is that Mordhau is an imperfect example. It's a skill-based competitive multiplayer game. You never roleplay as someone bad at fighting, although I do sometimes use that excuse. Elder Scrolls can learn from Mordhau at least in terms of how it handles its weapon systems, but the focus still has to be on the role-playing aspect of the franchise. If my guy is, in character, not good at using swords, I shouldn't be able to just pick up a great sword and fight like a master because I, the player, am good at fighting with a great sword in the system. Our next addition is changing how armor types affect combat. It's pretty easy to identify when someone is wearing light, medium, or heavy armor, or no armor at all. So different weapons having different strengths seems like it would work well. Now, armor effectiveness being realistically portrayed as a rabbit hole of extremely niche knowledge and bickering I'm not interested in exposing myself to. Bladed weapons could be great for fighting people in little or light armor. This would gradually fall off as you got into medium and finally heavy armor. Blunt weapons would generally do less damage than bladed weapons overall, but wouldn't fall off with the heavier armors, presenting themselves as better all-rounders. Material should also be a factor. Maybe a Daedric sword cuts through iron and steel armor, but a steel sword does nothing against Daedric plate. That would make Daedric blunt weapons like the Mace of Molag Bal or Volendrung more desirable, since they would be the ultimate melee tools against heavy armor. Assassins, meanwhile, would stick with blades thanks to their strength against unarmored foes. Another thing would be to add bleed effects and broken bones, but maybe that borders on feature creep right now. However, Adding weapon variety is important in easing the current effect of weapons being flavored paddles. One possibility is incorporating enchantments into attacks. For instance, perhaps some enchanted daggers could double as magic wands, staves could double as polearms in a pinch, and maybe some weapons have weapon arts where they deal more damage at the cost of enchantment charge. So, now that we have that down, how do we work hit chance back into this equation? Simple. We improve the feedback. When an attack is made, the game calculates the odds of it landing. It then knows where the end of the attack animation needs to be and where it's starting from. This is where forward and inverse kinematics come into play. If the attack misses, maybe it goes wild or falls short. If it's a glancing blow, then it connects what slides off the armor. And if it's a dodge, we might see the enemy suddenly increase the distance just enough for it to miss. I would weigh the formula to work something like this. For 2 average fighters, 15% of swings should miss, 20% of swings should glance, and 25% of swings should be dodged. If someone rates high for agility, they dodge more often. If someone rates high for armor, there are more glancing blows due to their instincts. If someone rates high for luck, attackers miss them more often. It's then the job of the designer to communicate these ideas to the player. If someone's known for wearing light armor, they should consistently dodge more often. If someone's known for being lucky, they should have a high luck rating, and so on. After this, it's simply a matter of communicating to the player that their choice in weapon skill is important to their ability to fight. I think there would be a lot less complaining if the census office generated a weapon off the player's highest rated skill rather than always placing a dagger, because anytime you see people complaining about the combat, it's always that fucking iron dagger. Finally, let's rework health and fatigue. Health can be brought down or damage brought up. Currently, large health pools are the order of the day because without them, 100% hit chance would just tear through people. By bringing nuance to the system, we can bring the glass cannon approach back to combat. Surviving more than a couple blows should be territory reserved for tanky playstyles. Supporting this would be a fatigue rework. Fatigue now regenerates much faster, with player progression bringing that time up drastically as well. Oblivion changed the system by making attacks take far more fatigue than before, meaning that fights will slow down as they progress and fighters run out of energy to do as much damage. Fatigue has returned to now affecting your ability to land hits. Now the game is trying to beat your opponents before you run out of fatigue. Dodging or blocking a lot would affect this. But what about power attacks? Oh yeah, let me put power attacks in the grave real quick. Power attacks in Oblivion just aren't good. Someone's already left a comment saying I did the combat test wrong because I didn't use power attacks. That's intentional. Fatigue is damage and you trade a lot of it to do power attacks. However, because power attacks either lock you in place or lock your trajectory, they actually often miss quite a bit. To try and get use out of my expert perk for hand-to-hand, which has a 5% chance of knocking someone to the ground, I have to do a backwards power attack. The consistent way I found to do this is to turn 180 degrees away from the enemy, run backwards towards them, and then initiate the power attack before quickly jerking the camera back around to try and land the hit. Power attack levels are tied to perks, which are tied to skill level. At 25, we mastered the standing power attack, which does 3 times the normal damage. Note that all power attacks normally do 2.5 times damage, for 5 times the fatigue. Take that in. F power attack fatigue penalty is a variable that is multiplied against the normal fatigue cost formula when you power attack. It will always cost 5 times the fatigue to do a power attack that does 2.5 times the damage. Now let's think here. Instead of power attacking, we could do 5 attacks, which would be 5 times the damage, or twice the damage of the power attack at the same cost. Power attacks then fill the niche of being finishing moves, or as you level up special moves. At level 50, you gain a 5% chance to disarm from left or right attacks. At level 75, you gain a 5% chance to knock enemies back from backwards power attacks. At level 100, you gain a 5% chance to paralyze that works around paralysis resistance. The perk system is an Oblivion edition with varying results, mostly positive. Skyrim would inevitably go on to improve this general idea. It's not worth going skill by skill to explain all the perks, so we'll discuss them if they come up. I think power attacks are fine if you're trying to get a 5% outcome or trying to quickly finish the fight, but saying that they should be the bulk of combat is, in my opinion, really bad advice. With that, I think we've finished up on Oblivion combat. I don't know if my proposed system is superior because it's pretty easy to let the ideas guy in me get ahead of myself with proposals. However, I do think that Elder Scrolls would do nothing but benefit from having a system with more depth. You can make it accessible and easy for people to play with, but playing on the higher difficulty should necessitate a level of mechanical skill with the system. Right now, that mechanical skill is bobbing in and out of fights or running around opponents hiding in their blind spot. From here on until the end is a linear chain of events, so we'll treat it as one long finale instead of 3 individual quests. Orion asks that we meet him in his shack in Coral. This man was a high-ranking Fighters Guild member and lives in a hovel. Orion believes the Blackwood Company must be stopped and we're the only one capable of doing anything useful for the guild. His anonymous source, aka Mark Nelson, told him a high-ranking Blackwood member is in Glademist Cave between Coral and Bruma. To acquire him alive, we have to tear through a company of Blackwood fighters. He's intimidated that we killed all his guards and is willing to follow us back to Orion's hovel. We have to pass through the gate, man, not even gonna call for guards to arrest us. Nobody ever thinks to just lie and say the player struck first. Hell, even if Blackwood members did attack us, that doesn't mean we can just kidnap their boss. I'm pretty sure slavery is still illegal in the Empire. It's weak writing, and I'm not sure why the subsequent interrogation scene couldn't have just happened at Glademist Cave to avoid it. The interrogation itself is clever and fun, using the persuasion mechanics or a good old beating to get answers out of Ajim Kajin. It ends with his suicide though, which is weird because there's nothing that should inspire such loyalty in that faction. It's a mercenary group, not a cult. Either way, Orion figures the next step is to infiltrate the Blackwood Company. Yeah, send us, the guy who runs around naked boxing trolls on an infiltration job. Jedum Z is skeptical, but we lie our way through because player choice is an illusion. We follow him to the training area where we receive our first mission, but we need to take some hist sap before we head out. And this is where the game completely and utterly broke, even with the unofficial patch, as Jedum Z walks out, locking the door behind him but forgetting to give me the sap. The scripting is actually broken, so the game is completely and utterly soft-locked even with access to the console, which is only the second time I've had a game break at such a fundamental level. The first time being after I shot a settler in the Minutemen path of Fallout 4. There's a few problems here. This is one of those moments where the designers can't let the players have teleportation magic because it would break the sequence to have the player discover the secret and be able to escape. The player is being strong-armed into taking the hist sap. You can't avoid it and you can't escape it. Killing the other trainees won't work and you won't ever be able to escape. The Blackwood Company is content with locking you in their basement for the rest of time and waiting until you take that sap. They do the same thing with the hazing scene in Skyrim's Companions faction, where the game isn't prepared for the player to say no beyond simply locking off the content, which is fine if the faction in question isn't the primary combat faction of the game. Morrowind, for example, could theoretically get away with doing something like this because the player still has other options for factions to go do. What's funny is, Morrowind generally avoided putting the player in situations where the rules for the character they're playing would come in conflict with factions. I would point to Crassius Curio, but hell, sexual favors are perfectly in line with a Holau character. The Fighters Guild is by design one of the morally good factions in Oblivion, so presenting no path for the player beyond this trap is just bizarre. So we reload the save and try again. This time the scripting doesn't break and we head out. We arrive at Water's Edge and take out our targets, goblins who have taken over the village. Once it's done, or if we leave the area like a punk, we wake up at Orion's house, which is impressive given Water's Edge is near Leowyn and Modron lives in Coral. He then sends us back down to Water's Edge to find out what really happened, which, as it turns out, the village has been slaughtered. We can find the father of the woman whose debt we helped with mourning the loss of his daughter. This is an improvement over Morrowind, at least in terms of emotional storytelling, but boy is it stupid. For the aforementioned reasons, the player is ramrodded into this trap because it's the linchpin of the Blackwood Company that the player needs to participate in this event. Sure, it's interesting to force a good player into doing something morally dubious. The premise is fine. But the methods and, more importantly, the goal of the scene overrode any desire for good storytelling. The Blackwood Company is using bad hist sap from a tree located in Leowyn as a performance-enhancing substance, but in turn, it apparently makes you do evil things no matter how complicated that may be. Let's break this down then. All of the Blackwood Company quests belong to Arain, so only his quest and the Den of Thieves quest is worth discussing. We start with Maglir defaulting on a contract because the guild isn't paying well enough. This is where I have to criticize the UESP because at present they state that Maglir isn't Fighters Guild material, call him a coward, and say that he rambles about his family and paycheck. That's one interpretation, but it's apparent that Maglir is a capable fighter and he's completely right. The Fighters Guild doesn't pay well because the rewards are leveled. At levels 1 through 4, they only pay you 100 gold per contract, which isn't a lot considering how dangerous the contracts can be. 500 gold at level 20 may seem like a lot, but the cost of equipment go up more than the payouts at level brackets, so in reality, you're being paid relatively less than at lower levels. If you're a normal person trying to ply your trade as a mercenary, these wages will barely cover the cost of life-saving equipment, let alone other expenses, especially if you have a family like Maglir does. It's little wonder that only psychopaths like us are able to survive contracts at all, considering how many Fighters Guild members likely die due to chronically being underpaid. Drunken Disorderly is another quest with delinquent Fighters Guild members, which they attribute to the Blackwood Company stealing all of their contracts. This is where the player will probably first hear of the company if they aren't reading the Black Horse Courier. We then take the Master's son to find a missing farmer and find a Blackwood Company shield by his corpse. How and why did the Blackwood Company kill Galta's Previa? How? Because the cave is still full of monsters, and why? Because the cave is full of monsters, so they clearly didn't have a contract to be there, and Previa is a farmer, so there's no point in killing him. The only explanation is maybe Galtus was a Blackwood recruit, but that wouldn't explain why he was looking for gems in a cave so far from Leowen. After this is Den of Thieves, the quest where we go with Maglir to take care of some Bosmer. This quest is weird because, as I've stated, Maglir won't bring up if you route him out in the first quest, and here he is being at least content with participating in a contract. He'll complain at the lack of direction, but that's a valid criticism of the guild not doing the investigation for us and simply sending us out to do the fighting part of the contract. After this is more unfinished business where Maglir leaves the guild to join the Blackwood Company. This isn't unreasonable. They are getting better contracts and they're even equipping him with Blackwood armor, an improvement over his former iron gear. The only thing that's wrong here is that Maglir didn't finish his contract, and really, the only thing that's wrong is that Maglir didn't tell anyone he wasn't going to finish his contract. He's not obligated to do so, given that he left the Fighters Guild. So at worst, Maglir was unprofessional in airing what were otherwise valid grievances with the guild and joined another organization that paid better and provided equipment. Azani Blackheart is where the faction takes a turn. Vitellis Daunton, the guildmaster's other son, died alongside 14 others trying to retrieve a sword for Blackheart. His death is the reason Varanus stopped being sent out on jobs, and is stated to be the reason Velena Daunton has been running the guild into the ground. The Blackwood Company claimed they did the contract before Argoth mysteriously died, and it's revealed that Blackheart is still alive. However, and this is important, nothing here points at the sap. In fact, nothing up to this point has ever pointed to the sap. It's simply shady dealings, and it's shady dealings we have to take Modron Orion's word on. I draw Orion into question because there's a great deal of information that he has access to that the player doesn't. Another thing is the question of how Blackwood Company got their hands on so many contracts that the Fighters Guild already received. Did they just show up at Argoth's house out of the blue, sword in hand, and turn in the job? Or were they hired by Azani to do so? Because there is an important distinction there. If Argoth can hire the Fighters Guild to retrieve a weapon from Blackheart, why shouldn't Blackheart hire the Blackwood Company to take care of someone who basically contracted hitmen against him? Argoth doesn't speak for the Imperial government, so can anyone just put in a contract to kill people with bounties? Sure, it seems underhanded because the Blackwood Company played a client for financial gain, but all we have to go on is assumptions by Orion that Argoth hired the Blackwood Company. We're shown multiple times clients of magical dispositions stating that they prefer to hire the Fighters Guild. Simply put, there's no clear answer here, beyond the fact that his sap isn't a sufficient excuse to explain the Blackwood Company in this situation. Then, Varanus Daunton dies at the Forsaken Mine. They took on a contract to take care of some trolls, however it becomes apparent they were attacked by Blackwood Company who killed troll and Fighters Guild warriors alike and then left. The clear implication is that they were affected by the Hiss sap, likely seeing the Fighters Guild members as trolls. However, question. Who made this contract and why did they hire both the Fighters Guild and the Blackwood Company to do it? That's like hiring two different electricians to wire the same outlet. Surely the Fighters Guild would have some kind of exclusivity clause in their contract prior to Daunton running the guild into the ground. And here's the thing. If you hire a contractor to do a job and then some random guy shows up, says he found the mangled corpse of the original contractor, so he completed the job instead, you aren't obligated to pay that random person because they weren't who you contracted to do the job. Rather, you're obligated to call the police because they're likely a murderer. So, were Ajum Kajin's guards under the effect of the Hiss sap? We didn't find any bottles of sap empty or filled. Are the Blackwood Company members even aware that they've been hallucinating enemies and doing immoral things under the influence of the sap, or is that just their initiation process? And that, guys, brings us back to where we were. Simply put, this revelation can only be described as really stupid. It recontextualizes exactly one quest, and said quest didn't need recontextualization. If Trolls of the Forsaken Mine was a Morrowind quest, it would have gone like this. The Fighters Guild was wiped out at the mine, and there are several leading theories. It's possible Varanus started a fight with the Blackwood Company when they showed up. It's possible the Blackwood Company struck because they recognized that he was the son of the Fighters Guild leader. Maybe they showed up explicitly because they knew he would be there. Or maybe they were under the influence of Hiss sap. There were several conflicting journals that could be found on site, with each faction speculating about the motives of the other. Oh, and Blackwood Company would be a joinable faction. Instead, they're a vaguely evil faction under the influence of drugs, and this is grounds for us to go to their headquarters and wipe them out to a man, murdering every single person involved. Where's the law in this matter?
You are no longer one of us. Fighters Guild spy. Traitor. Your life is forfeit. You pathetic worm.
Orion isn't even a member of the Fighters Guild anymore. He got expelled after Varanus died. We're doing this under the table, and I'm pretty sure Officer Wes Johnson isn't going to be impressed with the excuse that it was for the good of the Fighters Guild. The canonical new leader of the Fighters Guild should be serving time pending execution for the murder of all of these people, including Maglier. Yes, Maglier shows up to fight, which is just the cherry on top. Regardless of whether you kept a secret or not, you can't avoid fighting him, which kind of runs contrary to the coward theory, although again, it runs contrary to his family excuse as well. And don't say it's the his staff, considering he recognizes who we are. Velena is outraged at our actions, but decides that we're worthy of leading the Fighters Guild, and we appoint Orion our second in command. The end. Boy, what a disaster. Assuming Mark Nelson really was the writer, it's easy to see that his primary focus was the Daedra quests, because they are way better than what we got with the Fighters Guild. At best, the Fighters Guild got a loose outlines of ideas that really needed a second draft that didn't come because Mark and Kin were busy trying to fix a problem with the NPCs of the Daedric Shrines. Not to hate on Nelson, he wrote the Daedric quests of Morrowind as well. It's funny that Rolston claimed that Nelson hated fast travel because, well, let's think about that claim for a second. If Nelson believed that, then surely he would have pushed his quests to not rely on fast travel, right? So what does a Fighters Guild playthrough without fast travel look like? I've been hinting at this, so let's fully map out what this quest line looks like. Why? Well, I'll tell you when I'm done. Assuming we start in Anvil then. The first two quests start in and around Anvil, so no travel necessary. But now, to progress, we have to go get a quest from the Shadenhall Hall. We go to the Desolate Mine, which is near Shadenhall, then back to town before being directed to our next quest in Coral. Our first quest in Coral then sends us down to Skingrad, and in turn to Fallen Rock Cave near Skingrad. Then we have to go back up to Coral in order to be told to travel down to Leyawiin. From here, we have to source ectoplasm, so I'll call it a freebie and just say everyone hit up the local chapel Undercroft. We then have to go back up to Coral before having to journey back to Shadenhall to then be told to go to Water's Edge, a small town north of Leyawiin. Take care of the debt, and we go back up to Shadenhall to then be sent across the Urdle to Anvil to take care of thieves at Heroda Cave near Anvil. We then have to travel up to Coral to escort the Master's son to Nautical Cavern near Coral before returning to Orion and being directed to meet him at his house and then meet him in Leyawiin. We walk up to the ruins of Arpenia, which is a fair distance from Leyawiin, and then we move on to Adatar nearby. Then we go to Shadenhall to get a contract to deal with fugitives hiding in Bloodman Cave, a stone's throw away from Breville. We then go back to Shadenhall before being directed to Anvil for an escort quest to Brittle Rock Cave near Kavach, and then go back to Anvil. Then we're sent up to Coral for Arain to give us a mission to go to Forsaken Mine, which is southeast of Leyawiin, and then we go back up to Coral. Then we travel to Shadenhall to be sent to save a noble's daughter at Lord Rugdumth's estate, which is some distance north of Shadenhall, before returning to Shadenhall to be sent to Anvil, where we get our next job to recover the Stone of St. Alicia. So we go all the way up to Bruma and then are sent east to find out the stone is at the ruin of Sador, which is halfway between Shadenhall and Bruma. Then we go back to Bruma and then back to Anvil before being sent to Coral to kidnap a guy from Glademist Cave, which is halfway between Coral and Bruma. We take the guy back to Coral and then are sent down to Leyawiin to infiltrate the Blackwood Company. This quest teleports us up to Water's Edge before teleporting us back to Arain's house, who will then send us down to Water's Edge near Leyawiin. And then we return to Arain's house in Coral, who orders us to wipe out the Blackwood Company headquarters in Leyawiin, and we finally return to Coral to finish the questline. I want to put a nail in the coffin for people who make the just don't use it argument anytime fast travel comes up. The problem isn't the traveling, the problem is being asked to travel to and fro a dozen times. I had no problem each time I stepped out into the wilderness to go to a troll cave, but the caves were always a stone's throw away from the cities. The bulk of travel time you'll clock in Oblivion is going to be going down the same roads over and over, and the reason is that the designers knew you would have access to fast travel. Which is why the argument doesn't work. It would be one thing if the questline was designed around a non-fast travel playthrough, but there are a few steps you can take in that front. For instance, having Orion relocate to the nearby guild halls for each quest, using a courier to deliver messages and make it possible to turn in contracts at any guild hall. But because the designers knew the player would have access to fast travel, they don't have to worry or probably didn't realize just how much of a mess the questline is for the person who decides to disable fast travel. Finally, we have Battlehorn Castle. This was a piece of DLC that added a themed home for warriors. A large castle complete with a retinue of fighters and servants, and even the ability to collect and build trophies from the enemies you defeat. There's even a cool sword you can find. It's kind of busted because the castle is just handed over to the player if they stop the marauders currently besieging the castle, all 4 of them. What Battlehorn Castle does break is armor. We'll go into more detail later, but Here the player can purchase a Dwemer Forge fortifying armor of 15 points, using an ability which grants us future perks. This is important for getting the skill up to 50 quickly in order to repair magic equipment, as otherwise this is one routine expenditure the player can expect until they get to skill level 50. It's probably the most innocuous of the mechanics broken by the game's DLC, and otherwise I rate the castle pretty highly. Ah, the Mages Guild. I'm not even sure how to approach this faction. So let's start with some history. This faction is the work of Brian Chapin, an Elder Scrolls forum admin turned Morrowind world designer. He's alleged to be responsible for the Cliff Racer population. He got to switch into quest design and writing position with Tribunal. As with all things Bethesda, it's difficult to specifically credit which quests he's responsible for, although there is more certainty he's responsible for the Oblivion Mages Guild questline and Mothership Zeta DLC from Fallout 3. So, how did he do? Well, I'm generally against saying that factions are outright bad to start. I think the angle we need to take is this. Is the Mages Guild a good magical faction? And the answer is not really, mostly because the faction is basically Harry Potter.
Gotta get back to Hogwarts.
I don't know if you know this, but the Prisoner of Azkaban movie came out in 2004, and this was basically the beginning of the fantasy obsession with magical high school, which is not, and never has been, the purpose of the Mages Guild in Elder Scrolls. Now, sure, you have places like the Arcane University and the College of Winterhold, but I think it's important to remember the historical purposes of universities and colleges, which wasn't primarily education, but rather the aggregation of knowledge and primary research. Rather, the Elder Scrolls setting is typically characterized as having magical education fall into two camps: self-experimentation or direct apprenticeship. I don't think there's ever been a good magical faction in Elder Scrolls. The closest we ever got was House Telvanni. This is half a mechanics problem and half a passion problem. Simply put, there's a Mages Guild in Oblivion because it's expected of the series for there to be a magical faction, and because the faction is being made without passion, it can't genuinely gate content behind the expectation that the player knows or even has access to any kind of complex magic. Stealth and combat get two factions each, while magic has a single faction to be defined by. Now, the Mages Guild has to be accessible to Todd, and Todd is rather famously a barbarian player. The Mages Guild never requires you to actually cast magic reliant on your character's skill level. In other words, the game will always provide the necessary scrolls on the rare occasion that a quest requires a spell effect. Now, this is a problem I noted as well in the Morrowind video. However, Morrowind offset this problem in a key way: faction requirements. Even if the Morrowind quests themselves never required the player to personally cast magic, House Telvanni and the Mages Guild both require a magical skill to be raised to 70 and 80 respectively. Oblivion, inversely, has a few quests which encourage spell usage and one quest that outright requires it, but it has no means of verifying that the player is actually a spellcaster, outside of the most pedantic and technical sense of being a person who casts spells, albeit with scrolls. Scrolls have always been in an awkward position given they're in the name of the game. They provide an opportunity for non-magical characters to try out and utilize magic. In Morrowind, for instance, players without the mysticism skill could still purchase Alms of the Intervention scrolls, allowing them to teleport back to Tribunal temples. Emphasis is on purchase. Players who lack the skill have to spend money to supplement that lack of skill. If a player is skilled in mysticism and can cast the spell, that means they may have a new weakness they need to supplement instead. Oblivion cut this down. The utility function of scrolls is lessened because there are less utility spells overall. One use for scrolls in Morrowind was for warriors who didn't have security or alteration and couldn't unlock chests, so they could purchase Ondicized scrolls instead. Oblivion's equivalent open scrolls, however, are now randomized loot. So instead of having a reliable alternative, it's more of a coupon the player can use to avoid playing the lockpicking minigame. Charm is another good use of scrolls, but only for the first couple levels in Oblivion. Even then, there are far fewer instances where high disposition matters at all. Once the player starts raking in those fame points and faction disposition bonuses, charm scrolls are worthless. Summon scrolls are another good supplement for players who want to summon but don't use conjuration. Yeah, we're really getting into niche markets now. But they can't rely on scrolls as part of their playstyle because almost all scrolls are, again, randomized loot. The problem, or perhaps intention behind the system, is that players can't create scrolls. I mean, technically yes, but it's extremely cost prohibitive in Morrowind. So they're just relegated to bonuses and demonstrations of magic, which meant sometimes I forgot about scrolls even being in my arsenal because of the UI. No, please, not yet. Spellcrafting in Oblivion was a misstep in my opinion. The player can only create new spells after gaining admittance into the Arcane University, or for the low price of $189. And once spells are created, they can't be deleted. So creating spells for a specific purpose and then later losing that purpose means you're stuck with a worthless spell. It seems like being able to craft scrolls as one-offs to test spell ideas or for specific use cases would work really well, instead of going the opposite direction of making spell creation increasingly difficult to impossible in Skyrim. But let's walk this back to the guild. You can join it in a guild hall which provides access and ownership to many of the objects in the guild halls with no responsibilities. It's a miracle more people don't become associates. Anyways, to join the university, we're going to need a recommendation from every guild hall, meaning every city, except the Imperial City in Kvatch and such. So let's go on tour of Cyrodiil's cities. Bruma. I started by joining the guild in Bruma.
Hello there. Are you here to join the Mages Guild?
The Bruma recommendation entails finding a missing mage who isn't missing but has in fact turned invisible to prank his boss. You can investigate by asking around, or you can use a detect spell to find Jaskar. You'll eventually be led to Volinaro, who will dispel Jaskar's invisibility if we steal a book from Jean, and he teaches us an open spell to unlock her desk. Or you can dispel it yourself if you're a nut job who actually owns a dispel on touch or target effect. I appreciate the magical path to this quest, but here's how I would have done it. Jean suspects that Jaskar is invisibly hiding, but as others will point out, Jean isn't very good at magic. She has her position due to nepotism, but she will point out that Volinaro happens to know Detect Life and Dispel and that we should ask him for training under the guise of our new membership. The quest has the same dichotomy as Volinaro and Jaskar versus Jean. We can use dialogue to solve the problem, or we can use magic. I would go so far as to say the desk is magically locked and can't be physically unlocked, so both paths require some magic to be used. As it stands, the player can bypass the magic of this quest with the security skill and a disposition check, no magic required. Which in a microcosm is fine, but with the rest of the guild is disappointing. Speaking of disappointing, Bruma. Bruma is the northernmost city of Cyrodiil, sitting at the base of the Jarrell Mountains, which serves as a natural border to Skyrim. However, due to Oblivion maintaining the scale of Morrowind, it actually feels more appropriate to say that the Red Ring Road near Lake Rumari is the base of the mountains, and Bruma sits just above the snow line. In any case, Bruma shares a cultural overlap with Skyrim, at least on paper. In reality, the people do not dress for the climate and spend their days loitering in the cold, and the Nordic culture is superficial at best. This is, in all likelihood, because what the Nords actually were supposed to be hadn't been worked out yet. The Chapel of Talos dominates the city, with a nearby section of wooden shacks copied from other cities that look out of place in the northern climate. The town also lacks a cohesive plan. You have a row of higher-end housing, but at the end of the row far from the gate is the smith. You then have a ridge with the guild halls, but someone's house is also up there. Just switch the house and smith around. Then there's another ridge which has most of the businesses. I think the ridge premise is fine, but it needs to shift some stuff around to better centralize the commercial area. And you would think the Bruma Fighters Guild would have been mentioned at least once, considering it's located near Skyrim, a land defined by fighters.
Look at the muscles on you.
Shadenhall. Shadenhall sits below the Vallis Mountains, which border Cyrodiil and Morrowind, although this time below the snow line. Our recommendation here comes from Falcar, who seems less than pleased that we want a recommendation and sends us off to do grunt work, retrieving a ring he believes was tossed in the well. We have to get a key from Deetsan, but she insists that we speak when Falcar isn't present. Yeah? Can we hurry this up? You aren't even trying to get away from him.
Well met, guildmate.
Poor Tivila. I hear she is turning Shadenhall inside out looking for her husband Rife. I hope nothing bad has happened to him.
Bye.
Deetsan informs us that we aren't the first associate to go after the ring, which is alarming given how simple the task is. She gives us the key and teaches us a weak feather and water breathing spell. In the well we find the ring, which weighs 150 pounds, and the corpse of the last associate to attempt this task. Imagine drowning because you refuse to drop the ring. Anyways, we return to find Falcar has left after an argument with Deetsan. He got mad that she had helped us, and then she threatened to report him to the council, even though from her perspective he had done nothing wrong. Deetsan's getting ahead of the script. She only has grounds to report Falcar after the revelation of Vidkin's death comes up to light. What if Vidkin had taken the ring and skipped town, or just left the guild in general? The only hint of foul play is that Deetsan was aware of the ring's abnormal heaviness, which she herself doesn't directly indicate to the player despite having the opportunity. meaning if we had died as well, she would now be culpable. We go downstairs to search his room for the recommendation. Yeah, sure. And instead find his dildo 2 black soul gems. The significance of which is intentionally lost on the player, as this is their first appearance in the setting in a quest like this. Black soul gems are used to capture sapient souls, i.e. the souls of elves, humans, and beastfolk. Black soul gems are an interesting topic we'll get into later. Their presence here allegedly means that Falcar is a necromancer, which is not true given the player can possess black soul gems but can't learn necromancy. Here are the problems. Falcar was apparently aiming to kill Mages Guild associates, and his idea is clever enough for exactly one murder. His fatal flaw? Sending the associates to Deetsan to get the key. If Falcar was a necromancer, wouldn't he have removed the body for, well, necromantic purposes? And why would he possess the black soul gems if he wasn't trying to get the associates' souls? I'm surprised he doesn't have a Mana Marco poster in his room for how amateurish his efforts at sabotage are. Deetsan then accuses Falcar without evidence, and rather than discrediting her or killing her, he just storms off in a huff. Killing her would have been on the table too, considering Falcar just goes off to live in an alien ruin after this. And sure, the game offers a magical solution to the ring problem, except the player doesn't actually need to bring the ring to Deetsan. The well is so small and the player doesn't need the water breathing effect, and 5 points of feather is not going to help much with the weight. Deetsan offers to write the recommendation in place of Falcar. So, a theme of the Mages Guild questline is this dichotomy between talented magicians versus the more bureaucratic members of the guild. In a sense, the guild has lost its way as a magical institution and is now purely focused on magical regulation. This mostly took the form of gradual bans on magic like teleportation and levitation, but has recently extended to necromancy as well. The questline, though, doesn't actually acknowledge the latter restrictions, but is primarily about the schism created by the ban of necromancy. We'll have to discuss that later. Did you know that Cheydinhal has a statue of Galarian? I'm not quite certain what his connection with Cheydinhal is supposed to be, just worth noting given that he was the guy who founded the Mages Guild. The city is supposed to be inspired by Dunmer architecture, yet looks nothing like any of the Dunmer buildings seen in Morrowind. The adobe material would likely be rarer, sure, but it isn't even visually similar to Mournhold. In fact, design-wise, it's the antithesis. Mournhold had angled roofs, but they're almost flat, while Cheydinhal's roofs are almost vertical. The doors and windows of Mournhold are defined by sharp angles, while the doors and windows of Cheydinhal are rounded. And Mournhold's main theme is a seafoam green, while Cheydinhal has uniformity in their purple color scheme. In fact, Cheydinhal appears closer to the imperial architecture of Pelagiad and Caldera, rather than any Dunmer style, and that reflects on its people as well. There are almost as many orcs living in Cheydinhal as there are Dunmer, and what Dunmer do reside here are far more imperialized than even the worst of House Halalu. It's bizarre that given the massive religious schism that is currently embroiling Morrowind during this time period, that there aren't apparently any new or old tribunal worshippers in Cheydinhal. There's one NPC who will remark on this, Arvis Addis, but someone decided to put this character in the Leowen Chapel instead of Cheydinhal's chapel.
I used to be a priest of the Tribunal Temple in Craigenmore. After the collapse, I drifted for a while until I joined the chapel. The beggars and the wicked Thieves Guild still trouble me. I wish the 9 divines offered charity and comfort to the poor, like the temple did.
Here you have your chapel-going Imperials and your chapel-dodging Dark Elves, and never the twain shall meet. The Imperials have the gold, houses, and top spots. Dark Elves like me left Morrowind in the whole priest-ridden tribunal nightmare. And we take the whole patriotic Imperial mission attitude with a dose of salt.
Cheydinhal at least has a more functional design, with a clear divide between its commercial and residential areas. And the city's quite beautiful, with the contrast between the buildings and the plants and the river that flows through the middle of it, but to say that it has heavy Dunmer influences is little more than flavor text. Like the questlines, the cities had individual designers, and we know that Cheydinhal was the work of Megan Sawyer, who started at Bethesda with Oblivion. You can even see her working on the city in the Making of Oblivion documentary. Leowen. Degale is the head of the guild hall and asks us to recover her personal amulet, pointing us to Agata. Most of the guild hall is dissatisfied with Degale, as without her amulet she simply isn't fit to lead. Calthar is the most vocal about this, which isn't surprising given his tragic facial status. Agata asks us to pry, and Calthar reveals Degale's father for some reason. Degale in turn points us to the fort her father was stationed at.
I know where you must go. Blood ran blue and dragons flew high. Under broken towers and broken bodies it now lies. waiting to be found.
That may sound like a riddle of some sort, but it's only solvable if you happen to know the names of all the local forts, which is why a quest marker pops up, pointing us exactly to it. Unfortunately, Kalthar also got a quest marker and turns up as soon as we get her father's amulet.
Why are you trying to ruin everything?
I'm just now learning this. According to the Wiki, Kalthar can reveal that he was a necromancer but ended his practice when the guild banned it. This is a revelation to me, and this is not the first time, even in the last 2 years, that I've played this questline. Yet in all my playthroughs, I've never learned this basic fact, because I've never thought to ask Kalthar about the Mages Guild. That's a pretty important piece of information about his character to not include in any of the main dialogue. I thought he was just some asshole with a half-misguided, half-legitimate grievance against the guild who took it out the wrong way. This quest is so much worse with this new information in mind for reasons that bear mentioning when we talk about the necromancers. So, we give Daedra the amulet and she sends off the recommendation. I think the weirdest part of the quest is that the antagonist is the one that proposes the solution, which is weird because Kalthar's never given a legitimate reason to care about Daedal's father. Hell, given that she and her father are Bosmer and she's on the older side, it doesn't seem like something Kalthar would know about. So, Leyawiin. I put some feelers out there, and Leyawiin seems to rank in the lower end of Imperial cities, at least in a lot of people's opinions. Leyawiin isn't the ugliest city, we'll get to that. It's colorful and has a unique aesthetic without making it seem like the local homeowners association commissions the Dark Brotherhood to enforce the roof color. If I had to guess, there are 2 problems with Leyawiin. The first is the aforementioned aspect I discussed in the Fighters Guild section about how the player is expected to make so many trips down here. Even with fast travel, it can be annoying having to scroll the map down to Leyawiin. That's for the benefit of doing quests in Leyawiin, and there are more bad quests than good here. And that's grading on the curve that is the standard of Oblivion quests. In addition, Leyawiin isn't laid out that well. It does a decent job of not mixing its commercial and residential areas together, but then there's this guild area. The way you fix this is to switch the guild area and the chapel around and then swap the Fighters and Mages Guild so that the Mages Guild is closest to the gate because the Fighters Guild serves no purpose here. The Blackwood Company is a quest finale and the bookstore is a bookstore and a post-Morrowind Elder Scrolls game. Also, the horse heraldry is just weird considering the city's in a swamp. Horses and swamps just don't go together, you guys should know better. Leyawiin sits at the apex of Cyrodiil, Elsewhere, and Black Marsh. Despite its advantageous naval position, it doesn't actually have a port, which is just bizarre given wars have been fought over cities that sit on naval choke points. For gameplay reasons, the river isn't even deep enough for ships to actually pass. It's a shame Oblivion was also the game to portray the lowest amount of racial tension, considering how interesting the conflict between the Khajiit natives, Argonian immigrants, and Imperial nobles is in this city. There's nothing to hint at the fact that the Khajiit went against the Empire in the war that occurred between Oblivion and Skyrim just based on this population. Bravil.
No! No, not Brazil! No! No, please! Anything but that! No!
Oh, Bravil. Canonically, it's the worst town in Cyrodiil. That doesn't stop the designers from trying, at least. It's a fun city to just run around because of all the exterior staircases you can use to jump around on the buildings. And it's laid out well, with an upfront commercial area and 2 separate residential areas. It's hard to get lost in Bravil, despite all the buildings being brown and decrepit. I would say the town's lack of economic prosperity could be due to it being a coastal city with no port, but so's Leyawiin. There's not really any good reason Bravil fails and Leyawiin succeeds. Sure, the Count of Bravil is a prick, but that doesn't cause all the buildings to turn brown and everybody to start taking up skooma. I'm getting the town aspect of this section out of the way because I, like a lot of people, don't like Bravil. A local Dunmer bard has been harassing one of the Mages Guild members, and we're tasked with retrieving her staff from him. Kudai will even give us a scroll to help persuade him. We confront him, and he tells us he did take the staff, but he ended up selling it to someone else in the Imperial City. Quite a ways to go because you felt embarrassed about stealing her stuff. Anyways, Kudai gives us 3 more scrolls and dispatches us to go get the staff back. We can persuade the guy who bought the staff and he'll sell it to us for 200 gold, or we can persuade the wife and she'll tell us where the staff is. We return, give the staff back, and Kudai teaches us a charm spell. Alright, let me be honest. This quest doesn't even feel like it's part of the same quest line. In fact, Kudai has a second quest, Through a Nightmare Darkly, which feels more appropriate to me as the recommendation quest. Oblivion regulars will recognize it as the quest where you enter the guy's dream world and pass 4 tests to escape. In either case, neither quest really has any significance to the broader Necromancer story, and you know, I appreciate that. Instead, it's just a simple little quest to introduce players to charm spells, in the game where charm spells aren't as useful. I'm not sure why the player couldn't have been taught the spell first and expected to use it. That's rhetorical, I know why. It's because players with an illusion level of 5 need to be able to complete this quest. Skingrad. Our next task is simple. Adrian wants us to retrieve some notes she lent to Earthor, but she doesn't know where he is.
Adriana's
Druzia, yet another Argonian in the recommendation series, points out that Earthor was sent out of the hall to better practice his magic. Adrian then sends us to check up on Earthor, who we find trapped in a cave full of zombies. And he'll refuse to talk to us until every single one is dead, and he telepathically knows if this is true or not. Now, why he's in a cave with 7 zombies is never actually stated. 7's a bit much to accidentally set loose upon yourself, so the implication, I guess, is that the Necromancer sent the zombies to kill Earthor, because he's a guild member, even though they could just try recruiting him. He doesn't mention ever speaking with any Necromancers, and he's a bit hasty to move past the why question. If the goal was simply to rescue a forgotten Earthor and not involve the Necromancers at all, then surely it would be better to use a different enemy type, right? Is the idea that Earthor is secretly a Necromancer? Because that doesn't come up. Adriana will teach the player a weak fireball spell to help deal with the zombies, so that's nice. But given this is the simple task of killing X and retrieving Y, any player is again capable of completing this quest. Skingrad sits atop the road, in the sense that the player has to enter and exit the city if they follow the road from the Imperial City to Anvil. And the city, despite this being in the gated area, bridges over this road rather than connecting to it. I almost never use the proper gate into Skingrad. The town forms a loop with a section for merchants and 2 residential areas. Despite Skingrad being close to the Valenwood border, it appears to be an example of a true Cyrodiilic city, and it's well known for its wine, of which 2 separate vineyards exist. This has drawn Sindarion, a famous alchemist, to the city, as well as a whole host of interesting individuals. Simply put, this feels like the first city we've covered to have any kind of unique identity to it, and it's little surprise Skingrad is a common favorite among Oblivion fans. And more than Oblivion fans. Skingrad is popular as an example of a fantasy city design. Its castle sits alone, perched over the city, and the main road design becomes apparent when you read the story of Rizlav the Righteous, the king of Skingrad who trapped an Elysian army in a valley and pelted them with arrows. Excellent city, shame about the recommendation quest. Kvatch. A quick note about Kvatch. We'll discuss it in more detail when we cover the main quest, but this is an area where the lack of interconnectivity between the quest lines really hurt the game. In all honesty, it isn't necromancy that should have been illegalized in Cyrodiil, but conjuration as a whole, considering the planet is currently undergoing the Oblivion crisis. Instead, the Mages Guild would be characterized as using a Dremora messenger in a situation where Dremora are invading and pillaging the country. Perhaps conjuration has been proposed to be next, and this has forced the division in the guild. Either way, nobody ever mentions that the guild hall in Kvatch gets destroyed. Anvil. The Anvil recommendation quest is interesting in that it shows the Mages Guild actually performing their function as magical regulators. Someone has been ambushing travelers along the Gold Road utilizing frost magic. This is a bit much for a recommendation, and if you're like me, this may have been your first exposure to the Oblivion Mages Guild. In any case, we're more so acting as bait than actually taking out the highwaymen. We meet with one of the battle mages sent to assist us at the inn, and she directs us to rent a room and use the cover identity as a merchant. Sure enough, one of the other patrons asks our identity and expresses concern given recent events. We sleep. This is one of those quests players trying to avoid leveling have to watch out for, and the battle mage meets us in secret, laying out a plan. The next morning, or whenever really, we set out down the road. Sure enough, the high elf who asked our identity earlier ambushes us, and you may not know this, but she's a necromancer. The clue is really obvious. Don't you see it? It's right before your eyes. Okay, so the trick is to close Oblivion and open the construction set, and then look at the quest scripting to see that she's added to the necromancer faction when she ambushes us. Oh, were you expecting the clue to be in the game and not just some hidden variable? What's funny is, we get 1 fame point for this quest. You know what else gave us 1 fame point? Finding Jaskar. Anyways, that's the whole quest. Magic in this quest is completely optional, which might be fine if there was a narrative relevance to this quest, which there isn't. Because at no point does it ever come up that she's a necromancer. So the point of the quest is that the Mages Guild is a competent organization that is doing its job, which is contrary to what all the other recommendation quests are trying to imply. A few more things. The Anvil Guild Hall is run by Carahil, whose name comes up in an optional side quest about a lich. Hannibal Traven, the current archmage and opponent of necromancy, also used to run the Anvil Guild Hall prior to becoming the leader of the Mages Guild, so perhaps the implication is that Anvil is the only good guild hall. All of that information doesn't come up in the story, however, just like how our roadside bandit being a necromancer doesn't come up either. At least Anvil's a quality town. Anvil's a port city, sitting on the coast between Valenwood and Hammerfell, and Somerset beyond that. I think part of the reason people like Anvil's aesthetic is that it's a proven real-world aesthetic. The city is also clearly influenced by Redguard culture. You have pirates and crime on the waterfront, and then you have the more imperialized Redguards inside the wall. Just need a few Alec here to tie things up. It does suffer somewhat the same problem that the other cities have by not making their neighbor races more representative of what their culture is, which is a problem endemic to every race, even Imperials in Oblivion. I don't envy the challenge of trying to capture the unique aesthetics of each race, and it's one of the reasons Cyrodiil was always going to be a bad setting for an Elder Scrolls game, especially during a critical time period as when Oblivion was being developed. Things might have been better if the order of Oblivion and Skyrim had been reversed. In terms of the layout of Anvil, the city's design is simple, but its layout of services buildings are not, with merchant homes sitting amongst each other. That and its distant location makes Anvil not very suitable to using its services. Such. Coral. Our final recommendation, completing the outer circle of Cyrodiil cities, is Coral. Coral is another one of those purely Imperial cities, lacking the Hammerfell or High Rock influences you would expect from its location. People like Coral, likely for its simplicity. Services by the main gate, a centralized guild ring, and a separate residential area. As a city, it's mechanically refined, which is important given there are twice as many quests here as, say, Breville. I guess people also like the really big tree. Tychius wants us to find out what Ariana wants, so she'll leave town. She's looking for a book, Fingers of the Mountain, and even gives us a location, so why doesn't she go get it? She is at least as capable as any associate of the Mages Guild. Anyways, Tychius insists we retrieve the book and bring it to him, and we find the book on a charred corpse to really sell how dangerous it is. This is where the quest branches, which is a rarity for Oblivion. You can give the book to Tychius, or you can give it to Ariana. If we give it to Tychius and then tell Ariana, she insists we steal it back. If we say no, that's the end and we get 2 fame points. If we say yes and do so, or if we give the book to her in the first place, she will spend a day studying the book. We can then take the book back to Tychius, who will overlook whatever path we took and send in our recommendation. If you're like me, you might try to get the book after Ariana tells you, but before consulting with Tychius, in which case it just doesn't appear. You have to tell Daddy about the book before you're allowed to go get it. From here on, the second part of the quest is optional. If we cast a shock spell at the pillar we were at with a Welkin stone in our inventory and manage to survive a counter spell, we get the Fingers of the Mountain spell, which is not only an underwhelming spell, but its cost is more expensive than equivalent custom spells, making the whole venture pointless. And it's leveled, so at higher levels you get a higher version of the spell. So let's evaluate this for a second. This quest requires no magic to progress. It only requires magic if you want the worthless Fingers of the Mountain spell. There are no consequences for disobeying Tychius, and he's willing to give us a second chance even though we clearly acted in our own self-interest, and his entire motivation is putting down selfish mages like Ariana. Ariana is thankfully not a secret necromancer, hence why we can cooperate with her. This quest has probably the most player choice of any of the quests in the Oblivion Mages Guild. I'd like to posit a theory about this. During the arena section, I stated that the Mages Guild had 2,362 lines, making it the third largest quest line in terms of file space, at least for vocal content. Each branch in dialogue means more voice lines, which is why most of the Mages Guild is so linear in terms of player choice. I have to wonder then if perhaps there were more choices in the original version, but when it came time to crunch things down, the Mages Guild had to shed things down into a single path. I mean, look at the Dark Brotherhood. Each choice potentially results in a unique response. You could probably cut that quest line down from 2,500 to 1,500 lines if you just focused it on a single dialogue option for each prompt. Now, I'm not suggesting Bethesda took a chainsaw to the quest line. It seems to have very little cut content hinted at in the final version, but if every branch offered a second choice, just how much would that balloon the file space? Fallout 3 had to work under the same exact constraints, ending with a similar count of 40,000 voice lines. And the way it incorporated dialogue choice into quest lines was to just have less content overall. It wouldn't be until the primary way we delivered content turned digital that developers could break the shackles of the disc and actually provide choice in a dialogue-heavy game without constraint or limitation. So how come Bethesda hasn't realized it's the current decade and actually embraced player choice? And now I'll say what I've wanted to say after each recommendation quest. Here we have the beginnings of what could have been an interesting quest. I can propose fixes and patches and better ideas all day, but what this questline really needed was a second pass. It feels like a lot of improve this later post-it notes that never got taken off the whiteboard until after the game finished. I think Cheydinhal was probably the best quest narratively, while Cora was the best quest from a choice perspective. I think tidying up all the details, like giving Calthor a necromancer robe when he attacks us, giving Caminalda a line about being a necromancer when she attacks us, and indicating that there was an embedded necromancer somewhere in Skingrad that trapped Earthor in that mine, those are all things that would have improved the quest, but I think it just needs a foundational rework. The Imperial City. With all our recommendations done, it's finally time to go to the Arcane University.
Welcome to another magical year at Hogwarts.
Raminus Polis accepts us into the guild and is willing to immediately send us out to go build our staff. But first, the services. At this juncture, we gain access to spellcrafting and enchanting tables, assuming you don't have access to or aren't using Frostcrag Spire, now available for $189. There's also a lush garden to harvest and a couple trainers we unlock. The Imperial City is underwhelming. It's only impressive when you put it in context of other Cyrodiilic cities. When it was decided that Morrowind would be handcrafted rather than a hybrid of procedural generation and handcrafting, the scale of Vardenfell had to be reduced to make such a game possible. Despite the success of Morrowind and increase in staff, the scale has never been increased. Part of the reason the Imperial City feels small is that it's entirely contained within the walls of the city, even though canonically the entire archipelago, not just one island, is packed full of people. We're talking about the central capital of an empire that spans an entire continent. Now, we can go back and forth all day about how Bethesda didn't have the time, resources, or engine to fully realize the scale of the Imperial City. But I want to take this time to compare some cities between the Howard Elder Scrolls games. This is Balmorra, typically the first Dunmer city the player will visit and the local seat of House Halau. Here's Balmorra compared to a single district of the Imperial City. Sorry, that's actually just Labor Town, a district of Balmorra. Here's Balmorra compared to the Imperial City. Now, important to mention here because some dipshit pictures somewhat related will get confused here. We're comparing two cities. One is a frontier settlement on a recently colonized island. The other is the capital city of an empire. And Balmorra is just the second largest city on Vardenfell, with the largest being Vivec City. Now, I discussed the problems with Vivec, and I'm prepared to die on the hill that it's mechanically not a good city. In all reality, I consider the Imperial City a better regional capital than Vivec, and definitely better than the historically rural Solitude. That's because it has a clear and simple market district that's easy to learn. I feel a lot of people may have missed the point with my Vivec section. Vivec is aesthetically a better city, while the Imperial City is mechanically better. Where's the alchemist in the Imperial City? The market district. Where's an alchemist in Vivec? In addition, however, the market district also boasts most of the best merchants in the game, which Vivec does not, so the player is actually encouraged to utilize this area.
People who thought Vivec or Balmorra from Morrowind were big are going to be in for a shock.
The city is divided into 10 districts. The Central Palace District, which sits at the root of White Gold Tower. You would think more than 4 quests take place here given the significance, but no. The Palace District is surrounded by 6 evenly divided districts, and there are 3 more satellite districts. There's the Arcane University, essentially the headquarters of the entire Mages Guild. There's the Imperial Prison, former home of both the Nerevarine and the Champion of Cyrodiil, whoever that is. And there's the Waterfront, a port that also contains the residences of pretty much the entire city's supply of poor people. On to the 6 main districts. The Arena District is the home of the titular faction. Not much else to speak of beyond the statues of Mora House and St. Alicia, although Pelinal Whitestrake's absent. The Arboretum houses statues to the 9 Divines, with Talos at the center. The Temple District houses the Temple of the One, although at least this one actually houses people. The Talos Plaza District is the wealthiest part of town, with large manors. After that is the Elven Gardens, named so for the Elven Gardens in the alleyways.
Whose decision was it to line an alleyway with tons of shrub?
And the Market District, the only place in Cyrodiil where you'll easily be able to find a merchant for everything. Let's take a step back and look at it another way. Is the Imperial City impressive for an Oblivion city? The answer is yes. The city is home to roughly 1/5 of the named NPCs in Cyrodiil, and unlike before, the vast majority of these NPCs live daily lives involving routine eating, sleeping, and recreation. So while the Imperial City is actually smaller than Vivec both in physical size and population, it feels more lively seeing so many people walking around at different times of day. My only complaint about the city would be its island. Not filling the entire island with a city, fine, I'll accept that. But not even for disparate farms or Imperial Legion camps or anything. I would kill to own a farm within walking distance of a major metropolitan area. There's simply no way. It's not possible. This island has to be full of people. The Mages Guild questline from here on is a linear questline. We get 4 quests from Raminus, and after that we have 7 quests from the Archmage Hannibal Traven himself. We're gonna dive deep into the morality of playing with other people's dead relatives. But first we have to get our mage's staff. Don't worry, as the necromancers have decided to wipe out Wellspring Grove where the staves are made.
What have we here? Another plaything? You'll dance for me, little one. Yes, you will. I will make your corpse dance, and then tear itself apart.
Most of the quest lines in Oblivion revolve around the factions being at odds with some other unjoinable faction. I mentioned this in the Fighters Guild with the Blackwood Company and the Arena with the Yellow Team. Here, it's the Necromancers. The only problem is that this faction conflict is an ideological divide, unlike the previous 2 which had monetary motivations. The thing is, ideological faction divisions tend to be more interesting settings for stories, provided the story in question explores the antagonistic faction. Morrowind would do this by having the faction conflicts include factions that the player could choose between. The Mages Guild versus House Tovani. The Mages Guild is a top-down bureaucratic establishment which utilizes imperial law to expand their sphere of influence. They believe in controlling the magical population for the benefit of the magical and non-magical. House Tovani is a libertarian society with little need or desire for regulation. The core of their ideological beliefs are that might makes right and that magic is the path to becoming powerful. And we see both factions' modus operandi. The Mages Guild has quests that involves dues collection, recruiting freelance wizards, and performing primary research. House Tovani has quests that involve finding artifacts, performing menial errands, and defending the house. We also see both sides stoop to match the other. House Tovani makes appeals to fairness to prevent the Mages Guild from monopolizing Redoran territory, and the Mages Guild can potentially resolve the conflict by sending the player to assassinate the Telvanni leadership. Now let's compare the Mages Guild of Oblivion to the Order of the Black Worm. The Mages Guild is characterized as being a busybody organization that rarely performs meaningful functions for society. Their saving grace is that they are morally better than a literal death cult that is actively murdering people, stealing their souls, and enslaving their corpses to further torment their victims. They have only one stated objective, the complete destruction of the Mages Guild, and it can be assumed they will not stop once they've done that. Dangerous death cults can be interesting, but I think a good rule of thumb is to only have one per game. Someone should have realized that the Mythic Dawn is already filling that niche in far more interesting and developed ways, and that having the Necromancers attempt to share space with them in that front was a bad idea. I think it's more appropriate to just have the Order of the Black Worm operating as a more generalized cult. The heart of the Necromancer conflict in broader Elder Scrolls is really about the bounds of reasonable magical regulation. The story started in Daggerfall with a faction called the Necromancers, led by Mana Marco, the King of Worms, and former owner of the Necromancer's Amulet. He was one of the leaders who the player could give the Totem of Tiber Septim, and as the book Where Were You When the Dragon Broke details, Mana Marco, like all the others, somehow canonically received the totem and achieved his ending. It's actually funny that this book isn't in Oblivion considering its relevance. Oblivion did come with the book Mana Marco, King of Worms. It details the history between Mana Marco and Vanus Galerion, the founder of the Mages Guild, and it's an alchemy skill book for some reason. Anyways, Mana Marco. Using the Totem of Tiber Septim, he underwent apotheosis and gained divinity, which is emblemized by the Necromancer's moon, which will occasionally block out the body of Arche, one of the divines who represents death. The Necromancer conflict would be on pause during Morrowind, although interesting to note, Morrowind was apparently one of the few provinces in Tamriel to outright ban the practice of necromancy. Although it bears mentioning that the Dunmer practice ancestral worship and various necromantic rituals, and the law mostly pertained to performing necromancy on Dunmer corpses. Morrowind was also the game that introduced conjuration to the series. Conjuration is the art of summoning Daedra. However, in Morrowind and Oblivion, this included the undead. This can be confusing, so let's elaborate on why this is. Conjuring the undead was meant as a stand-in for actual necromancy. When a necromancer is exposed to the Balmora Mages Guild, she offers to teach the player a necromancy spell to keep them quiet, which is a choice between 2 summon spells. This is because Reanimate as an effect wouldn't exist until Oblivion, and even in Oblivion it was only available through a single staff or a power in the Shivering Isles expansion. Full-blown necromancy wouldn't become available to the player until Skyrim, one of its few genuine contributions to magic in the series. But once reanimation was available to the player, well, conjuring the undead was taken away, at least until the Creation Club came along and Bethesda reanimated a dead Skyrim. Now, what's broken about this explanation is that the way you acquire spells to conjure the dead is from Mages Guild members, including members who get killed by necromancers. It's just sloppy that the mechanics surrounding necromancy stayed vague when Bethesda was intent on telling a story about necromancy. In a theoretical second pass, the conflict could be explored better. Maybe the player can acquire real necromancy spells, but only if they join the Order of the Black Worm. You lose access to support from most schools of magic to practice purely one. I understand the desire to tell the necromancy story. The game is set in the home of the Mages Guild, and Mannimarco is at odds with them. But it's like the designer forgot the whole reason Mannimarco is here in the first place is because the player could support the necromancers in Daggerfall. Anyways, we got the material and we went and got our staff enchanted. We get a choice in a few effects: fire, frost, shock, charm, paralysis, silence, dispel, soul trap, and telekinesis. Fire is a valid choice for the questline considering we're about to fight a lot of undead. Frost is for that reason a bad choice. Shock does not yet have the property of sapping magicka, so it doesn't really have special use as an anti-spellcaster weapon. Charm isn't very useful, and it would definitely be wasteful considering paralysis as an option. Paralysis is difficult to cast and difficult to find on weapons. For this reason, it's one of the few I went with. There's also Silence, which is a valid choice considering there's quite a few spellcasters in the game. Soul Trap is, in my opinion, simply a waste because the effect runs far too long to be efficient. Telekinesis isn't a good option for my Atronac character due to quirks or bad design with the effect, but it is definitely a great choice for Thieves. A problem with the quest, however, is that staves are leveled. This means the optimal level to complete this quest is 15, as the staves will be at their most powerful. If you get a staff early, then level up, the staff will become less useful. Essentially, this means that for pure mage characters who want to start with their faction but want to get the most use out of their staff of choice, they're going to need to grind some levels. This also means if you start as a warrior or a thief and do the Mages Guild last, you're getting a better reward than mages who started with it first. After we get our staff, Raminus sends us to Skingrad to retrieve a book from the Count. The Count of Skingrad doesn't hold court, so to meet him we need to arrange an appointment. However, we're told that the Count doesn't want to meet with us, and his secretary suggests trying tomorrow. No, really, 24 hours have to pass. Then, Mercator tells us that the Count will meet us outside town at 2 in the morning. It's 11 now, so that's another 15 hours that have to pass. Only, it turns out that Mercator is a necromancer and has ambushed us with his two buddies. Then the Count comes in and helps me beat them to death with our fists. He calls us a fool for believing the Count would want to meet us out here, which is just...
Do you not recognize a necromancer when you see one?
Yeah, man, if they're wearing the black robes, but not if they're dressed like a noble working in a castle and I'm directed to speak with them to arrange an appointment. If you're going to call the player an idiot for falling into a trap, you should endeavor to not have that be literally the only path forward in a quest. The Count was either tailing Mercator constantly or was aware that we were here and let us walk into the trap anyways. Now that might make sense and even be a good plot point if he was using us to bait out the other necromancers. But he wasn't. He shows up to the meeting because, narratively, he needed to show up to establish his character for later. But if he was really aware of what was going on, then surely in the 39 hours I had to wait in Skingrad before this meeting, he would have approached us directly or sent us a message. The meeting isn't the only thing he knows that he shouldn't. He also knows the real purpose of our mission was to determine if Count Hassador had picked a side in the conflict. Effectively, the guild has just sent the player to die, because if the Count was on the side of the necromancers, he would have killed us. But what was supposed to happen if he wasn't? We ask him for the book and he asks us what we're talking about. Or what about if he was on the side of the necromancers but decided that this wasn't the moment to expose his allegiance? I guess the guild figures the player just has a punchable enough face that makes every necromancer who sees it want to kill us, which, well, fair enough, that's how it's gone every other time so far. Now obviously I didn't point out how silly it was to send the player as a courier when the Mages Guild can summon Dremora for that work, as this was more than a fetch quest. Or send a note to the Skingrad Mages Guild and dispatch them to do it. We return to Raminus, who apologizes.
Saved you, did he? Well, that's a good sign. I must apologize. It was never the Council's intention to put you in harm's way.
Really? Then how was I... Is he lying to me? Is every party secretly master manipulators putting on the guise of being morons? Like, yeah, you didn't warn us he was a vampire. That's not the problem. That's a red herring to the real issue of what you just asked us to do. But it turns out alright as we receive the Spelldrinker amulet, which provides spell absorption at a leveled value. This, paired with our 50% spell absorption as part of the Atronac sign, puts us at almost 70% spell absorption. We're gonna go higher, but even this value alone basically invalidates most of the necromancers as threats. Our next task from Raminus sends us to one of the council members, who says that the necromancers have taken over one of the Mages Guild dig sites and we're to rescue them. Does that sound like a good quest? Because it's not actually it. We're just being sent to help clear out a blocked passage, and at no point do the necromancers comes up. This seems to be a point of contention among critics.
Story-wise, every faction in Oblivion usually begins with the player receiving odd jobs before some primary conflict is introduced between another faction or group. And from that point, the quests all focus on that conflict.
That's just not true. Not just for the Mages Guild, but any of the factions in Oblivion. Nor do I think it should be the case. The Fighters Guild in Morrowind starts its overarching story from the third quest you get in Balmora, yet has plenty of quests that are the Fighters Guild being the Fighters Guild. If the entire questline was focused on that story, then I firmly believe the Morrowind Fighters Guild would have been much, much worse off as a faction. The player needs to see the factions operating at normal capacity in order to appreciate just what it is they're even fighting for. And just because you're undergoing a crisis doesn't mean you can shirk your responsibilities. The necromancers are a threat, but they aren't one that can be immediately extinguished, just like the Blackwood Company. We don't know the location or even identities of its members, or the full extent of their infiltration into the Mages Guild. It's not like we can pull these archaeologists off their project to help deal with the problem, because at this stage, we wouldn't have a use for them, so they continue their expedition of this Ayleid ruin, business as usual. The problem the researchers have run into is not a caved-in hallway, but a chamber with a pillar that responds to magic. The puzzle's rather simple. You give a translation book to one of the researchers and then read off the inscriptions on the wall. Each inscription refers to a magical effect which, when cast in clockwise order, opens the way. The big issue with this puzzle is the lack of clues that suggest you follow a clockwise order. That may make sense to us, people who have grown up with analog clocks and are used to clockwise being a standard method of following a circular pattern, but does it make sense in a setting where the clock hasn't been invented? It's not actually a problem for me that the mages here haven't solved this basic puzzle yet. Sometimes gamers forget that normal people may die.
Best to play it safe. No complex magic. Stick to basic spells with single effects.
How haven't you figured this out yet?
All I can say for sure is that it reacts to magic, badly most of the time. Several mages were hurt attempting to cast spells at it. It's at the bottom of the ruins, if you wish to try your luck. Be careful though, it could be quite hazardous to your health. Best to play it safe. No complex magic.
In fact, it's fairly understandable. There's nothing to actually indicate that anything worthwhile is inside the pillar. These are Ayleid researchers who would know that Ayleids intentionally use a lot of traps in their cities to kill outsiders. From their perspective, this could be just a giant magical dildo that spits lightning at interlopers, with a pedestal inside that has a tablet carved with the likeness of a butt on it, solely to waste time. Or maybe the pillar requires the caster to be Ayleid. This is a setting with racial magic after all. In addition, it fits the narrative that the Mages Guild is full of unambitious bureaucrats quite well that this character gave up at the first obstacle to progress. Salt's criticism that the researchers have all the scrolls on site to complete the puzzle is valid, just for the wrong reason. Imagine that, instead of these randos, we're greeted by members of the Cheydinhal Mages Guild. The characterizations are the same, the plot's the same, the characters are just different. And instead of having a chest full of scrolls, one of them is a spell teacher. They have a lot of red herring spells, but they happen to have all the spells you need on hand. Now, instead of using disposable scrolls that any character can use, you have to actually cast magic to solve the puzzle. I would also add 2 additional voice lines, because that's all you need. One would be that Scaleel, who is now Deetsan from the recommendation quest, has decided for safety reasons to disallow any further testing of magic on the pillar as a guild member was killed. The other line would be for Danelle, the translator, who would suggest from his study of the Ayleids that we may know the effects, but the pattern could be random, and offers to teach us a spell absorption spell to help protect us from the pillar while we experiment. The quest now requires that we go behind the back of Deetsan, someone who has helped us before, and after we succeed, she may even threaten to report us for not following her instructions to the letter, because remember, we're telling a story about a mages guild that has lost focus on the point of research and has become embroiled in petty politics and egoism. The other half of the time spent on this quest is a standard Ayleid ruin, subsection Undead Variety, particularly 8 of these wraiths. Fighting them is more tedious than difficult due to the fact that I can absorb their magic and easily dodge their melee attacks, but they are built like tanks.
I love the undead. I try to use them as much as possible. Just bring in one of these guys, pop them down.
We get our hands on an ancient elven helmet. They could have specified Ayleid, but whatever, and return to Erlav Jarol to finish the quest. Our reward is the Robe of the Conjurer. Now, it's somewhat worthless to discuss clothing as most of it's decorative. Unlike Morrowind, you can't wear clothes under your armor and there's no unarmored skill. The only gameplay advantage is spell effectiveness, which can only reach 100% of the players unarmored. The changes to the armor system have had an impact on the number of articles of clothing the player can wear. You don't have as many options to combo or layer clothing, which is more than cosmetic considering enchantments. Robes are actually inferior to a shirt and pants combination because the latter provides more slots for enchantment. Males can no longer wear skirts, so the imperial purple skirts of Morrowind are gone. The mythic dawn robes that I want to wear go further by taking up the gloves and shoes slots as well. The best combination I found was the dark shirt, the black wide pants, a black hood, and a generic pair of shoes, and the wrist irons you start the game with. This combination works because it will only weigh 1 pound, the downside is that it looks awful. Spell effectiveness is a multiplier to the power of the spell effect, so 90% on a 100-point fire spell would do 90 damage instead of 100. However, it's not really the biggest deal in terms of spellcasting unless you are a high-level illusion mage. Illusion's magic magnitude is tied directly to NPC levels, which scale. Past level 25, you need 100% spell effectiveness to be able to use illusion magic, which is only possible if unarmored. But the unarmored skill was removed after Morrowind. Unarmored is a contentious skill among Morrowind min-maxers, largely because you miss out on a bunch of potential enchanting slots, but it was important that unarmored characters, in patched versions of the game anyways, could have armor ratings, specifically for non-magical unarmored classes like pugilists. I believe the expectation is that the unarmored Oblivion player would use alteration, magic, and enchantments to supplement their armor ratings. Shield effects do provide a noticeable increase in defensive stats, but they have the downside of further limiting the number of enchantment slots the player has. I prioritized using Fortify Magicka effects to help deal with how few times the player can cast spells before running out of Magicka in Oblivion. This opens the enchanting can of worms. There are 3 ways the player can enchant. First is to bust out the wallet to purchase and/or install Frostcrag Spire. You go to the Mystic Emporium in the Imperial City Market District and purchase the necessary materials to build an enchanter. Then you acquire a soul. The more powerful the donor, the more powerful the effect. Finally, you pay a sizable sum of money at the enchanting station and you now have an enchanted item. The second way is to gain access to the same enchanting station after you do your 7 recommendation quests and join the university. Or you use a sigil stone. Sigil stones are earned at the end of Oblivion gates, which start opening around Cyrodiil after you visit Kvatch in the main quest. The sigil stone's effect is randomly determined when you close the gate at the end, so you can endlessly save scum to repeat the final sequence until you get the desired stone. The stones are, however, leveled, with the most powerful of them appearing at and after level 17. You simply use the stone, select your item, and get either the offensive effect on weapons or the defensive effect on armor. The sigil stones are a limited supply. There are only 60 Oblivion gates, meaning 60 chances, and once you use a stone, it disappears. So, if you refuse to save scum, you're going to have to do a lot of Oblivion gates to get the desired effect. And Oblivion, well, we'll detail the problems with Oblivion during the main quest. The end of the main quest also means prematurely ending access to Oblivion as well. Even if you do get the desired sigil stone, in our case Fortify Magicka, you have to get it multiple times to fill all the slots, which means more Oblivion runs or... Alright, so there was a point where I broke down and started using macros to level. There was a similar point where I decided to use a certain glitch as well. The scroll duplication glitch is a fairly bizarre glitch where if the player selects a scroll they have multiples of and then drops a different item, it will duplicate those items to the number of scrolls the player has. So if I select a 100 stack of scrolls and drop 10 potions, I will get 10 stacks of 10 potions totaling 100. I don't really understand the technical how of this glitch. I'm sure someone will explain it and then post a link to an explanation I could have spent several hours looking for. Obviously, this falls outside the bounds of an immersive playthrough. The difference between this and using the console is just time saving finding the reference ID. Look, I tried to play the game without cheating, for integrity and all that, and it lasted about 15 hours. If the player decides against sigil stones for any valid reason, they still have the option of standard enchanting, although even Grand Souls will result in a weaker effect value. Now, you might think that Grand Souls would be the most difficult to come by, but the most difficult soul to get is the relatively weaker Greater Soul. See, Oblivion added Black Soul Gems, the creation of which we'll get access to in this questline, which enables us to capture the souls of people. This always results in a Grand Level soul, even if the soul in question belonged to a starving, homeless beggar. And since the generic bandit population outnumbers the normal civilians, it's not like you have to murder an actual character to get them. And no one in the Mages Guild will even bust you for turning people into weapons. Personally, I think that nameless NPCs, if you have to have them, should result in only a greater level Black Soul Gem. Black soul gems are a shortcut to creating powerful items because they allow you to get around the need to soul trap powerful white soul-bearing creatures, so it should come with the cost of sacrificing named NPCs for this cause. Sure, metagamers would just rush to soul trap all the named NPCs that die in the quest, but at least it would make black soul gems require some actual evil on the part of the player. Also, because soul gems are now buried in the UI, it's hard to keep track of what gems you have and need to fill, so you might end up filling a valuable grand soul gem with a petty soul because you didn't realize you were out of the petty gems. As stated, however, grand level enchantments are generally weaker than their sigil stone counterparts, although custom enchantments do allow you to have multiple effects. So the comparison looks like this. Sigil stones are tedious to acquire, there's a limited supply, they have leveled values, and they're randomized. Grand souls are easier to acquire, but cost gold to use, have a weaker effect, but a custom effect at the same time. The upsides of enchanted equipment is too great even for the most diehard of orc barbarians to pass up, and I think sigil stones were meant as a means for non-magic characters to access the benefits. So, let's go over the spell effects that a player can enchant their armor to possess, and since spellcrafting's in the name of this section as well. Alteration. Burden and Feather are both effects which impact encumbrance. It's strange to hear people complaining about encumbrance when Feather and Fortify Strength are both effects that exist in the game. And then again, Feather and Strength in general were cut from Skyrim. Burden, which has a similar effect to drain or damage strength, allows you to offensively encumber somebody, although most people don't carry enough equipment to be noticeably affected. Still, it's a good tool to have in the arsenal, as NPCs can use it to suddenly throw an unexpected wrench in the player's plans if they're redlining their own inventory. Shield, as previously stated, is used to increase the target's armor rating. Armor works a bit differently in Oblivion than Morrowind, however. It's now effectively a percentage that determines the physical damage absorbed and caps at 85%. So there's no point in going over 85 points of shield, and you can get away with less the more or better armor you wear. Fire, Frost, and Lightning Shield all operate the same way. It's basically a shield and a resistance effect rolled into one spell with a slightly higher base cost. Water Breathing and Water Walking provide fairly obvious effects, although it's worth noting one thing. The ability to enchant items to cast spells has been removed from Oblivion, so instead of enchanting a ring to cast Water Walking for 45 seconds, a Water Walking enchantment is now just a constant effect. In Morrowind, a certain playstyle was possible where you could get items like the Ring of Toxic Cloud, which would cast a ranged poison spell that exploded on impact. It's a ring, so it weighs almost nothing and has the benefit of being reusable, unlike a scroll. Players could collect these items and create a very powerful character with very low encumbrance. There are no downsides to this playstyle, as enchanted items would passively regenerate their charge in Morrowind. I feel the designers really wanted to nerf this playstyle, but they used a bunch of different solutions that had a way bigger impact than nerfing the jewelry collectors. The first was to remove passive enchantment charge regeneration, meaning items have to be recharged with soul gems or add an enchanting services provider. Given the cost of enchanting, using soul gems to recharge items was their primary use in Morrowind, and it served as a fast way to keep your items going in a fight. Removing passive recharge means the player now has to soul trap, or spend money to keep getting use out of their enchanted items. That's fine for a custom enchantment job because that likely means the player is already magically inclined, but not for something like the Wabbajack. If players aren't going to soul trap, then they have to spend 1 gold per point of charge to keep using their toys, which is extremely expensive, or they have to use Varla stones, which are extremely valuable and difficult to acquire and require running Ayleid dungeons. However, another nerf was dished out. Enchanted items can no longer cast spells, so a Ring of Water Walking doesn't cast Water Walking for 30 seconds, but now provides the effect as long as the player wears it. Constant effect items existed in Morrowind, and creating custom constant effects was the end goal of every player using the enchanting system, something you had to work hard towards. Now it's the only option, and a lot of the fun has been removed. Granted, they did fix the infinitesimally small chance of hand enchanting by cutting it from the game, and they fixed the superbly high cost of enchanting at a service provider by turning them into lectarns and hiding them behind a paywall and a locked gate. Anyways, Open is the magical player's alternative to lockpicking and is tiered into very easy, average, hard, and very hard lock effects. Oblivion made a change to the lock system, which was to have lock level 100 correspond to requiring a key. In Morrowind, if you had the skills and/or tools, you could open any lock, and it wasn't hard to have a high enough security or alteration skill to do so. Oblivion would introduce the trend of creating locks the player was incapable of opening without any mention of a key, because there is a possibility that the player might find a chest or door ahead of time and break a quest sequence, and rather than accounting for that, it's way easier to just slap a requires key sticker on it and move on. The lock spell was also cut from the game, although it does exist in the construction set. This was probably because the spell would break Radiant AI, and rather than simply having the AI call for help and a nearby guard unlocking the door, they just cut the spell. Lock was a neat spell. Its main use was usually security training, although the lock spell you buy is also useful for macro alteration training. Oh, yeah. And since the AI couldn't open locked doors, you could trap them in rooms and hit them with explosions you shot at the door. I can see them wanting to fix that. Sure, it's just a shame the fix was a cut. And speaking of cuts, jump, slow fall, swift swim, and of course levitate. Jump was probably cut because it was superfluous with Fortify Acrobatics, even though it wasn't and worked in a separate way. And even then the game makes damn sure to limit how hard you can fortify acrobatics. Funny how we went from finding a scroll to jump across the map to nervous that high-level acrobatics players might realize you can jump up to the end of Vilverin at this ledge near the beginning. Swift Swim, it didn't have a lot of things going for it in Morrowind, but that was bad balancing, because it was better to use Fortify Speed than Swift Swim. Just make Swift Swim cheap to use, but obviously ineffective on land, and it's balanced. But no, just cut it. Slow fall was an easy way for mages to mitigate fall damage, which isn't a problem in Oblivion as dungeons and even open areas are very rarely designed vertically. And they were probably worried someone would slow fall off Castle Skringrad into the walled part of the city and break the illusion, which is definitely why Levitate was cut from the game. Even though areas where levitation effects are magically negated do exist in the setting and were used in Mournhold for the express purpose of preventing players from flying out of the city, but again, areas in Oblivion are very rarely designed vertically, so even if you did have the effect, it's not like you would ever actually get to use it. Still, it would be fun to be able to levitate up mountains or across rivers. Just say that cities and dungeons and Oblivion gates use suppressants to inhibit levitation magic, or make it so that responsible people witnessing you levitate gives you a bounty. It's illegal, so maybe we have to track down Dovin or Rain, a former levitation trainer who lost his passion after the spell was banned from the Empire. Man, I can't help but imagine how Levitate might have helped the Emperor here. Conjuration. Conjuration has one enchant effect, which is Turn Undead. It makes undead lower than the spell level run away from the player. I continue to be amazed that among all the cuts that happen to the magic of Elder Scrolls, Turn Undead has managed to survive it all. Conjuration's remaining effects are to bind equipment and summon creatures. Binding weapons in Oblivion has always seemed like a meme to me. Like in Morrowind, you can make a Redguard spect in Longblade and Conjuration, and get him a bound longsword spell that he has a 93% chance of successfully casting in less than 15 minutes. But in Oblivion, weapons are leveled to your conjuration, so a novice is stuck with a dagger, then at conjuration level 25 they can get an axe, then at conjuration 50 they can get a mace and a bow, and at 75 they can get a claymore. It's the same thing with the armor. You get the boots, gauntlets, and helmet at novice, the greaves at 25, the chest at 50, and the shield of all things at 75. Bear in mind, your other reward for getting to expert was a two-handed sword, so no sword and board for conjuration players anymore. I think the concept of summoning your equipment is pretty cool, so I'm glad it exists, even if it's a mangled victim of the Oblivion balancing act. What's even weirder is that someone at Bethesda clearly likes binding equipment, as evidenced by the Mythic Dawn entering combat by binding their armor. And its terrible Oblivion implementation didn't see it getting cut from Skyrim, so I don't understand why players are expected to switch from blade to blunt and back to blade again in order to use the bound weapons. Creature summoning is actually mostly the same as it was in Morrowind. There's a couple new creatures like the Lich and the Spider Daedra, but also a few that got taken away like the Ogrims and Winged Twilights. You can also only start summoning creatures at Conjuration 25, meaning that Turn Undead and Bound Dagger have to do if you don't make it a major skill. I like creature summoning, since it means you can outsource some of the Oblivion combat to a minion, but it comes with quirks. Using the default spells, a summoned Scamp costs 60 magicka for 20 seconds. A summoned Flame Atronak costs 135 magicka for 30 seconds. A summoned Frost Atronak costs 360 magicka for 35 seconds. These spell costs are pretty insane, especially if you have the Atronak birth sign and don't naturally regenerate magicka. Morrowind summons were expensive as well, but that was because all the default spells lasted a full minute. I don't know why we're making the more powerful summons last longer, since that's just going to balloon the spell cost, and the first thing any smart player would do is create custom versions of their desired summon that only last 20 seconds. Destruction. Destruction has a lot of effects, so I'll try to be brief here. Damage effects last until a restore effect is used. Drain effects last until the effect expires. Disintegrate does damage to the health of items, and weakness lowers the resistance values. Fire, Frost, and Shock are basically interchangeable in terms of effect and cost, but the differences depending on the target's resistances. All of these are used for weapons, which means they are all cast on strike. Enchanted weapons are necessary for min-maxing the amount of damage you can do, but don't work as well for general use because they have to be recharged by hand. Now, there isn't anything actually stopping the player from putting weakness to magic and drain fatigue on an item and permanently trapping them in place. Hell, that's how I kept the servant at Battlehorn Castle out of my bedroom. Destruction is the same as it was in Morrowind, minus poison damage, which now belongs to alchemy. Oblivion also broke the ability to combine a weakness spell and a damage spell into one and have it take full effect. Example given, weakness to magicka, 100 points, drain health, 100 points. In Morrowind, this would typically do 200 points of temporary health damage to NPCs with no magic resistance, usually killing them. This same spell in Oblivion will only do 100 points. I believe it has to do with the order the game internally applies the effects being backwards in Oblivion, where it applies the damage effect first and the weakness effect second. So to get full use out of weakness spells, you have to cast them first and then switch to your damage spell. Skyrim would completely revamp the destruction school to such a degree that even brushing on the subject would make what is already going to be the longest section of this video even longer, so I'll leave it at that. Illusion. Illusion has 4 enchanting effects, as most of its effects are spell-oriented. Light creates, what else, a magical light source. It's actually better than its Morrowind counterpart given the light more prominently affects the player's ability to sneak. However, it's somewhat unnecessary as Oblivion isn't really a dark enough game to need the light effect. Skyrim would improve the light effect by allowing players to cast it at targets. Night Eye in turn allows the player to see in the dark without casting light, for stealth purposes. Unfortunately, everything turns this color. Then there's Invisibility and Chameleon. You can't enchant items with invisibility as the effect would expire as soon as you interact with something and you would have to constantly re-equip the item. You can, however, enchant items with Chameleon. The difference is largely the same as in Morrowind. Invisibility makes you undetectable until you interact with something. Chameleon allows you to interact but is more expensive. In Morrowind, if you were under the Chameleon effect and attempted to speak to an NPC, you could potentially fail and suffer a disposition loss. I assume to simulate the NPCs not recognizing who the player is or maybe getting spooked. This was removed. The player can freely chat with anyone at Chameleon level 100. In fact, Chameleon level 100 is... we'll talk about it later. Silence is an effect that prevents spellcasting. However, an improvement for Morrowind was made to the cost. Also, why is it called Silence if spellcasting is non-verbal in Elder Scrolls? Paralyze was equally effective to Silence at the same cost and more universally useful. Now Paralyze is much more expensive with a lower duration, so Silence can actually fill its niche as an anti-spellcaster tool. The problem with Silence is, and will continue to be, the spellcaster AI, as they simply never make effective use of magic. So going out of your way to equip and cast a Silence spell will never be preferable to just doing damage, which is why Silence was removed from Skyrim. Why fix something when you could just cut it instead? Calm, Charm, Demoralize, Frenzy, and Rally are all spells which affect various values that belong to NPCs, with pretty obvious effects. The problem that was inherited into Skyrim is that because the effect has a level variable which caps and levels can raise beyond that cap, illusion spells can drop off in viability after a certain point. If the player stops using illusion spells and passes into a new level bracket, they may find their old spells no longer work. Or they may not be skilled enough to cast the new spells and have to grind some levels to catch back up. Calm can be useful for ending fights, but unlike Morrowind, there are no hostiles that are worth calming down. Example given would be Corrin, a hostile Altmer mage who is also the master enchanting trainer in Morrowind. You could also calm any normal bandit and then use persuasion to intimidate them into no longer being hostile. Generic Oblivion bandits, even when calm, won't talk to you, and using the spell to end fights with town NPCs you don't want to kill is unnecessary, as Oblivion added the ability to yield. Seeing as calm is now just a combat spell for a slightly higher base cost, you can instead use Demoralize, which causes NPCs to run away in fear. The only time this would be a disadvantage is if the NPC runs further into the dungeon and draws the attention of all its friends. These spells seem to fit the niche of the stealth player who wants to continue using stealth after being caught, or a normal person who doesn't want to fight all the woodland creatures. Then there's Frenzy. Frenzy exists to start fights. I believe the idea was that you could use Frenzy in a group of enemies to cause infighting, but in reality, Frenzy gets used as a free murder pass in Morrowind and Oblivion. I don't actually mind at all that Frenzy is considered assault in Skyrim, as Frenzy has zero downsides as is. And I never got a frenzied enemy to actually become an ally, they usually just end up targeting me anyways. Rally is a spell I've never understood the usage of. Enemies in Morrowind generally didn't run away unless you got somewhere they couldn't pathfind to, and I've only noticed enemies in Oblivion fleeing because they were trying to utilize ranged magic. Skyrim was really the first game to implement widespread enemies running away dynamically, so I guess Illusion was the baby of the AI designer. Command was a spell that was taken from Conjuration and placed into Illusion Magic, which is honestly fair enough. In Morrowind, it could be utilized to move NPCs around, moving a merchant into the player's home. The more complex AI scripting means that even if you try to relocate an NPC, they'll just go home when the effect ends, appropriately angry at your magical manipulation. You can also use Command Magic to force enemies to fight for you. Sadly, Command was another spell that got cut come Skyrim for no apparent reason. Overall, Illusion Magic is fairly versatile, but it does a bad job of selling itself because most of the lower level effects are pretty weak and it can be pretty easy to outlevel the skill. Mysticism. Rest in peace. Mysticism has a short list of effects. Detect Life has had a genuine improvement over its Morrowind counterpart, showing an on-screen effect instead of indicating the detections on the minimap. Telekinesis has also improved. It allows the player to manipulate objects remotely, but is more dynamic and allows the player to move objects around the environment. Soul Trap applies an effect that, when the target dies, captures their soul in a soul gem. Reflect Spell, Reflect Damage, and Spell Absorption are a little more complicated. Spell Absorption is a chance that converts points of magic damage into magicka. The Atronak trades passive magicka regeneration for 50% spell absorption, meaning a 50% chance a spell's effect is absorbed into magicka. Reflect Spell is another chance which reflects a spell effect back onto the caster. Reflect Damage is a new effect, which reflects a percentage of physical damage taken back onto the caster. Unlike the latter two effects, this is guaranteed to occur for each melee strike. It would be neat if the AI recognized that it was damaging itself and switched to a bow to compensate. Oh well. The designers seemed cognizant that these effects were unusually powerful enchantments, given that Martin will comment if you give him Spellbreaker, which has a 30% reflect spell.
Not many people would give up Spellbreaker for destruction, my friend. Your sacrifice honors me.
We'll have more to say on these later as our characters develops. The final mysticism effect is Dispel, which removes active magical effects. This is only effects from spells, but can be positive or negative. You can use the spell to dismiss enemy summons, for example, or to remove an absorb effect from yourself. It's a good idea. The only problem are the enemy spellcasters. A spell effect usually isn't going to be on you long enough for you to stop and dispel it, because most enemies will use magicka inefficient, quick burning spells that'll be over before you can dispel them. And, well, there's the ever-present issue. If I'm going to be casting magic at an enemy, why not just cast a spell that does damage to them instead? Magic users generally aren't durable enough to actually require thinking about disabling their magic. Now it's time for the cuts. Absorb effects have been moved to Restoration, making its long list of effects even longer. Almsavie and Divine Intervention have been cut. Detect Enchantment and Detect Key have been cut. Mark and Recall have been cut. With only 7 spells to its name, by the time Skyrim came around, Mysticism had been cut. Restoration. Restoration has the most obvious effects in the game. Restore heals, resist resists, fortify fortifies, cure cures, and absorb absorbs. If fire damage is the bread of destruction, restore health is the butter of restoration. That's why they are the two default spells every Oblivion and Skyrim character ever has had. There's also the less popular restore fatigue. However, since power attacks are useless for the aforementioned reasons, the only thing drawing fatigue would be jumping around. So as long as the player stops doing that, the player will always be at a decent fatigue level, meaning they will always do mostly ideal damage. Resistances have been cut as spells, except for resist magic of all things. It's a shame too, as resistance spells could provide spontaneous defensive measures, like using resist fire in Oblivion Gates, resist frost against necromancers, or resist poison against gobos. I think the idea was to encourage utilizing the elemental shields from Alteration, even though Restoration is the most universal skill. Fortifications are another interesting tool that has fallen by the wayside. I was always careful to use Fortify Health in Morrowind, as taking too much health damage and then losing the effect was the death sentence, although apparently in Oblivion that isn't the case, as it will leave you with just 1 health. Fortify skill and attributes are always memes, like using Fortify Speed to speed up escorts, or using Fortify Mercantile to max out your Mercantile for 3 seconds and then initiating a conversation. However, Bethesda did go out of their way to put some caps on their formulas, so getting to 10,000 intelligence and making potions worth thousands of gold is no longer possible. Cure spells continue to work as usual, although Cure Paralyze as a spell continues to boggle the mind. The problem with Cure Poison is that, unlike the player-created poisons, the poisons NPCs will use are almost always instant. Finally, Absorb spells. They've been stolen from Mysticism, as mentioned, and Bethesda never seemed to get Absorb Health in a good spot, so they removed it as a spell in Skyrim unless you're a vampire. The problem with Absorb Health isn't that it's bad, it's actually really good, so much so that it can overshadow the other offensive spell options. Sure, the spell's base cost is greater than damage, health, or fire damage, but it's not greater than those two spell effects combined with a healing spell. Absorb health is very powerful, and its only weakness is being tied to restoration, the slowest magic skill to level. Spellcrafting. Okay, so I've basically given you a rundown of all of the magic in Oblivion. You can thank me later, because now we're going to talk about spellcrafting.
Things that could exist in the Wild West of 2006 game design, but never in today's AAA games.
Yeah, but why though? In reality, most magic in Oblivion boils down to increase number, decrease number, spawn thing, or freeze body if you're feeling advanced. Hell, the crazy part of Oblivion's spellcrafting are mostly just interactions with the new physics systems. A lot of what was hereditary for Morrowind was actually stifled in an attempt to balance the system out. For example, what's stopping me from creating a spell that uses all of my magicka but completely and utterly erases the enemy? Skill restrictions based on magicka cost, because spell chance isn't in the game anymore, magicka costs have to be the balancing factor between spells. But rather than having that be decided by the player and their pool of available magicka, it's instead tiered into the system, and all roads lead to sitting in place casting one magicka spells to increase your skills to unlock better magic. In order to make a custom spell, you need to gain access to the spellcrafting table, join the Arcane University, or pay 1,000 gold to get one next to the enchanter at Frostcrag Spire. Morrowind was much more open to spellcrafting, allowing anyone to do so at the Mages Guild. To acquire effects, you need to learn a spell from a trainer. This is where I mentioned that you can't delete spell effects in Oblivion, meaning if you want to make a custom spell, you will have to first acquire a spell you will almost certainly never use again, and will thereafter have to scroll over it for the rest of the game. Spells fall into 3 categories: self, touch, and target. Target multiplies spell cost by 1.5 times, so I usually stick to touch spells for offense and self spells for defense. And it also costs less if the duration is higher, and we're working on a magicka economy here. I should mention spell tomes. This is an odd one. Back in the day, for $1, you could get this plugin that adds a bunch of books to the game that will teach the player spells. That ended up being the primary way spells are taught in Skyrim, so it's kind of weird that this is how the idea got its start. Of course, now it's packaged with the base game and it's inserted in such a way that many people might not even realize that it was downloadable content. Spell tomes just have a chance of replacing scrolls. There is a conjurer that will try and kill you carrying one, but that isn't even really necessary for you to start encountering them. When you use the tome, it will offer to teach you the spell in question. This is in varying shades of usefulness. Ironically, it's more useful in my Super Dungeon mod as a way of getting magic than it is in the actual game because, well, spellcrafting. There are a few effects you can only get through spell tomes, including Fortify Skill, Resist Disease, Resist Paralysis, Resist Poison, Resist Frost, Summon Bear, and Stunted Magicka, which is the effect that prevents magicka regeneration. And that's kinda weird, right? Morrowind had a problem with Fortify Skill breaking a bunch of stuff, so one of the base patches removed the only way you could get that effect from the base game. And then the first person you meet in the Tribunal DLC will teach you Fortify Skill spells. Then Oblivion comes around. It also doesn't give you the effect in the base game, but again, it will bundle the effect in with DLC. This reinforces my suspicion that there isn't any one person at Bethesda focused on magical mechanics. The thing is, right, what sticks out is the ways the effect can break the game, but you could also just use it to minorly augment your abilities. For instance, enchanting gear to fortify your blade so you increase your damage. A Grand Soul will buff your skill 10 points, which increased my damage with, say, Chill Rend from 16 to 18. The problem with spell tomes is that it's more spells that may potentially clutter the spell screen. Maybe if the spells were more magicka efficient, a couple are, but most of them are identical to what a custom spell would give you. There are also a bunch you can potentially find for pre-existing spells. It's a small DLC that I guess is kind of useful to magical playstyles. Maybe? I created a basic 1-2 punch. We start with weakness to fire 100% spell for a couple seconds that's quite cheap, and follow it up with a fire damage spell that does low damage over a long period of time. Even though the weakness to fire spell expires before the fire spell finishes, it will continue to do damage as though it is there. Hotkey to weakness to 1, and the fire spell to 2, 1 cast, 2 cast, and then, I don't know, just beat them to death with your fists or something. Did you know that a 93% chameleon effect for 3 seconds is an apprentice level illusion spell? You can get up to 96 points of fortified mercantile for 3 seconds at apprentice as well. Hell, a novice can cast a 100 point charm effect for 3 seconds and impress every single NPC in the game. Honestly, Even with its limited spell pool, custom spells in Skyrim had a lot of potential due to all the new additions to magic like the flamethrower effect, dual hand charging, cloak spells, and runes, and we lost all that because we decided to cut this entire system. When last we left off, we had gotten the Robe of the Conjurer. Raminus Polus now asks us to try and get some information on the creation of Black Soul Gems. We're sent over to the archives to meet with Tarmina, who is angry at first but is more cooperative when we state our objective. It's good that not every character in the Mages Guild is characterized as being self-destructively up their own ass. We have to find the book, but don't worry because there's a quest marker to help us. This is something I don't get about the quest marker supporters, right? Okay, so they're supposed to help prevent bad directions. Yeah, let's pretend that's true. But what about this quest? You can't just let the player look through the library for the book? Is Bethesda worried that players will get bored or worried that some players will complain when they miss the grayish-brown book on the brown table? I mean, they could have used a different, more obvious colored model for it. The book, Necromancer's Moon, details a celestial phenomenon called the Revenant and states the purpose of Black Soul Gems in the trapping of humanoid souls.
I am unfamiliar with a shade of the Revenant described within the book, but I was never one to dabble in the more, shall we say, amoral arts.
I wasn't aware astronomy was an amoral art. Actually, I'm curious how Tarmina even knows that's what it's called, considering it's referred to as the Revenant and the Necromancer's Moon in the book. Anyways, Raminus has no clue, so he sends us to the university astronomist Bothiel. She doesn't know what it is either, which... That's literally your job. The Necromancer's Moon has been a thing since the end of Daggerfall 16 years ago. She does at least remember that Falcar, the necromancer who had infiltrated the Shadenhall Guildhall, had asked about the same thing and he had left behind a note in a hurry. The note states 4 locations, one of which is literally called the Dark Fissure, and then states, altars have been raised, anchorites have been called, watch the skies. Once a week his grace shines down on us. Okay, am I being pranked? When did Falcar research this information? We know it wasn't after we met him because he's a murder suspect, unless Raminus didn't think to say something when a known necromancer came into the university to do some research. Why did Falcar write this note that would obviously implicate him and expose several important sites to his order? Why did Bothiel think it prudent to save this note, but not report this information to Raminus? Does she save all the paper scraps people leave behind? Does she not read them out of principle? How would she know which paper scrap belonged to whom? And once Falcar, again a known murderer and necromancer, was found out, why did Bothiel not see it prudent to further investigate the Revenant? Is Bothiel a necromancer? And why, when we bring this information to Raminus, does he know where the Dark Fissure is located? Is he a necromancer? The answer is no. Bothiel, Tarmina, and Raminus are not necromancers. They're just incompetent. Which might be interesting. It might give the player some pause for consideration during a future quest if they were approached with an offer to join the necromancers. Raminus wants us to investigate further at the Dark Fissure, although you can technically go to any of the sites. The Dark Fissure is the only one which has a necromancer performing the ritual. Is that true? We can wait for the ritual to occur, or we can go into the cave and kill the anchorite and take a note detailing the ritual, or we can intuit the ritual ourselves. When the Revenant shines, a Grand Soul Gem is placed in the altar, and then Soul Trap is used on the altar, and that converts the gems over. We go back to Raminus, get an optional promotion to Magician, and are told that the Archmage is going to be giving us orders from now on. Before that, let's talk about the Orrery. This room is actually in the game, even if you don't load the DLC, and it looks like this. No, I don't know why the scale of the room is so large. Of all the DLC, the Orrery feels like cut content from Oblivion that got a second chance at life. Without it, you can't reach this empty room. With it, the door goes to a room which leads to another door that leads into the Orrery proper, but it's non-functional right now. So Bothiel decides to write a letter to a freshly escaped prisoner asking that they go out and retrieve the parts needed to make it go again. It would take until Skyrim for us to learn to level gate the DLC so the player isn't ambushed by 10 prompts as soon as they step out into the world. And then the Creation Club messed that up. The quest is pretty simple. We go out and collect 4 Dwemer parts out in Colovia. The mod is kind of bare bones in that the pieces don't even have unique icons without a patch. When the Orrery operates, it offers us different powers based on the phases of the moons. Each power will boost one attribute by 20, but drain another by 20 as well for 60 seconds. Neat, but not really worth $2. Our first task from Traven is to intercept a group of battle mages en route to Ninyan Twill, and to ensure the protection of an undercover mole inside the ranks of the Necromancer cult.
There's no time to waste. Follow me.
Funny scene. I suspect to counter the later scene where we find out the mole was turned into a zombie.
He's a worm thrall now, and shall be quite content here. A grim fate indeed, but one does not cross the order of the Black Worm without suffering greatly for it.
That's the quest. Go in a ruin and kill necromancers. Before Traven will give us our next task, he insists we head downstairs and get a promotion from Raminus. So, I have all of the achievements on the Xbox copy of Oblivion, because I didn't have a functional PC for a couple years. Except I don't have one achievement, and that is the Magician rank of the Mages Guild, which is a completely optional promotion that you can miss. The only real purpose of faction ranks in Oblivion is achievements, something that would be easy to miss on PC where there aren't any. Now, faction ranks did have a purpose in Morrowind, and it was more than immersion. They helped to control the freeform quest structures of factions and came with disposition bonuses as well as detriments when dealing with opposing factions. Some NPCs would also restrict their services to only high-ranking members of their factions. Now, however, most of that's gone, and so come Skyrim, the faction ranks were gone as well. Traven next tells us that Count Hasseldor has requested we visit him to receive information on the Necromancers. His new assistant has us wait while she gets him. Honestly, why don't we just declare our arrival and meet with him in his awesome and unused throne room area? Count Hasseldor does have information for us, and in all honesty, likely had it the last time we met him, but now he has a task that needs doing. Count Hasseldor is a vampire, for those listening and unfamiliar with him. A pack of unrelated vampires recently moved into a nearby cave. He speculates attracted to his county by his success as a vampire. These vampires, however, have drawn the ire of the the Order of the Virtuous Blood. No, not even those guys, just a generic vampire hunter group. Anyways, Hasseldor wants both groups gone, and you're presented with a few options, surprisingly. The vampires have to die regardless, but you can kill, use, or dismiss the vampire hunters depending on how you approach the situation. Sure, it may just be 3 possibilities, but given everything so far, having options is, well, refreshing. After a lot of foot tapping waiting for the Count, he comes and shares the information he has.
Mana Marco has returned.
I might have spoiled that already, but oh well. Is this supposed to be a dramatic reveal? What, for all the people who played Daggerfall, read Where Were You When the Dragon Broke in Morrowind, and remembered Mana Marco's name and significance? It's a minor thing, but I just love that half of the footage of me talking to the Archmage starts with him waking up in his bedroom. No wonder he's full of bad ideas, he keeps having to make quick decisions immediately after waking up. This news shakes him, and he says the council needs a few days to come up with a course of action, and of course, to move a couple NPCs around for future quests. So, after an arena fight, 2 different Oblivion gates, and an update to my gear, Traven still hasn't come to a decision, but he does need us to check up on the Bruma Guildhall. It's been wiped out. There are bodies everywhere, the undead, and a necromancer. That's pretty bold and pretty stupid. People emotionally resonate with this quest because this was the Guildhall with the guys who like to play pranks, and they've just been killed. And while I agree that the faction quest of Oblivion should have featured more moments like this is also superbly silly. Archmage Traven suspects something is wrong because Jean Frasserick, the woman who recommended us, stopped sending him correspondences for several days. Nobody knew anything was wrong at the Bruma Guildhall until that point. For several days, the fires, the smell of dead bodies, the sounds of combat and screaming, and the parade of necromancers as they entered the city, all of that was ignored. And for several days, nobody attempted to enter the Guildhall, because it's not like the Mages Guild provides services to the public. Alright, let's doctor this quest.
Warlock, I'm glad you are back. Minutes ago a courier arrived. I was expecting my daily correspondence with Jean, but instead, I received a worrying report from the captain of the Bruma Guard that our guild hall was attacked. We're stretched then, so I need you to head to Bruma and find out what's going on.
Are you from the Mages Guild? Good, your guild hall was attacked. They snuck into the city claiming to be a Daedra troop and attempted to escape using magic. One of the guards heard commotion, and we mobilized as quickly as we could, but only managed to trap a couple of them inside the guild hall. I'm not risking my men if I do not have to, so get in there.
Bam. It's that easy. Now we've made the Bruma Mages Guild an actual part of the broader city of Bruma, instead of a microcosm where a bunch of people can get murdered by unambiguously evil necromancers and their neighbors just shrug it off as Mundos. Jaskar, the invisible Khajiit from before, managed to survive due to being invisible at the time of the slaughter. Although he remarks that Mannimarco seems to have seen through the invisibility, which is not an unreasonable feat considering the spell Detect Life exists. That makes him remarking on Echo Cave and claiming he'll destroy the Mages Guild while stealing all of the Mages' souls a pretty alpha move.
He killed them, one by one. Volonaro was last, I think. He was trying to run away, but he didn't make it, did he?
Damn, he's the only guy that teaches Summon Dremora Lord, too. Travin's shocked and says he'll need 2 days to come to a decision. Alright, 1 Ayleid ruin, some macro training, and a couple hours of using the wait function later, and the council has collapsed. Traven words it a bit strangely. He uses plurals to describe singular people. Maybe the idea was that there were going to be more members of the Council of Mages, but it was never finished. The council, thus far, is Archmage Traven, Erlav Jirol, Karanya, Chancellor Okado, and Raminus Polis. Yeah, he's in the council, but you wouldn't be able to tell at a glance. Now sure, the council is supposedly already split when a bunch of guild members left after the necromancy ban. I think the real problem though is that the Arcane University simply isn't big enough. The council chamber is tiny, and most of the grounds of the university is just wasted space. The bulk of the space is taken up by the orrery, which isn't even used in the questline, and they don't even mention who the former council members were or even if they actually joined the necromancers. We're given a choice of tracking down the 2 council members who absconded with artifacts the guild was holding, Erlav Jirol with the Bloodworm Helm and Karanya with the Necromancer's Amulet. We're going after the amulet first because it's shown up in every Elder Scrolls game. You would think that would be of great interest to Mannimarco, considering it's his artifact. So we head over to the abandoned Imperial Fort number 56, and there are a bunch of unnamed mages there who direct us to speak with Karanya, and are doing creepy smiles and are nervously sweating knowing they have to speed change into their necromancer robes once Karanya reveals that she is going to give the amulet to Mannimarco. Okay, we reported the Echo Cave thing to Traven, right? He probably brought it up, so why didn't you go to Mannimarco? Why are we here, southwest of Coral?
Well, this is quite a surprise. I thought you were Traven's lapdog, doing whatever he said. And yet, here you are.
Is this commentary on the questline? Is Brian Chapin begging for somebody to let him make an actual interactive story and not just a Hogwarts-themed 18-part instruction list? So we kill Karanya and fight our way out and turn over the Necromancer's Amulet. Curiously, this is permanent. Before you say anything, being able to get the amulet from the Archmage's nightstand after completing the questline is an addition of the unofficial Oblivion patch, and is not in the base game, although there is a glitch. But why do people want this necklace anyways? Well, it's leveled, but to Karanya, who is surprisingly not leveled, but fixed at level 30. So the necklace is always in its best condition, which is Fortify Willpower and Intelligence, 14 points. Fortify Conjuration, 12 points. Fortify Magicka, 130 points. Which, with the Intelligence boost, is 158 extra Magicka, but at the cost of Drain Strength and Endurance, 25 points. It's weaker than its Morrowind counterpart, but obviously desirable enough that even the lore-friendly patchers added a way to get it back. At least without a glitch. After this, we're off to abandoned Imperial Fort number 57, which is full of necromancers, who you'll find are battling it out with a bunch of Daedra, and at the back of the cave is Erlav Jirol's corpse wearing the Bloodworm Helm. It's a light armor helm with a leveled Fortify Conjuration effect, and apparently, this is news to me, it gives you the spell Essence Drain while you wear it, which is an absurdly cheap absorb spell that does fatigue, health, and magicka. But I wouldn't be able to cast it because even though I meet the magicka requirements, my restoration skill would need to be 75 to use it anyways. Actually, only the Bloodworm Helm you acquire between levels 1 and 4 gives you the Essence Drain spell. as the other helms are bugged in the base game, so if you didn't notice the spell because it didn't give you one, that's why. Just be sure to level up to 15 to get the best staff, and then unlevel back to 4 to get a useful Bloodworm helm.
I shall return the helm to a secure place in the tower. It's the least I can do for Erlov. Thank you. Have you recovered the Necromancer's amulet? Before we continue, you should speak to Raminus Polus about your advancement within the guild.
I'm sorry, did I walk in on you jerking off? Maybe get a secretary so I don't have to report on your dead colleagues in your masturbatorium. We're Master Wizard now, but don't think for a second that actually means anything. Traven has apparently learned of a colossal black soul gem that has been created in the Iliad ruin of Cylorn. How? Everyone in the Mages Guild is incompetent, and we are shown spies failing directly. I'm really curious how exactly this information is being gleaned. We get sent down to Cylorn to check on some battle mages who are sitting outside of the ruin not accomplishing much as the door is magically locked. I wouldn't be surprised if the magical lock was actually just a stick propped up against the door. Anyways, they're planning an ambush and leave it up to us to decide where the individual members go. At our disposal, we have Axewoman, Spellwoman, and Healing Man. I wonder what the right place for each person is. The ambush happens when 3 Necromancers and Falcar leave the ruin. Falcar flees with the soul gem as soon as the fighting starts, and it's up to us to clear out this ruin full of Necromancers and undead. Montage.
I know that death will never do us part. I look at the mark here, I spit into his face. To bring you back, I learn dark smart. Whatever the price is, I'm prepared to pay. What's the fine for necrophilia? In this part of Tamriel. What's the fine for necrophilia? In this part of Tamriel. Young, stay.
With the colossal black soul gem in hand, Traven reveals his master plan. We are to go to Echo Cave, wipe out the final cave full of necromancers for this questline, and confront Mannimarco, the King of Worms. Manny will try to enthrall us, but thanks to the colossal black soul gem, it'll fail and we'll be able to kill him. Traven then commits suicide, soul-trapping himself in the soul gem and condemning his soul to the soul cairn.
Farewell, my friend.
You would dare to approach the King of Worms? If you seek an audience with His Grace, you must open this door. I hold the key, and I will die defending it. I see Bolor was unsuccessful in delaying you. Very well. I shall reanimate him once we are done here.
Alright, let's talk about Mannimarco. Manny Boy is a cartoon villain. Dude, I get you're into the whole necromancy, dark arts, black hoods, and monologue thing. But what happened? Did the reasonable, political savvy side of you split off to become the divine being and you're stuck on Norn with all the angst and hormones? Never mind his goofy appearance, why not draw from his Daggerfall uniform? With a hood, his face concealed in shadows, and his eyes glowing an unnerving blue. We're not even going to get into the Elder Scrolls Online version of Marco, but let's set visuals aside and how he presents himself. Is he a good boss fight? It is universally agreed, even among fans of Oblivion, that Mannimarco is not a satisfying boss fight for the Mages Guild. But let's actually analyze him. Mannimarco, when put under scrutiny, actually highlights a fundamental lack of understanding in game design. Mannimarco's stats scale based on the player, so in theory he's supposed to be somewhat challenging regardless of when you face him. However, his magicka actually caps at 350. He knows 4 spells. One is the scripted spell he uses to start to paralyze us for the monologue. The remaining 3 spells are a paralyze spell for 7 seconds, which will take 332 magicka. He can cast this spell exactly once before being out of magicka. His second spell is a shock damage spell that does 20 points of damage for 2 seconds in an area of 15. This costs 243 magicka, so he can cast this one once and then need to regenerate for a short time to cast it again. His third spell summons a lich, but costs 700 magicka. It is mathematically impossible for Mannimarco to cast this spell. His remaining spells are determined by a leveled list, which itself contains 5 other leveled lists to fill out the remainder of his spell roster with 5 random spells. However, because he only has 350 magicka, he consistently runs out and then decides to fall back on his backup weapon, a dagger. Mannimarco is a necromancer. The necromancer class often falls back on summoning daggers as backup weapons, but confusingly, they do not have blade in their skill lineup. They do, however, have athletics, sneak, and blunt. 2 skills the player won't see NPCs using, and 1 skill the necromancers can't utilize because they can't conjure maces. Mannimarco, however, doesn't conjure his weapon. He instead carries a generic silver dagger. That's right, his weapon choice is not leveled. Whether you come here at level 1 or level 50, Mannimarco will always fall back on a silver dagger that he doesn't have the blade skill to use effectively. The player would have to reach level 190 just for Mannimarco to reach skill level 25 with his backup weapon. Note that at this level, the player would have somewhere between 600 and 2000 health. So even if the player fought naked, Mannimarco's dagger would likely break before managing to kill the player. He only has 2 other items to his person, his unenchanted robes and the Staff of Worms, which reanimates bodies. Except there's no bodies in the boss arena for him to reanimate. He does, however, have a unique birth sign, fortifying his health 100 points, his intelligence 20 points, and giving him a 50% resistance to magic, normal weapons, and paralysis. So at least he's got that going for him. Mannimarco is an amazingly bad boss fight, in a game where the concept of boss encounters is dubious as is. Let's fix this up. First, we'll give Mannimarco a whole 1000 magicka, plus additional spell points from scaling, and 25% spell absorption to boot. We'll also up his resist normal weapon stat to 75% from 50%. At half health, we can script him to initiate a second conversation, something like, "Nice try, mortal, but that wasn't even 1% of my power," or some filler bullshit like that. And then we'll spawn in a bunch of skeletons into the fight. As it stands, Mannimarco, this ancient threat to the Mages Guild that dates back to Golarion, is indistinguishable from any of the other Altmer necromancers we've fought so far. Off his corpse, we receive the Staff of Worms, a primitive version of the reanimation spells that would appear in Skyrim. Raminus tells us that the Archmage left a note appointing us Archmage. I don't know if that included a qualifier like, on the condition they beat Mannimarco, because it's basically up to us if you want to undo the legacy of Archmage Hannibal Traven and permit necromancy again. Because remember, that's what this whole questline boils down to. 2 years prior to Oblivion, Traven became Archmage and made the decision to ban necromancy from the Mages Guild. Not from Cyrodiil, just the Mages Guild. However, I feel some people have made a mistake in their understanding of this story. Traven didn't ban necromancy because of the return of Mannimarco. Rather, Mannimarco returned after Traven banned necromancy. Mannimarco would have inevitably returned to Cyrodiil to destroy the Mages Guild, given his beef with Golarion. But that doesn't change the fact that the ban on necromancy was proactive, not reactive. There's a book on necromancy titled The Black Arts on Trial, penned by, who else? Hannibal Traven. The book details the debate between 2 Mages Guild magisters, one from elsewhere and one from Orsinium, discussing the issue of banning necromancy. Master Grakog argues that the guild should form an objective understanding of necromancy, while Master Carlus argues that necromancy is the work of Satan and should be banned. The book tries to justify Carlus's position by later stating that Grakog was a necromancer and that Traven attempted to have her arrested, despite necromancy only being a provincial crime in Morrowind. Traven even calls her a slave to the black arts, and that her only possible motivation for endorsing this study of necromancy was to the benefit of evil. Like, hold on. If this was a discussion on banning destruction magic, and the person making the defense for destruction was a master of destruction magic, would they be called a slave? It doesn't seem unreasonable that the person you got to mount the defense of the art was in fact a practitioner. Throughout this section, I have pointed out time and time again the incompetence of Mages Guild members. It is my belief that some early draft of the story was about how the Mages Guild had lost its way as an organization, and that the ban on necromancy would inevitably be the downfall of the Mages Guild. Indeed, that is what ends up happening between Oblivion and Skyrim. However, When it came time to translate the idea into a questline, it seems the purpose of the story was lost or changed. Instead of being a questline pitting two Mages Guild factions, the Necromancers versus the rest of the guild, where the player may choose between an amoral but objective art versus the morally good but ideologically corrupted Mages Guild.
Oh, my dear, I didn't mean to imply that you have a choice.
It became the story of a renegade faction of outwardly evil mages out to destroy everything that is good and holy, justifying satanic panic, and only we can stop this threat. The more I analyzed this story, the more I realized that it has the potential to be one of the greatest questlines in a Bethesda game. I'm not even kidding, the pieces are all here. The setup is here. An ideological conflict about the role and purpose of the Mages Guild? Is it a faction dedicated to the study of magic, or is it a magical regulator that cowers before the whims of the non-magical population? Traven's position as a hardline anti-necromancer could embody everything that has gone wrong with the guild. Someone who is opposed to the guild's understanding of an entire school of magic was allowed to dictate to the Mages Guild from Black Marsh to High Rock that necromancy was not to be studied. If the player was a necromancer, they might arrive at the university to suddenly find themselves saddled with the same choice that other guild necromancers like Kalthar, Karanya, and Falkar had to make. Do we continue our membership, depriving ourselves of a school of magic, or do we join the necromancer faction, depriving ourselves of all other magical services? Instead, look at what we got. It's easy to sit around and speculate about what could have been. The Mages Guild questline could have been a quest about building an airship fleet to go conquer Akavir. But when all the pieces are already here, and when all these elements are half-formed, it makes you question why. If the Necromancers aren't going to be joinable, then why write the Mages Guild members like this? In Morrowind, there was a spectrum between politics and academics-focused mages. Edwina Elbert represented the academic aspect of the guild, and most of her quests focused on the acquisition of knowledge. Trebonius Arturius represented the political aspect of the guild. Every quest involving him focused on the political relationship the guild had with Morrowind. Renus Atheris was politics-focused, while Ajira in the same guild hall was more academic with minor politics. Skink and Tree Shade was a mix of politics and academics, and you have to do all of his quests to get the option to peacefully replace Trebonius Arturius. However, in Oblivion, all the mages are just incompetent academics. It's hard to see how there were two separate magical factions in a post-Oblivion Cyrodiil. Given pretty much everyone we meet in the guild is on team fuck necromancy, most of these people would absolutely join the Synod and go on to ban conjuration if it means they can continue to get paid to do nothing. I just love the line the necromancers drew in the sand. In the year 421, the Empire passed the Levitation Act, which banned the use of levitation magic across the Empire. Morrowind was exempt due to the Armistice, but Cyrodiil obviously wasn't. 421 was only 12 years prior to Oblivion, and this wasn't a guild-only ban like necromancy, this was the outright criminalization of levitation magic. If only I could think of examples where you break the law in an Elder Scrolls game, maybe even two whole factions dedicated to that concept. Alas, I cannot. Apparently the Necromancers in the Mages Guild were fine with the ban on levitation. The power of flight. The ability to ascend vertically into the atmosphere. The Necromancers, they're a little sleepy. There's nothing that could stir them awake. But the practice of reanimating the dead, where its practitioners often target bodies without consent and raise abominations to the point of soul-trapping humanoid souls, we ban the practice of necromancy just in the guild halls. And all of a sudden, they are wide awake, rebelling. Half of the Mages Guild Council resigns in disgust at this gross violation of magical study. And this is why I think the Mages Guild fails as a magical faction. It doesn't require magic, it barely encourages magic, and it fundamentally does not understand magic. Speaking of not understanding magic, let's finally discuss Frostcrag Spire. The DLC home option for the magical player. It's a wizard's tower atop a peak overlooking Cyrodiil. That's pretty cool, and it looks great with a distinct style over substance design. The deed appears in your pocket as the tower's master was apparently our dead relative, Terrace Rindel, Archmage. What? I guess he was the Archmage before Traven, although he sounds notably Dunmer. Given that he's supposed to be the player's relative, it might not be a good idea to actually name him. Anyways, he built the tower but failed to put the finishing flourishes on it, and so bequeaths that responsibility upon us. The first thing are the enchanting and spellcrafting station, which apparently require special permission from the Arcane University. We need to buy candles for them to work. Working with the master alchemist Sendarion, he created the apparatus table, which fortifies our alchemy 15 points. He also built an Atronak table, which will do those permanent summons of Atronachs you may have spotted me using, in exchange for 3 of their salts. Kind of smart, since you can't really summon Storm Atronachs without reaching the level 19. Psych, there are enough Void Salts in the world to actually do it at level 1, but still, this is cool. He also made portals to the Mages Guild halls. Seriously, what? He needed permission for custom spell and enchantment stations, but could casually create teleporters that span half the continent. The garden here also provides access to plants that are limited in the base game during the main quest. For all those reasons, Frostcrag Spire was my base for this playthrough. Even though you now have the ability to buy houses in every city, I usually only bother with the house in the waterfront until I've made enough money to purchase the upgrades for Frostcrag Spire. People like to brag and say they'd never done Oblivion's main quest. I find this strange, as people put an unusual emphasis on the main quests of these games in terms of how they end the game. However, neither Morrowind nor Oblivion nor Skyrim's main quest actually marks the end of their respective Elder Scrolls game. The end of the game is really just the last time you hit exit game on a character. However, what people can't say is that they haven't started Oblivion's main quest. Unless you're somehow in the minority of individuals whose first playthrough involved an alternative start mod. So we have to go back to the beginning. The introduction. We are a prisoner sitting in a cell inside the Imperial City Prison. Emperor Uriel Septim VII, with a group of Blade bodyguards, uses a secret exit inside our cell to escape. We follow, as the Emperor has had visions of us before and trusts us. He gives us the Amulet of Kings, and we witness his assassination. We're instructed to go to Wayne Priory, and we leave. As we exit the sewers, we're told to either fast travel to Coral, or to follow the quest marker to get there. Now before we set off, there's something that I feel merits discussion at this juncture. Why was the Emperor skipping town? The obvious answer is to escape the Mythic Dawn assassins, but why? Secret passages out of cities typically exist in the event a city is besieged and the defenders aren't confident they can keep the attackers out. It's a way to get your leadership out of the inevitable torture and execution. This is not what you do in the event of an assassination attempt, because now instead of being surrounded by guards, you're surrounded by ambush positions. But fine. I guess we'll assume that the Blades have decided that there may be infiltrators in the Imperial Palace and they can't defend them there anymore. What are their options? Firstly, teleportation magic.
For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's Emperor.
But did you install a teleporter in the Imperial Palace? That apparently doesn't merit special permission, and besides, you're the Emperor. Even if there is no teleporter out of the palace, the Emperor is a master of the mystic arts, so Uriel definitely knows how to cast Recall or Divine Intervention. But that would be illegal. We may be fleeing for our lives here, but we aren't criminals, goddammit. Okay, so you're in the Imperial Palace and you want to not be. Go through the sewers. Except the only palace sewers entrance connecting to the palace proper is lost knowledge that is only later recovered during the Thieves Guild. So I guess they went across the surface, through the market district, crossed the bridge to the prison district, went into the bastion, and then came down to our cell block. So they were going to leave through the same sewer exit we use, right? Which is not far from a shallow point in the lake. There are 4 ways to get off this island without swimming. The Imperial Dragon Bridge, the Wood Bridge in the northwestern corner, a shallow part in the lake in the northeast, and a shallow part in the south. What's our plan after that? Maybe we take the Emperor to a fort. Except there aren't any Imperial Legion forts in Cyrodiil. The closest fort is Fort Urasek, which is full of goblins. The second closest fort is Shalman, which is full of undead. Fine, we're going up to Cloud Ruler Temple. Except one little thing.
I was born 87 years ago.
So you're telling me you're going to march an 87-year-old man up this mountain to Cloud Ruler Temple. Are we confident that he's even going to be able to breathe up there? And the answer is yeah, because have you seen the Imperial Palace? Cardio day is every day when you live in a skyscraper with no elevator. I mean, we see the guy on the roof in the trailer. Uriel's probably ripped under that robe. But we don't even have to get up that far. The road is Ambush Alley. Again, trying to get Uriel out of the city is probably not that great a plan. Caius Casades in Morrowind was talking about a secession crisis 6 years ago, so surely you guys have prepared something in the interim besides, take him to the fort high in the mountains. Okay, so what are our options? You could have just stayed in the Bastion. The prison district is like a fortress, and the only downside are the prisoners, of which there are only 4. But if you don't want to go that route, you could instead go to the Arcane University. Sure, there might be hidden necromancers, and it would suck to flee from one death cult to another, but it's highly defensible. There are battle mages there, and a bunch of powerful wizards. You could also go to the waterfront and commandeer a ship and then sail away from the city. Oh wait, there's a shallow section there, so you'd have to get out and push the boat. The only problem with the main gate is that there aren't any horses at the stable. Also, here's a question. We know the Emperor walked by here, right? So why didn't they march him around the prison? You'd get to the sewer exit faster and could even commission some legionaries to escort you. Or if we're really dedicated to wading through feces because you think it'll get the Dawn to stop following you, you could enter the market sewers at a couple different shops in their basement and then connect to the North Tunnel, which exits equidistant from 2 different land bridges. It's not implausible, as Boris seems to know the sewers pretty well. Or take the Southeast Tunnel, which you enter in the Arboretum. It's the farthest from a land bridge, but the simplest and shortest of the sewers. But fine, the invisible hand of fate pushes them to go through the prison district sewers, because they felt they had to start in prison and they showed the scene in the E3 demo. On our arrival at Wayne Priory, we're directed to speak with Joffrey, a priest who is secretly the Grand Master of the Blades.
Emperor Uriel? Do you know something about his death?
Yeah, I know that instead of bringing the amulet to you directly, I instead entered into a gladiatorial arena, started from nothing and became its grand champion, and then left that arena to sign up with a mercenary company, discovered a conspiracy by a rival company, and subsequently wiped them all out, became the leader of the Fighters Guild in the process, and now I'm currently in the 15-hour section between the end of the Fighters Guild and beginning of the Mages Guild, and I need to access some Oblivion gates for sigil stones, so I may have finally decided to bring you the Amulet of Kings. I know it might be a bit late, but here you go.
As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you.
Now, it's impossible to not make a comparison to Morrowind given the extreme and obvious similarity that exists between Joffrey and the character Caius Casades. Both Morrowind and Oblivion start with the player character being released from prison by the Imperial Authority with the instructions to deliver something to the regional leader of the Blades. Both characters are old, balding Imperials who have taken cover identities as unlikely suspects of espionage. Casades was a skooma addict and Joffrey was a monk. Both characters fill the role of giving the player directions that constitute the main quest. Now for the differences. The player has little inkling of what their true use to the Blades is in Morrowind. Your only clues will be to read the documents that you're assigned to collect for Casades, and if you don't, Caius will eventually explain your role in the Nerevarine Prophecy. Whereas, from the outset of Oblivion, the character is intimately aware of what their role in this story is.
Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land. You, I've seen you. You are the one from my dreams. Then the stars were right, and this is the day. What path can be avoided whose end is fixed by the almighty gods? These are the closing days of the Third Era, and the final hours of my life.
Stranger.
If the story was realistic, and bear with me on that sentiment, then Joffrey would thank us for the amulet and send us on our way. However, I appreciate that sometimes unrealistic things have to happen in stories for the sake of, well, storytelling. Joffrey, however, begins divulging information to the player that he really shouldn't, at least not yet. What if, for instance, the player was actually the Mythic Dawn member who killed the Emperor after hearing his instructions, then managed to kill the player and Boris and taken the Amulet of Kings, and this was a ploy to try and uncover any illegitimate heirs? Is Joffrey so confident in his cover identity that he's willing to divulge information to a complete stranger simply off the idea that Uriel Septim was a quirky guy who knows a protagonist when he sees one? Now, Casades trusts the player because he has verifiable proof that he's been sent by the Empire. Even if he didn't, Morrowind has another trick up his sleeve. After introducing ourselves to Casades, he dismisses us with only one order: to get a job. In that interim, it's not unreasonable that he reached out to Celis Gravius, the man who gave us our orders at Seyda-Neen, to verify this information. Joffrey has no equivalent moment, because he really can't. Fixing this inherent problem of trapping the player in the main quest would take one big change to the game: delaying the destruction of Kvatch.
Bad idea. Suddenly destroying an entire city housing quest content and maybe the player's house would probably foster more resentment towards the game than the Daedra. In that situation, I'd imagine that most players would reload a save if they found out the city was destroyed, and then proceed to complete everything they could in Kvatch until they were okay with it being leveled. which sort of defeats the purpose of destroying the city in the first place.
How true is this sentiment, however? Breville, for instance, is a city that doesn't get destroyed, which only has 8 quests, 12 if you count the Thieves Guild quests that start in Breville but don't actually take place here. Imagine for a moment that it's possible during a quest for Breville to get destroyed. What exactly changes in Oblivion? A Mages Guild quest, 2 Dark Brotherhood quests, 3 side quests, a main quest, and a quest to buy the house. Maybe it's frustrating if your Breville hovel gets blown up, but one short quest to rebuild it in the ruins and bam, all your stuff's back. Just void the Mages Guild quest, the Dark Brotherhood seems like they would hang out in the ruins, and losing 3 side quests sucks, but it helps create the illusion that the cities are in danger if one gets destroyed. You could sidestep the issue entirely by making it so Kvatch just doesn't have a home for sale. That might be a death flag, but the benefits of having the city outweigh the alternative reality criticisms it would endure for being designed for destruction. Obviously, there are time concerns for Bethesda, but don't discount the idea entirely because it might be an inconvenience for the player. Nobody in the Fighters Guild acknowledges their friends that perished in the city. Archmage Traven will conveniently decide to not assign a school of magic to the Kvatch Guild Hall prior to its destruction. Well, sad to say, but such wasn't the only forgotten city of Cyrodiil, given the only thing people outside of Kvatch have to say is praise for the player when they save it.
Did it, Patrick! We saved the city!
If Kvatch actually exists prior to the main quest, it could be a simple city. A few quests, most of them simple and might only pay out gold. Kvatch's lack of quests could even be attributed to it being a quiet, peaceful area. It would have a simple recommendation quest for the Mages Guild, which would get waived if the player joins after the guild hall is destroyed. And like most Fighters Guild halls, it would serve no purpose. It's not like there isn't a precedent in Oblivion for areas and characters that get destroyed and killed. Look at the Bruma Mages Guild Hall. The minority of people who care about getting 100% just grab the Dremora Lord summon spell and invest in the Alchemist ahead of time. Everyone else gets caught by surprise and generally praises that quest.
The only time the Mages Guild reaches out of storytelling mediocrity is the quest where the Necromancer King attacks the Bruma Mages Guild, destroying it and killing many of its residents. Had the characters in Bruma been more fleshed out, then this could have worked as a gut punch which would have given the player a reason to hate the Necromancers.
As it stands, we get none of the benefits of having Kvatch exist prior to its destruction. In fact, the one tidbit most Elder Scrolls fans know about Kvatch is that it was destroyed, because the city was created for the express purpose of being destroyed. It's trying to receive the benefits of denying the player content without doing any of the work. So for most people, instead of Kvatch being the city where they were mildly inconvenienced for a dramatic story, it's instead the place where the Oblivion Gate starts spawning and has this weirdly unfinished quest to reclaim the castle. I believe Kvatch is relying on the player being familiar with the other cities to function dramatically, which doesn't work for the players who just follow the compass. If the player goes straight from the Imperial City sewers to Wayne and Priory to Kvatch, they never actually encounter any of the normal cities of Cyrodiil. Simply put, there's no angle where the destruction of Kvatch really works, because either Bethesda was concerned players might be mildly annoyed at its destruction, or, more likely, they just didn't have the time to fully realize the city. Todd Howard himself stated there was a questline to become the Duke of Calovia that would start here, at Kvatch, which was cut because, quote,
"It really defocused the main quest from dealing with the Daedra."
That, and getting the game out in 2006 to the console market. If Bethesda couldn't finish the City of Such, then yeah, of course Kvatch was just left to smolder. It's a city that was doomed from the start. Something is immediately wrong if you attempt to fast travel to Kvatch, as it's the only city to not allow you to go straight to its gate.
Daedra overran Kvatch last night!
It's a kind of quantum last night. No matter how long you delay arriving at the city, you'll always be too late. And inversely, no matter how quickly you arrive at the city,
hope is gone. The Imperial line is dead. The Covenant is broken. The enemy has won.
This guy will always know about the Emperor's death.
Good day.
I guess the Daedra didn't target the cell towers. Kvatch and the related quest to close the Oblivion Gate that sits in front of its door is always available to the player, even if they haven't visited Joffrey yet. So like me, you can actually do these quests out of order and get special dialogue when you deliver the amulet after closing the gate at Kvatch.
Yes, Kvatch.
I think it's a neat touch, if only because Bethesda could not engineer a situation where the player absolutely could not get to Kvatch without speaking to Joffrey first, without making the city itself. Our goal in the main quest is to rescue the illegitimate son of the Emperor, Sean Bean, from the city of Kvatch. If you do the quest early, the goal is to rescue the civilians from the Chapel of Akatosh, and if you do so, Sean will go down to the refugee camp with the others. But first, we have to take care of the Oblivion Gate. So, question. Why did the Daedra attack Kvatch?
Because it's an emotionally resonant moment, man.
And there's the fulcrum of Oblivion. The amount of information and capabilities of the Mythic Dawn in Mehrunes Dagon is near omniscient when convenient in order to drive the plot. The Mythic Dawn assassins pursuing the Emperor into the sewers in such numbers is a stretch, but it makes sense they could at least find the Emperor in the Imperial City. The Daedra tracking down the illegitimate heir to the Septim Dynasty and then deciding that a full-scale invasion of the city was preferable to an infiltration and assassination is dissonant. He's a priest, guys. He wouldn't see it coming or be able to stop you. They used a cruise missile to kill a rodent and then failed. And then the bulk of Daedra forces left, closed the Great Gate and two of its supporting gates, and left a single Oblivion Gate open, but not to actually accomplish anything. The Daedra just sort of stand around and look menacing for the benefit of the player. We'll come back to this point later. Now, spoilers for later, but in the interim, when the player leaves the Amulet of Kings at Wayne Priory to fetch Martin, the Mythic Dawn will attack the Priory and steal the amulet. Before I ask how they knew, we can figure out the Mythic Dawn may have been tailing the player. It's only an unreasonable assumption if the player doesn't immediately deliver the amulet. It might have been neat if there were sporadic Mythic Dawn attacks until the player finishes the quest, so if the Dawn is tailing the player, then a possible direction to take the story is that the player is by proxy responsible for the destruction of Kvatch. Or you could be lazy and say a Mythic Dawn agent had infiltrated the Priory. It just seems like your priorities are backwards when you send the assassins to kill an emperor and an army to kill a priest. I mean, sure, they couldn't open an Oblivion Gate when the Emperor was still alive, Amulet of Kings and all that, but why not plop down a gate at Wayne Priory? Is it because we're not opening gates on such petty targets? Is Wayne Priory and the Amulet of Kings less important than the middle of the woods? Moving on, now we have to take care of the Oblivion Gate itself. Kvatch has a unique Oblivion Gate, which is an odd statement by itself because Morrowind had moved away from procedural generation, so everything was unique. While the gates you encounter in the world are not procedurally generated, they are randomized to be one of 7 presets. There are 4 more handcrafted worlds, all of which are tied to the main quest. Everything else in Oblivion is handcrafted. The minimum you have to do in Oblivion to complete the main quest is 3 out of the 60 that can appear in 90 potential locations. Most of the time, the forces of Oblivion will park a gate down in the middle of the wilderness and hop out, doing not much of anything. The player can ignore these gates and come back to them later to see that the Daedra are still doing nothing. There are also places where the player will see multiple gates within spitting distance of each other, the prime example usually being near Skingrad given how many times the player will travel near that city. These are issues that every single Oblivion critic brings up because it's very obviously a problem. One solution that was proposed in a livestream chat was that Daedric gates could focus on attacking generic and non-quest related forts and ruins, replacing their occupants for the duration of the main quest. Or there could be less wilderness gates and more village and city gates, with consequences for not doing those when you see them. Of course, the next problem is Oblivion itself. Oblivion, as a dungeon area, is universally hated. You might get the odd contrarian who defends the premise of Oblivion, but very few people will go up to bat for its execution. The only time I enjoyed doing an Oblivion Gate was when I popped a new Doom song in the background and pretended I was a modern Pelennor Whitestrake. What you don't seem to understand is, Nirn isn't your world to conquer. With 50 random gates in the world sharing 7 preset designs, if you decide to take down all gates by hand, you'll likely encounter each design around 7 times. The variation between these designs is sparse, with the towers all being copy-pastes of each other. The reason the towers are, where underground ruins aren't, is that the towers supposedly have to conform to realistic dimensions since they're above ground. Now, given this is Oblivion, and especially given this is the Daedric Prince of Change's plane of Oblivion, this isn't actually true, and there were a lot of opportunities to make Oblivion more unique than the overworld dungeons. I mean, it's in the name of the game. and several of the Daedra quests involve going to Oblivion, yet every variation of Oblivion ends up being the same hellish Deadlands area. First, the Overworld. This is the best part of Oblivion, being the only dungeons to generally involve exterior skyboxed cells. You'll encounter towers that spit fireballs at you, magic landmines, even plants that try to poison or slash you. It's awesome. And that isn't counting the Daedric occupants. They suffer in some regards. Daedra and Morrowind were always higher tier threats, even scamps merited caution until around level 7. However, the expectation is that the player may be completing the gate at Kvatch at level 1, so the enemies have to be leveled to be beatable. This starts with stunted scamps and Clanfear runs, which for most players were simply so threatening that they overwhelmed the Kvatch guard. They stand side by side with generic Dremora enemies who have traded in their impressive and powerful Daedric armor for weaker and leveled Dremora armor that can't be taken off their bodies. At some point in Oblivion Gates, you'll encounter the Oblivion Caves, arguably the most miserable variety of cave you can find in the entire game. And then there are the towers, which have the same beginning, middle, and end for every single Oblivion Gate in the entire game. I'm sure the original design document there was something about a joint invasion effort that might have the player visiting various realms of Oblivion, hence the name of the game is Oblivion and not Deadlands. Maybe a Four Horsemen motif with Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, Peryite, and I guess Namira would be the closest thing to Famine. Instead, we got a game focusing on the intricacies of the Daedra, where most people just write off Mehrunes Dagon as Satan and Oblivion Gates as hell you get to go through in the Eye of Sauron. This is Menion Goneld. This character shows up once in Oblivion and then disappears forever. He exists to tell us how to close the gate. He cannot be rescued, as he will insist on closing the gate first, resigning himself to whatever fate that will bring him. You can't even tell him that the city needs as many guards as they can get and that he should endeavor to return home alive. Nope, just a pointless sacrifice that is supposed to come off as heroic. We go up to the Sigil Keep. I detailed the Sigil Stones already. They apparently serve as anchors for the gate, and conveniently, instead of just being trapped inside of Oblivion after closing the gate, we get deposited outside. That's pretty much the only heroic aspect of what we, or Menion, were trying to accomplish, and once we know taking the Sigil Stone allows you to escape, then what we're doing is really no different than any normal Marauder or Necromancer cave, because, well, there's no way to get stuck inside Oblivion. With the way into the city clear, we asked the acting guard captain to accompany us into the city. After one fight, we group up with the survivors in the Chapel of Akatosh, and they are allowed to escape. Now, there is more to this quest, but our part relating to the main quest is done for now. We meet Brother Martin, and I looked into it. Martin and Joffrey are the only people in Oblivion referred to with the brother honorific, something that rarely shows up in Elder Scrolls and hasn't since Redguard. Except with Joffrey it makes sense, given that he's living in a monastic order. Martin is the only member of the actual Church of the Nine Divines to hold such a title, and given the rather easy connections between Mehrunes and Satan, it's not hard to see why. Never mind him being a priest of Akatosh would surely be enough to convey that Martin is a good guy, or that Martin allies with us against the forces of hell, or that Martin suggests we give our attention to the needy of Kvatch instead of him. None of that really conveys Martin is a good guy until we slap that little brother down there. We explain the situation to Martin. He's bummed about the Divines and their plan to destroy the city, even though that is how God is typically characterized, and the Nine Divines aren't generally characterized as having any kind of omniscient plan laid out for their subjects. Still, our honesty in having closed the giant Hell Gate means that Martin is willing to trust us and meet with Joffrey. Not that there's any other approach, like lying to him or telling him to get over himself. Nope, we just tell him that determinism is silly and not a valid excuse for being evil, and he comes along with us to Wayne Priory, which, as I said, is currently under attack by the forces of the Mythic Dawn. Why not plop down one of those gates you were going to use to molest a local wildlife to instead wipe out this monastery of undercover Blades agents?
Out of my way! I once fondled a deer, and I'll do it again.
I suppose I haven't really focused on the Mythic Dawn.
Truth is, the Legion doesn't know who was behind the Emperor's murder. We've already ruled out the Dark Brotherhood.
How?
So is this something worse?
Come on, Mythic Dawn is printed on the robe. Surely it can't be that hard to figure out. Their beliefs will come under scrutiny later. Right now, we're just looking at their basic exterior. Their movements and numbers are mysterious, but they all seem to be wearing these red robes and using magic to bind full sets of armor. It's a cool trick, likely inspired by custom enchanted items people made in Morrowind that did that effect. It's a shame that they're wasted on these satanic Hydra cultists.
Help! You must help! They're killing everyone at Waynon Priory. I don't know. I think they're right behind me. Prior Mabarel is dead.
We go and bail out Joffrey at the chapel and then go and recover the Amulet of Kings because the plot would be over if people kept taking their brain medicine. But it's missing, oh no.
We gained Uriel's heir and lost the Amulet of Kings.
We set out on horseback to Cloud Ruler Temple. There's something cosmically hilarious about passing an Imperial legionary who's already gotten word of our heroics at Kvatch, whilst being tailed by the heir to the throne and Grandmaster of the Blade.
It's you, the hero of Kvatch.
Only an Elder Scrolls game can engineer such a beautiful moment. Of course, you could just fast travel to Cloud Ruler Temple, as the game not only unlocks that point on the map, but discovers it for you as well. The hidden fortress of the Blades, yeah, sure. It's a shame too, as getting there from Waynon Priory involves one of the more interesting roads in the game. We arrive, Martin makes an awkward speech to the Blades, and Joffrey offers to induct us into his order. I decline, go off to do the Mages Guild, and return in full ebony armor with the ebony blade in hand. I don't think I need the katana, but thanks. A lot of people claim the blades are inspired by Japanese historical armors, but no, that's quite literally Roman centurions armed with katanas. Orcish armor from Morrowind, on the other hand. Anyways, being a part of the Blades is optional in Oblivion and only comes with the benefit of being allowed to take their stuff and sleep in their beds. But it's not actually a faction. Granted, it was only technically a faction in Morrowind as well. Once we continue on the main quest, Joffrey dispatches us to meet with Boris, who had been doing field work in the Imperial City. Given the Blade's prominence as a spy organization, you would think there would be a dozen agents filling this role, and hundreds in the canonically upscaled Imperial City. Funny thing is, the Mythic Dawn does actually have sleeper agents, many more than the Blades do. So we meet with Boris and he gives us some simple instructions.
I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him. I will follow you. Remember, I've trained for this kind of follow thing my whole life, so don't f it up. Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him.
Astav Wyrick, whose one package is to sit and read his book until this very moment, stands up and follows Boris into the basement to assassinate him. Boris, I hope you aren't wondering how your cover keeps getting blown, considering you walk around proudly displaying your katana. We kill Wyrick, grab his book, and chat with Boris.
What? They took it from Joffrey? Things are worse than I had thought.
You didn't know Joffrey had it, unless you and him have been communicating using illegal teleportation magic. Anyways, the book is the Mythic Dawn Commentaries Volume 1. Boris suggests we head over to the Arcane University and speak with Tarmina, since she is apparently
supposed to be an expert on Daedra cults.
Yeah, no, I've worked with her before. She's barely suited to being a librarian, let alone an actual specialist. You may be wondering how the player who hasn't joined the Arcane University is supposed to meet her at the Mystic Archives, and the answer is you don't. Because Bethesda couldn't come up with a way to give the player a guest pass, she'll sit in the Archmage's lobby instead, having received another one of those illegal teleporting messages notifying her of our arrival. She, of course, doesn't know much, as they are a secretive cult, other than that their leader is Mankar Cameron. The Mythic Dawn isn't secretive at all, or really any more secretive than any other Daedric cult. Maybe the implication is that they're secret because their shrine is in a cave, whereas most Daedric shrines are in the open. Really, I suspect she's saying as much because that's the extent of her knowledge and we're her boss, and she doesn't want to look unprepared for something she is supposed to know.
You have a scholarly interest in Daedric cults, then?
Are you serious? The Order of the Black Worm, the Necromancer's Moon, the Revenant, Black Soldiers, Metamarco, any of this ringing a bell, Tarmina? I might be interested because it's my job as the continent's magical regulator supreme to know this kind of stuff. She gives us the book's alternative name, Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. At the very least, she actually gives us the second volume instead of making us search the library. From there, she refers us over to the first edition, a bookshop in the Market District, to try and find volumes 3 and 4, as they're exceedingly difficult to find.
You must be referring to Mankar Cameron's Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. A common mistake.
No, Boris, Azan, Owen, Armand. Oh, we haven't done that one yet. Fentius mentions that the 3rd and 4th volumes are rare, but that he does happen to have a copy of the 3rd volume on hand, awaiting someone to pick up their online order, so he can't give it to us. He even goes so far as naming the person who's coming up to pick up the book. Like, what?
I don't know him personally.
Well, you have awfully loose lips, all things considered. We're not even given a chance to read the book before Gwyneth arrives, or try to copy some notes down, or to offer a higher price, as there's an intended sequence we have to follow, and because of that, Phintius is not only as knowledgeable about the series as Tarmina, Arcane University Daedra cult expert, but willing to taunt us with the fact that we have to politely ask Gwyneth for the book. I'll point out here the missed opportunity to have time pass as you read books. It means all the coffee table books are basically worthless given the possibility of using them to pass time waiting for NPC patterns. Now, we do actually have the option of stealing the book from Phintius. However, to progress the quest, we still have to talk to Gwyneth because he has a note we need in order to get the 4th volume. In addition, this option isn't really apparent as Gwyneth is scripted to arrive shortly after our conversation with Phintius, so it seems like Phintius would obviously suspect us of stealing the book. Gwyneth grabs the book and we follow him outside. We can actually do a disposition check to buy the book off him for 100 gold. However, 2 things. Gwyneth is actually from Valenwood and traveled across the continent to come pick this book up, so the idea of someone cracking a couple jokes and convincing him to part with the book, especially for so little money, is silly. However, we also have to still get the note from him, which we can technically steal or loot off his corpse, but so could the book. Ultimately, the path of last resort is to simply talk to Gwyneth, which always ends in us getting our hands on the book and note without any other requirement, making it the only real choice. He isn't willing to part with the book or note until we accuse the Dawn of being the assassins behind the Emperor's death. From the way he talks, the hero of Kvatch strikes me as kind of a moron. He actually thinks making an accusation of criminal cult behavior would affect a cult initiate, and don't say something like,
"Well, it worked, didn't it?"
Because yeah, it does. That doesn't make it all right. The note details that Gwyneth was to meet someone named the Sponsor in order to receive the 4th volume. Now, we could go do this without Boris, but 1, absolutely not, and 2, Boris will eventually track us down anyways. He can help us as we fight our way through the sewers. The Imperial City does have a full sewer system, but thankfully Bethesda learned from Tribunal to not set all of its quests inside it.
I happen to know that if you go up the stairs there, you can get a vantage point on the meeting room.
Boris, how much of your brain is occupied by knowledge of the Imperial City sewer system? We're given 2 options at this juncture, which is important as Boris has been flagged as non-essential. Oh yeah, essential flags. Up to this point, I've mentioned them, but I haven't really explained them. When an NPC is flagged as essential, they cannot be killed. While this is common in a lot of games, arguably most games, Morrowind allowed the player to kill every NPC they wanted and would inform the player if the NPC they killed was considered essential to the main quest. Now, the next argument goes something like this.
NPCs in Oblivion are more dynamic than Morrowind NPCs, so they need to be essential because it's possible they may get killed while doing their routine. And that would be sad face, crying emoji.
This ignores the fact that essential could just mean that NPCs can't be killed by other NPCs or falling damage or drowning, but only the player dealing a lethal amount of damage. The other big argument is that being able to kill any NPC in the game would break quest sequences.
Oh, my dear, I didn't mean to imply that you have a choice.
Really, the only decent argument I've heard against my proposal is that the player might accidentally land a fatal blow on an NPC and have to reload their save. However, this potential stroke of bad luck is a small price to pay in order to preserve the freedom of killing any NPC in the game. In fact, the Thieves Guild already has consequences for killing certain NPCs, a feature we'll talk about when we get there. Ultimately, it's a design philosophy that made the questlines of Oblivion so rigid that murdering a single NPC could ruin the entire questline. In Morrowind, if you botched a quest by killing the wrong person, you still had other potential paths through the faction. Even then, you had quests like Miro Hilano's Slanders, which accounted for the possibility of the player killing someone despite being directed to do otherwise, which was a disposition penalty and a lack of reward. And ultimately, Morrowind's quests were flexible enough as to usually only break if the person murdered was the quest giver themselves. A benefit of their simplicity, perhaps, but New Vegas proved that you could do a rigidly structured quest without taking away the player's ability to kill all but one NPC in the game. It's not fair to compare Oblivion to how a later game did an idea, sure, but it is fair to say that the possibility does exist, and that the lack of exploration into player choice, in regards to murder, reflects on the 2006 launch date. I will say, however, that Oblivion is actually better than Skyrim in this front. In Skyrim, it's common to kill random NPCs only for them to be knocked down because you haven't completed their side quest. In Oblivion, many side quest NPCs can actually be killed beforehand, and this simply fails that side quest. What's funny is that Skyrim was the game to add the protected flag, which operates pretty much exactly how I proposed. Don't bother deleting your comment, I can still read them. At 10% max health, these NPCs enter a bleed out state, just like essential NPCs, and will be ignored by AI in combat, but can still be killed by the player. There are two problems. One is that there are still so many essential NPCs in Skyrim that you run into that you may not even realize that there's a distinction. I think it was on my third playthrough of Skyrim when I accidentally shot a fireball at some downed companion and killed them by accident, and even then I shrugged the incident off as some mod I was using. The other problem is that there are still essential NPCs in Skyrim. Most of the time, protected flags are used to simply prevent certain NPCs who are targets of assassination from dying early, or keeping your companions alive. So I thought I would bring it up because yes, I am aware. Boris is no longer essential, so if the meeting goes south, he may die in the process. This will prevent him from appearing in later quests, and there is some free training tied to his survival. I wish that, in Bethesda's limited capacity to allow the player to kill NPCs, that they had included more opportunities like this to focus on saving lives. Boris tells us that he should meet with the sponsor, having been trained for this. He can, however, be convinced to allow us to meet with the sponsor instead. Let's change this a little bit. Add this Speechcraft 3335 thing here, add a Fame 20 there. Maybe if you're feeling sexy, we could put in a thing where if Boris's disposition is low, he'll actually recommend the player handle the meeting themselves. What are those? Well, skill checks. Morrowind had a moment like this in its main quest, and that should have been a prelude to Oblivion being full of them.
So, you want to become one of the chosen of Mehrunes Dagon? The path of dawn is difficult, but the rewards are great. I have the book you seek. With it and the Master's 3 other books, you will possess the key to enlightenment. But I told you to come alone! Brothers, kill them!
Whatever happens at the meeting, a pair of Mythic Dawn members will head out on a vantage point and either spot the player or recognize Boris as a Blades member, and a fight will break out. There's technically a peaceful resolution if you immediately steal the book and leave, although I think that's an exploit. If he survives, Boris leaves for Cloud Ruler Temple, leaving the player to figure out the rest of the quest line. There's a puzzle in the 4 volumes that the player has to figure out, which is a fairly easy cryptography challenge, but is a surprising amount of trust Bethesda has in the player's ability to figure out a just go ask Tarmina. A day later, she'll tell you to go look at the first word of each paragraph. Before that, let's talk about the commentaries. In the base game of Oblivion, they are some of the few contributions of Michael Kirkbride, concept artist starting with Daggerfall and lorebook writer starting with Redguard. Unlike the other writers, Kirkbride has a fairly detailed list of all of the materials he wrote for the series, likely due to his current status as having been the guy solely responsible for Elder Scrolls writing. In any respect, after having written the 36 Lessons of Vivec for Morrowind, the commentaries seem to be the Oblivion version. So it's only fitting they are only 1/8 of the size as the 36 lessons and less interesting to boot. Honestly, the only comprehensible part of the series is the puzzle. The 36 lessons actually read like lessons, while the commentaries read like an Imperial Library dictionary of lore terms and ideas being dumped out onto the pages as Kirkbride hurries to complete the book before security removes him from the building. The books are written by Mankar Cameron, a fact so transparently obvious it really doesn't even bear mentioning, yet both Tarmina and Fentius do so, as it can really be assumed that most players aren't going to read the books. Cameron gives some clues at his story and ideology, but it's caked in so much symbolism as to be meaningless, probably intentionally so. For example, every quarter has known us, and none bore our passing except with trembling. Perhaps you came to us through war, or study, or shadow, or the alignment of certain snakes. Though each path matters in its kind, the prize is always thus. Welcome, novitiate. That you are here at all means that you have the worthiness of kings. Seek thy pocket now and look. There is the first key, glinting with the light of a new dawn. You can probably easily draw out some meaning from that. Every quarter would refer to the 4 corners of Tamriel, but also to the next line, which refers to the 4 playstyles of Oblivion, which would also exist in the ranks of the Mythic Dawn. What it almost feels like, and this isn't actually that unreasonable given what happens in the main quest, is that when the player pretends to join the Mythic Dawn, the player could potentially decide to stick around. This was something that was alluded to in Morrowind with the 6th house, but not fully realized in the final product. Perhaps Kirkbride hoped that the Mythic Dawn would remedy that, but was again not fully realized. Something to be noted is the extreme similarities between the main quests of Morrowind and Oblivion, something I'll go into more detail later. The puzzle is the first letter of each word highlighted for an easy solution. Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. You may need Tarmina to know that Green Emperor Way refers to the Palace District, since the map itself refers to the area as the, Palace District. Anyways, at noon you walk around looking for clues and find a map glowing on the tomb of Prince Camaril. As Tarmina says,
the commentaries are contemporary with Tiber's septum, over 400 years ago.
This means that this tomb has been glowing red and pointing at a spot in Cyrodiil every day at prime garden walking time for 433 years, and no one ever thought to go check that out. People see the wrong symbol on a building and assume child predators are involved. I don't need to tell you that they would be all over this. The only explanation I can come up with is that the tomb is enchanted to only glow when the 4th commentary volume is near it, and no. The tomb glows every day at noon for like 40 minutes. Every single year in Tamriel is 365 days, no leap day. That's 158,045 times this symbol has glowed red, and not one curious guard ever reported this strange phenomenon. It's on the main path of the graveyard. It faces outwards towards the path. Hell, the map and Mythic Dawn symbol are literally carved into the tomb. There's the main point, sure, but what are the other points? They seem to point directly at Bruma, Coral, Skingrad, and Kvatch. 3 of those cities are tied to the main quest, but not Skingrad, and Coral only superficially via Wayne Priory. The best explanation I can come up with, and this is not an often discussed topic, is that the symbol only glows if a person who is written in the Mysterium Xarxes, even retroactively, approaches it, and a person is written in the Xarxes if they read the first volume of the commentaries. But even that falls apart because that's the volume the Mythic Dawn publishes to try and recruit new members, so it would be the most read. That rule would only be viable if it applied to the 4th volume, which it doesn't. Maybe then the explanation is that Cameron or Dagon decides who sees the map. However, Cameron would absolutely not give that power to the player. Dagon might, if you stay up all night thinking about how Dagon would be seeking to usurp Cameron now that he's the status quo, and stop. Got a hit of that metaphysics yet? It's very easy to fall into the wormhole of filling in the blanks for Bethesda. Who is Prince Camaril, other than his elven name we know nothing about him, or his significance to the map? The only reason might be because the garden was full of Ayleid tombs, and that's what Cameron had to tag, but then, why is it still around? The map points to a cave at Lake Aureus. Now, the obvious thing to do would be to report to Joffrey and gather forces to lead an assault on the cave in order to reclaim the Amulet of Kings.
Good work locating the Shrine of Dagon. If you can retrieve the Amulet of Kings, we may yet prevail.
I had to go back to record that. See, Oblivion hurts to play with your brain on, so some of these hypotheticals I propose after the fact. I didn't actually go back to the temple because I didn't play Oblivion with my brain fully switched on. That said, really, Joffrey? Here's the thing. Recording a single line to acknowledge a player choice isn't really embracing player choice. Boris, who will insist on doing the infiltration part when you acquire the volumes, won't volunteer to assist you with this quest, and you obviously can't get the help you need. Granted, the player is expendable since they aren't actually the chosen one in this story, even though they are still valuable. I just feel like Joffrey should have a bit more to say than 2 generic sentences like, I know we've asked a lot of you, but just a little farther, and we'll have gotten the Amulet of Kings. You've proven yourself an apt agent thus far. I trust you can do this. Something that acknowledges the necessity of the player doing it by themselves. So we head to the cavern and are greeted by Harrow, or rather, a generic doorkeeper. The doorkeeper only exists because someone couldn't figure out how to despawn a rock in front of the door to keep players from getting in the cave early. So, cut the doorkeeper and have us just get greeted by Harrow. Harrow is a dumb name. I'm going to decide that they used it as a placeholder and it stuck, and not that they decided to actually use a synonym for distress as a character name. Yeah, it fits the motif, just some small mercy, please. Harrow takes all our stuff. It's surprising how derivative each game's story was, given how the Thalmor Embassy infiltration is a better version of this quest premise. Granted, we get all of that stuff back minutes later, defeating the benefits of a quest that separates a player from their equipment. We can, of course, say no, and doing so twice will blow our cover. Nice touch, in my opinion. At least the player has the option of being belligerent or attempting to fit in. We journey to the shrine proper, where Mankar Cameron's given a pep talk to his middle management team.
When I walk the earth again, the faithful among you shall receive your reward, to be set above all other mortals forever.
Neil Todd.
You gotta put that in.
Smile.
You tell me if I'm overdoing it, won't you?
We see our target, the Amulet of Kings, dangling around Cameron's neck. He leaves, which I'm not going to go on a rant about player choices. There's plenty of magical explanations for this scene, and now we're stuck having joined the Mehrunes Dagon cult. Our player decides the only thing to do, then, would be to steal the only thing of value in the shrine, which is the Mysterium Xarxes. Yeah, it's just sitting there at the altar. We're told to take up the sacrificial dagger and offer some red drink to the statue, and the dagger's sitting right next to the Xarxes. Apparently, the lesson the game is trying to teach us is that stealing a copy of Oblivion will make people very angry. The sheer amount of material written on the ensuing fight says a lot about how most people build their characters and play Oblivion, which is heavily dependent on gear rather than skill or attribute levels. Granted, I have a home field advantage having been trained in both Conjuration and Hand-to-Hand, and the Atronex sign helps with all the incoming magic. Once we take down Harrow, the guy holding onto our gear, we're golden. Now, before we leave, there is a topic of Gelius, the guy we're supposed to sacrifice. I usually save him, although this time he perished. He offers some free skill boosts to alchemy, restoration, and mysticism should he survive, although that itself is its own challenge. When we grab the Xarxes, the Dagon statue collapses on top of Gelius, usually killing him. We can preemptively free him, but that itself starts the fight. I enjoy that playing the hero and absolutely saving everyone is an added challenge with its own rewards. It really helps with making the player feel like an actual hero for going above and beyond, instead of most other times where we're just the hero because we ticked off some boxes. The Mythic Dawn is even joinable as a faction. Granted, it's a bit weird. If you talk to the doorkeeper and trigger the part of the quest where you're in the faction, and then immediately leave before speaking to Harrow, you're effectively a member of the Mythic Dawn. Your relationship with the Blades will take a disposition hit, and you'll gain a disposition bonus with all the Mythic Dawn members out in the world, as well as a couple unique lines of dialogue. The player will also scream a voice line along the lines of, "For Lord Dagon," but only certain races and genders that have recorded lines and only when you power attack. This is likely an oversight as to how those lines were scripted, rather than an intentional feature of the faction. The whole faction screams oversight, as you can't actually leave the cave if you go through the initiation ritual. It's curious people like to discuss theories about joining the 6th house in Morrowind, but researching this video was the first time I had even heard about actually joining the Mythic Dawn, which is more feature complete than the 6th house as a faction ever was. And really, that draws onto an interesting topic of how derivative this questline is to Morrowind's main questline. That might seem like a good thing, but in all honesty, a lot of the pieces that made Morrowind's main quest work as well as it did are missing in Oblivion. Morrowind's main quest can be divided into 3 sections. The first 6 quests relate to intelligence gathering, meeting various contacts and performing favors in exchange for information on the Nerevarine prophecy and cult, as well as the 6th house. This entails meeting with 6 different informants, as well as later meeting the leadership of an Ashlander tribe. Oblivion starts somewhat similarly. Despite its bombastic introduction, its first act can be described as the same intelligence gathering format, this time with the Mythic Dawn. However, Oblivion deviates by establishing the Mythic Dawn as an existential threat from the very first moment. And by the second quest, they have destroyed a city and killed the Septim lineage. In addition, the Mythic Dawn are not as complex an enemy as the 6th house, and much of the necessary prophecy information is already known to the Blades and explicitly told to the player, without having even earned the trust of Joffrey yet, as though this information gets published in the Black Horse Courier. Morrowind's second act begins with a mission to eliminate a 6th house base. This begins the player down the path of directly interacting with the 6th house and fulfilling the 7 trials that mark the player as the Nerevarine. In turn, Oblivion's second act begins with a mission to eliminate a Mythic Dawn base in order to track down an item necessary for fulfilling a ritual that would close shut the jaws of Oblivion. When the player returns the Mysterium Xarxes to Cloud Ruler Temple, they will eventually be dispatched to collect a series of items in order to use the Xarxes to open a portal to Mankar Cameron's personal realm of Oblivion. Morrowind's third act begins after the player meets Vivek. It's short, and I detailed its problems in the relevant video. Oblivion attempts to correct the shortcomings of the third act. We'll get to it. The problem is that because the conflict between the Blades and Mythic Dawn is so much more simple than the conflict between the Ashlanders and Tribunal Temple, it lacks any of the intrigue necessary to make the plot interesting. Oblivion instead has to rely on emotionally resonant moments to keep the player entertained. Before we can get to doing important stuff, Martin sends us to Joffrey, as the game can't justify Martin knowing what the first piece of the ritual would be within seconds of getting his hand on the Xerxes. Strangers have been spotted on the road leading to Cloud Ruler Temple, and Joffrey needs someone to flush him out. This quest is actually somewhat important and interesting in establishing the stakes for Oblivion's second act. And a lot of people miss that. The Blades can't and won't extend themselves from the temple to hunt down the Mythic Dawn scouts, and the Mythic Dawn can't just materialize a portal wherever they want. This quest also establishes the Bruma City Guard, who play a big part in the coming quests. Captain Stefan of the Blades will tell us that the spies have been spotted by the Runestone at dusk. We head over to Bruma as Joffrey suggested, and...
Go ahead. I'm Captain Bird, commander of the Bruma Guard. Except for Gerald coming back from a trip down south, things are pretty quiet. Not much travel right now with the Oblivion crisis.
Never was. Bird won't be much help unless you take the only lead he offers offhandedly, that Ural has returned from down south recently. So we break into their house, and there Ural's sleeping during the day, so I can easily break into her basement without drawing attention. A Dunmer woman is sleeping down there, next to her copy of the first edition of the Commentaries of the Mythic Dawn. Not exactly interesting reading material. I guess it's for recruiting new members. Anyways, Faram freaks out and we put her down. It is neat that the spies who operate at night were given packages to sleep during the day. It would have been very easy to forget about that detail. Okay, so problem. An actual sleeper agent probably would have tried to implicate us as a trespasser rather than blowing their cover. Although there's enough damning evidence here to expose them as Mythic Dawn agents, the law isn't exactly on our side. Even if we do find a note both implicitly naming the homeowner and detailing the Mythic Dawn's plan to destroy Bruma in order to assault Cloud Ruler Temple and kill Martin. So, we find a cavern which leads out of the city towards the Runestone, murder Ural in her sleep, and report back to Joffrey. It's a shame the player can't steal the orders, report back to Joffrey, and then attempt to arrest the two for interrogation. We shouldn't have to rely on a clandestine organization like the Mythic Dawn making a mistake and leaving their evil plans just lying around for us to find. Unless the plan is a misdirection, but it's not. Joffrey tells us that he'll warn the Countess of the danger and sends us back to Martin.
Xerxes mentions 4 items needed for the ritual, but so far I have only deciphered one of them. The blood of a Daedra Lord.
Come on, man, it's just a simple substitution alphabet. Martin wants us to get our hands on any Daedric artifact. This is one of the more interesting quests due to how freeform it is and obviously requires some sacrifice on the part of the player in terms of their access to a Daedric item. If the player doesn't have one or know how to get one, Martin will point them at a book and tell them to read it to find out more. Said book points at the Shrine of Azura, which results in Azura's Star. A bad choice, and absolutely hilarious that Azura's Star is the artifact recommended for sacrifice to the player. Should the player somehow lose every Daedric artifact, starting this quest is a prerequisite for Hermaeus Mora's quest. That's a pretty serious artifact to have to lose, but you would have to make some serious mistakes along the way to reach the point where the player can actually softlock this quest. There are 15 potential items which can be used, and Martin has a unique line for each artifact. Martin has a revealing line if you give him the Sanguine Rose, for example.
I never thought to see this again. I once possessed it, briefly. A lifetime ago, it seems now. To obtain it, and then give it up. I honor your dedication to our cause.
Most of the lines, however, are fairly generic. Usually Martin comments that he or someone else will be thankful when the artifact is gone from the world, except Spellbreaker. Although Spellbreaker isn't really a Daedric artifact, as the book Tamriolic Lore by the last living dwarf Yagram Bagarn details, it was created by the godless Dwemer for the purposes of defending against Shalador's powerful magic. We'll be discussing the Daedra in more detail later, but for the purposes of video making, I used a console command to progress the quest. With an artifact in hand, we're sent to Joffrey, who informs us that an Oblivion Gate has opened at Bruma. What? I beat 2 gates at Battlehorn Castle with a small regiment of retainers, surely the city guard can handle this. No, instead we have to go to Bruma and meet with Captain Bird.
Thanks for coming. Since we had the Hero of Kavach available, I didn't think it made sense to try this on our own the first time. We're ready when you are. Just say the word and we'll follow you into that hell-spawned gate.
Why are we presenting it like an office worker passing a print job off to the guy who always handles the printer and not an invasion from hell that the fate of the world is staked on? Captain Bird and his 2 men join us in the fray, and the gate is one of the 4 unique gates the player can do. Bird's a bit spooked, and the 2 men only have names in dialogue, not in-game. Once you get the sigil stone, you show Bird what to do. Save scum 1,000 times to get the stone you want, and return to Bruma. If you manage to exit the gate after 2 AM, Bird comes out of the gate in his evening attire. Returning to Joffrey, he commends our job in instructing the Bruma Guard. but suggests we go out and try to raise a larger garrison for the city. The Allies for Burma quest is actually optional, and the consequences for not doing it are rather minor. Still, I went along with the spirit of the game and did it anyways, but more on that in a bit. Martin will simultaneously give us a quest to retrieve the blood of a divine.
The second item is the counterpart to the first, the blood of a divine. This was a terrible puzzle to me. Unlike the Daedra lords, the gods have no artifacts.
This is a major point of contention for the story, and it's amazing how much of the conversation comes down to people just making stuff up. We are directed to Joffrey, who gives us the location of the armor of Tiber Septim. Martin says,
"You can reassure Joffrey that I will not destroy the armor. All I need is a scraping of Talos's divine blood."
A lot of people have taken this statement to mean that Martin will use actual dried blood that's caked onto the armor. However, this strikes me as off. Sure, you could come to the conclusion that the old blades wanted to preserve the armor as is, but you could also come to the conclusion that the armor would have been preserved in a pristine, clean state. After all, Tiber Septim, for unstated reasons, decided to seal the armor inside of Sancre Tor in the 36th year of his reign, despite ruling for 81 years. Or maybe they're referring to his 38-year-long reign as Emperor of Tamriel. I guess it would be after, since the tomb was haunted by the Underking, which is why it's sealed. If it was at the end of his career, then surely he wouldn't have fought in it in a while, and it would have been cleaned off at some point. Now, Sancre Tor was an ancient Riemann city. However, Tiber Septim saw it as strategically unimportant and left it to rot. Two significant events occurred here. Tiber Septim met the armies of Skyrim and High Rock at Sancre Tor and used the Thu'um to defeat them, and then recovered the Amulet of Kings from the corpse of Emperor Riemann III. Look, I have 20 tabs open trying to answer the question of why Tiber Septim would bury his armor at Sancre Tor, or if Martin means the scraping is a sliver of the armor or actual dried blood. If the latter, wouldn't a more prudent artifact to find be the dagger that was used to slit Tiber Septim's throat, which prevented his use of the Thu'um, considering the blood could instead belong to someone Tiber bested in battle? More to the point, the Daedra do have artifacts. The armor of the Divine Crusader are all Adric artifacts, or at the very least are as close to Adric artifacts as Spellbreaker and Volendrung are to Daedric. Same thing with the Brush of True Paint, which is in the base game, or Ariel's Bow. Ultimately, this quest signifies a larger problem, which is the complete and utter clusterfuck that is lore pertaining to Tiber Septim. Now the thing is, Bethesda had pinned down that the Elder Scrolls IV would be set in Cyrodiil during the production of Morrowind. Maybe they weren't sure they would get to make the game, but if they did, that's where it was going to be. So, more than likely, the idea was that Oblivion was going to settle once and for all that matter of Tiber Septim in the Empire, at least in a matter similar to how Morrowind settled characters like Vivec and Nerevar. And you would have stuff like the Remans with St. Olysia and Morahouse and the Akaviri, and even further back to the Ancient Aliads, Michael Kirkbride. That name is a flashbang thrown into the room of an Elder Scrolls lore discussion. Here's the thing. Kirkbride contributed quite a bit to Elder Scrolls lore, but he isn't its sole writer. Morrowind's main quest was instead written by Ken Rolston, who took a more hands-off approach when it came to Oblivion, passing the job to Kurt Coleman, a designer. Again, it's hard to point at which writers are responsible for exactly what material, like for instance, which particular designer was responsible for the quest to infiltrate the Mythic Dawn. However, it is fair to say that when it came to Oblivion, there was far less interest in putting Tiber Septim in a similar role to Nerevar. Oh, we learned all about Nerevar, all the different theories about his origin, his life, his death, his history, and his reincarnation. In comparison, we get table scraps for Oblivion. It might seem minor, but an easily missable piece of flavor text about when a door was sealed shut can cause a lot of anguish if you don't have someone filling a lore master position. Elder Scrolls didn't have any kind of official lore master until ESL, because it was the philosophy of the writing team behind these games that contradictions are not only natural, but even encouraged stylistically. The problem is that this is a story about the heroic end of the Septim dynasty. The Empire and its home, Cyrodiil, are the protagonists of the metatext, and while we do get a lot of new information with Oblivion, in terms of quests we get next to nothing. The problem is that the writers believe that establishing any kind of objective information about Tiber Septim would ultimately undermine the intrigue of the character. People will spend hours discussing the Arcturian heresy, something that wouldn't happen if it turned out there was an official explanation to the story. However, the key difference is that Morrowind never answered the question of what really happened to Nerevar, while Oblivion never even tried to answer any of its questions. While the affairs of the empires of men are a big symptom of this, an even bigger symptom are the Ayleids. Their ruins dot the land of Cyrodiil, similar to how the Dwemer ruins existed across Vardenfell. The difference is that the Dwemer played an integral part to Morrowind's main quest, while the Ayleids exist in about 9 lore books and a DLC. The heart of the conflict of Morrowind is the, sorry for the pun, the heart of Lorkhan, and what the Dwemer did to it. The player can actually piece together what happened, not in the game's main quest, but in the Mages Guild. There's even more context to this event in the main quest about the artifacts involved, the major players who supported it, even the opposition to Kagranak's proposal. The player even meets the last living dwarf during the course of the main quest. However, the Ayleids have absolutely zero presence in the base game of Oblivion, outside of their ruins. The Dwemer, a race of people who all collectively disappeared from existence millennia prior to the series, have more of a presence than the Ayleids, who got massacred during the rise of the Riemann Empire but still existed in small numbers until recently. Mind you, our next quest is to visit an Ayleid ruin. This is their shot, and this is the UESP's page on a detailed breakdown of this quest. A fairly standard Ayleid ruin dungeon crawl ensues. That's what the Ayleids are to people. They don't have cities, they have standardized dungeons. The extent of the Ayleids' presence in the main quest is that we need a really big glowing rock made by them. There's not even a metaphor that Martin has to decipher, he just asks for a great welkin stone the same way one would ask for chicken nuggets. Years ago, I mentally inserted that Mankar Cameron is an Ayleid king trying to restore his former empire, because at least that would make them relevant. But it's not even that. Mankar Cameron is hanging out in a pristine Ayleid structure, I guess because he's an enthusiast of their architecture. The man is actually the descendant of a ruler of Valenwood who rebelled against a random Septim emperor. Granted, the Dwemer were a multi-game spanning mystery and the Ayleids were a piece of flavor text. So it's easy to understand why the legacy of the Ayleids wasn't a priority when it came to the writing. If the Riemanns weren't going to be part of the main quest, you can bet the Ayleids definitely weren't. It all comes down to the fact that Bethesda had until March of 2006 to finish the game. Now, one might say that Bethesda had 4 whole years to make Oblivion, which just isn't how game development works. The team was expanded from about 40 developers to 70. The engine required various updates, such as support for full voice acting and an implementation of Havok physics. And then there's the matter that work on Oblivion did not start on May 2nd, 2002, and it did not end on March 19th, 2006. Games of the era had to go gold, meaning that the game had to be actually complete, playable, and bug-free months before release, so that the game could be physically printed, packaged, and shipped out for release day. Oblivion was also riding on the cusp of online patch distribution, so unlike the modern Bethesda standard, Oblivion had to not have any game-breaking problems that would cripple the game's success. Simply put, I think a lot of people are very charitable with the timetable that Bethesda was operating under. Kurt Coleman, for instance, details a moment where his initial E3 2005 demo at Fort Such was thrown out in favor of the sequence we ended up receiving at the last moment. And that's not the only cut content. The plans may have been to go harder with the plot elements, to explore all those aspects of the lore I talked about, but one fact ruled above all others. Is it time? I think it is. It's November of 2005 and the Xbox 360 has just released. Its only problem? Microsoft had only started production of the console a couple months prior, and the shelves were already empty. By the end of the year, 900,000 units had shipped just in North America. Here's a list of all the Xbox 360 launch titles. There's some pretty good games on this list, but do you know what isn't here? The real thing that was selling 360s was the promise of Halo 3. Here's Bill Gates signing the first copy of Halo 3 ever sold because he knew full well in 20 hours 1 million people would be playing it on Xbox Live. Halo 2 was already a juggernaut. In its day, it was the record holder for the highest grossing video game. People were prepared to spend $300, even $400 on the promise that Halo 3 would be good. The only problem was that it was exactly that, a promise. Halo 3 would release in September of 2007, almost 22 months after the Xbox 360 launched. That 22-month gap between the launch of the console and the launch of the game is interesting. Chances are, if you were born around the new millennium, one of your favorite games came out in this 22-month time period. And chances are you know about it because of its success, because over 1 million people bought a console for a game that would come out almost 2 years later. How is this significant? Simple. Bethesda released Oblivion in March of 2006, only 4 months into that 22-month time period. Here's Peter Moore, Vice President of Worldwide Marketing and Publishing for Xbox. There's an unconfirmed report that this guy got a permanent tattoo to market the release date of Halo 2. He's standing on the stage of E3 2005, less than a year after Halo 2 set its record for making $125 million in one day. IGN would go on to claim that 6 million people followed just their coverage of this event. Here's what he has to say about Oblivion.
It promises to feature one of the largest open-ended worlds ever created for a video game. It also includes thousands of characters that are governed by groundbreaking AI. These characters eat, sleep, and complete tasks all around the clock. And they make their own choices based on what's going on in the world around them. Welcome to the world of Oblivion.
What would follow would be Oblivion's trailer, showing little but hyping the game up. Todd Howard would follow that act during the conference with his presentation of the game. Kirk Coleman may have been annoyed that his E3 demo got the axe, but Todd Howard could see the bigger picture. Morrowind may have saved the company, but Oblivion was what made Bethesda worth $7.5 billion to Microsoft. Okay, that part's hyperbolic. Each step was important, but arguably there was no greater turning point in the story of Bethesda than these words.
Hi, I'm Todd Howard of Bethesda Softworks, and welcome to our demo of The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion.
Now, I want to finish my point before we get into the specifics of this gameplay demo. Bethesda didn't have their modern reputation. To the broader gaming audience, they weren't the studio known for action-adventure games with light RPG elements that are full of bugs and use an outdated engine. Most of the people who knew Bethesda had a history with bugs at the time were hardcore CRPG fans, and most people ignored that crowd. To the layperson, Bethesda was an up-and-coming studio with a unique idea that was pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Millions of people saw this demo, and with 18 months to Halo 3, millions of people got their hands on the game. This wasn't possible without two things: the Xbox copy of Morrowind, and the ease of which traditional PC developers could port games onto the hardware. But Morrowind wasn't even the prologue, just the foreword on the inner sleeve. To most Elder Scrolls fans, the story of Bethesda started with Oblivion on the Xbox 360. So let's watch that demo. It lasts about 20 minutes and can be divided into the following sections. A prologue where Bethesda sells the company to the public, then we get a prison sequence to show off Patrick Stewart, then Howard takes us to a forest, then into an Iliad ruin, then into a mine to show off the arrow physics, then to Quarrel where the Morrowind voice actor for the Dunmer and Imperials, Jeff Baker, has a conversation between his two different characters.
Rumor has it there has been an attack on Kvatch. They say the Daedra attack in great numbers.
Grave news indeed. Perhaps my axe can be of use.
Then we get the dog torture scene before ending the demo at the Battle of Kvatch. So, how much did Howard lie? Well, we start with such, which is honestly not that big a lie, as Howard states there would be 9 cities, and yeah, there are 9 cities in the game. Howard's caught in a massive lie, however, when he states,
"This is where the game starts, like our others, in prison."
Gosh, Daggerfall. An immediate and apparent difference between the demo and the launch release would have to be the brightness. That's not the brightness or gamma simply dropped to 0, as the high parts of the scene are much brighter than the low parts. It looks as though areas which aren't being directly illuminated are just straight up dark. In reality, this isn't what the demo looked like, as outsourcing my research revealed another copy of this demo footage with more even lighting that is fairly close to the game, so the version currently on YouTube makes things darker than it needs to be. Also, look at the shadows cast by the light as it swings, or the differences in the color of light based on the angle and location of the surface. As the Emperor comes down, you can hear that Boris's voice actor is actually Jeff Baker's old Imperial voice, and Wes Johnson's entire character isn't in the scene yet.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
Prisoner, stand away from the door. Over by the window, now.
There's also an extra line from the Emperor that was cut, but it's just establishing details for the demo that would have been out of place in the game.
I know this place. The prison?
Yes, Your Majesty. Beneath the Legion compound. We're headed for a secret passage known only to the Blades. No one can follow us through here.
We go to the next part of the trailer where Todd shows off the forest, which wowed a lot of people.
This game looks unbelievable. It actually has trees, unlike Ardenfall.
Our staff spent some time at the University of Maryland Geology Lab studying how soil erodes, how rocks form, and how trees grow. We have the game create that for us.
Usually when building a scene like this, I start out by placing the rocks. I sort of look at the lay of the land, which is generated first, and then I try and pick out spots where a rock might naturally occur. I've got this big one here. So I would just take a big rock like this in, plop it down, sink it to an appropriate height, and then I'll go and add like little satellite rocks around it to try and create a feel that there's some natural erosion going on.
Oblivion was rather infamous as an early adopter of SpeedTree, a middleware program which could be used to easily generate foliage for forests. Here are some stats from the unofficial Oblivion patch's cell audit for various mistakes they've fixed related to trees. The number of trees partially or completely embedded in rocks, walls, trees, logs, or fences, 4,101. The number of trees partially or completely embedded underground, 1,055. Shrubs embedded in rocks, walls, trees, logs, or fences, 13,277. Shrubs embedded underground, 244. See through the underside of trees or shrubs, 3,883. See through the underside of rocks, 3,002. Rocks partially or completely embedded in walls, trees, logs, fences, or stairs, or completely embedded in other rocks, 11,252. Rocks completely embedded underground, 4,533. 103 flying trees, 698 flying shrubs, 549 flying rocks, including 6 at the canopy level of the forest. There's no point in screenshotting pictures of see-through or floating objects in Oblivion because there are many, dutifully patched by the unofficial Oblivion patch team. This is half a problem with the early implementation of SpeedTree. It wouldn't be used by so many game and movie studios if it had this high a failure rate today. The other half is Bethesda, assuming that procedural generation would be adequate for their world. One of the people in my Discord reached out to Noah Berry, one of the world artists featured in the Making of Oblivion documentary. He was kind enough to explain exactly how SpeedTree was implemented into Oblivion, explaining that SpeedTree randomizes elements of the shape of foliage in its placement, but that these elements are saved and imported into the construction set. SpeedTree was used to quickly populate the world with objects before world artists would go in and perform cleanup on areas like the shrines or dungeon entrances. Another tool was created to generate the initial height map, which the world artists would again modify to suit their needs, and he suggests that the bulk of the height map was hand adjusted, and the height map editor would indeed erode the terrain. This is all Oblivion specific, as they would change the workflow and tools used by Fallout 3. My stream made a joke about how this guy was just justifying his job, but honestly, if he spent any time trying to fix all the broken trees, his job justified itself. However, it's the next line that perks my ear.
And it all animates with the weather.
In the demo, you see trees swaying in the wind. In the game, you see the leaves rotate slightly during a rainstorm. Only some of the trees in-game are affected by heavy rainstorms, let alone soft breezes. This is one of those areas where Howard made a promise he technically keeps, but we know it's an exaggeration. His next line is that Cyrodiil is 16 square miles, but half of that is procedurally generated forest. I can't verify the latter part, but apparently Cyrodiil is bigger than he promises, so good on him. He mentions the compass, and here we have Todd engaging in a prototypical Oblivion fight, missing several swings and blocking at wrong times, and generally appearing engaging while in reality it's just two dudes clicking on each other.
We've created an all-new combat engine that combines melee, defense, and magic into one system.
That new combat engine was actually just removed directional swings, removed hit chance, removed spell chance, and reworked a couple formulas. We spent a couple minutes killing things in the ruin. I'd say making the demo dungeon and Iliad ruin full of undead is surprisingly honest on the part of Todd Howard. He does overstate the relevance of the Varla stones, and we move on to the stealth demo. Most of what he says here is fairly accurate, although he does say,
there are no experience points.
He does 3-shot an ogre, which is outright deception. Next, Todd states there are, quote,
there are 9 main cities in the game and dozens of smaller settlements.
Let's count! Using a spreadsheet and a map, and later a page listing all of these areas to double check, I listed out everything that could be considered a settlement. Let's start with the first category. This is every multi-building area in Cyrodiil that isn't a stone's throw away from a larger city. There are 14 of them. 9 of them are considered villages, 4 of them buildings with an outhouse, and 1 temple area. Most of these areas only have 2 structures. Bleaker's Way is an outlier with 8 different buildings. Now we have 2 areas which have multiple buildings, but are close enough to a city to be considered a satellite settlement. These areas are Harlan's Watch and Wayne Priory. If we say that every multi-building settlement outside of a city walls are considered to be settlements, that brings the total up to 16, which is 8 short of the technical definition of dozens. Now, we're going to stretch the definition of a settlement. It's generally agreed upon by pedants everywhere that the term settlement refers to a plurality of buildings. However, the in-game Cyrodiil is not a one-to-one representation of the actual memetic Cyrodiil. In a sense, each person represents 10,000, and each building theoretically represents its own village. This loophole gets stretched with something like Mellus Petilius's house, which is just some guy living in the middle of the woods alone, and likely doesn't represent a village, but for the sake of argument, we'll count it. Here's all the single building areas that are not adjacent to a city. There are 20 of them, so Todd is hitting 36 settlements, even though over half of that count are single building farm areas, 4 houses, a couple chapels, and all of the inns located outside of the cities. That would make 36 settlements, although I'm not sure that argument would hold much weight in an actual legal settlement if Bethesda were to be called out for false advertising. Remember, 2 of these 36 areas could be considered an extension of the city near them. Let's fill out the remaining areas, which are single building areas adjacent to cities. There are 12 single building structures located next to cities. Most of them are stables with a couple farms, a house, and a chapel. That brings the total count up to 48 areas outside of the 9 major cities, which could be considered with the scaling argument to be settlements, but 32 of those 48 settlements are actually single building structures. Now, it may be possible to say that it was Bethesda's intention to deliver upon the promise of dozens of settlements, but latent development suffered a cut. But if you actually look at the map, there's not really a whole lot more areas that settlements could fit into, at least at the current world scale, unless they're all like hack dirt in the middle of the woods. As to Todd's next line,
over 1,000 NPCs live in Oblivion, all with their own schedules and jobs.
Yeah, they fell a bit short. The UESP says there are 855 NPCs in base Oblivion. I'm not sure their methodology other than they don't count the generic NPCs like guards and bandits, who themselves don't really exist as characters other than the roles they perform, so they don't meet the mark of Howard's promise. Mind you that Peter Moore promised thousands, which was accurate for Morrowind at over 2,600 NPCs. We'll have more to say on this topic later. We move on to the conversation between Jeff Baker's 2 characters. The only deceptive thing about this conversation would be 2 random NPCs referring to each other by name, given that most NPC conversations tend to avoid using names to refer to each other to make the dialogue more general and thus more usable.
Let's head into this bookstore.
This is the rather infamous part of this demo where we went from stretching the truth and numbers to outright lies. In this section, Todd details a conversation with this woman that is completely disingenuous. You simply do not have interactions like this. The NPC then leads you upstairs and performs a set of actions that the player would be hard-pressed to find. Here's the thing. Radiant AI actually refers to an AI packaging system. However, it's inaccurate to say that the packages aren't scripted. These packages act similarly to functions, being called at various times with a set list of conditions and variables that can be tweaked by the designer. An example would be generic AI, which often uses a sleep package to direct the AI to locate a bed near them and sleep in it. This is essentially a function being called that searches for a bed and once it finds it, directs the AI to sleep in it. Now in fairness, most quote dynamic unquote systems are actually scripted if you do enough reductive boiling down. It's fair to say that Oblivion's system of having NPCs do this semi-dynamically is still leaps and bounds ahead of actually scripting an NPC out to, say, leave their desk and walk downstairs for a minute in an actual scripting language. In a sense, Bethesda effectively showed off all of their AI packages in this demo. An NPC finding their dog and talking to it might be a stretch in terms of the AI packages. NPCs can be given packages to find a bow and arrow as well as practice with these items. Saying the NPC will dynamically drink a Fortify Marksman potion because they missed their shots, on the other hand, well, there's a reason the designers showing this to Todd all had nervous expressions on their faces. But the AI can be given a package to consume a potion, which is how they handled it here. So the AI using an appropriate potion is, in a sense, a scripted event. The AI can have a package to locate meat and place it, but choosing to do that would be scripted based on this sequence. I mean, you could technically set this up in packages, but it would be fairly complex. AI do have a package for eating, although that directly translating to giving the dog a high energy level and running around is suspect. AI can have packages to read books in their environment. The AI casting Paralyze on our dog is technically a package, although in this case Todd is more so making the case that the AI can cast spells, not that the AI gets annoyed with the dog and dynamically decides to paralyze it. Todd is on the money with how the eat package works for NPCs, except I believe in regards to the claim that NPCs will grow food. AI will decide to sleep, and infamously, AI can be given packages to cast spells on other targets. Overall, I'd say about 90% of the demonstration is reasonably possible with the packages system. However, rather blatantly, what is being advertised isn't the possibilities of Radiant AI, but Radiant AI itself being applied to thousands of NPCs. Which means when players play the game and realize that most NPCs are nowhere near as complex in their behaviors, let alone possessing multiple behaviors of this complexity as this demonstration implies but does not outright state, this results in a lot of people looking at this demonstration as a lie. Again, we'll go into more detail with Radiant AI later. For now, we're simply assessing the E3 demo. Next, we see the map. Howard shows off fast travel and fast travels out of an interior cell. Less likely an advertisement as a feature and more so a structural convenience since you can't fast travel out of buildings.
In the game's main quest, the Emperor has been killed and the gates to Oblivion have opened. You alone must find his lost son, or the whole world will fall.
Spoilers, dude! There's not much to say about the Kvatch segment other than the actual battle for Kvatch quest plays out in a completely different manner. A few lies, but mostly just disingenuous statements which can be technically classified as correct with some truth stretching and free legal work. If you compare it to the later promises, Howard would gradually get better at making less objective promises, or saying things that could easily be disproven. He might be known as the King of Liars, but you can't say he hasn't leveled up at never being abjectly wrong. Whatever the case, Bethesda marched forward to its November 2005 release date, only to inevitably delay. They wanted to be a genuine launch title for the 360, but ended up needing 6 more months in the oven. It's hard to concretely say with these things, but by the point Bethesda shows us what they're selling us, it's usually too late for them to go back and make any drastic improvements to the system. Meaning, it's fair to say that, at best, your average questline in Oblivion had a 2.5-year time period of possible development. Oh yeah, remember when this point was speculation about how much time the writers/designers had? I mean, I was going to talk about the E3 demo regardless. To catch you back up, a lot of people see aliens as sort of generic fantasy elves, and not the slave master Daedra-worshipping, jungle-living wild elves they were meant to be because of how little character really come across in both their dungeons and quests. The best we get is that they use a lot of traps, so that must mean they're fairly cruel in nature, but that could also just mean they don't like trespassers. Regardless, we've acquired our great Welkenstone. Martin's adorned in full armor and is talking to Joffrey about how this is the only way. He's thrilled we've managed to return to him with the Welkenstone, genuinely impressed at our tenacity and abilities. Martin is a selling point for a lot of people, and it's little moments like this where the game tries and arguably succeeds at making you feel like a friend to Martin that seals the deal.
It's the counterpart to the Great Welkenstone, just as the first two were the opposed powers of the Daedra and the Divines. Welkenstones contain the concentrated power of Mundus. Their counterparts are sigil stones, which are used to hold open Oblivion gates.
This is going to come back later when Mankar Cameron shares some of his ideas. So, Martin needs a great sigil stone, which we can only get from a great Oblivion gate. The same kind of gate that ended in Kvatch's destruction. Mind you, we only have confirmation of normal sigil stones existing, and it's possible the Great Gates are a special mechanism tied directly to Dagon. But Martin's confident, and I just can't say no to that face, or, well, really it's the voice.
And with Sean Bean, it was actually over the phone. So it was me and Kurt Kuhlman and I believe Todd Howard around the speakerphone. But you recognize the voice when you hear him.
You know what? Let's try a small exercise. You. Suppose you were sent to kill me. We're in this meeting together. You're sitting there in the chair, waiting for your moment. How would you kill me? What's the plan?
Fast-acting poison. Mimetic. About 5 seconds from ingestion to reaction. Terrible accident.
Gruesome. But I survived worse than that.
He's willing to open a great gate at Bruma in order to recover the Amulet of Kings, and asks us to go down to the Countess and ask that she meet him at the Chapel of Talos. We kind of miss a memo by explaining the plan to her, when instead we should have just explained that the heir to the throne wishes to meet her at the chapel and let Martin do all the talking. This quest exposes several moments where the character is forced into certain dialogue lines, which usually isn't a problem because Elder Scrolls tends to avoid assigning emotion or personality to the player's lines whenever they don't have a choice. The hero of Kvatch is a specific character. Whatever character you've forged up to this point is effectively molded into the heroic archetype, which I think is missing the opportunities of the main quest to test the player's heroic attributes. It's fair to say in none of the other quests is the player really allowed to shine as a hero, so this could have been the crucible of that mentality. If the player had been shirking their responsibilities, ignoring Oblivion gates and using dirty tactics in the prior quests, then maybe the player would be offered dialogue lines to compensate for that. This obviously fits into a larger problem of Elder Scrolls generally lacking dialogue options, which will come up later when we discuss the Dark Brotherhood. The Countess is amiable to the idea of fighting a giant battle outside her city, which honestly makes the decision to do this in the Nordic city make sense. This is one of the few times the stoicism of the Nords reflects in its cultural embassy. That said, she does refer to this as a war, which is about as accurate as calling the Morrowind video quick. This is also the moment where Martin will share the most information about his past.
As a young man, I grew impatient with Mages Guild restrictions, as did many of my fellow apprentices. We threw ourselves into the riddles of Daedric magic. We hungered for forbidden secrets. Knowledge and power were our gods. You can guess the rest. We got in over our heads. People died. My friends died. I've put those days behind me, but the bitter wisdom that one has been a fool is not without value.
Before we start the battle, we have to discuss the Allies for Bruma quest. This large chunk of the timeline you see is the Allies for Bruma quest. Not only is it long, it's actually longer than several other quests combined. We are tasked with going to the regional leaders of Cyrodiil to ask for aid in the defense of Bruma. However, this doesn't aid in the defense of Bruma up to this point, but rather just stockpiles soldiers for the coming great battle, as though we've been aware all along that this was coming. The difference is that the soldiers of this battle will have slightly better equipment and represent the various counties of Cyrodiil, turning it from a Bruma battle to a Cyrodiil battle. The difference between doing and avoiding this quest is generic NPCs. Granted, it's a cool idea to try and raise an army, and seeing all the different guys there for putting in the work is neat, but it's deflated by the fact that if I had not spent so much time doing a bunch of Oblivion gates, those guys would be there wearing yellow instead of a rainbow assortment. Each Allies for Bruma leg begins with asking the Count of a city for aid with Bruma. You can ask Okado, but he'll turn you down, and you can't ask any of the guilds for help, even the ones you're the leader of. There's no using my connections as the leader of both the Arena, Fighters, and Mages Guild in this situation. Each Count, once we use the adequate console commands to summon them to us because I don't care to wait, will tell us that they can't spare any guards for Bruma until a gate outside their city is closed. Each of these gates, bearing one notable exception, is the same randomized gate the player will have closed should they have been closing generic gates up to this point. After the tedious Oblivion gate, we return to the Count, use console commands to teleport them to us again because I got in trouble the last time I snuck into their quarters to ask them this very important question, and then they offer to send troops to Bruma. Kvatch and Shadenhall are different. Kvatch as captain of the guard will actually spare a soldier should you help him reclaim the castle.
You know, I saw your fight against the Grey Prince.
Let's talk about how busted this quest is from a logic perspective. The tension of this quest relies on the player closing the gate, saving the chapel, and then going and clearing out the castle. However, if the player gets here from the main quest, which they were shoved into via the urgent introduction, then they will be here to get Martin. A pragmatic player wouldn't stop to help the guards with the situation given that Martin needs to get to safety immediately. Assassins could come in the time we take helping to clear out Kvatch after all. Yet if the player decides to put off doing this quest, then the tension of trying to clear out the castle and save the Count of Kvatch is lost. It can be a week, even longer, and the guards will not have advanced their campaign to secure the city an inch without the player, and will try to pretend that saving the Count is even on the table when, at this point, the Daedra will most likely have gotten to him. The only way to approach this quest and make it make sense is how I did it, which was to ignore the urgency of delivering the amulet, go to Kvatch, take down the gate, clear out the castle, and then later come back to get Martin when we know he's important. That has its own problems, but helps make the honestly decent Battle for Castle Kvatch quest better by preserving its tension without the player having Martin in the back of their mind. And sure, we can just conclude that Martin is essential and that the game not only won't kill him on this quest, but that we can actually bring Martin to help us clear out the castle. But I try to roleplay these things, and from that perspective, there's no way to approach this quest that doesn't have issues. The other quest of note is the Shadenhall quest. Not only does it have a unique Oblivion Gate, it has an entire quest tied to its Oblivion Gate. The Count's son, Farwell Indaris, took his band of knights into the Oblivion Gate. This is another example of why seeing Kvatch prior to its destruction would be a good thing. Prior to the Oblivion Crisis, the Knights of the Thorn, if the player pays attention to local lore, are basically just a local fraternity where they spend more time bragging about their exploits than actually accomplishing anything. However, when a gate pops up next to their headquarters, the Knights went in. This was disastrous for them and were to try and save the Count's son. Not only is he not essential, but there are consequences should he die. And these consequences extend to him having died prior to this quest, even if it was out of the player's hands. And Farwell is appropriately foolhardy, easily getting himself killed chasing glory. This is honest, diegetic storytelling about a character who exists prior to this moment, who can survive after this moment if the player can protect them, and who is being characterized correctly in this situation. And the reward is pretty spiffy to boot. Simply put, the Wayward Knight is one of my favorite quests in Oblivion despite being an escort quest set in an Oblivion Gate, because it shows the potential for what could have been. Even though its Oblivion Gate visually glitched out, I couldn't help but feel impressed with its design. Unlike every other leg of the Allies for Bruma quest, this is so unique I have to wonder why the others were so bland and generic. I can't help but compare this to the Hortator and Nerevering quest series, where the player of Morrowind would go around acquiring titles with the great houses and Ashlander tribes. Each quest there, however, was unique and appropriately reflected on the culture of its faction, meaning that if the player hadn't interacted with those factions before, they would still have an understanding of who it was they were saving. Oblivion fails in that respect, but succeeds in actually making these quests meaningful. Kind of. Being the Hortator and Nerevering was meaningless given how the Battle of Red Mountain series played out, and having those factions support is only necessary to fulfill the prophecy, and even then you can bypass all the quests by having enough reputation, which was a hefty requirement. That said, giving the player a contingent of slightly stronger guards is not really a good reward for the sheer time and energy investment that is the Allies for Bruma quest, and it's often described as a weak point of the main quest. Having our allies recruited, they gradually roll up to Bruma and form into a camp. Even if it's goofy hearing Wes Johnson talk to himself a dozen times, seeing all these guards does elicit a feeling that what we're about to do is significant. As we march out of the city for battle, the citizens even cheer us on, which is a great detail. Martin even gives a speech.
We must hold fast until the hero of Kvatch can destroy their great gate. We must kill whatever comes out of that gate.
Whoa, hey Martin. Big Dick Captain Bird came to battle in his nightwear. I'm sure he can handle that great gate no problem given he's been closing gates just like us for some time off screen. When people complain about the Battle of Bruma doesn't feel epic because there's not hundreds of people on screen, sure, I get that. But by Oblivion standards, I'm sorry, I'm the anti-Oblivion guy and I'm fucking hyped for this battle. And yeah, sure, I played with the difficulty turned down because the game's busted scaling meant I would have been slashing opponents dozens of times in the middle of the chaos. I didn't want this section to be challenging, I wanted it to be epic, and to me, it is. It has all the prototypical elements of a Lord of the Rings movie speech, followed by the great animation of the gates opening that the player won't have seen yet, and finally that great gate opening. The great gate itself is a timed dungeon, giving the player 15 minutes to complete the gate or Bruma falls when the Daedric siege engine makes it through the portal. Another failure state is Martin's death, though the battle outside the portal is effectively paused once we enter. Yes, Martin's not essential for this battle, and should he die, the game ends. I'm not sure how I feel about the game having a hard ending, but it's nice to see all the major players lose their essential flags. It takes the wind out of the sails of those who argue for essential flags, since Bethesda trusted the player enough to try and keep Martin alive during this battle. Granted, it would be neat if Martin dies and the game continues, like the main quest instantly fails and suddenly gates start popping up absolutely everywhere in a full-blown invasion. It might be a lot to ask for a post-apocalyptic Cyrodiil as an alternative ending in a game with such a tight development, but you must admit it would be neato to actually see a fully realized consequence like that. It must have been anticlimactic at Kvatch to see the Great Gate open, only for nothing that big to come out of it for 15 whole minutes. So, how is Oblivion's final gate? We step in and immediately see the vision Big U showed us at the start of the game, a great siege engines marching toward us and spraying fireballs to boot. The thing is, it only took me 6 minutes to get to the Sigil Stone. There are random Oblivion gates more dangerous than the Great Gate, probably because Bethesda needed the average player to be able to complete the Great Gate if they somehow got their character stuck at this quest and couldn't reload to a previous save for whatever reason. I don't know, just make a save for the player at some point. With the Great Sigil Stone in hand, we've won the battle, and even though there are several other gates as well, I'll assume those were handled by the guys outside and not tied to the Great Gate. Martin tells us he's going to prepare the ritual, and we set off to prepare for the unknown.
I have everything in place for the ritual. I'll open the portal whenever you're ready.
Martin explains that the portal will be one way and speculates that Mankar Cameron is an anchor for the realm and will need to be killed for us to return. The ritual is performed, we head in, and are greeted by Paradise. Paradise represents the possibilities of Oblivion, and its visual design is unlike anything else seen in Oblivion. Purple vegetation, a perpetual state of sunset, intact alien structures, deer roaming around alongside the Daedra, and constant torture of Mankar's subjects. Mankar also does some narration, becoming aware of us the moment we arrived. We're going to break down Cameron's lines all at once later, just bear in mind we're being narrated to as we progress. Eventually, we come across mana bloom plants, which are the only respawning source of ambrosia and lycor in the game, which are both single effect plants that restore health and magicka respectively. The path eventually leads to the Dremora Cathatet. He greets us peacefully, remarking that we destroyed the Sigil Tower at Ganona, or the gate that opened at Kvatch. He's got some interesting lines.
Your swift retribution earned you much respect among my people. We had not expected that a mortal would act with such resolution and honor. It is no dishonor for us to speak. You speak directly, like one of my people almost. I'm glad I did not kill you immediately.
Cathatet offers us a choice. To progress into the Forbidden Grotto, we need the bands of the Chosen. We can fight him for them or earn them through service, as both are honorable. I choose service, and we get sent on a short quest to free a trapped Zivile, Anaxes, from some ascended immortals who tracked him in a cave. Free Anaxes, return, and then I reject taking the bands from him.
You are unlike any other mortal I have encountered. You serve me, and then you spurn the reward for your service. Come, as an equal, I shall grace your name and corpse with honor.
Also, you can play Persuasion Pie with Cathatet since Dremora are actually NPCs and not creatures like in Morrowind. And they forgot to give him the flag to prevent persuasion. This also means he has a black soul despite being a Daedra. We head into the grotto, the shackles now stuck on preventing our escape. After some Daedra killing, we meet Eldamil, a delusioned Mankar worshipper who will help us with our situation by getting us past the Dremora Overseer. He removes our shackles and comes with us to fight with Mankar. Finally, we've reached the moment where we reveal what this game is truly about. Obviously, we can't talk about Mankar Cameron without mentioning the fact that he's the last member of Oblivion's star-studded cast. Blowing a giant stack of cash so you can wrangle up Patrick Stewart, who is in the prime of his fame from Star Trek The Next Generation, and the TNG movies, I guess, so that he can be a voice in the trailer and have 10 minutes of screen time is one thing. Hiring Sean Bean, who had a prominent role in The Lord of the Rings, a movie so significant to fantasy, and then having Sean Bean voice the protagonist of your main quest for the entire game is another. Hell, that makes Terrence Stamp's cameo as Mankar Cameron almost insignificant. Still, it's the voice recording session that the Making of Oblivion documentary showed off, with Todd Howard flying out to London personally to get the lines.
New Todd.
You gotta put that in.
Smile.
Oh yeah, that's a Neumann U87 microphone, one of the best and most expensive microphones money can buy. Granted, they would have been renting time in a recording studio, just thought I would point it out. As someone who spent a lot of money on a microphone, thanks patrons. Given that Cameron is the game's principal antagonist, one would hope Bethesda would have learned from Morrowind's antagonist, Daedra II. Daedra II had a compelling conversation, but most of the time his presence in the main quest proper came in the form of his servants and a few text-based dreams, and Daedra II proper lacked any substantial screen time until the conclusion of Morrowind's main quest. Cameron corrects this, using that celebrity voice talent to appear a single time in the main quest before our arrival in Paradise, where he doesn't acknowledge the player. The difference, though, is that we get a generally good idea of who Daedra II is before we ever meet him. Until the time came that I generally had to write about Mankar Cameron, I couldn't have really told you much about him. For instance, we know that Daedra was the one who reported the Dwemer's plans to create Numidium, effectively starting the series of events that led to their disappearance. Daedra was entrusted with the Heart of Lorkhan, and the various claims of what happened after that are a big part of Morrowind's story. Mankar, on the other hand, well, for a long time I just assumed that Mankar Cameron was a former Ayleid king who, after the rise of men, spent a couple thousand years coming up with a plot to eventually overthrow the Septim Empire and bring Tamriel under Elvish domination again. All of that is information I assumed based on the Ayleid architecture of Paradise and because the quest involves Sancre Tor, which was a significant place in Cyrodiilic lore. As we complete Martin's tasks, he'll gradually accumulate literature on his desk that is relevant to the plot. One of these books is titled The Refugees, which is a light armor skill book that can only be found here and at the first edition bookstore from earlier in the main quest when we were getting the commentaries. The book details the birth of Mankar Cameron and constitutes the bulk of his lore page. Mankar was born to a Bosmeri refugee, whom as the story progresses is revealed to have been the mistress to Haemon Cameron, who had been a primary instigator in a massive civil war that embroiled Valenwood, Calovia, Hammerfell, and Hyrog. So remember when Taormina said the commentaries of the Mysterium Xarxes were contemporary with Tiber Septim? Not the Xarxes itself, she specifies the commentaries.
The commentaries are contemporary with Tiber Septim, over 400 years ago, so he is unlikely to still be alive, although you never know.
Okay, well, the Pocket Guide to the Empire, 3rd edition, which physically came with Oblivion's Collector's Edition, has a section on Valenwood which dates the war with the Cameron usurper to the 3rd era, year 249. That means that not only was Mankar born far after the establishment of the Septim dynasty, but that his birth is closer to the current year than it is to the death of Tiber Septim. You can almost say this is intentional, seeing as the Arcane University's expert, which in turn likely means Tamriel's expert, in Daedric cults didn't make the connection that the Mankar Cameron who wrote these commentaries was the same Mankar Cameron of this book. But we can forgive that. Again, Oblivion's world isn't to scale and doesn't have the internet, moth priests, so such a connection could easily go unnoticed. However, it's important to mention that in Elder Scrolls, race is passed down via the mother, which is detailed in Notes on Racial Phylogeny, and given that Mankar's mother was a Bosmer and Mankar clearly isn't, something's wrong. If anything, given that Mankar doesn't mention his legacy and that the story doesn't draw attention to this book despite its placement in main quest areas, I believe the refugees to be a possible red herring. Although again, there are several similarities between Mankar and the Heart King's stories that make that difficult to believe. This is where I start to say words like Portonymic and Neonymic and a bunch of high lore concepts to dance around the fact that someone made a fucky-wucky and said the commentaries are older than they should be and that Mankar's the wrong race. Why does Mankar live in an Ayleid building? Because he used Nimic surgery to change himself into an Ayleid and make himself Dragonborn so he could wield the Amulet of Kings. How did he do this? Because Mehrunes Dagon taught him how to use Mehrunes Razor to open the construction set and do a race edit. All of this is in the lore. You can read about it in the Trial of... Oh no, wait, that was a forum post and not in the games. I mean, it is canon if you manage to beat Battlespire since they had to invent some bullshit to make it possible to defeat Mehrunes Dagon at the end. Talk about nonsense, justifying a mistake by referencing a lore argument that happens in a game a grand total of like 17 people ever beat. Hey, if it's as easy as saying Mehrunes Dagon base and reference ID, then how come we're bothering to go to Paradise and all and not just waiting for him to turn up so we can say the magic words and make him disappear? I guess that would be pretty anticlimactic after all, so maybe it's better if we leave the Nimic surgery stuff out. Look at it like this. There is zero, and I mean absolutely zero, story benefits to having Mankar Cameron be the son of Haemon Cameron beyond being able to draw a lore connection to Daggerfall, I guess. Instead, let's redraft this. First fix, just make him a Bosmer. You might say, that looks silly. But given the number of people who swear by Fargoth, I would argue that having the main villain be a Bosmer would actually be the best thing that happened to the Wood Elves since it would help uplift that race out of perpetual meme status. Second proposal. This is now Mankar Cameron, last king of the Ayleids. His bloodline was the first of the Dragonborn to wear the Amulet of Kings before Alesia stole it and later history was revised to claim that she was the originator. Mankar was born in the final days of the Ayleids' presence on Cyrodiil, near the end of the Second Era when Tiber Septim finally extinguished their culture completely. As a young man, he ventured through Tamriel, experiencing the various cultures of the elves, and realized that Merrick culture could potentially be unified through a mutual hatred of Talos. The upper echelon of the Mythic Dawn would be committed to the reversal of Lorkhan's scheme to create mortality, effectively restoring the world to its primordial and timeless state. By the time the men of the Mythic Dawn realized what was happening, they would arrive in Paradise, where they would be perpetually tormented in order to maintain a purity of rank. In essence, the Mythic Dawn would become the genesis of the Thalmor, except without Mankar, it becomes about an Altmeri dominion over Tamriel instead of the restoration of Ayleid culture. You could even link it to several conspiracies to create elvish superpowers, such as Dunmer Mythic Dawn members awakening Daedra or playing a part in the fall of Daedra and by extension the Tribunal, returning the Dunmer to Daedra worship. How about the Mythic Dawn propping up the Necromancer cult and creating an elvish replacement for Arkay and Mannimarco while at the same time undermining the Empire's Mages Guild? You don't have to use all of those ideas, but making Mankar an actual Ayleid king would resolve several of the issues. Of course, the biggest issue with this is giving Terrence Stamp more lines, and that means paying him more money. According to Michael Kirkbride, Mankar's speech came from an email where he was just writing dialogue to help with his work on the commentaries, and Todd Howard ended up using it as dialogue on short notice, which is why Mankar gets several details wrong. His line,
"Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbour of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala, and..."
He attributes the wrong planes of Oblivion to the wrong Daedric princes, because Mankar's wrong in some respects. People have used this to easily and smugly discount his entire thesis. Let's at least listen to what he has to say.
"So, the cat's paw of the Septims arrives at last. You didn't think you could take me unawares, here of all places, in the paradise that I created. Look now upon my paradise. Gaia Alata in the old tongue, a vision of the past and the future. Behold the savage garden, where my disciples are tempered for a higher destiny, to rule over Tamriel reborn. How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The principalities have sparkled as gems in the black reaches of Oblivion since the first morning. Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbour of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala, and Dawn's beauty, the princedom of Lorkhan, misnamed Tamriel by deluded mortals. Yes, you understand now. Tamriel is just one more Daedric realm of Oblivion, long since lost to its prince when he was betrayed by those that served him. Lord Dagon cannot invade Tamriel, his birthright. He comes to liberate the occupied lands. Ask yourself, how is it that mighty gods die, yet the Daedra stand incorruptible? How is it that the Daedra forthrightly proclaim themselves to man, while the gods cower behind statues and the faithless words of traitor priests? It is simple. They are not gods at all. The truth has been in front of you since you first were born. The Daedra are the true gods of this universe. Julianos, Dibella, and Stondar are all Lorkhan's betrayers, posing as divinities in a principality that has lost its guiding light. What are scholarship, love, and mercy when compared to fate, night, and destruction? The gods you worship are trifling shadows of first causes. They have tricked you for ages. Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change, brother to madness, sister to deceit. Your false gods could not entirely rewrite history. Thus you remember tales of Lorkhan vilified, a dead trickster whose heart came to Tamriel. But if a god can die, how does his heart survive? He is Daedroth, Tamriel I Daedroth. This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other. You all remember this. It is in every legend. Daedra cannot die, so your so-called gods cannot erase him from your minds completely. Well done, champion. Your progress is swift and sure. Perhaps you will reach me after all. You think I mock you? Not at all. In your coming, I hear the footsteps of fate. You are the last defender of decadent Tamriel. I am the midwife of the mythic dawn, Tamriel reborn. I welcome you, if you truly are the agent of fate. I tire of the self-styled heroes who set themselves in my path only to prove unworthy in the event.
I have waited a long time for you, champion of old Tamriel. You were the last gasp of a dying age. You breathe the stale air of false hope. How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The walls between our worlds are crumbling. The mythic dawn grows nearer with every rift in the firmament. Very soon, the lines now blurred will be erased. Tamriel and Oblivion rejoined, the mythic age reborn. Lord Dagon shall walk Tamriel again. The world shall be remade. The new age shall rise from the ashes of the old. My vision shall be realized. Weakness will be purged from the world, and mortal and immortal alike purified in the refiner's fire. My long duel with the Septims is over, and I have the mastery. The Emperor is dead. The Amulet of Kings is mine, and the last defender of the last ragged Septim stands before me in the heart of my power. Let us see who at last has proved the stronger.
Got all that? All of that had to have gone through an editor because, when compared to the commentaries, it's at least comprehensible. As to his theories, in my eyes it's not entirely improbable, but also likely not accurate. Lorcan isn't really a Daedra. It's more that he defies classification because he died before the difference in Aedra and Daedra even existed. Assuming he didn't die, then he would be a Daedra, but that would also mean that Lorcan would be around somewhere and that Mehrunes' plan to conquer Tamriel is an act of liberation, even though, arguably, Lorcan doesn't need liberation as this may well be his intended outcome. In any event, it's impossible to ignore Mehrunes Dagon as a party in this story. Now, we could put off a discussion of Mehrunes Dagon until he shows up in the final quest, but let's not. Mehrunes Dagon. I mean, look at the guy. What other impressions could you possibly have about him? His visual design goes back to Battlespire, and Morrowind would add many of the more demonic details to his character, but it was Oblivion that decided to make him bright red, 50 feet tall, and filled his plane with obvious hell symbolism. A layperson who doesn't know Elder Scrolls takes one look at this character and assumes everything there is to know about him. But what if I told you that I was about to blow your mind? That I could recontextualize everything about this story, and that I've come to the conclusion that people have been sleeping on Oblivion's main quest being one of the best quest lines in Howard's Elder Scrolls. Don't believe me? Mehrunes Dagon set Mankar Cameron up for failure. In fact, his goal was never to successfully invade Tamriel or to install a new empire, and even better, Mehrunes Dagon got his desired outcome. Again, a normal person looks at Mehrunes Dagon and sees Satan. No, not even that Satan, this Satan.
Hey, Satan!
The comical Satan that somehow has the power to stand against God and who is endeavoring in every aspect of life to undermine the good morals of honest Americans. This gets into actual religious lore, so I'll try to keep it brief. In the Bible, God tells a guy to not go back to a city. This is Old Testament where God was a lot more hands-on. God ends up sending an angel to Earth to stop this guy who doesn't immediately see the angel and needs his ass to tell him to shape up in the presence of divinity. Satan essentially starts his presence in the Bible as an agent of God, and later in the story powered up from blocking asses to delivering a plague to punish David. Obviously, the writers have realized that having God himself do these terrible things is bad for the moral of the story, and so are using Satan as a character to divorce God from the things God is doing. This trend continues into the story of Job. Now, Satan isn't referred directly by name, rather the word Satan is used to describe the role the angel is playing in these stories. In the story of Job, however, he refers to this character effectively using Satan as a title, and Satan tells him that he's been roaming the realms of men. This is the first story where Satan is allowed to be evil, where he destroys Job's life under the pretense that, even as a devotee of God, Job will abandon his faith. If you've ever wondered why it's called a job, read this story. Funny thing is, right? Yahweh's basically letting Satan run a train on this poor guy's life just to prove how much of a loser incel Satan is, which is a pretty good indicator of where the mentality of the writer's room was at this point in the series. It didn't help that Zoroastrianism started influencing the writers and suddenly the angels were having human temptations. Probably without realizing it, they had effectively implied that by sheer contact with humans, these angels were being turned to sin. This set a bad precedent that the splinter religions and their fanfictions would take into full effect. Satan's characterization would take a ramp up in the New Testament after the property changed hands. His retconning story was that Satan was a fallen angel, and now a tempter to the ways of evil. This poor guy who started as an angel just trying to do his job and stop a guy from disobeying God is now trying to trick Jesus Christ himself into sin so that he can prove once and for all that he is not in fact an incel loser. This whole character arc screams unplanned writing and would have been better handled if there was a clear moment for Satan's character where he actually fell from grace and that explained why he was so resolute on trying to prove God wrong, or establishing any kind of stakes to power that would make it so that God couldn't just immediately erase his character from existence at the first sign of backsass. Satan's poor character writing, with many of the same flaws as Judas' character writing, led to over a millennia of reinterpretation and fanfiction. Are the kids being bad? Tell them that Satan will snatch them in the woods. Are the adults not donating 10% of their income like good Christians? Tell them that Satan will fuck their ass in hell. It's not necessarily the fault of the believers that they use Satan like this, considering the precedent was set all the way back in the story of Job. I mean, if the main point of your story is that anyone is capable of receiving the Lord's forgiveness, then surely Satan's pretty high up on the list of characters deserving a redemption arc. In any event, popular culture first obsessed with Satan as a figure who represented evil, and then as an example of where you'll end up if you are evil, but at some point the message got corrupted and became this confusing modern narrative that Satan is the Lord of Hell. Which leads us to Bethesda, who, in an effort to make a story about good versus evil, abandoned all pretense entirely and converted one of their Daedric princes into the pop culture icon of Satan, complete with religious revisionism. So let's strip that back. Mehrunes Dagon's only real presence in the game is as the antagonist of the main quest. Some people like to point out the Mehrunes Razor plugin, although since you can't sacrifice the Razor and there isn't much lore about Dagon in the DLC, it's not really relevant. The first piece we have is the Mysterium Xarxes, a book directly written by Mehrunes Dagon himself. Martin indicates the book is dangerous to read without magical protection, but really it's unclear if he means the book has the power to corrupt its reader or if the book contains information that inevitably corrupts its reader. That might seem like minutia, but that second detail is important if you consider that Mehrunes Dagon is the Daedric Prince of Destruction and Revolution. The book may well contain some inevitable truths that would push even the most devout person down the wrong path. It's possible that there isn't anything actually written in the book until it is opened, at which point it's filled with whatever truth is necessary to sway the reader. A mimetic truth that changes its meaning to fit the reader. The thing is, Martin seems to have far too easy a time deciphering the Xarxes to recreate the ritual to open a portal to paradise. My argument is this. Mehrunes Dagon wanted Martin to complete the ritual, for the player to kill Mankar, and for Martin to then die at the Temple of the One. Why? Mankar did not want to change the status quo of Tamriel. Not really. He was more so advocating that the Septim Empire be replaced with a Cameron Empire. A beneficial position to be in when the world reverts to the Mythic Age, to be sure. Mehrunes doesn't really want that, and as Jesus pointed out to Satan, why would you give someone the power that you know is going to usurp you? At the same time, Mehrunes Dagon has no interest in installing another Septim to the throne, especially given his involvement with the other Septim Emperors. Instead, neither party got the throne. The Septim dynasty fell and Tamriel returned to a state where conflict plagued the land. However, it's important to note that being the Prince of Revolution is not being the Prince of Chaos. If that were the case, then Mehrunes would absolutely have gone for the plan to restore the Mythic Age, even if it meant getting stuck with a prick like Mankar. The thing about Revolution is that it requires a sense of linear time. In some respects, Mehrunes Dagon couldn't really exist as he truly is without Lorkhan's plan. So Mehrunes used Mankar's ambition as a ploy to host his own revolution against the Septim dynasty, and then when Mankar Cameron held the upper hand, used the player's tenacity as a ploy to host a revolution against the Mythic Dawn. After we return from Paradise, we take the amulet to the Imperial City and try to light the Dragonfires, only to find that Mehrunes Dagon and the forces of Oblivion have invaded en masse. However, if you look at the actual game files, Mankar Cameron's death actually marks a point where the gates slowed down the rate at which they open. This isn't communicated to the player directly, but the percentage chance of a gate opening at a spot is determined by a variable, the chance raising and lowering based on the events of the quests. But why? If the Dragonfires being unlit is impetus enough for the Daedra to invade, then surely Mehrunes Dagon would have just turned up and destroyed the city by now. At the very least, you would think that he would destroy the Temple of the One to straight up game over the Empire. The answer is that this is all going according to Mehrunes Dagon's extremely convoluted plan. Being the Prince of Destruction is all well and good until you've won and realize that there isn't anyone around to build things for you to destroy. Just like how Mehrunes isn't going to work towards putting someone in power that would try to prevent him from throwing a revolution, Mehrunes is also motivated to pull back at the last moment from winning so that the world can recover and ripen up fresh for another destruction in the future. But why then would Mehrunes effectively be responsible for permanently closing the door to future invasions? Well, we'll talk about that more when we discuss Martin's character. For now, I want to show you Mehrunes Dagon's most loyal servant, Eldamil. Eldamil does have a line about making prayers to Akatosh, but that's a red herring. The Divines generally don't work in such direct ways, and given the timeline Eldamil gives us, it's fair to say that we were probably on our way here long before Eldamil started praying. See, we have to answer the question of why all these loyal subjects of the Mythic Dawn are being tortured. At base value, we take it as Mehrunes and Mankar being evil bastards, or that they're really trying to harden and test their devotees. I think in reality what it represents is a punishment for those who don't understand the truth of Mehrunes Dagon. These were the blind worshippers of Mehrunes Dagon who thought he would be a path to domination over others and not liberation. In the same vein, the only people in paradise who are having a good time right now are the worshippers we see who trapped Anaxes. By revolting against their masters, they earned the chance to stay in the nice part of paradise, but it's natural order for Cathatet to eventually crush that revolution. Through the Xarxes, Mehrunes showed Mankar exactly what Cameron needed to see to get the ball rolling. If you compare the Mythic Dawn commentaries to an actual translation of the Mythic Dawn, you find that Mankar actually caught quite a bit of information out of the book. This is because he was proactive, so he needed a lot more than what Martin needed, as Martin was reactive. Note that the characterization of Mehrunes Dagon isn't exactly that outlandish. Mehrunes opposed the Tribunal on several occasions, likely because the Tribunal was a dogmatic religion hell-bent on maintaining themselves and their status quo. Yet despite having opportunities in the past to invade Morrowind, his antics never went too far. Then again, it was the Tribunal, and that's Morrowind lore, so it doesn't bear debating here. Mehrunes could have invaded Tamriel at any time the Dragonfires weren't lit. Remember when I mentioned that Tiber Septim had to get the Amulet of Kings off the body of Riemann III? Yeah, Riemann's death marked the end of the First Era, and Tiber Septim's conquest marked the beginning of the Third Era. Put 2 and 2 together, and that's almost 900 years of Mehrunes Dagon having the door open and doing nothing with it. Of course, there's the ESO lore that Molag Bal copied the plot of Oblivion and invaded Tamriel in the Second Era, but ESO isn't canon to Oblivion and you just have to accept that.
While the prophecy of the Nerevarine can be interpreted as the end of the Tribunal, I have always seen it as a prediction of hope and peace.
With this recontextualization in mind, the main quest goes from mediocre to mind-blowing. Why did the Daedra invade Kvatch but fail to take the chapel, the one thing they came there to do? To motivate Martin into rebelling against the tyranny of Cameron. Why didn't the enemy take steps to stop us from completing the ritual? To make it possible. Why did the siege engine take 15 minutes to emerge from the portal? So we could get the sigil stone. Why did Mehrunes Dagon delay his invasion of the Imperial City until after Martin's arrival? To ensure that Martin would be forced to sacrifice himself, mantle Akatosh, and end the Septim dynasty. The only problem with this is, it's super subtle. Mehrunes Dagon didn't have a single voice line in the entire game, so we're never given the impression that he's actually playing both sides of the conflict. Morrowind didn't sit the player down and force them to read every interpretation of the murder of Nerevar for people to love that questline, so the fact that most people don't even consider this plot point when discussing Oblivion is a good sign that we may have gone too far in a few places in terms of subtlety. I can't help but feel that most of the pieces are here for this to have been an amazing story. I mean, Kirk Coleman started the series with Redguard and still contributes at Bethesda. Ken Rolston wrote Morrowind's main quest, and they had Michael Kirkbride on hand willing to handle the higher lore concepts. And given that they were willing to pay for not 1 but 3 celebrity voice cameos for this one quest line, you would think that it would have been a priority at Bethesda to make sure that this was the best quest line in the game. Instead, most people just like to brag that they've never done Oblivion's main quest, and people who do play Oblivion's main quest tend to write it off as a boring and generic story, in large part because you can get all the pieces together for a good story, but if you never actually place them all on the board for the player to see, then the only people who are really going to get it are detailed focused nerds like myself. Finally, we arrive at Martin's character. A common interpretation of Martin's character is that he is the chosen one of the story, a twist on the Nerevarine story by taking that role away from the player. Less common, in fact a rarity, is any interpretation which states who chose Martin. The Nerevarine was chosen by Azura for the purpose of ending Dagothor and the False Tribunal, and the Dragonborn was chosen by Akatosh for the purpose of reminding Alduin of his role in the mythos as a destroyer, not as a dominator. The question is, who chose Martin, and for what purpose. One might think Akatosh. After all, Martin is a priest of Akatosh, Eldamil prays to Akatosh for Mankar's defeat, and Akatosh shows up after the amulet is sacrificed to defeat Mehrunes Dagon. So case closed, right? Here's the thing. If you read about the origin of the Amulet of Kings, discounting the stuff from ESO that ties it to Lorkhan, the amulet is said to originate from Akatosh's heart when he made a compact with Alesia that would prevent the invasion of Daedra and Tamriel as long as the Dragonborn sat on the throne and maintained the Dragonfires. First, we have to ask the question of how Akatosh accomplishes this, which is speculation of course, but what mechanism of Akatosh enables him to prevent the hostile invasion of Daedra? Akatosh, and by extension the dragons and Jills as well, represent time, and each of those aspects generally has a role to play in its maintenance. The Jills sweep up the mess of dragon breaks when an event occurs involving divinity that temporarily reverts an area to non-linear time. A dragon break is how both Orsinium was founded and Mannimarco ascended to godhood at the end of Daggerfall, despite the impossibility of that being the case. The dragons seem to play a role as mobile anchors of time, which is why their departure from Atmora caused it to freeze over, both literally and figuratively. In any case, Akatosh's main domain is time, so it's possible that Akatosh isn't blocking Tamrielic invasions as much as he's delaying them to the end of linear time, which begs the next question, why is Akatosh playing this role, and what is his motivation to do so? This gets into a really complicated discussion of Tamrielic lore and religious interpretations about the relationship between Akatosh and Lorkhan. Look, if you want my opinion on this, make an Elder Scrolls game set in that era. You don't have to concretely answer what happened, just boil it down to a couple clean theories. In any event, Akatosh was apparently the one responsible for the death of Lorkhan, if such a thing is even believed to have happened, and this event generally marks the schism in most belief structures in Tamriel. It makes sense for the Elvish believers of Akatosh who knew him as Ariel to claim that Ariel was responsible for the death of Lorkhan, considering they are all very, very mad about that mortality thing that Lorkhan did. However, given that Lorkhan was considered a hero to men, it's hard to believe that Akatosh would become the effective head of the Imperial Pantheon under this narrative. It's possible that we have a situation similar to the interpretation some people have of Judas Iscariot. It's classically believed by most Christians that Judas was a traitor to Jesus. However, a minority of people believe that Jesus actually intended for Judas to play this role in the story, and Judas is in fact the most loyal of Jesus' apostle for his sacrifice. In the same vein, it's possible that Akatosh is worshipped by men because he played the critical role in the murder of Lorkhan, which Lorkhan intended to have happen from the beginning. The Aedra are generally considered to have gotten a raw deal out of convention, having been promised to be lords of Mundus while the Daedra got to be lords of their own planes without a fraction of the sacrifice. If Mankar were correct that Lorkhan is a Daedra and that Tamriel is his plane of oblivion, then it doesn't stand to reason that Akatosh would bother to protect it. However, a case could be made that Akatosh is protecting Mundus from oblivion as atonement for his transgression against Lorkhan, and that the end of time represents the point at which Akatosh is forgiven. Now that we have the how and why of Akatosh covered, we have to answer the final question. If Mehrunes Dagon intended for this outcome, why would he do so in a way that would end the Daedra's ability to invade Tamriel? This is where we introduce the concept of mantling, which is super important in the story of the Shivering Isles and why I think they handled it the way they did. In Elder Scrolls, it is generally considered to be possible for a mortal being to become a god. This is seen in three big instances: the Dwemer, Tiber Septim, and the Tribunal. However, this isn't as straightforward as meeting a few conditions and having a switch flipped for you. Rather, the process of becoming a divine is usually destructive to the person who undergoes that process. The Dwemer, when they mantled as a race, disappeared from existence and arguably became the godlike golem Numidium. Tiber Septim went on to mantle Shor/Lorkhan, and the Tribunal went on to mantle Azura, Mephala, and Boethia, although arguably they failed as they attempted to retain their personalities in this process. In this game, I would argue that Martin, with the combined souls of all the Dragonborn who had lit the Dragonfires before him, mantled Akatosh in this scene. The biggest piece of evidence for this is actually Skyrim, where the player is the first Dragonborn to have been created in millennia, and whose main plot required this event to have occurred. With Akatosh replaced and suddenly more active in the world stage, Martin can confidently make the promise that the Oblivion gates are closed forever. At least, the hostile gates are closed forever. Yet Mehrunes Dagon and the other less friendly princes are still active in the world after Oblivion. Let's look at it like this. Mehrunes Dagon did not wish to conquer or destroy Tamriel, as is feared by the mortals. Rather, Mehrunes Dagon wanted to create the circumstances that the traitor Akatosh would be mantled, so that Akatosh would get off his couch and actually start doing his job again and stop using the Dragonborn for that purpose. Molag Bal and Jigalag are pretty much the only guys around that would actually bother to invade other places for the purposes of controlling them. So who chose Martin? I don't think it was Akatosh. I think it was Mehrunes Dagon. I think that Boris's line, if he survives to the end, sums up the story best.
The scholars and priests can debate what happened to Martin in the end.
A lot of the iniquities with Oblivion's main quest can be boiled down to this. Ken Rolston decided to take a hands-off approach when it came to writing Oblivion. Michael Kirkbride was not as involved in the project as a writer. Kurt Coleman did a good job of creating quests to the specification of his bosses, and it was ultimately Todd Howard that looked at this quest line and saw none of the problems. To quote Ken Rolston, Morrowind is to Oblivion what Moby Dick is to the Da Vinci Code. No comment. So now that we've ended the main quest, Oblivion is over, right? It seems hard to justify a character continuing from here given the sheer cult of personality that would be created around a figure like the Champion of Cyrodiil. To me, this is the problem with the urgency of Oblivion's introduction. If you roleplay the character, you can't really ignore the main quest, but by the end, how are you supposed to justify going back to the mundanity of the arena or Fighters Guild? Still, it's nice to see the remnants of the main quest. The closed Oblivion gates that dot the landscape, the battle-damaged temple district, the new statue of Akatosh, the leftovers from the Battle of Bruma, and a statue constructed in her honor. It has a unique method of determining what items to put on the statue. For example, it prioritized putting the Wabbajack in my hands over the ebony blade that I actively used. Still, I have one more thing to mention, and that was the time I crashed the game multiple times even with the unofficial patch and a crash prevention mod. See, there are tons of fun little staves with interesting effects that may or may not cause issues with how certain quests are scripted. So when I fought Mankar, I decided to go all out, maxing the difficulty to make up for minimizing it during the Battle of Bruma, and use most of the tools I collected at this point. Summoned a Daedra, cloned someone, resurrected someone else, used the Wabbajack to shapeshift someone, made use of all these fancy powers I've been collecting. I'm being general because I don't remember the specific details. Anyways, I'm having the slightest bit of fun with this fight, and of course it breaks. The first time seems to be because the game is checking to see when the daughters die to progress the quest, and since one of them is technically alive due to being reanimated, it broke. The second time the game crashed was when a clone of Mankar Cameron summoned a Dremora that shot lightning that hit the original Mankar, instantly crashing the game. The third time, I managed to be the one to land the killing blow and it let me pass. I'll tell you more about all those fun tools in Part 9 when we discuss the Daedra. For now, let's do the opposite. Knights of the Nine. Oblivion's first major DLC that most of its players will have actually played. A massive hole that was left in the design of Cyrodiil was in its religious core. Despite being the home of the Chapel of the Nine Divines, very little of the base game's story has anything to do with the Adrix side of the Pantheon. You'll just have to notice that each of Cyrodiil's 9 major cities corresponds to a different Aedra, or you'll have to explore the otherwise empty Arboretum and notice all the statues. This is kind of obviously a problem, since if there was any game where it was appropriate to actually explore the Imperial religion, culture, and history, this was the game. However, fans at the time were concerned about whether Bethesda was even going to make an expansion to Oblivion, seeing as they seemed content to just release the official plugins for sale. Still, Knights of the Nine would come out by the end of 2006, first being accidentally leaked as a PS3 exclusive questline called Knights of the White Stallion. So how is Knights of the Nine? Well, it's an 11-part quest series, making it shorter than most of the factions in the game, and I went from beginning to end in just over 3.5 hours, falling a little short of the 20 hours of content promised. Despite those massive limitations, arguably Knights of the Nine is a highlight of the Oblivion experience. However, I don't think it fares as favorably on the quality versus quantity spectrum as people like to think. Like most Elder Scrolls expansions, Knights of the Nine has a rough start. I guess it could be seen as a product of the times. Personally, I think they should have learned from Tribunal and Blood Moon, or any of the DLC released leading up to now, that assuming people of the future playing the game aren't just going to have the expansions installed from the get-go is a mistake. This more so applies to the plugins, however. Regardless, things start when we hear a rumor that the Chapel of Dibella in Anvil was attacked.
Are you here to end this nightmare and free us all from the savage garden? Everyone here died in the Master's service. As the Master promised, we are now immortal. But our life here is a nightmare. The creatures of the garden torment us endlessly. When they kill us, We are soon reborn, and the cycle begins again. He preaches in Anvil. Appeared right after the attack on the chapel there. Sounds like the usual doom-saying nonsense.
Anvil also has a new homeless man going by the name Prophet, claiming that this is a sign of the end times, so really nothing new. We're supposed to figure out that the rambling insane man is in fact the key to starting the quest line, our clue being his unique voice. He'll establish the ones responsible as Umaril and his gaggle of Aurorans. The Prophet then says that Umaril can only be stopped with the aid of the Divines, and that means the Crusaders' relics. If we say we're going to get the relics, the Prophet will ask for our resume, which is actually a trap as Wes Johnson will demean you for every response other than humility.
And never let anyone forget it, champion. I salute you, yes. This small matter of the Crusaders' relics should be a trifle for a legend such as yourself. I apologize for even asking the question. Most esteemed master, please. Do not allow me to interrupt your quest for the relics. Oh my! The grand champion of all Cyrodiil? Bayazera, indeed. Surely there can be no better preparation for becoming a holy knight than a career spent slaughtering for the public's entertainment. And a worthy successor to Hannibal Traven, I have no doubt. I'm sure your arcane arts will locate the lost relics for you in no time. Well then, hail, hero of Kvatch! Let me add one more voice to the never-ending chorus of praise. I'm sure one of your many devotees will be able to guide you on your way to find the Crusaders' relics. And I'm sure you will have no trouble finding the relics on your own. You clearly need no aid from man or God. Why do you come to me for aid, worthy knight?
I know what the quest is trying to do here, I just feel that not making it possible to complete this quest without the submission part is cheap. Once we eat the Prophet's ass, he's willing to point us in the right direction, telling us to complete a pilgrimage to Way Shrines of the Nine Divines. This is obviously a recreation of the quest Pilgrimage of the Seven Graces from the Tribunal Temple questline in Morrowind. The difference is that the Seven Graces were 7 fixed locations that shared various lessons in the lore and culture of the Tribunal Temple. The Way Shrines are generic, exist in multiples without any actual rhyme or reason to their locations, and only spout generic platitudes. It's possible this is a hereditary problem, and that Bethesda may have had issues with revamping the base game Way Shrines for existing saves that already had their effects and variables stored. As it stands, the only thing to spice this quest up is potentially running into a couple guys who are doing the pilgrimage. I didn't, because I had already gotten 6 of the Way Shrines in my adventure prior to starting this quest. If you visit all the shrines, and also very importantly call the Prophet Daddy, then you'll be approached by the specter of Pelinal Whitestrake. Unsurprisingly, a guy who died in the First Age has zero idea where his armor is millennia later and can only point us towards a shrine built on the site of his death. Since it's in a submerged Ayleid city, the shrine is untouched, although centuries ago one Sir Emil managed to almost reach the shrine. It's surprising that despite the criticism, Knights of the Nine is still willing to throw us into an Ayleid ruin/Imperial sewer area full of the undead. Also, if you have high acrobatics, you can just pop the fence. It's pretty cool. This is also the point where the game decides whether you receive the light or heavy version of the armor. I didn't know this was a thing. I always just assumed the game would trust the player to play content called The Knights of the Nine as, well, a knight character. I mean, I understand not wanting to exclude players, but I think having slightly worse stats is preferable to variable armor weights. Or maybe his gear could be some kind of in-between of heavy and light. Is there a word for that? With the usual Elder Scrolls skill crunch, Oblivion decided to cut medium armor and unarmored. Unarmored is still in the game though, encouraged by spell effectiveness. Honestly, I think the skill crunch is stupid, and cutting unarmored despite keeping its mechanics and incentives in the game is asinine. Monks have been in fantasy forever, so I don't understand why we're cutting the core skills of their class. Medium armor, on the other hand, has been cut entirely. Different armor types filled the niche in Morrowind of providing the player with countless options for how they approach designing their character. You could range from going naked to just running light bracers or a shoulder pad to full Daedric armor. The difference was all in your encumbrance. Less armor might mean an extra weapon or potions or more loot on the way back. How much gear you wore, or what combination of gear you wore, was a decision each player had to make in crafting their character. Oblivion changed things up by encouraging players to commit to an armor style. If you wear light armor, you might as well wear full light armor. Same with heavy armor, or unarmed. The first 3 perks, or up to level 50 with armor skills, affect how quickly your armor degrades. We'll talk about durability in a bit. The 75 and 100 perks affect how much the armor weighs the player down. At heavy armor 100, which I reached, heavy armor had 0 impact on my encumbrance as long as I was wearing it. While I feel like this is a smart way of sidestepping the late game encumbrance issues, encumbrance has become an increasingly prevalent problem in the series, including the Fallout games. People don't like encumbrance because they don't like being told that they can't pick up everything, which isn't helped with the games increasingly encouraging you to pick up random trash that serves obscure purposes. Honestly, I think this is a UI problem. I was attentive and made sure I was routinely cleaning my inventory out of useless soul gems, potions, scrolls, and ingredients. But people who aren't as attentive are probably accumulating an increasing hoard of potions they then try to avoid using. And I think it's because it's easy to not realize how many you have with the newer user interfaces. Wow, this section's Tangent City. Point is, encumbrance has been shifted away from regulating how much equipment the player can carry to how much loot the player can carry, which would be understandably frustrating if Oblivion's economy didn't break at level 20. Still, it turns into a genetic problem for the series when you cut out the magical solutions to high encumbrance. Sure, being able to permanently boost your carry weight with Feather on the cheap was busted in Oblivion, and the design should be more so towards adding an additional weight for a short time so you can take all the loot home in one trip, but that's not grounds to give up on the spell idea entirely. But I do think I am onto something with this UI idea. You can only see 6 things at any given time in the Oblivion UI, and with the large number of potion types and sublevels of potion types plus custom potions, it's pretty easy to realize you've accidentally been carrying a frost resistance potion for the last 6 hours. Part of it is a lack of variation, and potion design makes it so you can't tell which potions you do and don't want. Morrowind had 5 different models and icons to distinguish potions, so you could easily tell what was probably cheap garbage and what was worth keeping. Skyrim addressed that problem by removing item icons entirely, although at least in fairness I can see more than 6 things at once in Skyrim's menu. That UI is for another day. For now, let's go tab by tab and discuss the Oblivion user interface. There is no more or less information to be gleaned from the Oblivion UI compared to its Morrowind predecessor. However, Morrowind had 2 different user interfaces. This godly PC user interface, and a panel-based version on the Xbox. Oblivion inherited the panel-based design, which is fine, I guess. I would prefer my old system of pressing one button and having all the information I need on one screen, but dividing this into 4 separate screens to relay more information is fine as well. Except it doesn't. You can see your entire attribute and skill alignment, as well as detailed health, magicka, and fatigue values, with enough screen space to spare to waste on telling us our name and class. If we scroll the skills down, we can see our faction and ranks as well as our reputation and bounty. That's 4 different Oblivion screens in one panel. Oblivion's first panel tells us our base character information. The only reason to come here is if you've loaded someone else's save or want specific information about exactly how much health, magicka, or fatigue you have. The next panel is entirely dedicated to the attribute page. There are 2 reasons to come here. You want to know what skills are under what attributes, or you want to see if your attributes are damaged. The next screen is the skill page. The smartest thing about this page is putting all the major skills on a single panel. This is one of the more useful panels you'll be coming back to, as it tells you the leveling progress of skills and what skills belong to what attributes, so very useful. The next page tells you what factions you're in and what ranks you are. However, since rank requirements were removed, this is pointless information, and there's no reason you wouldn't put this at the bottom of the same page where our name and class is, because the only reason you'll come here again is if you're loading someone else's save and need to see where they're at. The next page is the bulk of new information, which is the statistics page. The first section is useful information like days passed and the number of quests you've completed. Then there's this section about your skills that I really don't need to know about, and then at the bottom of this is your bounty, fame, and infamy. This would all fit neatly, except the Shivering Isles has an independent bounty, which means you have to scroll to see infamy now. It was so close and the expansion messed it up. The rest of the page is statistical information that 100%ers use to track their progress. It's for somebody, so it's fine. Next is the inventory screen, which wastes the first tab on an all items panel. Stop right there, UI scum. If you're only going to show me 6 things at once like the other screens do, then this is pointless. Here was the chance to zoom this panel out so we could get a bird's eye view on our inventory, and the individual tabs would be in the big text. Either cut this panel or rescale this text. Next is the Weapons tab, then the Armor tab, then the Potions and Ingredients tab, and then everything else is shoved into the right. Okay, cut the All tab and add a section specifically for Scrolls, Soul Gems, Sigil Stones, and Welkin Stones, please. There's way too much stuff in this tab, especially compared to the Weapons tab that could have just been combined with the Armor tab because a lot of people just hotkey their weapons anyways. Whose great idea was it to have me scroll through all these keys just to get to the Soul Gems? Next is the Magic tab. We have another useless All Spells tab that only shows you 6 spells. Skyrim added a favorite system that would fit in better here since I have way too many spells to scroll through. The tabs are divided into how they're applied, so a Target tab, a Touch tab, and a Self tab. Spells can then be divided into either alphabetical order or by Magicka cost, and pro tip, use letters at the start of your custom spell names in order to organize them because otherwise this menu will turn into a mess. Between this and the Miscellaneous tab, I have a feeling I know the UX designer really doesn't use magic. The final tab is your Active Effects section. Also, spell effectiveness is just tucked into the bottom of the screen here, just peeking out for you. Since an armor doesn't have a skill, I guess it has nowhere else to go, so yeah, homeless user interface elements. This UI is also wasting a lot of potential screen space for the benefit of showing the player character's goofy expressions at all times, except on the Info tab. In other words, we could have had an intelligent usage of the entire screen, with a button on the inventory to glance at our character, and they even went so far as to use that idea, but not for the tabs that really need it. The final tab is for information, starting with the local map. You can't zoom, so you have to scroll this lumbering beast around to actually use this thing in dungeons. Otherwise, I approve. I'm torn on whether Oblivion or Morrowind had a better auto map. Next is the world map screen, and boy does not being able to zoom out make me angry. I'm sure you probably could at some point during development and somebody used the command to unlock all waypoints and the map turned into a mess, so that's why we can't zoom out. It's just so claustrophobic. The best backhanded compliment I can give is that it encourages people to learn the map so they don't have to take so long scrolling around looking for their objective. One problem is that Oblivion's map does a bad job communicating elevation to the player, so you can't look at the map and come up with an intelligent plan to navigate mountainous terrain because all the map tells you is that the area is mountainous. Also, at the top is the name of the interior cell and a detailed breakdown of the date and time in case you were curious. I've never understood displaying the time in a UI that's paused. Surely it would be for an unpaused UI so the player could pay attention to what time it is in game. The next panel is the Active Quest tab, which includes a handy list of all your relevant journal entries and a button to take you straight to the map marker on the world map. Then we have the Current Quest tab, which lists all of the quests you weren't able to say no to before they got added to your log. And finally, you have the Completed Quest tab, which shows you every single quest you've completed. Naturally. You can even read old journal entries here if you want, although it's a shadow of the old book UI for the journal with its topic organizer. I've trashed this UI, and a lot of people do, which begs the question of who okayed it, and the answer seems to be Todd Howard. Specifically, when asked about what mods Todd uses for Oblivion, he answered, interface mods. He goes on to talk about how they couldn't work out a good system for giving the player the choice between a PC and console-scaled UI, so they went with this giant user interface for safety reasons. Here's your executive producer saying this is a problem as he's advertising the expansion to this game, as he's saying someone's already fixed it for free, and they've clearly tinkered with the UI to accommodate that expansion, hint hint, and they didn't try to fix it. Like what? Was a toggle button impossible? I know it took years of begging to implement a field of view slider, but come on. Alright, let's turn this around with some praise. Credit goes to Natalia Smirnova. I think your user interface art looks great. I can easily tell what each tab is supposed to be just from the pictograph, like how all the quests are 3 cups, the current quest is 1 cup, and the active quest has a hand holding the cup. Oblivion has a pretty clear and consistent visual design focus, similar to how Skyrim has a consistent design with minimalism. Don't let people criticizing the UX get you down. They just don't get that you were handed an interface and told to make it look good. It's very obvious you know what you're doing, and it's your boss's fault that you aren't allowed to design amazing PC interfaces as well. Remember when I promised we talk about durability for what, the 3rd time? So when I made the Morrowind video, that came with a somewhat controversial section about durability mechanics and intentional annoyances, and I've come to see the light. I still believe my original position. No, the light I've seen is why people were annoyed by this mechanic. It's fine in Morrowind, but I think a lot of people arguing against my point were doing so from the perspective of never having played Morrowind, and so we're imagining Oblivion where it's busted. Oblivion's armor skills would add these perks related to the way armor degrades in quality. Novices break their gear 50% faster, apprentices break it at quote normal rate end quote, and journeymen break it 50% slower. So when you start the game, your gear starts breaking faster than it did in Morrowind. Then you have the Armorer perk, which themselves start limiting the player. So novices and apprentices in Armorer can't repair magic gear, so if you have enchanted armor, you have to go to a services provider, which can be a pain because it means if all your gear is enchanted, you can't train Armorer in the field anymore. And then you add on top of this that as the player levels, they gain access to new item sets which themselves see increases in their total durability. Oh, and armor and weapon stats are tied to durability. A sword at 90% does 90% of its normal damage rating. All of these factors mean that early game Oblivion is going to involve a bunch of broken armor, while late game Oblivion just forgets about the mechanic. I think the system has left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, which is significant if Oblivion was your first role-playing game back on the 360. What's funny is that Armorer level 75 is actually brilliant. At this level, you can actually repair your gear up to 125% durability, which increases its effectiveness. But okay, why should games keep annoying mechanics like durability around? It's a relic of the past with no place in the modern industry. You're being had. As I pointed out, there's not much of a difference between a hunger meter and a durability meter. Both are obstacles the player has to overcome with routine, preventative maintenance. Both are mechanics the player has to plan around during play. I'm sorry, but explain to me how it's unacceptable for modern RPGs to have durability mechanics, but it's fine when survival games do exactly the same thing. Sometimes even with actual equipment durability. 6 million people bought Valheim and were clearly fine with playing a game with equipment durability and hunger. It's one thing to see equipment upkeep as annoying, and it's another thing to be happy at its removal because it annoys you. These people are actively celebrating the oversimplification of their games because they refuse to acknowledge the mechanical and emergent storytelling benefits of equipment durability. And I suspect they do that because they were emotionally annoyed at the one time they forgot to repair their stuff and had to suffer consequences for it. After all, durability mechanics form a negative feedback loop. You're implicitly biased towards remembering all the times you were annoyed by the system, and most people don't recognize the benefits as a result. But what possible benefit could there be? Scenario: your weapon breaks, what do? If the answer is load a save back in town and redo the trip, this time with repaired gear, you're a pleb. Video games are too complex for you. Go back to movies. The correct answer is adapt. If you didn't bring a backup weapon and are completely incapable of using fists or magic, find a new weapon. Retreat to a prior enemy who wielded a sword, or grab one of numerous spare weapons that dot dungeons. Did you think they were there just for aesthetics? It might be tough, but I'm sure you'll remember to keep your gear in good shape in the future. As a result, you'll be a better player, one whose character is actually forged by experience. A weapon breaking on its wielder is pretty dangerous. Do you know what else is dangerous? Archers running out of arrows. Should ammo be infinite to avoid the annoying mechanics of keeping track of your ammo supply? Should potions be infinite because it's inconvenient to get more and running out in a fight is dangerous? You might say that this hypothetical is absurd, except there are plenty of series which removed getting arrows for your bows in favor of having infinite ammo, or even keeping a supply of potions ready in favor of an infinite potion on cooldown. It's more likely than you think. Where do you draw the line? Are you going to celebrate when Elder Scrolls 6 doesn't have arrows or potions anymore? Where the Morrowind argument really started to get stupid was people saying that my logic was flawed because a CRPG with a focus on the minutiae of adventure focuses on the minutiae of adventure. It's somewhat disturbing the number of people who came to the nudist colony and then started complaining about how everyone isn't wearing clothes. Look, I get it's subjective, and you don't like it, which is why you play games that cater to your specific interests, and I play games that cater to mine. Where we have a problem is when you start demanding that my games change to suit your interests. I've never looked at a Call of Duty game and said, this is fine and all, but what this really needs is hardcore military simulation. Call of Duty fills a niche. It's an action title. It's remarkably simple because that's what the audience wants from it, to not have to think about it. I would change it, but at its core, my Call of Duty game is still an action title. Just like I would add prostitutes to truck sims, but not take away the truck driving part of the game to focus on the bisexual road trip aspects. However, unlike Call of Duty or truck driving sims, there aren't a lot of games purely like Morrowind. It's a niche. So when one of the few companies catering to that niche starts changing aspects of the formula to broaden the appeal by shaving off the edges, it stops being the original niche. It happened to the Daggerfall fans. It happened to the Morrowind fans. It even happened to the Oblivion fans, and it'll likely happen to the Skyrim fans. Not because any of our expectations were unrealistic. All we wanted was the same thing with less flaws. But because it was determined that not using the new accessibility features was adequate for the old fans, and finding mods to re-implement the old mechanics that were cut was an adequate answer to the old fans.
The other thing I try to do is that in coming off of Thief, which is a game all about stealth and sneaking. So it was like, how could I get some of that into Oblivion? You know, some of that, you know, how to try to capture a little bit of the charm of the Thief games. It occurred to me, I'm like, shortly after the game is released, the mod community is gonna do what they will. And sure enough, there's like a complete like Thief plugin with all of Garrett's tools from Thief, you know what I mean? Like water arrows and moss arrows and the blackjack and all this stuff. So I sort of knew that was gonna, I was like, this is gonna happen anyway.
That's Emil Pagliarulo, a current lead designer at Bethesda, admitting that he has no problem with leaving it up to the community to add features to their games. Sir Emil's journal points out a priory where his order was based, which was centered around collecting the armor of Pelennor Whitestrake. This order was the titular Knights of the Nine. Using a ring we honorably looted off of Sir Emil's corpse reveals a hidden undercroft, and we're confronted by both the spirit of Sir Emil as well as 7 of his buddies who proceed to try and kick our ass. Technically, it's a test of worthiness, although I don't know if a guy wielding a quarter of the Daedric Pantheon's artifacts is worthy or just good at exercising with ghosts. It's actually a pretty cool sequence, barring the line,
Sir Knight, in 300 years, none have stood against us and lived.
How could I possibly not be the first person in 300 years to come down here? Getting here required a signet ring off your corpse, buddy. Also, ignore the fact that we're already a third of the way through the content. We're the Knight Commander of this order now and have acquired the helm and cuirass of the Crusader. 4 of the ghosts will start quests to find the other artifacts, but all 8 have some interesting information about the history of the Knights. As an order, their goal was to locate and safeguard the relics of Pelennor Whitestrake. Surprisingly, despite being over 1,000 years late, they managed to recover most of the artifacts, but their fall would come when they began increasingly wearing them. Then the War of the Red Diamond happened, and the Order lost Sir Beric, who took 2 of the artifacts with him to Skyrim to fight in the war. Our job now is to travel Cyrodiil to piece together and fix the long-dead issues of the Order. Let's take a detour and discuss the soundtrack. Oblivion sees the return of Jeremy Soule, well-known video game composer who's worked on dozens of games over the years. His career becomes even more impressive considering how many scores he composed in just 25 years, scoring 8 different games to come out the same year as Morrowind, and 4 different games and 4 expansions to come out the same year as Oblivion. The number of jobs Soule took on slowed down in the 2010s, so he got more time to compose for Skyrim, hence why it has the biggest and arguably best soundtrack of the series. Not a lot has changed about how music works between Morrowind and Oblivion. Tracks are still divided between exploration and battle themes, which are played in their respective contexts. Start a fight, and the music immediately changes to a battle theme. End the fight, and the music immediately changes back to an explore theme. Oblivion would, however, add 2 additional modes for music, one for towns and one for dungeons. So now instead of hearing chirpy tunes and dank caves, music's more appropriate for the situation. It's still simple compared to modern music techniques in games, but this small change helps the atmosphere of dungeons quite a bit. Let's get into the tracks proper, most of which you'll have heard by now in the video. Oblivion's title theme draws heavily from Morrowind. Those uninformed in the topic of music took this as an insult when I showed how Skyrim incorporated themes from Morrowind, so allow me to explain how motifs work. Motifs are simple parts of music which provide part of the basic identity of the song you're listening to. For Elder Scrolls, this is a recurring motif. This musical idea is present in each iteration of the theme, not because Soule is stealing from himself, but because that's how composition works. Oblivion's theme is more bombastic than Morrowind's, however. Its highs are higher, but it also has lows. This single 2-minute song captures the essence of the Oblivion soundtrack by touching all 4 corners. The other 2 special tracks are for leveling up and dying, exactly like Morrowind. Alright, let's do the town tracks. Here's some snippets from all 5 of them to give you a feel for what town music sounds like. An idea reiterated upon from Morrowind is the idea that the comm tracks are not defined by percussion. I feel if anything has contributed the most to the mimetic element of NPCs in Oblivion, it's the immediately recognizable music that most people instantly associate with NPC hubs. On to the atmospheric tracks, which play when exploring. There are 7 of these, and here's a montage. Many people discussing this soundtrack comment on a car accident Jeremy Soule was involved in that informed the soundtrack of Oblivion. What they often leave out is that a third of the soundtrack had already been composed for the game, or that there were few revisions to the soundtrack. Jeremy Soule didn't just knock it out of the park, but wrote 2/3 of the soundtrack just from emotion he felt without any need or desire for revision. A thing I noticed is that because the load has been lightened, tracks don't have to cover as much ground as they did in Morrowind. A Morrowind ambient track had to cover towns, wilderness, and caves. It's easy for me to listen to this soundtrack because, thanks to its increased length, there's more variety. Speaking of caves, the new dungeon tracks. Oblivion's dungeons seem to be defined by long, dissonant notes. The notes sit so long as to be unnerving until a roll of timpanis in the background reminds you that you're still trapped inside the earth. While over half the soundtrack is dedicated to town and exploration tracks, there are only 7.5 minutes of dungeon themes, and the similarity does lead to repetition in this respect. Is a possible part of the reason dungeons feel repetitive in Oblivion is the music? It's more likely than you think. Your brain pays attention to this kind of stuff. Finally, there are the battle tracks. I think it's fair to say I know which third of the soundtrack Jeremy Soule had written before the accident. One thing I did note in the Morrowind soundtrack was that brass seemed to be the theme for the Imperials while strings seemed to be for the Dunmer. This dichotomy has shifted into brass being the sound of battle and strings being the sound of peace. One idea that I posited was that Soule didn't really care about the Morrowind soundtrack, as evidenced by the original titles versus the remastered titles after the game was successful. This is more likely than people seem to realize. Soule had worked on the Dungeon Siege and Neverwinter Nights soundtracks the same year as Morrowind, and while he did work on a lot of projects at the same time as Oblivion, his output seemed to slow down after the wreck, as though he started wanting to take more pride in the soundtracks he was working on. For Elder Scrolls, this culminated in the Skyrim soundtrack, which is not only longer than the Morrowind and Oblivion soundtracks combined, but is a masterpiece in terms of implementation into gameplay as well. Oblivion's dungeons are... well, they simply are. Dungeon crawling is a stated aspect of Elder Scrolls, a consequence of the tabletop translation. The issue is that dungeons are fun with friends at a table, but none of the TES games are cooperative without mods. Thus, the role dungeons have to play in the games requires necessary alteration to better translate them into a single-player experience. How you accomplish this has been a core issue the games have always grappled with. The easy answer is to set quests inside them, but many dungeons have no related quests. They simply are. The Morrowind answer then is to populate dungeons with logical groups of people. Cults, be they Daedric, Sixth House, or Vampiric. Many dungeons are also tied to serving as tombs, full of undead protectors. Even normal bandit dungeons are provided with some ceremony, usually tied to the themes of Vardenfell being a quarantined region with large criminal smuggling operations. In Oblivion, there aren't ancestral tombs, outside of vague reference in one of the Fighters Guild quests. There also aren't many Daedric cults, instead being replaced with generic conjurer groups in blue robes. Maybe those guys should have been Mythic Dawn. Vampire dens are also barely distinguishable from bandit caves. There are only 3 dungeon types that aren't caves: Ayleid Ruins, Abandoned Forts, and Oblivion Gates. The Ayleid Ruins are full of untapped Welkind and Varla stones centuries later, but no records of their civilization. Dwemer Ruins in Morrowind were always full of little mementos of their culture, random gears and cups and tools and armor and books. Ayleid Ruins become interchangeable once you realize the only variation is in the generic enemies you fight, not the stories the areas themselves tell. Abandoned forts are similar. There's no telling the age of each fort based on its design or contents. There were many empires that could have built them, but their cultures do not possess them. Oblivion Gates are not ruins, but their literal repetition, as well as simple characterization, also leads to them being generic. how do you make hell boring? Contrary to popular belief, Oblivion's dungeons were not designed by one guy leaning on copy and paste. But it isn't hard for people to perpetuate that legend anyways, because they feel like they were. It makes you wonder whether Bethesda got better at dungeon creation or better at the illusion of good dungeons, and what the difference really is. The formula is pretty simple. The player finds an area, they go inside, find out what enemy type the dungeon is, and then either fight or run past all the enemies, looting all the leveled containers before exiting. There's not entirely an incentive to do dungeons for the money, because what are you going to spend it on? Training? And the combat is in a state that fighting for the sake of fighting also isn't fun. So the only thing left is the ceremony of doing a dungeon, but dungeons don't have ceremony. Dungeon diving in Oblivion is just doing quests without the context or rewards of doing quests. It's like Daggerfall without the verticality. Quote, "There are plenty of very large dungeons to be sure, and we're trying to provide a higher density of content than we did in Morrowind." Gavin Carter, Source 10. On our quest, I start with the boots, which Sir Junkin sought and failed to retrieve. He doesn't have much information to share with us other than the location of a shrine of Kinnereth. This makes her the only of the 9 divines to have a shrine in the wild similar to the Daedric shrines, although it plays into her roles as a divine. We head over to the Kinnereth Worthiness Testing Grotto and get mauled by a giant bear for about 15 seconds before the test is complete. I guess the moral is, if a wild animal attacks you, you just let it happen, because Kinnereth has clearly decided your time has come. This would be fine, except Cyrodiil's roads are littered with critters. She's actually pulling double duty as nature goddess, considering her actual domain is the sky. Anyways, in the grotto are 2 friendly Spriggans and the boots. There's a free point of infamy if you try to fight the Spriggans. Wordlessly, the second we pick up the boots, the Chapel of Breville gets attacked by Aurorans. I always thought this was a weak point in the questline. It's supposed to be an escalation in the conflict and a driver of the tension, but chances are pretty good if the player does end up visiting the chapel before the end of the questline and the NPCs get replaced, they won't exactly know what caused the attack. And if you haven't visited the chapel, you might not even notice all the NPCs are different. And well, even when we do know, there's not a logical line to follow, it's completely arbitrary. Next, I went to Leyawiin to get the mace. A guy will greet us at the door, telling us that he tried to get the mace and failed, and mostly spends his days now protecting the chapel. He does have a pretty big clue for getting the mace, although... See, we pray to the tomb of St. Calidus and get transported to a void that requires the boots to cross. This is because Zenithar is the god of trades and commerce and thereby relies on Kinnereth's new nature motif to function. However, this also means that the Kinnereth quest is a prerequisite to this one, which is a cool idea. The player has a chance to diegetically fail the same way Sir Ralvis did, and let's be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if at least one person threw themselves off the ledge 100 times not understanding what they did wrong. However, against his general motifs, there's actually another way to get the mace. Once we leave, the Chapel of Dibella is under attack from the Aurorans and we have to fight them off. This can be particularly ugly if it happens to be Sundas morning during the service when they show up. Caridus is a big help though, and he asks to join our order after the battle. Of the original order, Sir Henrik was by far the most successful in that he found a relic, never used it for ill intentions, and then safeguarded it inside a fort which, to this day, has kept the relic safe. A bunch of conjurers have taken over the fort in search of the shield, but the traps and puzzles are just too great for what are generally the smartest type of bandit. There are 3 main puzzles to Fort Bulwark. The first is a pressure plate puzzle involving 4 series of 3 plates that require a specific combination to pass. Okay, less of a puzzle and more of a door code since there isn't any consequence for getting it wrong. The conjurers already figured this one out and placed candles to hint at the solution. The next puzzle is the Guardians. You'll spend hours toiling over setting the right orientations to, just point them at the symbol in the middle.
Phrase kept coming up in the writings I found. When the eyes of the Guardians are upon you, Julianos will show you favor. I'm not sure how, but I just know it's a clue for making it safely through these ruins.
The third puzzle at least has no obvious solution pretending to be a clue. This is Rodgar's equipment puzzle. A pressure plate in the middle will randomly highlight one of the statue's items. Each statue has an item but only shows up one at a time. At the same time, a random item is populated in the central chest. The goal is to match these items to the correct statues. This is only really difficult if you don't get the pen and paper out and just write down what statues correspond to what items, which of course means the conjurers would have starved to death trying to solve this one. Elder Scrolls has always had a complicated relationship with puzzles. A lot of people like to point out the simple matching puzzles of Skyrim, but honestly, that's not much of a simplification over how it's always been. Barring some stuff like the one where you drown yourself in Morrowind or the Blackrock Cave in Oblivion, which isn't a puzzle per se, but is just an obscure abstraction set, Elder Scrolls isn't really known as that puzzling of a game. The reason, I think, comes down to the fact that the designers don't want to stop the flow of a playthrough because someone has a challenging time with a puzzle. And I don't mean this from just an accessibility standpoint. I'm sure we can all think of at least one out-of-place puzzle in a game that did this. Elder Scrolls fits a generalist sort of niche, in that rather than focusing on doing one thing really well, it tries to do a lot of different things. And because this isn't a puzzle game, stopping the player to sit down and cogitate for a bit can be out of place. Then you add on that stipulation that everything has to be possible for the player who plays in 30-minute segments on the couch, and yeah, an incentive exists to not make the puzzles more difficult for the sake of the minority of players who want that. I think the solution looks something like this. Bethesda hires a guy who's good at crafting puzzles. Each Elder Scrolls game could incorporate puzzles, but with a clear design ethos that the only thing you get from them is optional rewards. So the player who knows that challenging puzzles aren't in their wheelhouse can skip them, and players who like completing puzzles can do them. Maybe a few side quests, a couple mages and Thieves Guild quests, and one main quest would incorporate these challenging puzzles. That way, when you have a quest where the difficulty of the puzzle has been a hindrance to progress, with this quest or the Mages Guild quest with the pillar, instead of making the characters look like imbeciles for not figuring it out, you could have an appropriately challenging puzzle. Otherwise, you eventually end up with the Blackreach puzzle, you know the one, where you spam the buttons and don't really understand what it is you're trying to solve, but it still has to be there to justify why the Elder Scroll hadn't been already recovered. With the puzzle down, we get our hands on the Shield of the Crusader and leave. I should mention Sir Thedred, but should I really? Regardless of if we meet him or not, he'll come to the Priory and ask to join our order. The excuse given is that we diverted the Conjurer's attention, but even if we stealth through the entire dungeon and steal the shield non-lethally, he still somehow escapes. It's not the biggest deal since stealth playstyles aren't really encouraged to play through Knights of the Nine, except for the fact that the armor will convert itself to light armor and stealth is only tied to infamy via its factions, not its playstyle, and illusion magic is part of the actual knight class. Our final quest for this leg is to get the gloves. Sir Casimir was a knight who went with Sir Barak to war, and this had changed him. He had this to say about the gloves.
I attempted to return to the service of the Nine, but the war had changed me. I no longer had sympathy for the weak or pity for the suffering. In the brief time I was there, I did more to hurt the chapel than help it. It was there that I was cursed. A beggar who came to the chapel each day for help tried my patience one too many times. I lost my temper and struck him. My blow landed harder than I had intended, and he fell to the floor dead, killed in the very chapel of the God of Mercy. I left the chapel at once, of course, but the damage was done. I was weak, constantly weary, and lacked the energy to do almost anything. As proof of the deed, when I struck the poor man, the gauntlets slipped right off my hands and fell to the floor. Heavy as stone, they would not move. None could lift them. I suspect they lie there still, in Coral's chapel.
The setup for this quest is super interesting. The quest itself is not, and super questionable. The gauntlets are, as Casimir says, immovable. One of the priests, Arelder, tells the basic story and mentions that a descendant of Casimir is not only at the church, but has been forced to bear the same curse his ancestor received for his crime. We speak to Kellen, who seems convinced that Arelder's holding out information, as well as...
You've seen them, I assume. The only evidence of what happened so many years ago. Do you know that I thought perhaps I could lift them? That somehow this curse would be lifted if I could pick them up? I tried for hours, until my whole body ached, and I could barely move. I lay there on the floor next to them, weeping. I'm not ashamed to admit that. I've been at the end of my rope for far too long to be ashamed of anything. I've seen plenty of pity in people's eyes over the years. I grew up recognizing it. But with Arelder, there's something else there. And when he speaks to me, there are times I'd swear he sounds apologetic. Guilty, even. Why would that be? What reason does he have to hold back information?
Despite being a quest solely about talking to people, there's some great moments here. Arelder was holding out on Kellen out of selfishness because he knew full well that removing Kellen's curse would entail taking it upon himself. We're then given the objective to do so ourselves. Kellen's enthused, and we're stuck with a damage fatigue effect for 3 quests. Alright, I've been holding back the criticism because I wanted to get the quest over with before we got there. Stendarr, the Divine of Mercy, Justice, and Compassion, is apparently also into generational curses. At this point, not only has it been long enough that the priests don't really know the full story behind the gauntlets, which is odd enough given that someone would have written the story down like that somewhere, but Kellen didn't even know Sir Casimir, considering it would be around 10 generations in his past. This entire family was cursed in order to punish Casimir, just so that one day in the far future, someone could come along on a quest and find some magic hand condoms and have their willingness to show mercy tested. Given how simple the effect is, surely Kellen's family, or the church for that matter, could have scrounged up what? A petty soul? And asked the Mages Guild for a ring of Fortify Fatigue? I get that Restore Fatigue was lost as an enchant effect after Morrowind, but if DeGale can have a magical widget to treat her condition, then I'm sure Kellen would have gotten something for his chronic fatigue. Never mind that the actual evildoer is being redeemed by proxy, or that there's no option to force Ireldar to actually show the mercy he's supposed to as a priest of Stendarr. Rewrite time. Kellen tries to pick up the gauntlets to take up the mantle of his ancestor Casimir, but gets hit with a fatigue curse as a result. Ireldar's been holding out on the fix for his problem because his father was the guy Casimir killed. He's an elf after all, so it's easily possible. The quest is now about resolving the conflict between these two men. Ireldar has to learn to set aside his personal feelings and do his duty as a healer, and Kellen has to realize that his ancestor wasn't entirely noble and try to right the wrongs of the past. The player has the option to assume the curse, still, but if the player is successful, they can not only redeem both men, but can recruit both into the Order, and can see them develop a friendship as comrades as they overcome their generational grudges. With this leg of the quest done, it's time to return to the Priory with most of the Crusaders' relics. We'll find it's been repaired, and several of the people we've met along the way will ask to join the Knights of the Nine. While I don't see a reason anyone would ever say no, I have to at least appreciate that the player is being given a choice here. We also get a blacksmith, although with the unofficial patch, if the player doesn't speak to Sir Thedret here before this point, the smith doesn't show up. It's a bit comical to enter the Priory to find it full of applicants. Anyways, a man named Lathon approaches us to tell us that Sir Roderick is dead. I didn't actually meet Lathon and Sir Roderick on this playthrough since they appear on the Wayshrine quest and I had done most of them already, so Lathon will tell us that he thinks Sir Roderick's dead, even though we have no clue who that is. I think Bethesda has generally done a better job with stuff like this in Skyrim, although that can probably be attributed to more essential flags and less optional moments like meeting Sir Roderick. The way you fix this is to have a journal stage for whether the player has met Sir Roderick, and if they haven't, then Lathon's dialogue changes to an introduction and request for aid. He gives us the greaves that they had retrieved and tells us that Roderick fell attempting to retrieve the sword of the Crusader from under Paul Cave. This quest is just another dungeon run, but it's notable because it ends in us fighting Sir Beric, the man whose conflict with Sir Emil ended the original Knights of the Nine. Sir Caius, one of the ghosts, says that Sir Beric's fall was his fault, as Caius had started and lost a fight with Beric, resulting in his death and corruption.
Sir Roderick, you were a brave knight and good master. Long may your name be remembered in the annals of the relics.
Yeah, sorry kid, let me introduce you to something called the Creation Club. When we get the sword, the player is given the instructions to take it to the Chapel of Arcane Shadenhall to reconsecrate the blade. Lathon or Beric or even the Spirit of Pelennor doesn't tell us this. The player just intuits it and writes it down in their journal as the next step. This is just a reference to divine influence on the mind, or it's just lazy. After all, we have to go to Shadenhall in order to defend its chapel from attacking Aurorans. I'll point out that similar to the Mages Guild questline where the Necromancers managed to sneak into Bruma and destroyed the guild hall without resistance or even notice from the guards, especially since my character at that point had brought Martin to a Cloud Ruler temple so the guards were on the lookout for cult activity, the chapels are actively being attacked without any of the guards putting up any resistance, in a post-Oblivion Crisis world where the guards aren't having to fight Daedra anymore. Hell, that raises the question of how the Aurorans are even getting here. The Aurorans, if you don't know, are Daedric minions of Meridia, as evidenced by the Daedric hearts they drop. We'll later be told that Martin's ban on Daedric invasions only applied to hostile invasions, but isn't this hostile? Or has Umaril been hiding in a ruin gradually doing permanent summons of Aurorans and building up a force for the day he would launch terror attacks across Cyrodiil? Another thing to note is the Restoration Master Trainer becomes inaccessible to the player after this quest if they don't have the unofficial patch, since both people who can give the player the necessary reference are scripted to die as part of this questline. Just to show how much thought Bethesda put into their trainer NPCs. With the sword purified, we have all the relics. Each of the artifacts belongs to one of the 8 divines, and in theory, each of these quests should have shown some of the lore behind these entities. The fact that the Cuirass and Greaves belong to either Mara or Akatosh says that this premise has failed, as most of the artifacts have a superficial connection to their respective creator at best. And even when we got a few detailed connections, it was something like Kenrith making us endure a couple swings from a bear, or Stendarr dishing out some Old Testament punishments for our benefit. Speaking of the curse, when we return to the Priory, we'll find that Wes Johnson has swung by to give a sermon to the Order. He gives the Knights of the Nine a quest to defeat Umaril. However, he states that in our current form will suffer the same fate as Pelennor Whitestrake.
With the apotheosis of Tiber Septim, the face of the divine was transformed. Talos ascended, and the 8 became 9.
Talos, via the Prophet, gives us his blessing, providing an edge against Umaril, although the Prophet has this funny line.
As a proven guardian of this realm, and a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia, Talos grants you his sacred blessing.
The Champion of Cyrodiil, the Nerevarine, the Agent, and the Internal Champion are all literally shaking right now. For fuck's sake, the Nerevarine literally got a blessing from an avatar of Talos on his way to fight Dagoth. The Knight of the Nine did a bunch of dungeons and talked to a bunch of people and is now a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia. Maybe it's a subtle diss, or I guess all the other protagonists are confirmed mages, who knows. So we rally all the knights at Garlus Malatar for the final battle. This quest actually broke the first time, and I had to go back to a prior save because, for some reason, one of the triggers wasn't firing, and so I couldn't actually advance through the ruin. It's a shame they didn't reuse any of the assets from Paradise to make this area a more pristine, maintained alien ruin. I mean, the interior cell of Carrick-a-Gailor was one model, so I guess they would have had to create a bunch of new interior models, and that was just too much work. Plus, the DLC was 155 megabytes on 2006 internet, so adding a bunch of new models so one dungeon could stand out would have been wasteful. None of your companions are essential, so the player may be motivated to try and keep everyone alive, but there's not really any benefit to doing so. Honestly, it makes the game feel a little more believable if these named NPCs do end up dying in the fight. Aside from the compulsive looting, the final battle with Umaril is alright. The problem with making a final battle focused on the melee side of Oblivion is that it's more Oblivion melee combat. Mind you that this character has maxed out the heavy armor skill and was using Blade for the entire main quest. I'm basically primed for this. So Umaril fighting like a giant copy of the other Aurorans is pretty sad. Umaril is an Ayleid sorcerer king whose father was a divine, and he also has the blessing of Meridia. This guy is begging to be the battle mage boss and deserves to have more than one spell to his name. What's the point of even having him be weakened by the divine aura of the armor? Is it to reward the player for wearing the armor from Knights of the Nine when fighting the boss of Knights of the Nine?
All of this is to assemble every Crusader relic so we can go and kill Umaril. Except I forgot to bring most of these items with us to Umaril's hideout, so we had to fight him the conventional way.
Umaril goes down easy, and we use Talos' blessing to pursue his spirit. The second phase, where we fight him in the sky, is exactly the same mechanically, but the arena is way better and it's much more enjoyable to have a second go at him. With Umaril finally dead for good, we fall back to Tamriel and awaken in the Undercroft of the Priory.
You had no wounds on your body, but you were dead. I saw it with my own eyes. You did not draw breath.
Thedrit, how long has my brain been deprived of oxygen? Thedrit gives a short speech to the knights announcing our victory, and with the armor placed on the rack in the Undercroft, Knights of the Nine has been concluded. Or is it? There's one character left to mention. Pelennor Whitestrake, as the original Divine Crusader of the First Era, is both one of the main characters of Knights of the Nine and almost completely irrelevant. If your knowledge of this DLC was limited to TES meme culture, you'd assume that Pelennor Whitestrake would have been the main focus of the entire story. Instead, the characters of the original Knights of the Nine like Sir Emil and Sir Barrack got way more focus and screen time than Pelennor Whitestrake, and this is an order that was founded over a millennia after Pellennor's death. Indeed, most of the lore surrounding the Star-Made Knight exists pretty much entirely within the Song of Pelennor, an 8-part Kirkbride story that the player can find in the chapels when they have this expansion installed. Most of the dialogue the actual Pelennor Whitestrake we meet has refers to our quest for the relics, and he has little light to shine on himself beyond the line,
Your need must be great for the gods to allow us to speak. Has Umaril the Accursed found a way back? The foulest of a foul race, 1,000 curses upon his unholy name. I thought I'd won, but I should have known. The slave masters are a cunning breed. Umaril found a way to cheat death as I could not.
So let's discuss the Song of Pelennor. The first 6 parts come from a Riemann manuscript. Part 7 comes from an older manuscript predating the fall of the Elysian Empire, and Part 8 appears to contain a fragment of the original song. It goes something like this. Pelennor appeared, something immediately being apparently odd about his arrival. His personality, his phenotypical description, and his armor are big signifiers that he wasn't of that era. Theories vary, from possibly being a time traveler to being a manifestation of the divine will against the Aelids and their enslavement of mankind. When Pelennor Whitestrake gets depicted as a Terminator with a laser cannon, yeah, that's a valid interpretation according to the song. However, given that the Elder Scrolls' favorite trick in the lore is the unreliable narrator, it's also possible that Pelennor was just a normal guy with albinism who happened to be blessed by the divines and won every battle he fought until the last one that killed him. That characterization is a lot closer to the man we see than the elvish Terminator people love to meme about. And for good reason. Elves aren't exactly given the most charitable of racial characterizations, especially in Oblivion where all of them share 2 voice actors. If you told me there was a guy out there wiping the smug off their faces, I'd ask for a link to his Patreon. This brings us to the concept of the Shezarene. Shezar was the Cyrodiilic version of Lorkhan to the Elves and Shor to the Nords. It's generally believed that Lorkhan, since his supposed death, has been wandering Tamriel in various mortal incarnations. Some of these are substantiated by the lore, but a lot of this comes down to Kirkbride-isms as probably a future plot point, potentially even for Skyrim, that has yet to really make the cut due to the series stalling in the 2010s. It's disappointing to me that Kirkbride wasn't really given the time to fully flesh out the history of Cyrodiil's various empires. He tries his best. We get quite a bit more content on the Aelids and their history and culture. We also learn more about Elysia and Morahouse, like how despite all the man statues and man armor, Morahouse was actually a minotaur. It's just a shame that pretty much none of this is actually conveyed to the player through the questline itself. I'm not going to offer a redraft because that would require a foundational restart on Knights of the Nine. Instead, I'll do what I'm best at, tearing stuff down by making unfair comparisons. Knights of the Nine sits in the same position as Tribunal and Dawnguard as the story expansions of their respective games, but how do they compare? Tribunal featured a 19-part questline that tied up the fate of the Tribunal and King Helseth, leader of Morrowind. This wasn't like Knights of the Nine, which stretched out quests into multiple parts, like how the Faithful Squire is literally a single conversation. Tribunal's quests actually raised the bar from Morrowind, while Knights of the Nine rolled around in the mediocrity of Oblivion. Knights of the Nine is also set in Cyrodiil, unlike Tribunal's new locale of the city of Mournhold. Dawnguard would continue this trend, basically taking place in a few hidden parts of broader Skyrim. Although Dawnguard would also provide 2 exclusive questlines and factions to choose from, a rework of werewolves and vampires, and new areas like the Soul Cairn and Forgotten Vale. I mean, sure, it's not fair to compare Knights of the Nine to a DLC that would come out half a decade later, but it is fair to say that Knights of the Nine didn't do for Oblivion what Dawnguard did for Skyrim. That wouldn't happen until Shivering Isles, which is a ways away in this video. What's going to be a forever away is the Holidays DLC.
One of the towns will have Jester Day. So on Jester Day, you can go to town and all the crimes in the town are 50% off. So you get caught doing a crime and a guard comes to arrest you, you pay half as much as you normally would because it's kind of everybody screwing around being a goof all day. So.
If you've been following the trajectory of our player character, and maybe looking ahead at the future sections, then what's about to happen is a very confusing heel turn. Before I played Oblivion, I laid out an outline of the order of questlines I was going to do, and I had several ideas how I could justify the transition. I think the core of the problem is that people are assigning moralities to factions inaccurately. As the Prophet points out, the arena isn't exactly a morally great place to work. The Fighters Guild is about snuffing out free market competition, and the Mages Guild is so incompetent as to become dangerous. The main quest is guided by ends justifying the means. The players never assigned any motivation beyond what they assumed the champion of Cyrodiil's motivation to be. The Knights of the Nine is the only morally good story in the game, and even that is full of its own questionable moments. So the only difficult part of our character starting the Thieves Guild is justifying why they would turn to petty crime. The actual reason has to do with level scaling. I kind of had to do the Mages Guild between levels 15 and 25 to be at the right level to get well-scaled rewards but still have magic effects apply properly, and the next two factions don't exactly involve a lot of leveling up in Oblivion. Really, in terms of writing an Oblivion character who does every faction, it makes the most sense for players to start with the Thieves Guild or Arena after breaking out of the Imperial City prison at the beginning. Which is why the condition where the player gets invited to the Thieves Guild for doing time never sat well with me personally. That, and you'll be approached even if your crime wasn't thievery related, even, for instance, murder. We'll talk about the weird world of crime in Oblivion, don't worry. Another path in the guild is to talk to City Swimmer, a beginner-level sneak trainer living in Breville and drawing attention as the resident stealth specialist. If she's still alive, she'll point you in the direction of joining the Thieves Guild, despite not being a member herself. The assumption, I guess, is if the player is seeking out sneak training, then they probably want to be in a faction involving stealth. Even though, by itself, sneak isn't only tied to a thievery playstyle. Still, that's a fine if obscure path into the guild. The last one is to read one of the wanted posters for the Grey Fox and then to ask and convince a beggar to point you in the right direction. All roads lead to a place called the Garden of Daraloth in the Waterfront District. At midnight. It's weird because the Daraloth thing is only referenced after the conclusion of the questline, so trying to use it as an actual clue is impossible at this stage. That said, since the Waterfront District has 7 buildings and Armand hosts the meeting with a torch, it's not exactly that difficult to locate. People like the Thieves Guild introduction of Oblivion because it's not as weak as Skyrim or Morrowind's introduction. In Morrowind, you just walk up, ask to join, and you're in, which would be fine if the main plot of the questline wasn't about dealing with a rival criminal syndicate. In Skyrim, you can't enjoy the Riften Market area without getting propositioned for a scheme. I feel a reference system is more appropriate for a Thieves Guild. Steal enough and maybe you impress a member and they end up referring you. In fact, that's basically what... Hang on, I have to look it up. In fact, that's basically what Brynjolf does for the player after we impress him. The only thing I would change are the circumstances necessary for meeting Brynjolf in the first place, like maybe the player needs a certain number of stolen items to their name before Brynjolf extends their offer at the market. Armand introduces himself as a doyen of the guild and decides to hold a contest for the chance to join. We're to steal a journal by sunrise, and whoever brings it back gets to join the guild. And get this, we're not just given a quest marker to follow to know where to go. For about 5 seconds before I kick a homeless dude in the stomach and toss him a $5 to tell me where the guy lives. Then I get not only a marker to the guy's house, but to the specific drawer where he keeps the journal. This path may not be as obvious for the player who didn't pay a homeless guy for the clue related to the Thieves Guild, but not to despair. You can technically steal the journal off Meth Redhill. No, seriously, her name is Meth Redhill. You could pickpocket it or even loot it out of her house because for some reason she doesn't immediately bring it to Armand. Instead, waiting at least a day and possibly 2 to do so. Should the player still manage to fail this incredibly forgiving test, Armand will extend an exclusive offer to instead steal a sword from the shop. Methredil is given the second chance if and when we succeed, and Amisai, the third contender, is left out to dry, at least until way later in the questline.
Amantia Selectus was killed during a burglary. They say the house was ransacked. Take care. I'm Amantia Selectus, the writer.
Wait, what? So, now we're in the guild. Let's talk about the massive Thieves Guild rewrite that occurred between Morrowind and Oblivion. The person we have to thank for this is Bruce Nesmith, who started at Bethesda with Daggerfall but appears to have been absent for the development of Morrowind. However, his career extends back to TSR in the 80s, writing modules for the first 2 editions of Dungeons & Dragons. Nesmith would leave TSR in 1995 to join Bethesda, unsurprising since The Elder Scrolls was an attempt at making a computer version of tabletop. Also, TSR had basically gone defunct by that point and would be bought out by Wizards of the Coast in '97, so, well, that was also a factor. I'm going to put this bluntly. It feels like Nesmith took one look at the Balmalagmar subquest line in the Thieves Guild and said that he wanted that to be an entire faction. There's a telling quote, too.
Todd Howard asked me to create and present a questline for the Thieves Guild, so I put together a rambling presentation of the 20 quests I had planned in the meeting. I got one sentence out before Todd stopped me.
Tell it from the player's point of view.
I had gotten so wrapped up in the backstory that I was telling, rather than the player's story. By the end of the day, almost half of the quests had been cut, making it much better. Since then, I've never forgotten that we make stories for the player, not for ourselves.
In essence, Nesmith may not have been entirely to blame for the Thieves Guild making a heel turn from pseudo-official criminal syndicate to Robin Hood.
We rob from the rich and give to the poor, that's right!
If you don't believe me, well, this quest is about bringing a guard to justice for taxing the poor of the waterfront. This quest is about stealing a statue, planting it on a trader, and then turning them in, returning the statue to its owner. This quest is about recovering a stolen ring that belongs to a widow and returning it to her. This quest is about stealing items from the Mages Guild to call guards off searching the waterfront and then return the items. This quest is actually about stealing a book and then not returning it, but involves helping a friend in need. This quest is about getting a guard captain harassing all the poor people in the waterfront reassigned to Anvil. Many of the quests are made easy when you tip the homeless for a tip in return. The player is also actually forbidden from stealing from the poor, which includes everyone in the waterfront and beggar factions. Not that it would be lucrative to do so. Oh, and speaking of rule changes.
Second, never kill anyone on the job. This is not the Dark Brotherhood. Animals and monsters can be slain if necessary.
Now, in principle, having this as a rule for the writers and designers is a good thing. Having this as a hard rule for the player is not. The Morrowind Thieves Guild understood that things happen on the job, like the time the Mages Guild was supposed to be empty, but one of its members stayed behind to protect the hall and tried to kill us simply for entering. It's not like Morrowind didn't have the capacity to check if NPCs are still alive. Thanks to the text-based dialogue, I could literally make a mod in an hour that would add a check for this guy's health and a penalty if the player kills him without any kind of extra scripting. In fact, one of the first missions you get in Balmora does exactly that, because there's no point in stealing a key from a dead man who won't produce future goods to steal. Hell, a couple of the missions involved carrying out hits on enemies of the Thieves Guild, including high-ranking members of the Fighters Guild, in the interest of preserving the faction. Now, there is a reason you want the player to typically avoid murder. All of those interesting stealth sequences are somewhat invalidated if the player decides to rush into the room with their axe, just murdering all resistance. The way you handle that is to make the NPCs in the quests especially prone to placing trespassing bounties for getting caught and murder bounties for killing. Note that this is functionally the same system as the blood price, without the arbitrary rules. Money-minded players are going to look at a quest where they got a 3,000 gold bounty and only 500 gold out of the job, and decide on a more pacifistic route in the future. This way, you can instead design the quest around how the player decides to handle jobs. Make a habit of killing marks on the job. The Thieves Guild earns a reputation as a bloodthirsty syndicate. Maybe the guards put up more of a resistance in the future. Maybe the public turns against the Thieves Guild, like the Chaos system from Dishonored. That Amantius Electius line where he refers to his own death as an oversight, but it also shows that Bethesda's prepared to account for the player killing these NPCs. I don't think it would have been that much extra disk space to include lines and scripting for the player making a habit out of murder. Fail to play along with the Men in Tights charade and you define the Thieves Guild as just another dirty criminal syndicate. Maintain the Grey Fox's public relations focused strategy and you get a positive reputation instead. Even Jim Stacy admitted that resurrecting the Bal Malagmar was a PR stunt to ingratiate themselves with the Dunmer. You could even do it where the darker path leads to receiving more gold, which is pretty basic as far as mechanical choice in games go, but it's a lot more than what we got, isn't it? Okay, fine. Let's do a quest. In order to get our first job, we need to fence 50 gold worth of items. I enjoy the premise of having to steal to get future jobs, but the player only has to steal 1,000 gold worth of items to unlock all the quests, which is extremely easy to do in Oblivion. That, and access to fences is restricted by rank. I assume the idea is to protect the higher level fences, but let's say that we followed the progression of the quest where we went through an independent theft phase. That means each leg involves a trip to another city because an Imperial City-based organization has no resources for fencing goods in the Imperial City. Is anyone still doing a no fast travel run at this point? Still, I think the premise is a fine idea. Gating thievery-related quests behind, well, thievery is effectively a soft faction skill requirement. It's no substitute because you don't have to do that much stealing to be considered a master thief, whereas a hard skill requirement of asking the player to be, say, skill level 70 in any of the stealth skills would mean the title would actually be accurate. Our first actual job after fencing 50 golden items is literally called Untaxing the Poor. Hieronymus Lex, a guard captain we actually met after the final battle in the Temple District, went around and collected taxes from the poor in the waterfront as a message warning them against cooperation with the Grey Fox and the Thieves Guild. In retaliation, the Grey Fox wants both the money and the tax records stolen back. Simple as. Technically, you're supposed to wait for the shift change, but you can actually just run through the various levels without getting a trespassing bounty. That's because lockpicking's been reworked to be far less nuanced a skill than its Morrowind predecessor. In Morrowind, this is what lockpicking looked like. It doesn't look impressive, but this system would have actually played really well in Oblivion. The chance of succeeding a lockpick attempt hinges on several factors: skill level, the lockpick quality, humidity, the curvature of the earth. All of that would be calculated in real time, so when you attempted to break into a house, you ran the risk of getting caught by a passerby. However, Morrowind's passerbys only consisted of NPCs randomly wandering around, unlike Oblivion, which actually has full Radiant AI. NPC locations are now determined by time of day and activity, and yet the lockpicking system has been reduced. This isn't just about the minigame, this is about the fact that lockpicking now freezes time. The trick here is to begin lockpicking the door to the captain's quarters in the half-second interim where the guards are loading into the current room. Because I managed to start the minigame in that brief moment of time, I'm now free to fail as many times as necessary to get in. If we had Morrowind's system here, it might take me a couple attempts, in which time I would be caught and...
Stop! You violated the law!
Now, of course, you could just propose we take the current minigame and make it real time. 1, that would be kind of awkward because you lose the ability to check your surroundings during attempts, and 2, the minigame has its own problems. So we're bouncing tumblers to unlock doors and chests. The number of them depends on the difficulty of the lock. If the tumbler goes up fast, it'll break the pick. If it goes down slowly, it'll stick. It's a simple game, the interface is a bit buggy and the cursor tends to get stuck inside it. However, if you don't like playing it, then at level 10 you can do Nocturnal's quest, which awards the Skeleton Key. We'll discuss the quest proper later, but the Skeleton Key basically allows you to ignore the minigame and spam the auto attempt button until you complete it, since the Skeleton Key doesn't break like normal lockpicks. It also boosts your security 40 points to increase your success rate. In essence, you have the option to turn off the minigame. That's notably different from the Morrowind Skeleton Key, which was a super high quality lockpick that could bust open almost anything, but only had 50 uses. Okay, Oblivion fans who didn't play Morrowind, there were different pick levels with different degrees of usefulness. An apprentice pick had a quality of 1, while a master pick had a quality of 1.4. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a big modifier in the formula. The Skeleton Key had a quality of 5. That's how much better it was, which is why it was the in-game Thieves Guild reward. And I suppose that brings us to the other minigame of Oblivion, Persuasion Pie. To quote Ken Rolston,
"There were many mini-games that were proposed for Oblivion. That was a period of time when mini-games were really, really cool."
There are a lot of opinions shared about Persuasion Pie and how it's bad, but nobody ever really explains why. You can give an anecdote about how it's weird if you think about it, and I think the concept needed a second, I guess in this case a third design pass. Because yeah, asking someone if they want to hear a joke and gauging their response is awkward as hell, and being forced into using all the categories is again weird. But I feel like not a lot of people mention the rotate ability, or bribery, or flipping the table using a charm spell. And honestly, playing Persuasion Pie isn't even that bad. It's got nothing on the Morrowind persuasion system, which was only annoying in that you had to move the mouse a bunch to spam admires and taunts. Maybe if there was a list of all your options, like taunt, boast, intimidate, joke, admire, etc., and the player had to learn which NPCs like what as part of their personality. So the Joker guy in the Bruma Mages Guild might like jokes, whereas a Nord warrior might like boasting. And instead of being forced to do them all, you just pick an option from a list based on your experience with the NPC. And then skill value would influence how well it works at influencing their disposition. One problem with persuasion is the assumption that the player only wants disposition to go up, when there are cases where you should be using it to go down, similar to taunting in Morrowind. However, as you level Speechcraft up, you only get better at improving disposition, and when you max an NPC's disposition, they can no longer play pie with you. The problem with making minigames out of mechanics is that it places more emphasis on player skill rather than character skill. Character skill is super important in a role-playing game. I may not be good at lockpicking in real life, but that doesn't matter if I'm playing a character who's good at lockpicking. Of course, you can just auto-attempt, but here's the thing. I ran out of lockpicks at one point and couldn't get any more because you can only find them in dungeons if you don't join the Thieves Guild or Dark Brotherhood. That's not a big deal since I was a mage and had open spells, but a warrior character is basically locked out of content because there aren't open scrolls that can be reliably found. And of course, lockpicking becomes a universal skill in Skyrim since the spell alternative was cut, meaning all playstyles get funneled into the minigame, at least if they wanted to open locked chests. I'm not going to bother saying one game's is better than the other, or point out that Skyrim's minigame is just a reskin of Fallout 3's. What I will say is I think we're missing opportunities here with magical locks. In Fallout 3 you had computer puzzles, which esoterically represented hacking. I guess. There's a whole game here, not just with the word guessing, but identifying the patterns and removing the dud answers or getting a replenishment. Now, it might not be fair to say Oblivion should have a feature that came later to the series, but I do think that Elder Scrolls would benefit from some kind of magical lock system. For instance, if you're looting a Conjurer dungeon, you might find the chests are all magically locked instead of mechanically locked. You could even bring back the lock spell for this purpose. Players using magic would have an easier time unlocking the magic locks versus players doing it with a pick, and vice versa. Players using the security skill would have an easier time with mechanical locks versus magical locks. Since we're stealing ideas from Fallout, why not steal their traps as well? But they are fairly basic. Honestly, the lethal part of traps is touching the side of a stationary blade and taking damage anyways. But this much is obvious since Bethesda would rebalance the traps in Skyrim to be way faster and way more deceptive, like those swinging spike wall traps that I died to on stream. What we're missing here is the skill-based disarmament. In Fallout, you can find traps which can be disarmed if you have the necessary skill to do so, serving as a way to bypass traps and a reward for having those skills. I feel traps are only made more interesting if it's possible for your character to have the skill to avoid them. Although I recognize it's a lot easier with the Fallout skill set to design traps around that premise. Still, I would like some continuation of the Morrowind traps, magic traps the player had to either probe using their security skill, or remotely trip using telekinesis, or tank the effect of. In summary, removing dice roll lockpicking in favor of player skill lockpicking is a step towards the action-adventure formula. It's now about getting in during that half-second interim instead of having the actual skill level to unlock doors on the first attempt. Oblivion inherited its crime system from Morrowind with some alterations and additions. What was called trespassing is now called lockpicking due to there being a new system to actually catch the player out for trespassing. NPCs tend to be a lot more forgiving about you being in their house than most people in real life would be, the notable exceptions being some areas like castles where this courtesy is not extended. For theft, bounties now translate to half of the value of the item stolen instead of the value in Morrowind. That's an interesting change that I don't really have strong feelings about either way. I guess it makes sense that the player can no longer get a bounty higher than a murder just from stealing. Pickpocket in theory works the same, but has been reworked calculation-wise to actually be possible in Oblivion. There's also reverse pickpocketing, where you place items into an NPC's inventory. Nothing but approval. Assault and murder work the same and are more relevant later. There are two new crimes, stealing horses and breaking out of jail. You couldn't break out of jail in Morrowind, and in Oblivion when you break out of jail the guards just forget about your bounty. Skyrim would iterate upon this by adding the jailbreak bounty to your original bounty so you could escape but you would still be wanted. Skyrim would also improve upon the ability to be friends with guards. Oblivion would allow you to get away with a sub 1,000 gold bounty if the guard had a disposition above 90. It was also supposed to have bribery, although I'm sure balancing the difference between paying bounties and paying bribes was not something Bethesda had time to figure out. We grab the tax record and gold, all 53 of it, and return to Armand. He lets us keep the money, which is kinda weird, right? Armand says that the guild has the capital to compensate the people who got taxed, and this is our payment just for getting the record. It just strikes me as off that we're being rewarded with money that was taken from these people directly. Like, it might be more appropriate to take the tax money and give us an item reward in these circumstances. There was a minor hiccup where, in the interest of grabbing Hieronymus's Nirnroot plant, I ended up getting caught out for trespassing, and this clip—
Stop! You violated the law. It's been too long since I've seen a good draw. I'm just warming up. You pathetic worm! We're supposed to be impressed.
kinda shows a problem with the guards. I'm across town being chased by guards over a 5 gold bounty. First of all, guards in Morrowind wouldn't really pursue you that hard for minor crimes. They would try to catch you if you were in their immediate periphery, but if you left the area, you'd basically go free. Remember the time my main quest character had a 300 gold bounty throughout 75% of the main quest? Not in Oblivion. To get the guards to cut me a break, I have to skip town out of range of them, let some time pass, and then head back into town. Going back to the waterfront while being chased by guards is a really bad idea because as a member of the Thieves Guild, I get a disposition boost with all the waterfront residents, which in turn means that some or even many of them will actually attempt to fight the guards on my behalf. This guy, Graman Gromarad, we've never met before. I haven't done his related quest, I've never talked to him, and he's prepared to fight without any kind of weapons or armor against fully armed and armored Imperial guards to the death to save my life.
You would not believe the morning I've had. You were chasing a man. No, a devil. A thief who every day robs from the common folk. Bread, Laundry off of clotheslines and even watermelons. Today, things got a little out of hand and a lot of good people are dead.
I'm not even wanted for stealing the tax money. This is a 5 gold bounty because Captain Lex woke up and I was in his bedroom. Even better, the Doyen Darmand offers the service of wiping bounties for half price. There's no reason not to do this, right? So the game says it wants 3 gold to take care of the 5 gold bounty. Armand then takes 2 gold because simple stuff like taking the amount of money the game says it costs is impossible. I feel like a single line of code clamping the bounty value would fix this. After completing the quest, we received 2 points of infamy. Reputation for Morrowind was split into fame and infamy, one of the areas where I think Oblivion somewhat improved over Morrowind. Just getting generic reputation, regardless of faction morality, which results in a disposition boost, is a bit busted. If the system was the same, people would like the player more after completing the Dark Brotherhood, so infamy is a good thing. Where it kind of fails is the disconnect between the quests and what fame it awards the players. When we steal the tax records and return the money taken from the poor of the waterfront, we receive 2 points of infamy. An assassination mission from the Dark Brotherhood where we end a person's life awards 1 point of infamy. Infamy also lowers the player's disposition with NPCs who have high responsibility rating. Mid and even low tier responsible NPCs lose disposition slower but still lose it. Only NPCs with close to 0 responsibility will raise in disposition for increases in infamy. This might work if there were still bandit communities the player could find and join. That might be only usable for players consistently on the wrong side of the law. Instead, the bandit community was turned into generic leveled enemies whom the player can't talk to. After another 50 gold of independent thievery, which can go by instantly if the player has already fenced over 100 gold, we get our next mission. We're to steal the bust made of the Countess of Shaidenhall.
It's been 20 years or more since the Count married Lethassa. She was a beautiful elven bride. She remained young while he aged. Not too long ago, she was found slain. It's all hush-hush. Nobody knows exactly what happened.
That's kind of weird given the Count is also a Dunmer. Anyways, stealing the statue is super easy as there's only 1 guard. However, on our return from Shaidenhall, we find the waterfront is full of guards searching for Armand. The player just intuits that they're searching for Armand on arrival and writes it down in their journal. Meth Redhill tells us the entire mission was deployed to uncover a traitor in the ranks, Mervana Arano. Her name actually comes up as exempt on the tax record, so good writing. Even though the tax is so pitiful that surely Hieronymus could have just fudged the numbers to cover for the traitor. We plant the bust in her cupboard, tell Lex that she was the thief, but he doubts us. After 2 bribes totaling 282 gold, he believes us. He even takes us to arrest her, which is a Karen's wet dream for how law enforcement works. It would be really awkward if later in the questline we were to reassign Lex to protect the Grey Fox's wife due to his, unwavering loyalty. So for our next task, we're sent to seek out Skriva, who will be our new doyen for the next 4 quests. Also, this is a me thing, but I had to go to a fence to unlock the next few quests, so there was a bonus trip down to Leowyn and back. She wants us to go to recover a ring for a widow of one of the guild's fences who lived in, guess where? Leowyn.
The guild frowns on freelance thieves.
Really? Then shouldn't membership be more inclusive? Because, well, funnily enough, said freelance thief is Amisai, the Argonian thief that Armand decides isn't worthy of joining the guild. When we meet with Adarji, she calls Amisai a filthy lizard and asks us to recover her ring and to kill him. We can only abide one of those things for her.
Stupid guild rules. He is only an Argonian. He is less than human and much less than Khajiit.
I disavow. So Amisai got arrested after attempting to swindle the Countess. Wait, that's illegal? Thankfully, bribery isn't illegal and we can bribe the jailer to get access to him. Or you can just save 20 gold like I did and break in. The guard doesn't actually sit at the door to stop you. Amisai is less than thrilled. He'd only had to resort to freelance thievery because of his rejection from the guild. We can offer him a lockpick in exchange for the information, although since I had the skeleton key, I didn't actually have a lockpick to offer him. Thankfully, this isn't like Morrowind, which probably would have just given him the skeleton key anyways. So I just unlocked the cell by hand, at which point some of you might be screaming because you know that this doesn't work. The unofficial patch fixes that issue and a whole host of issues with this quest. There are 10 separate fixes tied to just this quest, and it's kind of a massive problem that a quest is so fundamentally broken. Which is a problem because there were 6 patches for this game. Oh, but it costs money to do patches on Xbox. No, I'm talking about shipping fixes for one of the main quest lines in Oblivion with the patches that were already released. For instance, you can softlock the Thieves Guild by asking about the job, but initially declining it. Sanguine's quest involves the Countess and can create problems if done simultaneously, or if you do the Thieves Guild quest after Sanguine's, where the Countess will take up permanent residence in the dining room. If you enter the castle on the 15th through the 17th of each in-game month, the quest softlocks. No, really, showing up on the wrong day can break the game, because that's when the Countess leaves town to visit her mother and Coral. There's also a bug where the Countess will refuse to sleep if she's the big spoon, which is tragic because Count Marius Caro is famous for being the little spoon. Again, no really. If she doesn't get the left side of the bed in the base game, she'll just stand there staring at her husband all night. And then you might get this far and find out the ring just isn't there, and there's a bunch of different reasons why, including the fact that if she goes to sleep on the left side of the bed, she won't put the ring in the jewelry box. Got it? If she gets the right side of the bed, she'll put the ring away but maintain constant vigilance. And if she gets the left side of the bed, she won't put the ring in the box, but she'll sleep. So why is this quest in particular so broken? Is it that complex? The answer is no. You talk to someone, talk to another person, and then steal a ring. The most complex part is that the Countess puts her ring in a jewelry box at night, and it's just poor implementation that there are so many issues tied to that single function. It's a shame too, because this quest is alright. It's one of the few moments the game addresses Leowin's central theme of racial conflict. Adarji is racist towards Argonians. Turns out the Count has a sex dungeon where he tortures Argonians. The guards are all corrupt, and poor Amisai tried to join the Thieves Guild in an attempt to escape what is a pretty horrible situation.
Yes, I stole that ring from Adarji. When I went to sell it, the fence told me I was too hot for him. He showed me an inscription on the inside, to Alessia. That had to be the Countess of Leowin. The damn ring was stolen property. Well, I figured I would ransom it back to the Countess, except she tricked me. I was arrested for theft, and she kept the ring.
Okay, dude, slow down. First of all, how did no one point out that Amisai said that he, not the ring, was too hot for the fence? Prude. Second, how did Amisai get access to a fence? I had to actually join the guild to get access to a fence. If Amisai already knew a fence, what was his motivation for joining? Doing good for the community? Third, of course trying to sell a ring with a stolen flag to its owner got you busted by the guards. The way you actually handle that situation is to pretend you found the ring and hope you get a reward for it. Which you wouldn't, given the nobility here are racist, so maybe you should try cutting in an imperial on the hustle instead. I mean, worst case scenario, you serve 2 days for the 150 gold bounty for stealing the ring. I guess Amisai was destined for the Argonian sex dungeon, so it's rather timely that we got here when we did. Also, there's a letter labeled Divining the Elder Skulls, typo included. That's worth stealing as well, given both its tangible value and its plot relevance. We go to get our award, 100 gold. Wait, it can be 200 if we tell Adarji Amisai tried to sell the ring, but we can only do that if we return to her between our meeting with Amisai and us stealing the ring. Who had that idea? Skriva then gives us our next task, which is to go back up to the waterfront. Hieronymus Lex and a bunch of guards have taken over the waterfront, arresting thieves, placing Armand under house arrest, and searching the district for the Grey Fox. I love that Skriva opens by saying this is a small problem. Meth Redhill is drafting the response. She figures that if we and 4 other thieves simultaneously hit different locations with high-profile robberies, that Lex will be pressured to pull the guards out of the waterfront.
Your target is the Arcane University!
Yeah, you should probably know that there's a conflict of interest with your plan. But fine, it's neat seeing the factions overlap at some level. We walk into our own room at the university, steal the ice staff that only appears as soon as it's relevant, drop a note in our own nightstand, and take the staff back to Meth Redhill. She then has us eavesdrop on Lex, who gets a note from a messenger sent by Raminus. The messenger is a Dremora, which is an extremely bad idea to use given the Oblivion crisis. I mean, it might be over, but that didn't stop the massive anti-conjuration push in post-Oblivion Cyrodiil. Raminus also somehow knows the staff was stolen, even though we didn't tell him, so I guess he sneaks into our room to sniff our panties or something. The journal acknowledging the problems with the setup are also an addition of the unofficial patch, something I don't approve of because for a decent chunk of this script, I just assumed that was in the base game. I wonder how many people are giving credit to Bethesda for being self-aware here and didn't realize it was the patch all along. Alright, so how do we fix this? Simply, instead of putting the note in our end table, if we are the Archmage, we instead deliver the note to Ramnus and tell him that we want our guards redeployed back at the university. It's that easy. After that, Lex pulls out of the waterfront again and we return the ice staff to a former university researcher's chest and call it a day. This is also a quest which, in premise, is reliant on timeliness, but there is no consequence for dipping out on the Thieves Guild for over a year to do other content. The whole point of the operation is that 5 targets get hit at once. There should be a penalty if the player fails to complete their objective in a timely manner. The same is technically true of the other quests, but it stands out here because of how the quest is framed. A fellow guild member has gone missing searching for the book Lost Histories of Tamriel and Skingrad. This happened to the Fighters Guild and they immediately assumed a dereliction of duty, whereas the Thieves Guild gives its errant member the benefit of the doubt. This could subtly reflect the differences of the factions, or the differences in the writers, or the writers may not have realized that Orion can't just assume someone abandoned their mission instead of failing to complete it. This is also the first time that my general rep with the Thieves Guild is high enough that homeless people I've never met are willing to help me out for free. The latter half of that last sentence is bizarre. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the homeless are something else.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
That's bad, but they can't even do a consistent homeless accent between lines.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
Here's what I know. Theranis was drinking at the Two Sisters Lodge.
So, Theranis was bragging at the inn about stealing from the castle, which is all sympathy gone, when Captain Dion overheard him. He got arrested, and unlike Amasai, we can't bribe the guard to let us see him. Nesmith was really obsessed with giving people accents.
Visitors ain't allowed down here. No, but it will earn you 2 years in Skingrad's dungeon.
I didn't do it, but you do have the option to sign up as the guy who delivers food to the prisoners. Sounds kind of familiar. We head in and there's only a Nord present. We offer to let him out and he tells us that Theranis was sharing a cell with an Argonian and that someone called the Pale Lady took him.
The Pale Lady took him days ago. Every few days, she comes for one of us. Some return, some don't. Those that are taken 3 times never return.
It's fortunate because the Argonian was taken less than an hour ago, so I left the castle and ventured through all of Cyrodiil's dungeons to no consequence because the Pale Lady was willing to wait for me. If you take a job, you should expect the game to want you to complete it in a timely manner. If you weren't going to do the quest immediately, why did you accept it? It wouldn't be hard to account for the player shoving off their responsibilities. If the player starts the quest but doesn't arrive in time, Amasai could perish to the Pale Lady and this would make the quest more difficult as a result. If hammer space is the concept used to explain how characters stuff so much voluminous stuff into their pockets, then I propose hammer time be used to describe how quests effectively pause and wait for the player. That, or we could call it solipsism. The Pale Lady has been stealing prisoners for their blood, which poses some issues.
Let's go!
I will feed the mistress your blood!
Not going to spoil a future quest now, but if you remember the Count of Skingrad, Janice Hasseldor was able to sense the presence of vampires that threaten the population of his town. Yet here's a vampire living in his own castle, stealing prisoners without any consequence. It's just messy, and it's not the first time Nesmith has stepped over another writer to tell his story. Judging by what Ken Rolston said, his approach as the lead designer changed between Morrowind and Oblivion. Morrowind had a more rigid outline for its factions, so when the quest lines intersected, there was a higher standard of quality control, which is how it should be handled. The lead designer is responsible for the consistency of the writing in a game. In this instance, Nesmith is stepping on Brian Chapin's characterization and writing for the Mages Guild. It's nice to see the crossovers, at least at a surface level, because it makes the world feel bigger. But unlike Morrowind, which had several crossovers, there's not as much consistency because Rolston is allowing the writers the freedom to do as they wish. The writer wanted the player to find Amasai in jail again, and to save them from the Skingrad vampire. However, I'm guessing the identity of the Pale Lady was changed mid-development, and now there's a vampire that Hasseldor should recognize as a threat to his citizens, but doesn't. We break out with Amasai, and he tells us where Theranis told him he had hidden the book. Note that this is the first Thieves Guild quest to not involve returning something to its rightful owner. As in, this is the first Thieves Guild job to be about stealing something, and we weren't actually the ones to steal it. There's multiple things going on here, so let's tackle the first one. Aside from independent thievery, there's never really any Thieves Guild mission where we're out there doing Thieves Guild stuff. What I mean is, the Fighters Guild up until its third act has the player just going out and doing jobs. The Mages Guild has the player out there going out and doing jobs, and the Dark Brotherhood will have the player out there going out and doing jobs. There's never a quest where the player's tasked with stealing something for the sake of generating revenue for the guild, something that Skyrim tried to improve on with its Radiant Thievery quests. Instead, each task is either relevant to the central conflict of the guild or to some minor character story that's being told. Note that this is usually a criticism of Oblivion's factions, that not all of them are focused like the Thieves Guild on its central story.
While I wouldn't call the story of the Thieves Guild great, it manages to avoid some of the fundamental problems of the other factions by focusing on a more intimate conflict.
I don't think every faction should have a particularly high-stakes story, and I think that stylistically you can capture factions during the lulls in their history in order to better contrast the stories that are more urgent. Oblivion's main quest might not have been as well received compared to Morrowind's because Oblivion's main quest had to share the spotlight, rather than how Morrowind's main quest overshadowed all other stories. I think that independent thievery was meant to supplement the actual criminal part of the guild, but the part that every player would consistently see when doing the faction was controlled in such a way to not dictate morality on the player. In essence, it's not a stretch to say that a moral character would do the Thieves Guild, because so far we've really done more good than evil or harm. Not that the Thieves Guild is particularly evil, but they are a faction ostensibly for the selfish. Morrowind's Thieves Guild had a story to tell. It was about the guild establishing itself in a foreign land and performing its function of helping root out criminal syndicates, namely the Kamana Tong. The Tong would murder and use coercion to ply their trade, and that was usually pretty bad for foreigners, although their thugs in Oblivion are pretty chill dudes.
Hello. What can I do for you tonight? I might swim more if it weren't for the slaughterfish. Sharp teeth, and some carry disease. Farewell.
The Thieves Guild, only by comparison to the Tong, was a good thing, but that itself was balanced out by the player being sent to liberate commoners and nobles of their valuables. Now we're in Cyrodiil, where the concept of the Imperial Thieves Guild originated. The Thieves Guild should be intricately woven into the Imperial government, owning magistrates and guard captains, seen as they're older than the Septim dynasty. Hieronymus Lex is actually a great antagonist for such an organization, a rising star in the Imperial Legion committed to stamping out the corruption that allowed such an organization to exist.
It was an honor to speak with you, champion.
Uriel Septim's death could even tie into it. Perhaps Uriel was the one that was holding back any meaningful resistance against the Reform's corruption. Because again, the purpose of the guild was to oppose foreign criminal rings, and it only got bad in Cyrodiil due to the lack of criminal competition. With the Septims gone, Captain Lex is actually a threat because he is now unrestrained in his mission. But we know that this isn't the case because criminals are everywhere, they just aren't organized yet, at least not until Titus Mean became the Bandit King. It's a shame we didn't get a more criminal Thieves Guild considering the advancements in Radiant AI. People like to meme on Radiant AI because of goofy conversations or point out other games before Oblivion with similar systems. Radiant AI is a package system for the NPCs to develop a schedule. The packages essentially exist like functions, or reusable verbs if you will. Every time you eat can be boiled down to the same basic thing. You find food, you eat it. Radiant AI adds modifiers based on hidden stats like responsibility for how the NPC might find the food, but otherwise NPCs eating is because they have a basic package telling them to perform the same basic scripted function. If you wanted NPCs to do that in Morrowind, you'd have to include a huge script. And if you wanted NPCs to do that repeatedly, then an even bigger script would be involved. That's a lot of work and testing just to make one NPC eat lunch and sleep at night, so creating an easily reusable system where the designer can slap two packages on and have them do the basics is an impressive display. It's easy to point out that Oblivion has only a third the NPCs of Morrowind, but I will admit that every NPC in the game having a routine where they eat and sleep makes the NPCs in Oblivion worth that downgrade in population size. Because now, instead of breaking into someone's house in the middle of the night and seeing them in the same spot they always stand in, now they sleep. And that means there's consistent times of day to break in and steal stuff. Where thievery before was simply a game of line of sight or using chameleon, now the name of the game is timing and actual stealth. Trespassing is now actually a crime, so the player has to be more considerate. Merchants try to keep an eye on the player. Of course, there is still the option of using chameleon. I would be loath to forget to mention more in depth how chameleon works, as I did promise to mention it later, and later is now. Chameleon works like invisibility, except you can still interact with objects. It's also much cheaper, at the cost of being imperfect. A few points of Chameleon is like having a small boost to your sneak skill, which means a lot of points is quite the boost. Surely it would be difficult to do something like that though, right? The Ring of Khajiit from Meridius quest gives a consistent 35% Chameleon. Sigil Stones provide access to leveled Chameleon enchantments. Starting at level 9, you can get a 20% Chameleon effect from a Sigil Stone, and at level 17, you can get up to 30%. You can also get 20% Chameleon from a Grand level soul, which are the most common souls in the game with black soul gems. Putting all that info together, you may have realized that 100% Chameleon is pretty easy to acquire. It's actually easier in Oblivion since they removed the cast effects from clothing, so that's a constant 100% Chameleon. In Morrowind, you could get 100% Chameleon pretty easily, but it had a time limit. We're effectively invisible at all times now, only detectable by the sound we make. This was probably the reason that Chameleon was removed from Skyrim, because if Oblivion broke something from Morrowind, Skyrim usually removed it. Now, as nice as the novelty of being able to run around invisibly messing with people is, it's obviously a wrench being thrown in the cogs of Oblivion. Thus, I provide a solution: Detect Life. One of the uses for Detect Life is finding NPCs who rendered themselves invisible. Mannimarco did this, for instance, at the Mages Guild. That's pretty rare since you can usually deduce the spellcaster who went invisible a second ago is still standing in the same spot. A change I've been discussing online is to incorporate new Battle Mage guards. They could be signified by blue hoods and would have access to magic like Detect Life and Paralyze in order to better fight crime. A guard patrolling an area with Detect Life would invalidate stealth, even players using Chameleon. So the way around that problem is to simply make them use the spell if they suspect an invisible person is in the area. Same thing with shopkeepers with a modicum of magical talent. If all your items start disappearing from in front of you, the shopkeeper might use Detect Life to try and find the thief. Another thing that's been removed from Morrowind was shopkeepers detecting illicit goods on the player. There has been some discussion on this, but to simply say that it's unreasonable that a shopkeeper even knows the player has moon sugar on them isn't entirely accurate. Again, this is a setting with mysticism magic. If the criticism was that there were too many merchants who avoided illicit goods, sure. But to say that merchants can't outright detect them in a world with magic is kind of crazy to me. Oblivion removed this because players complained about not being able to sell skooma to upstanding citizens. So now the player can, which is a missed opportunity in terms of using the responsibility stat. Anyways, that's not the only thing. Iliad ruins should honestly have the same moratorium placed on looting them the same way Dwemer ruins did in Morrowind, since we see even experienced warriors lose their lives to their traps. But no. The only thing NPCs refuse to deal in is stolen goods, and excuse me? How does this guy know it's stolen? In Morrowind, you could sell stolen goods to any merchant provided they weren't the original owner. So we've gotten rid of contraband, but made it so most responsible NPCs, which is all but the fences and one extra guy, won't buy a stolen item despite there being 1,000 possible explanations for how the player got their hands on it that wasn't thievery. A woman pays me for saving her children by giving me her wedding ring. Or maybe I acquire the wedding ring by stealing it off her finger when she sleeps. How does the merchant know the difference? If the answer is magic, I rest my case. You can't have the stolen item flag system and remove contraband. That just doesn't make sense. Again, instead of fixing the issues with contraband, they just cut the idea entirely. We're on to Skriva's final quest. The Grey Fox wants Hieronymus Lex reassigned to Anvil, and she notes that the Countess of Anvil is under the Grey Fox's protection. For some reason...
We are thieves, not murderers.
Oh please, I specialize in making it look like self-defense. We have to steal a letter of recommendation and forge Lex's name onto it, and a beggar points us at the castle smith who shows us the entrance to a hidden passage system in the castle.
You're not supposed to be in here.
Stop! Intruder in the castle! Protect the countess!
Stay away! Good day. Good day.
Ah! That the best you can do?
Show me.
Yeah, that's Radiant AI in a nutshell. All these people like me for my heroic deeds and for closing the Oblivion Gate at Anvil, so despite looting Darahill's desk in front of her, she's willing to actually fight the guards that she called to protect me from the guards she called. It'll be really funny if she gets mad at us later.
She wants me to tip you? You add insult to injury. You cost my cousin a chance at that job. Take your money and get out of my sight.
Before that, though, we have to forge the letter. A beggar points us towards a guy in Anvil known only as a stranger.
Know about the Grey Fox.
He's quite skeptical of the Grey Fox and then offers to do the forgery in exchange for money. I wonder who this unnamed character could possibly be. A day and 500 gold later, we head back to the Imperial City to seal the letter with the seal of the Imperial Legion commander and then go back to Anvil to deliver it personally to the Countess, who is still cool with us despite taking an arrow to the head to defend us against her own guards. This is kind of an unenviable problem for anyone writing a thievery-related story. Despite us stealing the letter in front of Daedra and objectively failing to do it stealthily, and despite the Countess being there and likely asking Daedra about what had happened, the authenticity of this letter is not drawn into question at all. It is nice that the player can be penalized for giving the forged letter to Daedra, because she won't give it to the Countess, so we have to steal it back again and do it right. Also, again, it's funny that Odin's Avidius gets disqualified for questionable morals, when earlier we bribed Hieronymus Lex as part of the quest. We're the one to personally deliver Lex's transfer orders to him.
I've been reassigned. This is outrageous. The Grey Fox had a hand in this. I know it.
From here on, we're getting work directly from the Grey Fox, who sends messengers to tell us where to meet him. This is the genesis of the Skyrim Courier and also the thematic conclusion to the stories of Meth Redhill and Amisai, who were so successful in their careers that they're relegated to delivering the mail between more successful thieves. Anyways, we meet the Grey Fox up at Helvius Thesia's house in Bruma. Despite being the greatest martial artist in Cyrodiil, he's also just a bandit in the Thieves Guild. No, that's a rank. Bandit. If you don't slobber on the Grey Fox's cock in the opening of the dialogue, then he immediately ends the conversation, despite this transparently being the same guy as the Stranger, who obviously doesn't like the overstated reputation the Fox has earned. Also,
Capital!
Hey Oblivion fans, did you remember the part where he said cap? We'll focus on the Grey Fox's character more in a bit. For now, he has a laundry list of items he needs for a big heist, although the heist is not presented to the player until the day of. It's a minor thing. By itself, it doesn't really break the story. I just feel at this stage in the questline the player should be in the loop as to the story being told here. It's neat to have clues the player can find along the way, but if the player isn't aware that the end goal is stealing an Elder Scroll, then it just feels like lore accessories that aren't tied into the story properly. It's weird to tell a heist story where the character who's going to be doing the heist is going through the planning phase, not knowing that's what they're doing. The reason you don't keep thieves in the dark about what their end target is you don't want them getting cold feet because they didn't realize the danger. What was the Grey Fox's plan if the player character decided they weren't going to go through with the heist? Was he going to have Meth Redhill or Amisai do it? We first have to acquire Sevilla Stone, which the Grey Fox uses to perform reconnaissance on the Imperial Palace. It's located at the Temple of the Ancestor Moths, a retirement home for moth priests blinded by their career choice of reading Elder Scrolls. It's an interesting quest focused on the audible aspects of stealth, even if Oblivion doesn't really have any kind of advanced system for audio detection. Our next task has us traveling to Coral. This time the Grey Fox needs the Arrow of Extrication, which has a key-shaped arrowhead. It's in Fathus Aaron's tower, but it's locked from the outside and needs to be infiltrated via a secret passage in the Breville Castle. The passage is labyrinthine in nature and quite extensive. I'm genuinely impressed with this area, and the only fault is that since the tower area is an exterior location, Fathus can't actually bust us for trespassing. And the chest the arrowhead is kept in isn't owned by him, so we can take it from in front of him without any issue.
This arrowhead advances my plan to... never mind.
We give the Fox the arrowhead and then are told to meet him in Shadenhall.
I have another message from the Grey Fox. The Grey Fox requests a meeting. Please travel to Ganradell's house in Shadenhall. May Shadow hide you.
Now he says he needs the boots of Springhill Jack. The only clue we have is his last living relative, the Earl of Enbull in the Imperial City. Why did we meet in Shadenhall if we were... So we find the Earl's house. We're supposed to steal his genealogy first, but I end up running into him despite it being the dead of night when he supposedly goes out for walks. As a healthy, pure-blooded Breton noble, he of course cowers in fear and gives us the key to his basement, which is actually full of vampires. So where was the Order of the Virtuous Blood on this one? We find a note indicating that Yakbin is actually Springhill Jack. Long lived due to his affliction. I mean, I guess livid is also true. He then tries to kill us, we kill him, and take his boots. Back to Shadenhall. Then we're set to meet with the Fox for the big day. Again, bear in mind that until this point the player has not been told that this is what it's been leading to. In the Imperial City, the Grey Fox lays out his plan that he's been building for 11 years. Our objective is an Elder Scroll, located inside the Imperial Palace. For whatever reason, we'll assume magic, we can't enter the traditional way from the ground floor. Instead, we're to sneak in and go into the basement to activate a giant hourglass which will open the old way. Note that this is actually broken without the unofficial patches and is completely optional. It's like one flag to fix this, surely. For whatever reason, we'll assume magic, we can't enter the traditional way from the ground floor. And the idea that a member of the Thieves Guild would condone us learning illegal levitation magic and flying up to the roof is far outside the moral bounds of what the Grey Fox is prepared to permit. Instead, we're to sneak in and go into the basement to activate a giant hourglass, which will open the old way. Note that this is actually broken without the unofficial patch and completely optional. It's like one flag to fix this, surely they could have. After this, we enter the Imperial sewers in the southeast tunnel. After a lengthy sewer level, we encounter a locked door, opened by a key the Fox stole from Mikado himself. This leads into the palace sewers that a Timberwolf has somehow gotten inside. Anyways, the palace sewers eventually lead to a door in a lost ruin called the Old Way. You know, it's a pretty big deal anytime someone becomes a lich, so running into 5 of them is pretty questionable. The old Imperial ruin gives way to an old Ayleid ruin. We stand at the right spot, fire the arrow of extrication across the room into a keyhole, and this opens the way into the palace. A couple statues also come to life or whatever, but they don't stand a chance against 100% Chameleon.
Hey Ron, am I invisible? Who said that? But serious, I don't think I'm in any kind of grave danger. Who said that? Oh, Harry.
This leads into the fireplace of the Imperial Guard quarters in the palace. Past this area, and we get into the the Elder Scrolls library. The priests are actually expecting one Celia Cameron, and we have arrived in her stead. The priests bring us the particular scroll we need, and we escape. We head higher into the palace and use the chimney in Okado's bedroom to slip out. This drops us back into the old way and requires us to use Springheel Jack's boots to survive the fall. Although they break in the process because Bethesda hates fun, and we retrace our steps back to the Grey Fox. Alright, so not the most elaborate heist. In fact, most of it was just a dungeon crawl. Graded on the Elder Scrolls curve, then yeah, it's an amazing and unparalleled heist. But start asking questions like, weren't the moth priests in the palace supposed to still have their vision? And who is Celia Cameron? Does she have any relation to Mankar Cameron? And why is she given access to an Elder Scroll? I can also tell that none of the emperors were ever fat because, good lord, living in this palace must be miserable. I'm surprised teleportation was illegalized when such a massive tower exists. With the Elder Scroll in hand, the Grey Fox asks us for one last thing. We're to deliver a ring to the Countess of Anvil and report back to him how she reacts.
I used to admire you, but it turns out you're just a sinner like all the rest of us.
You know, I've basically spent the last 3 hours donating to the poor, returning stolen property, and protecting the waterfront, right? How am I a bad guy? We give her the ring and she wishes she could see her husband, to which the stranger appears and dons the cowl of Nocturnal, revealing himself as the Grey Fox. My stars and garters, can we hurry this up? I want to get to the Dark Brotherhood already. Mr. Corvus Umbernox reveals the truth and also states that he altered time by lifting the curse of Nocturnal. This allows us to take the cowl without inheriting its property of making the wearer unrecognizable when not worn. It also gives us a headquarters in the waterfront, but that's not really that much. The cowl is basically an alter ego we can use to commit crimes without attaching a bounty to our real identity. It's also got some useful enchantments on it, like 200 points of feather, and that's it. The Thieves Guild is the only faction to not have any kind of post-faction content. But what about the Grey Fox? Right. He's a character, alright. He says he inherited the cowl from the previous guildmaster. How and why?
Count Umbernox has returned. After 11 years, he just walked back into Anvil.
Yeah, that's basically the extent of the answer we get. We're also told that the Grey Fox has been a thing in the Thieves Guild for 300 years, which is why Oblivion is the first we hear of it. Corvus, I can't believe they named him that. Corvus also mentions that the cowl is the root of the guild's bad luck, to which I ask, what bad luck? That a guard captain recently decided to do his job? The bad luck line turned me off of this quest line, which isn't really Oblivion's fault, it just reminds me of that stupid bad luck meme from the Skyrim Thieves Guild. Hell, come to think of it, the Skyrim Thieves Guild reused the same exact premise. The Grey Fox's obsession with helping the poor of Cyrodiil is stated to be a somewhat recent development in the guild's history, something probably attributed to Corvus's reign, which is something that can only be speculated on as basic empathy and not much else. I tried to read some lore books on the topic and found it rather barren. Thief of Virtue, for instance, doesn't really explain it. Rather, it's about a guy who breaks into a castle and ends up banging a nobleman's wife because he valued sex more than the money he stole. Perhaps the idea is that the Grey Fox was only able to concretely unify the organization around a mission of philanthropy. If the guild focused on selfish profit, it would constantly be betrayed for money, like we see happen with Urano. It's easy to speculate when the game neither shows nor tells us what the point of this is, because Todd Howard decided he wanted it to be a personally exciting story and had all the parts about the organization itself cut. If I cut out the parts of the sequence where I stood in a corner and ground levels, then the entire guild is a 4-hour distraction. It's shorter than the 6-hour Mages Guild and 8-hour Fighters Guild because it was decided that having fluff was bad. Some might call this trim inefficient. I personally call it starved of context, and again, to the benefit of what exactly? Bruce Nesmith joined Bethesda with Daggerfall, having a career working on modules for D&D. He worked under Ken Rolston, who joined Bethesda with Battlespire, who also had his roots in tabletop gaming. In fact, Rolston and Nesmith had worked together on Lankmar, City of Adventure in 1985. I just spent like an hour reading about Dungeons & Dragons, and I've come to the conclusion that generally, their Thieves Guild don't tend to operate like how they do in Oblivion. An interesting thing to note is that a cave underneath Castle Umbernox is in fact the home of the Thief DLC home, Dunburrow Cove. It's a pirate-themed home with lots of features. The basic lore details is that the cove is the burial place of the Black Flag, a ship belonging to infamous pirate Captain Dougal, whose death marked the beginning of the Umbernox reign in Anvil and his transition from Pirate Haven to Imperial City. You clear out the cove, which is full of skeletons now, claim it for yourself, and then purchase upgrades for the ship. These upgrades, as you buy them, come with crewmen, a merchant, a fence, a security trainer, a marksman supplier and trainer, and a weapons merchant and sneak trainer. Once you have the complete crew, you can send them out plundering, and after a week in game time, they will return with 100 times your level in gold, maxing at 2,000. This DLC is part Redguard and part Pirates of the Caribbean, but I always liked it. Having a live-in fence means an easy way to store and gradually offload your merchandise, even if that's not really a big issue in Oblivion. You can also get some pretty powerful sabers that do quite a bit of damage. They max out at Ebony, but that's not a bad thing. Having a fence does somewhat break the Thieves Guild since the whole premise of joining is gaining access to that service. And he isn't just a fence, he's a better fence than the best fence you unlock from the guild. He has 1,500 gold, like the best fence, but has a consistent place you can find him, unlike Fathus Ulis, who travels between Coral and the Imperial City. Fathus is also a master of mercantile, so it's harder to get good prices with him. This DLC also provides easier access to enchanted arrows, which continue to be an experimental idea. Elder Scrolls has gone back and forth on this. Back in Morrowind, you could find enchanted arrows, but not too consistently, mostly from leveled lists. There was also a free plugin that added an NPC who sold arrows with area of effect enchantments, but it's somewhat obscure and isn't shipped with the Steam version of the game. Oblivion limited it to a couple NPCs that drop them, some that carry but don't sell them, and one that does sell them but gets killed as part of a quest. Mellowin sells enchanted arrows, but only a couple. If you want to absolutely maximize your damage, then you'll need them. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having the ability to enchant arrows. It would be annoying to do them one at a time, sure, so maybe a single soul can enchant 20 arrows all at once. It might actually help me break the habit of saving all my valuable arrows for never getting used. There's also a chest that comes with the cove that can't be opened, designed for players who wish to practice their security skill. While this house has a lot of upsides, the only downside is there's no fast travel point straight to it, so you always have to run a small distance from Anvil to reach it. And it's in the corner of the map if you're not doing a fast travel playthrough. By now we've established that the Thieves Guild is a morally good faction role-playing as bad guys. So let's discuss the actual evil faction in Oblivion, the Dark Brotherhood. This is the work of one Emil Pagliarulo, not that he would let you forget it. What he would like you to forget is the arena, which is why it's a fitting conclusion to the factions starting and ending with the same designer. Emil Pagliarulo, in recent times, has come under fire for his work on Fallout 4, and his general mentality towards writing and how he handles criticism, which is to say, he doesn't. So let's take it back to the beginning, to Thief. Emil didn't work on this game. Rather, he was a popular reviewer and eventually editor-in-chief at Adrenaline Vault, who was hired on to work on 3 Thief 2 levels. 2 months after the game's release, Looking Glass Studios closed down. After 2 years of working on presumably Anachronox, Deus Ex Invisible War, and Thief Deadly Shadows at Ion Austin, Emil apparently reached out to his friend from his days at working at Adrenaline Vault, none other than the great Pete Hines, VP of Marketing at Bethesda. He also apparently knew Todd while working at Ion Austin. Yep, Emil went on to do side quest work on Blood Moon. I pointed out in the Morrowind video that the Blood Moon side quests were a bit referential, but that's a pretty good foot in the door as far as Bethesda designers go, and Oblivion was his big shot. Skipping ahead, the Dark Brotherhood was far and away considered a highlight of Oblivion. Ken Rolston left Bethesda and the lead design position was open for the taking on Fallout 3. In only 5 years and 1 game, Emil had gone from a junior designer to the lead designer at Bethesda. Bruce Nesmith, second place for his work on the Thieves Guild, would take on the lead designer role for Skyrim, with Emil getting credited as a senior designer and writer, separate from the plebs. Emil would then get Fallout 4 as lead designer again, and that was when he started getting criticized for his work. Fallout will have to come another day. For now, let's stick to his work on Oblivion. Let's keep it to this simple question. Is the Dark Brotherhood really that good? To join, you have to murder someone. Chances are, if you're playing unpatched Oblivion for more than 10 hours, you already have. Not because you're a monster per se, but because what gets counted as murder can be goofy. The Great Prince, if you do his quest and he asks you to kill him, is originally counted as murder by the game. Caminalda, the Altmer woman waylaying merchants on the Anvil Road in the Mages Guild, is another person the player may be credited for murdering if they kill her early. Umbra, if you visit her out of sequence, will also be counted as murder when killed. You'll know it when you see the words, "Your killing has been observed by forces unknown." Personally, I think this ruins the surprise of Lucien Lachance's visit when you sleep, and I don't see any benefit to the message. I do understand how the Brotherhood witnesses a murder in the middle of nowhere without having spent months tailing me, and that's the power of Sithis. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. Anyways, I send the adoring fan flying, and after an hour's rest at the top of this cliff, Lachance arrives to induct us into the Brotherhood. Murder's alright, but I'm not prepared to be associated with an organization that utilizes teleportation magic. That kind of criminality is a step too far. Alright, Wes Johnson, show us some vocal range.
You sleep rather soundly for a murderer. That's good. You'll need a clear conscience for what I'm about to propose.
Lachance isn't just one of the best-sounding characters in the game that wasn't listed in Todd Howard's star-studded cast. His character model also looks like a normal human being. Like, everyone hypes up Martin, but that face model looked mediocre at best. I'll discuss later why Lachance may have gotten special attention to his face. Right now, let's hear him out.
I bear an offering, an opportunity to join our rather unique family.
Now, what's great is you can kill Lachance here, ending the quest and closing you off from the Dark Brotherhood, or you can let him do it himself.
Your path is clear. Send Rufio to his death, and the Dark Brotherhood will embrace you as family.
Anyways, in order to complete our induction, we need to take this ebony blade of woe and kill a man named Rufio at the Inn of Ill Omen. The blade itself is rather weak though, comparable in damage to a steel dagger, and using it's optional. Its full strength gets drawn out later, so let's get our hand on a real knife, Mehrunes Razor. The Razor wasn't part of the base game, otherwise it would have been the perfect sacrifice to Martin. Rather, it came as a DLC for $3. It comes with a massive dungeon, a couple new items, and the titular Razor. We start the game and hear an omniscient rumor that points us to Sundercliff Watch, where a rogue Telvanni— give it up everybody, this may be the last time we see rogue Telvanni. The dungeon is extensive, going from fort to cave to alien ruin, starting with Dunmer mercenaries who we eventually see battling with the vampire natives of this ruin, and you can easily see why it's well remembered. We see how the people here are living, with little stories that can be learned about the goings-on here. It's also obviously chock full of Morrowind references, at least at the surface level. At the end, we find the long-buried Mehrunes Razor. Long-buried, and it definitely didn't show up in Morrowind 6 years prior, or Daggerfall 10 years before that. I'm just poking fun. Half the places artifacts end up tend to be goofy, like that time Ariel's bow was hidden in the Forgotten Vale for thousands of years, but also in the hands of an Ordinator at the Ghost Gate. Anyways, we end with a final confrontation between ourselves, the Guardian of the Blade, and the Rogue Tovani. Our end reward is the Razor, a powerful dagger which has the chance of instantly killing your opponent, scaled to the player's luck attribute. The dagger actually works the same way in Skyrim, except since there isn't a luck attribute, its maximum chance is now the minimum as well. Anyways, this is a much more fitting dagger for an assassin, if there wasn't an even better tool, the bow. We'll get into that later. For now, let's get into the Dark Brotherhood. We head out to the Inn of Ill Omen, also known as the Tavern of Transparent Portent. The publican won't think anything of us asking about Rufio, even when he ends up dead. The Tavern Keep is also the only NPC in the game to purchase stolen goods that isn't aligned with a faction. The task is simple, and the thrust of the quest is more so the implication of the player actually going through with it. Rufio doesn't fight back and sleeps 20 hours a day. We can actually get some clues about who it is that wants Rufio dead. The Black Horse Courier ran an article about Night Mother rituals, stating one Claudius Arcadia had performed the sacrament that summons a Brotherhood representative. Later in the questline, we get the key we need to visit Arcadia's house and find his journal, indicating he was the one to hire the Brotherhood to kill Rufio, but he doesn't get a motive beyond revenge. Rufio, if you manage to kill him during his waking hours, will hint that he had killed a woman. That's the extent of it, and it means we're not really bad guys.
So, the deed is done.
Talos preserve us. With Corpus going around, we need to social distance. So Lucian explains the rules and structures of the Brotherhood. Makes sense. Unlike the other guilds which generally let us in for little effort, we've made a commitment to come this far. Unfortunately, this means we may have also signed up for a cult. Like Mehrunes Razor, the Dark Brotherhood was all over the place throughout the series until Oblivion. Starting as Sithis, god of death worshippers, transferring to Mephala in Daggerfall. Then it turned out that the Morag Tong were the original Mephala worshippers and the Dark Brotherhood had broken off from them. They weren't characterized as particularly religious in Morrowind. In fact, during the Morag Tong questline, they're mostly characterized as a-religious and money-focused, while the Morag Tong are the ones with values. Mephala's quest even starts in the Tong headquarters. Sithis has also undergone some back and forth in the series. He's not part of the Adric or Daedric pantheons. He started life as a generic death god and has stepped sideways into a position of representing chaos. What chaos has to do with dressing in BDSM tight leather and pleasuring yourself in the act of murder, I couldn't tell you. It's almost like it's a superficial downgrade from the pragmatic assassins of before, and no, just because one of their sprites in Daggerfall is shirtless doesn't excuse it. Every faction had half-naked sprites in Daggerfall. At best, I can say the only reason Oblivion made the Dark Brotherhood so colorful was maybe a ratings reason. Like Bethesda was worried if the professional assassins were well-adjusted people, there might be backlash. Or maybe it's just stylistically meant to be that way. Well, the game got off on the gore but ended up having hidden titty models be its downfall. Or, as I've alluded to already, it's possible Bethesda wasn't entirely comfortable with giving the player a genuinely evil faction and ratcheted up the cheese factor to 11.
If you look at the fiction of the Dark Brotherhood that's in Oblivion, it's actually a sort of like dark perverted version of the Catholic Church. You know, there's the Sithis is God and the Night Mother is Mary, and I just sort of took those experiences and sort of flipped them around. I wanted to have a certain tone, like, you know, a very sort of I didn't want the player to be that grisly in what he did. So, like, the tone is more like, it's very sort of darkly comedic, and the player, if you do the Dark Brotherhood, the player is guilty by association. Like, I was able to, like, the other people who are in the Dark Brotherhood with you, your other family members, are like, they're like the psychotic. Like, there's the one guy who talks about, you know, killing a little girl at her birthday party, and there's everybody else is way more evil than you, but you feel guilty by association just by hanging around them. Here's your free set of shrouded armor. Outside of its marginal enchantment, you can easily do better.
Their only notable property is that, since they have a value of 0, they can be fully repaired by a smith for only 1 gold. We're sent to Vigente, the resident vampire, and he gives our first job and a general pattern for the guild. You get a job, you may get an additional condition that will pay extra, and then you can ask your guildmates for advice on completing the job.
Why should anyone bother with all that sneaking and skulking? Yes, of course I value our secrets, and I've never betrayed them. But using stealth to kill, it's just so weak. Bonuses? Useless, I say. Gold and magical trinkets are no substitute for the freedom to slaughter anyone I please, at any time.
Oh, Gogren, your methods may be crude, but your heart is always in the right place.
Our first task is to sneak aboard a ship docked at the waterfront and assassinate its captain. The first mate's been giving us trouble throughout the entire game anytime we got near the ship, which is often considering they parked it right next to my house in the Imperial City.
Beautiful, isn't she? The Maria Elena. Damn fine ship, with a damn fine crew. I should know. I'm her first mate. So believe me when I tell you we don't like it when people snoop around in our affairs.
Gogron figures that, since we aren't getting a bonus, we might as well go in guns blazing. It'll give us the option to use a one-liner. Also, scratch the line about Gogron killing a 6-year-old at her birthday party off your bingo card.
Kill a little Nord girl.
Antoinetta, meanwhile, will say the ship may be full of nooks and crannies to hide in. Thanks for the advice, guys. Our options are to go in through the main deck, but have our hands full of pirates, who the guards will actually assist us against because Oblivion can't do trespassing in exterior cells. We can hop up onto the balcony and break into the cabin directly, or we can stow aboard some cargo and sneak through the ship. So we've got options. Once we get to the cabin, we could just stab the captain, but that draws the attention of the pirates. Instead, this quest is the debut of the poisoned apple. Simply place it down and then viciously hunt down every other piece of food in the area, and then after several minutes of waiting in place, watch as he eats the apple. And then spends the next 30 seconds slowly dying before eventually ragdolling in his chair. I mean, I mock it, but yeah, that's cool. I remember when Morrowind tried to poison Inquest. It didn't work that well. But how does the law feel about murder? Oblivion has made its commission murder easier than Morrowind, which is funny considering the Morag Tong had writs making the assassinations legal. There still isn't a good witness system, so you have people who can report their own murders. Murder also earns you infamy points, but only if it meets the arbitrary marker of murder. And infamy can easily be cleared out by completing a pilgrimage to the Nine Divines. The problem that leads to a lot of quick loads is the hyperactive guards. They don't just chase you through the streets now, but will now come in and pursue you into buildings as well, even going so far as to instantaneously manifest inside homes once you assault someone.
God! Stop!
Crime in Oblivion was at an awkward crossroads. The simplicity of Morrowind didn't work, and it wasn't as sophisticated as its Skyrim incarnation, which is why, for a lot of people, the Oblivion guards symbolize the game. But let's not be fooled. Each faction, barring the arena, starts with a quest where the player's given multiple paths to completion. Surely it won't hold, right? Our next task is to assassinate a Bosmer named Bainlin, with a bonus if we drop a mounted head that hangs over his favorite chair onto his head. And yeah, it's that easy. I think this quest suffers from giving the player way too much information to start, like maybe the bonus could just specify that Bainlin needs to die in an accident, as in not be found with wounds that could point to murder or poison in his blood, and the player could work out the rest from clues in his house, like a note saying he needs someone nimble to get into the crawl space to tighten up the mounted head. It's fairly obvious this is an inheritance play, given that Bainlin's nephew moves in not long after. Our next target is Valen Dreth, our former lawyer that got us a multi-year prison sentence, in Tamriel. Actually, I find it funny that Claudius Arcadius is serving a permanent sentence for hiring a murderer, but would only serve a 10-day sentence if they'd killed Rufio themselves. Hell, honestly, given my average rate in the Brotherhood, I'd say it's probably cheaper to do it yourself and pay off the bounty, instead of paying the Brotherhood. Obviously, this is a gameplay concession, don't get mad. This quest is fun in that you have to retrace your steps through the tutorial and see just how short it could have been, but wasn't. Our bonus comes from completing this job without killing any guards. If the bonuses come from the clients, as is implied, it's possible whoever wants Dreth dead works at the prison and wants Dreth to die before his upcoming release. It doesn't help that the Legion had recently busted and then decided to publicize the materials of the Black Sacrament and leads for researching the ritual.
Wait, I know you. You're the one. The day the Emperor was killed. They went through your cell. You lucky bastard. But you came back? Come on, you've got to help me. Let old Valen out of this cell. You've got your freedom, now give me mine. What do you say, huh? Come on, friend.
Yeah, no, not after that farce you called a legal defense.
What? You filthy little maggot. When I get out of here, you're dead. You hear me? Dead.
Our bonus reward is the Scales of Pitiless Justice, which... Okay, so they fortify strength, agility, and intelligence by 2 points at the cost of 2 points of personality. They don't work like a typical fortify item because they aren't an equipable item, so it has to run off a script. It's just an odd item because of how not weak, but how minimal its effect is.
A powerful tool indeed.
I think it needed a second design pass, personally. Our next job is to cut our client with a poison knife, which will allow him to fake his own death in order to escape debt. He owes money to the wrong kind of people. Yeah, I guess owing money to the Fighters Guild can be rough. Seriously, is there a secret underground bank handing out loans to people with bad terms? Or was there a payday loan office in Breville that I just barely missed? Francois here wants us to do it in front of the unnamed organization's enforcer, and then, after a day, we're to sneak into the chapel Undercroft and revive him with the antidote. You can actually fail this if Francois dies or if we go against the terms and kill the enforcer, and the consequences are handled properly. We aren't rewarded, our rank is delayed, and our relationship with our boss is worsened. Albeit in a really extreme manner. Vigente deciding to kick our ass for messing the job up is a bit extreme. Still, I have to appreciate that the player is at least allowed to fail, despite the fact that failure is more difficult than success here. That's our final contract from Vicente, although he does have a final offer.
As a vampire, I may pass my gift on to others as I see fit. You have served me well, and I choose now to extend that gift to you. Shall I use my dark powers and turn you into a vampire?
Awesome, let's do it. Wait, what kind of vampire? The cosmopolitan, hide-inside-your-house starving Cyrodiilic vampire, Clan Valkalhar, what?
I was stricken with vampirism 300 years ago, while on an expedition deep into the ashlands of Vardenfell.
Yeah? What clan? Normally I'd hope for Ondai, but willpower's my dump stat now, so I'm really hoping for Quora. Oh, I guess he was lying since we still end up being a Cyrodiilic vampire. But our transformation won't complete until after we finish the questline because it takes 3 days, and believe me, the rest of the questline will not take that long. We're taking jobs from Ochiva now, the Argonian who greeted us at the door when we first arrived. Her first contract is to kill Phalion, an Altmer skooma addict in the Imperial City. However, our bonus is to avoid doing it in public as that would draw the attention of the Legion. We can ask Phalion's girlfriend about him, which should raise a red flag but doesn't. We can also ask Phalion, who only talks if we provide him skooma. Either path points at Lorkmir's house in the afternoon, which is where Phalion hides to do his skooma. This satisfies the condition of making the murder not public, but doesn't answer the question of who exactly wants Phalion dead. I don't think it's the girlfriend because she talks like she wants him to reform, and he's already lost all his money, so it's not an inheritance play. The publican of the Tiber Septim Hotel where the two stay, maybe. She doesn't have anything nice to say about Phalion, but that isn't a motive, especially with how dangerous the Black Sacrament would be to her reputation. A guy got life in prison for performing the ritual for actual revenge, let alone just an eviction. You can find Lorkmir, the homeowner, dead in the basement. Atrena refers to the house as deserted despite the freshness of Lorkmir's corpse, and the place is already trashed. My theory, thus, is that Phalion summoned the Dark Brotherhood upon himself, which has holes in it, I know, but we have the body parts, the dagger, the candles. The only thing that would complete this picture would be to have the Nightshade leaves too. And the Black Horse Courier literally printed the entire ritual in their newspaper, so maybe in a haze Phalion reproduced it. The only problem is, how would Phalion pay for our services? He's broke. And even if he had the money, wouldn't the brother who came to arrange the murder just stab him on the spot? Don't tell me it was made a legit contract as a challenge or test either. Bainlin was more of a test. Our bonus reward shows a similar level of amateur design. Shadowhunt's bottom two effects, turn undead and weakness to poison, don't actually do anything. They don't have a duration, meaning that the undead hit would flee and rally in the same second. And weakness to poison doesn't work for the poison of that attack. You have to weaken first and poison second. But the weakness effect would fade before then, so it's worthless. The damage value is also just a hair above steel and quickly made irrelevant by generic loot, except in weight, which is such a pedantic category to favor a weapon for. If you hold out until level 30 to get the best possible effect values, you'll already have plentiful access to Daedric bows and Grand Souls to do better. You might counter that you can't get a damage, health, and magicka effect that powerful with a Grand Soul, and I would say 1. How did they enchant this weapon? And 2. Damage magicka is such a meme in a game where every enemy has regenerating magicka, especially since just focusing damage works way better in Oblivion. So we get our next quest to take care of a warlord who's taken up residence at Fort Such, and we need to make it look like his illness has taken his life by switching out his medicine with poison whilst undetected. Cool, but I think this quest highlights a problem with the general writing behind the Dark Brotherhood, which is that it fumbles a lot of the details. It feels like Rolston really needed to be more active in making sure that Emil was developing his ideas correctly. You might be surprised to learn that Warlord as a title is exceedingly rare in Elder Scrolls. It's actually more so used to describe generic high-level enemies like Orc Warlords in Daggerfall, Dreg Warlords in Morrowind, and Marauder Warlords in Oblivion than it is to describe characters like Warlord Gathric in Skyrim. That's a super minor thing, but seeing that word made it really stand out to me. Look at it like this. Rufio was staying in a place called the Inn of Ill Omen. There's a pirate ship docked in the Imperial City waterfront, feet from guards searching for the Grey Fox. Someone has hired a manservant. A prisoner is serving a multi-year sentence. An unknown criminal organization is sending enforcers to kill people on the principle of owing money. A house in a luxurious part of the Imperial capital city is deserted, with a body rotting inside it and a known skooma addict using it as a den. And now there's a warlord with mercenaries controlling a fort. None of these things are wrong per se, but they are incongruent with Oblivion and Elder Scrolls. It's a slight deviation in the pattern. The problem is that Pagliarulo and Nesmith weren't in harmony with Chapin, Nelson, and Coleman. I mean, Rolston said as much in an interview. Quote, "I was the one who sketched the general history and the history of the different factions, but this time I strongly encouraged the designers to move away from these models or even ignore them completely depending on their tastes and skills." Source 11. And Emil agrees in the 5th anniversary podcast.
Dark Brotherhood was cool because I took a different approach. Like, I didn't know a lot about the Elder Scrolls lore. So I took a step back from it, and I grew up a good Catholic boy in Boston, so I
suppose we should talk about Pagliarulo's resume of the Thief 2 levels. If you don't know, Thief 2 was a counterpoint to Thief in that the levels were designed first and the story was wrapped around them, whereas Thief 1 wrote a story first and made levels around those story beats. And the end result of that was that nobody really agrees which game was better, but it may inform the design of the Dark Brotherhood quests. After all, many of them sound like they were designed first and written second. Like someone wrote down the idea, guy fakes his own death on a whiteboard, and then made a quest. And thanks to the contract nature of the Dark Brotherhood, it's able to fit together, but a lot of the missions read like whiteboard level ideas. Sneak aboard a pirate ship. Do the tutorial backwards. Replace a guy's medicine with poison. And again, it doesn't really seem to hold any advantage over, say, Nesmith's style of writing out a story first and making the missions around it. But it does have its disadvantages. Firstly, if it's fair to criticize the Fighters Guild for not entirely being about the conflict with the Blackwood Company, then it's absolutely fair to criticize the Dark Brotherhood for waiting until the halfway point to tell a consistent narrative. Note that I disagree with this notion. The Dark Brotherhood can be about contract assassinations all day. It's just a stylistic difference. But these disconnected level ideas seem to have spawned the tendency of the Dark Brotherhood to be off with the little details, because again, in a vacuum, they don't really stand out. It is kind of weird that you got the guy who worked on Thief to make the Dark Brotherhood and the guy who worked on Dungeons and Dragons to make the Thieves Guild, but I'll assume that's what they all wanted. So, how are Emil's Thief 2 levels? His first level's eavesdropping. In this mission, we break into a church and overhear a meeting. We then have to steal a safe deposit box key, make a wax impression, and return it. Which means a lot of backtracking through the level.
I think my work here is done.
The key location is actually random, so I probably just happened to get the worst location, which was the top of the eastern tower on the opposite side of the building from the wax. His last mission is Precious Cargo, which is the level where you find the underground base through a lighthouse. And then there's Life of the Party, which, as everyone says, is really 2 levels inside of 1. I found Emil to be a bit key-heavy in his design. Precious Cargo is 2 separate levels separated by a single locked door, and the main thrust of the final part of the mission is just finding a key. And then there's Life of the Party. Yeah, the rooftop sequence is pretty good, but the actual Mechanist Tower is super tedious in my opinion. The key to the guy's office is in the ballroom 20 feet away. And the objective where you find the scripture is annoying because it's hidden in boxes that don't show any external indicator that they can be lockpicked, like every other single lock in Thief 2. So I spent a while searching for keys to them that just didn't exist. It wasn't very exciting to have the alarm going off as I escaped, considering I'd already knocked everyone in the building out during the numerous backtracks I had to do while searching for all the recordings. I don't know, I just liked the bank mission and the one at the sheriff's office way more. Bigger doesn't mean better, you have to earn your immensity in my opinion. Most of the actual level is the same size as any other level in Thief 2, there's just more filler that would logically exist in Life of the Party, and a lot of fun moments to set it apart. But now we're at the point that everyone discusses, the pivotal moment. Whodunit? A murder mystery story where we play the murderer. Our bonus comes from not being suspected by the other guests. I am guessing this is to appease Sithis and not actually a condition of our contract. All 5 guests form a complicated web of relationships, and there are many different ways to do the quest, turning the guests against each other.
Now I'll tell you what I didn't tell everyone else.
This quest is broken. Without the official patch, the guests can't actually detect when you murder someone with melee. You could run in fist swinging and drop everyone in 15 seconds. Even with the patch, it's not difficult, and the harder you push it, the more ridiculous it becomes. The guests all have ESP and know when the others have been slain, even if it happened seconds prior on a different floor.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off one by one.
If you use illusion spells like Frenzy, Rally, and Command, you can completely break this quest. Watch as the old woman murders all the guests around her and nobody suspects her, even if they watch her do it. Drop poisoned apples everywhere and watch as all but one of the guests eat them anyways, even after their fellow guests died from the poison. Now, let's be fair. The complexity of this quest and the sheer amount of dialogue that had to be recorded, especially in context to the 2006 release, is impressive. It's a shame the only people trying to one-up it are in the multiplayer space. It seems like there would be a fantastic opportunity to make a murder mystery work in Elder Scrolls where the player has the power to influence other people to become the murderer. I hope Elder Scrolls 6 recreates this premise, but accounts for all the different disposition options because, well, disposition will come back and the illusion magic won't be cut, because it'd be cool to see a version of this quest that responds to power gaming in some way.
So for Sithis' sake, do not wear your hood.
You have the incentive to do the bonus condition and not just kill everyone as fast as possible, as the bonus is 2 free skill points in Marksman, Security, Sneak, Acrobatics, and Blade. I do have to wonder if the inability to fail on the console ports has contributed to the popularity of this quest. The premise alone convinces people to do the quest through dialogue, isolating the guests and slowly picking them off. The Dark Brotherhood features a great deal more dialogue than any of the other quests in Oblivion, usually with 3 consistent personality options. If there's one thing I can't criticize Fallout 3 for, it's expanding the number of dialogue options given to the player over Elder Scrolls.
Sorry, kid. Hell, cost cats, and you look pretty broke to me.
You grown-ups are all the same. All you care about is your stuff. My papa is missing, and I think the ants may have gotten him. I hope they get you too.
One philosophy isn't better than the other, however. I would just prefer Elder Scrolls keep doing its thing and not feel compelled by other games into leaning into that BioWare, CD Projekt Red style of player dialogue. However, the elephant in the room with Oblivion's dialogue is the transition from the text-based dialogue of Morrowind to a fully voice-acted dialogue system in Oblivion. In my last video, I presented the idea that text-based dialogue was superior to full voice acting, for a few reasons. One is that from a designer perspective, it's far easier to implement quests with textual dialogue than it is voice acting, because voice acting adds additional considerations when it comes to disk space and voice actor pay.
I mean, one of the things, I don't know if people know this, but one of the things we really struggled on in Oblivion is, fitting all the audio assets on the disc. And we had too much dialogue.
However, the downside of this is that most people don't like text-based dialogue because they can't read. One interesting outcome of the Morrowind video was a mix of dyslexic people who disagree on Morrowind. Some argued the game had helped them overcome their condition, others argued that it had inhibited them from getting into the game. Then the topic of text-to-speech came up, using a rudimentary mod to give all the dialogue basic voice acting. In the time since writing my Morrowind video and now, there's been a significant advancement in using AI learning for text-to-speech, to the point that Witcher 3 mods are able to create rudimentary dialogue for Geralt without needing the voice actor. One of my big oppositions to voice acting in the Elder Scrolls was the inhibition of quest mods. My first run-in with this was the Falskar mod back in 2013. Less the mod area itself and more the contrast in quality from the regular NPCs to the one in Skyrim. That element of textual dialogue being a benefit for designers goes doubly so for modders who don't have as consistent access to voice talent. OBVA, however, is a tool created for mod makers to synthesize new dialogue using AI trained on the game's existing dialogue.
I can make the NPCs say whatever I want, and there is nothing to stop me. Subscribe to PatricianTV.
Now, the thing is, you and I are both fully aware that Bethesda and other studios with budgets higher than the price of a car are never going back to the text-based dialogue. In fact, I was pretty confident that it was a dead issue in the Morrowind video. I more so made my case as a demonstration of the advantages of the system. The thing is, I stand by that position. Just like with fast travel and quest markers, there's no reason there can't be a middle ground in text-based dialogue as well. Thing is, all of this dialogue already textually exists in the game because it's in the subtitles. Whenever I actually play Oblivion or Skyrim, I usually just read through the words on screen and skip on to the next line of dialogue. I very rarely just sit back and listen to NPCs talk, so this is what dialogue actually looks like when I play for myself.
The sixth guest has finally arrived. Whoever invited us here must at least know us, don't you think? The rest of us have already traded introductions. Now who might you be?
I can read very quickly, a necessary part of both my job and my hobbies. Plus, it doesn't help that Oblivion and even Skyrim have awkward, noticeable pauses between lines of dialogue.
We're being stalked like animals in the forest. I'm still not sure if the killer is one of the other guests or is hiding somewhere in the house. One thing I do know is that the killer won't just stop with two. They never do. You and I, we need to watch each other's backs. I've got my old Legion armor and sword in a chest upstairs. It's time I geared up and showed this coward just who he's dealing with.
Now, my proposed system would be a toggle option between a classic window and a normal window for dialogue. Normal, modern dialogue would happen as always, in real time with options occasionally appearing when available. In the classic window, dialogue would appear in a text box, with additional, either unspoken or radiantly generated dialogue that would appear as well. This way, you could include that superfluous information that slows a normal conversation down. Normies can play a version of the game that's fast and quick and just follow the quest markers, while roleplayers can get the additional dialogue with all those directions and lore details and encyclopedic dialogue people like to complain about in Morrowind. However, this design philosophy requires two things: a desire to cater to all fans of the series, new and old, and the drive to do that extra work. We're on Ochiva's final quest. We've been authorized to take down Adamus Philida. Who? You know, the guy we were supposed to avoid in the Imperial City, the guy who's been spearheading the campaign against the Dark Brotherhood. Adamus Philida? The guy is supposed to be an antagonist for the Dark Brotherhood, but because he's only mentioned in passing once, and otherwise only exists in a newspaper article, he just doesn't have the presence that Hieronymus Lex had. This is one of those disadvantages of the disconnected quest design theory. For all its benefits, it's hard to have an antagonist in a storyline with so many disjointed missions. Tying a thread between all of these quests to involve Philida is effectively impossible. Which is a shame, because Philida is said to have both interfered with contracts and to have survived 3 different assassination attempts. Maybe he could have shown up during the job in the prison and interfered with the contract. Like we kill our target and then he appears and now we have to escape him because our conditions say that we can't kill him. Maybe it's even possible the guards intentionally drew us here to kill a prisoner to increase the likelihood of him capturing us. Regardless, Philida's retiring now and has moved down to Leowen, but the Brotherhood, being spiteful pricks, want to have the final word. So they fashioned a Rose of Sithis, a special arrow which will instantly kill its target, in this case Philida. He lives in his armor, however, and the game won't recognize if we nail the shot through the slit in his helmet. He only takes it off to sleep and for swims. Hitting him when he sleeps is difficult, but possible depending on how hard you power game. He has a bodyguard which maintains a constant vigil over him, never sleeping. And breaking into the City Watch barracks itself is a challenge. Each door is lit and under constant supervision with only a small lip that the player can lockpick the door from. If we go invisible immediately, the bodyguard should open the door. We head into Philoda's room and then from the corner we shoot the rose. We have to shoot from here because we'll become visible when we start to draw our arrow and in that time can be caught if we're standing anywhere else. This is not how the quest is meant to be completed, as evidenced by the ever-awake bodyguard. So to do it right, we have to follow Philoda around until he eventually goes for a 5-hour swim in the public watering hole. This man only sleeps 4 hours a night, so he spends more time of the day in the water than he does in his bed. Was his first passion endurance swimming and he only settled for the Legion? Either way, Philoda is dead and we cut off the finger wearing his Legion ring, which we place in his replacement's desk. This is our bonus objective, which exists so we can send a message. Knowing what happens next makes this gesture quite ironic. Our work with Ochiva is done and we've received a letter from our recruiter, Lucian, inviting us out to his hideout at Fort Farragut. It's a dungeon quest set in a generic fort full of undead. Yes, I'll acknowledge the back door, but you have to admit that most players aren't going to find it on their initial arrival, considering it's facing 180 degrees away from the road and checking for back doors just isn't consistent in Oblivion. We meet with Lucian, who is impressed with our career and has a use for us. A traitor has infested the Brotherhood, and they are most certainly definitely in the Shadenhall branch. We're new, having only been with the guild for at most a week, so we're cleared of suspicion. Thus, there is only one path. A thorough investigation and spy system to monitor all Guildhall members for traitorous behavior. No, we're to murder everyone in the rite of purification. This is pure pathos, as the purification is both an absurd ritual and dissonant with other lore. Its only motive is to pit the player against NPCs the player may have formed a connection with in order to drive home an emotionally resonant point that the player is a murderer. Take another read at it, and the player will be responsible for dispatching a group of evil murderers, while themselves barely bloodying their own hands with the blood of innocence.
Kill a little Nord girl.
Dark Brotherhood was cool, because I took a different approach. Like, I didn't know a lot about the Elder Scrolls lore. So I took a step back from it, and I grew up a good Catholic boy in Boston. So if you look at the fiction of the Dark Brotherhood that's in Oblivion, it's actually a sort of like dark perverted version of the Catholic Church. You know, there's the Sithis is God and the Night Mother is Mary, and I just sort of took those experiences and sort of flipped them around. I wanted to have a certain tone, like, you know, a very sort of. I didn't want the player to be that grisly in what he did. So, like, the tone is more like, it's very sort of darkly comedic, and the player, if you do the Dark Brotherhood, the player is guilty by association. Like, I was able to, like, the other people who are in the Dark Brotherhood with you, your other family members, are like, they're like the psychotic. Like, there's the one guy who talks about, you know, killing a little girl at her birthday party, and there's everybody else is way more evil than you, but you feel guilty by association just by hanging around them. And in a game like Oblivion, where you kill hundreds of people through the course of the game, what makes it special about being an assassin? You know what I mean? Big deal, I can kill people.
If you just think about it, how many people that Gordon Freeman killed?
So that's why I try to, like, work in some of the novelty, like, you know, dropping the head on the guy and, you know,
It's obvious, again, that the idea came first. Some of the assassins in the Sanctuary have strengths and weaknesses the player can account for, like placing garlic on Vizence's person to weaken him. The player can also miss out on 2 quests if they rush the quest line, like losing the chance to be properly sired as a vampire, or the Renegade Shadowscale quest. The Shadowscale quest is interesting. One of the titular Shadowscales, an Argonian born under the Shadow Sign, has broken the code by abandoning his life in the Brotherhood. It's kind of weird that Shadowscales vow not to harm other Shadowscales, because how are they normally supposed to deal with situations like this otherwise? We track the Shadowscale down and he presents us a choice. We can take our proof, a Shadowscale heart from a nearby corpse, and he'll tell us where some loot is. Or we can kill him and take his heart. Or we play both sides, taking the false heart, getting the treasure's location, and then killing the traitor. Your choice is entirely based on your character's thought process. Wait, why is there a Shadowscale corpse here? Were they dispatched to take care of him? What about that vow? Anyways, we wipe out the Sanctuary, and we're now officially a member of the Black Hand. The Black Hand is a reference to the Serbian secret society responsible for a couple of high-profile assassinations, including Franz Ferdinand, which resulted in the crisis leading to the First World War. The organization works like this. There's a listener who deals with the Night Mother, and there are 4 speakers. Each of these speakers, in addition to presumably having their own sanctuary, have a personal silencer, which is the role we now fill for Lucian. We never see any of the other sanctuaries. We're told they exist, but that for the secrecy of the guild, we can't know about them. Which makes it weird that we so consistently operate outside of Shadenhall, considering there must be sanctuaries in at least a couple of the cities we operated in. Just seems inefficient to have a Shadenhall guy performing jobs in Coral or Leowen if there happens to be a sanctuary there. That's all I'm saying. This marks the beginning of the second half of the guild, where we receive our next orders with our payment from the prior job at various locations across Cyrodiil. We've also been gifted Shadowmere, an immortal and powerful horse, and we ride off to the first dead drop.
Give me more of what I really need, 'cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock.
Shadowmere is the fastest horse in the game, in addition to not being able to die, which is funny considering you can still get him a nice set of horse armor. Our first task is to drop a necromancer going through the process of becoming a lich. We find his journal where he spends an entire paragraph discussing at length about how he must never lose his phylactery during the process, and it's done. This is another one of those whiteboard ideas that probably didn't get as much time as was hoped. The dead drop quests are markedly simpler than the prior Dark Brotherhood quests, so I posit a theory that all the quests were created and then the ideas that got developed ended up as sanctuary quests, and the ideas that ended up just being go to X and kill Y ended up as dead drop quests. Emil Pagliarulo's big secret is a classic trick that all creatives consider at some point. Put your best foot forward. Even if your work is terrible, if the first section can hold people, that increases your likelihood of success. That's why the questline starts with a good-looking NPC using a unique voice who proceeds to disappear for 90% of the questline. Indeed, it's interesting how many people praise the Dark Brotherhood while glossing over the latter half of the questline. It's really telling that everyone's example of the quirky dialogue is the line where Gogron says he killed the little girl because it's the first piece of advice Gogron gives the player. Emil started strong, but it's obvious he didn't get to fully develop all of his ideas. Anyone who made it this far is going to ride out the rest of the questline, so it doesn't have to be as good. Next of kin has us killing a mother and then using a shopping list to track down her 4 children. Note that by this stage we have long given up on hinting who hired the assassins. After this, we're sent to kill a martial artist in Bruma. No, not the master hand-to-hand trainer. Then we take on a psychopathic murderer hiding in a cave. Then we get to our other standout where we have to track down a mobile merchant who travels Cyrodiil over the course of a week.
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel?
Rumor has it the Nerevarine has left Morrowind on an expedition to Akavir and has not been heard from since.
It seems that these are turbulent times in the land of the Dunmer.
Not only is it a standout for using a schedule and the actual in-game weekdays as a method of working out its location rather than a quest. Oh, no, sorry, we're still given a quest marker. You have the choice of ambushing him on the road, murdering him at an inn, or poisoning him with mead, which he's allergic to. It's also possible he'll have long since died while traveling the road since he's never flagged as essential. Which, this is the point of essential flags, isn't it? To make sure quests don't end before they start? We're then sent to get revenge on a Nordic murderer who fled Solstheim. And finally, a Bosmer in Breville who likes to pray to the statue of the Lucky Lady. Lucian arrives and congratulates us on a job well done, and we're promoted to the leader of the faction. The third dead drop is an obvious, marked change in the nature of the targets we go after. The dead drop orders icons change from a neat letter to a torn out page icon, and the prose of orders changes markedly as well. Lucian's writing and spoken tone lacks emotional inflection, his coldness spilling onto the page. After the second mission, the writing is suddenly much more emotional and plays more on our emotions as a killer. We've been taken for a ride, and despite possibly immediately noticing the change, there's nothing the player can do about it except play the fool. You can't return to Lucian as he'll go mysteriously missing until after Ungolum's death in Breville. You also can't speak to any of the targets who become immediately obvious as either skilled assassins or speakers with hints littered all over. Indeed, our most recent target was the listener of the Dark Brotherhood himself, despite there still being more speakers and silencers to kill. This questline is as cynical as it gets about the player, so sure that they will just follow the quest markers and not notice any clues as to not provide the player with any measure of escaping this trap. So Lucien's pissed, naturally, except the Black Hand is apparently blaming him and not us. No, we were just following orders, which, okay, that's true, but if the Black Hand is suspecting Lucien, he should be able to make an easy case by pointing at all the targets and dead drops Lucien assigned us that we just didn't do. Anyways, rather than doing the smart thing and coming with us to Anvil to our next dead drop to investigate it, he instead decides to wait at Apple Watch, despite stating that he's being pursued by the Black Hand. Okay, buddy, it was nice knowing you. At our next dead drop, we confront the person who drops it off, but it's just a Bosmer, and Bosmer can't be villains, so you're free to go. He points us at the lighthouse, and after an intimidation play, we make it into the cellar. It's a bit rough, but fairly clean compared to the average YouTuber's house. We find a severed head we telepathically intuit as belonging to the guy's mother, and a journal outlining all the points of this story. This kid watched his mom get assassinated by Lucien, so he joined the Brotherhood and has been slowly climbing the ranks until the day that he felt confident he could assassinate the entire Black Hand and the Night Mother herself. So, Lucien's been murdered, naturally, and it doesn't matter if we slap the members of the Black Hand with the journal itself, all of them will refuse to listen and our character will refuse to speak, because this is a theme park and we're along for the ride. At midnight, we speak to Arquin, who utilizes illegal teleportation magic to transport us to Breville. I'm sorry, murder's one thing, but there's no coming back from a crime like this. Luckily, most of these characters die when the traitor reveals themselves and we put him down. He did miss a spot, though.
Honored listener, I offer myself as your humble servant and guide. Please allow me to mentor you in your new role.
I don't need you. You're lucky you're flagged essential. So Bellamont was the traitor, and the only flaw in his plan was that the Night Mother's a ghost. She's known all along that he was a traitor, which, is she omniscient? Her seeing the rituals is fine, as well as her being able to watch her members of her cult. It's all tied to her. But apparently she sees everything and elected not to tell anyone because she wanted this outcome. Okay, if Mr. Next Listener, Lucien Lachance, was actually fated for that position, then you didn't see this coming. Also, the purification is not complete. There's still one dumbass left to kill. But I know what you're thinking. The Night Mother has the benefit of her patron, Sithis, right? If you believe in Sithis as an entity, you are being had. This is Mephala, anticipation of Vivek. She's big into murder and deception, so much so that she's the Daedric prince of those concepts. And this is Sithis. He's a tumor. Despite representing the general concept of chaos as a dualistic counterpoint to Anu, who represents the general concept of order, the writers have tried to cram Sithis into the mythos as a more active entity. The book Fire and Darkness, which can be found during the Thieves Guild and not the Dark Brotherhood, attempts to make the claim that the Morag Tong were in fact actually Sithis worshippers, which would have no doubt been of immense interest to Vivek. The book makes what are likely intentionally poor arguments for this position, like that the Morag Tong assassins wrote poetry that were clearly dog whistles for Sithis worship. Guys, you have to trust me on this one, okay? It's clearly wrong. Because later it posits that Vivek stopped the Morag Tong from worshipping Mephala, which he largely didn't, and then the book claims that Vivek allowed them to continue worshipping Sithis, which they never did. Dualism is a concept of two forces that balance each other, which in our world extended to religions like Hinduism and Zoroastrianism and then later Judaic Christianity. The idea is that you have a good god, Anu, that all the beggars praise, and you have a bad god, Padme, aka Sithis. Anu represents order, Sithis represents chaos. Reality then exists in the balance of these two forces. Too much Anu is how the world was before this conflict, orderly and dead. Too much Sithis is how the world was during the Mythic Age, chaotic and difficult to live in. Both entities have been anthropomorphized by various religious sects on Nirn, but unlike the Aedra and Daedra, which were verifiable entities that either used to or continue to interact with worshippers, Sithis and Anu don't. The closest we get to Anu doing anything is Anuiel in the Altmer pantheon, whose sole action was giving Auriel his bow to kill Lorkhan. In effect, this is a metaphorical explanation for why Auriel, aka Akatosh, filled the position of Time God, which was Anu's domain as the conception of order. What about Padme, aka Sithis? Padme, like Anu, only made a vicarious contribution to the world, which was his son, Lorkhan. If you're not getting the picture yet, Lorkhan and Akatosh are the actual gods, and they simply each have a dualistic conception assigned to them. Akatosh got order, Lorkhan got chaos. But what about all the meddling Sithis does? He sends wraiths down to attack the player if they break tenets 4 and 5, and, well, that's basically it. And there's nothing there to indicate that Mephala isn't the one doing that. But we get the word of worshippers of Sithis who all end up being to some degree insane latex-bound fetishists trying to justify their actions. Okay, but the Night Mother mentioned Sithis as well, even though the Night Mother is almost certainly just Mephala in disguise. In essence, I posit that the worship of Sithis is a ruse made up by Mephala and probably Lorcan to some extent. We get access to Deepscorn Hollow, a DLC home for evil characters. Notable is that it has a shrine to Sithis, which depicts a statue of a robed man missing a heart, which is a very striking visual choice to make when designing the statue. It's probably that this visual representation is inspired by Lorcan. There are some other features of the house. We get a cattle cell containing a sleeping person that we can feed on, we get a small garden full of various poisonous plants, and we get the font of Renewal, which will cheaply and easily cure vampirism at any time without much effort. Given we just got this power and we already have a means of removing it, let's discuss vampirism. Oblivion overhauled vampirism into its more recognizable form in Skyrim. In Morrowind, vampires were effectively cursed with never being able to really do quests or use services NPCs ever again. Oblivion added a stage system where depending on how often you feed, you may be able to keep your vampirism under wraps. At the first stage, you'll be able to move around outside without issue. You gain the Hunter's Sight spell, which casts Night Eye and Detect Life. We become immune to disease and paralysis. Our acrobatics, athletics, destruction, hand-to-hand illusion, mysticism, and sneak skills will all see a +5 bonus, as will our strength, willpower, and speed attributes. We only have a 20% weakness to fire and a 5% normal weapons resistance. On the second day without blood, our skill and attribute bonuses go up to 10, our weakness increases to 30%, and our resistance goes up to 10%. We also start to take damage from the sun, meaning we can no longer fast travel or wait outside during the day. We also gain the Vampire's Seduction ability, which allows us to heavily charm an NPC once a day. On the third day without blood, our skill and attribute bonuses go up to 15, our weakness increases to 40%, and our resistance goes up to 15%. We take 4 times as much damage from the sun during the day, and we gain the Reign of Terror spell, which casts silence and demoralizes once per day. Finally, on the 4th day and beyond, our skill and attribute bonuses max at 20 points. Our fire weakness reaches 50%, our normal weapons resistance reaches 20%, we take 8 times as much sun damage, and we gain Embrace of Shadows, which allows us to go invisible and use Night Eye for 3 minutes once per day. NPCs will generally stop providing services to the player at this stage, however, so feeding on a sleeping NPC to revert back to 25% is a good choice. My only real change would be to make it so that feeding reverts back only one stage, so if players are comfortable playing as Stage 2 or Stage 3 vampires, they don't have to constantly keep reverting back to Stage 1. Playing the entire game as a vampire is actually fairly viable in Oblivion. Your only combat weakness is fire, and you can either play a Dunmer or use the Atronax sign and a couple items to easily offset that weakness. People only notice your vampirism at Stage 4, and liberal usage of charm spells can offset that. And since most people in the game have sleep packages, it's easy to find fresh food. Sadly, none of the game's content accounts for vampirism. Nobody ever mentions the player's rather obvious affliction in quests, and unlike Morrowind and Skyrim, there aren't any special quests just for vampires, except for the cure. The player can approach healers about the subject who point to Raminus Polus at the Mages Guild, who himself points to the Count of Skingrad. Oblivion is kind of weird about how it approaches the subject of vampires. You have several stories like the Grey Prince whose father was a vampire, the multiple quests surrounding the Count of Skingrad, the Springhill Jack quest, Vicente is a vampire, and you have the Order of the Virtuous Blood, a vampire hunting order the player can join and get paid for vampire dust. And Azura's quests about vampires too. But you don't see any kind of replacement or expansion on the vampire clan's idea from Morrowind. The concept's just sort of in this transitory phase that lasted until the Dawnguard DLC from Skyrim. The Count of Skingrad and his wife became vampires 50 years ago, and while the Count was fine with it, the Countess was not. She refused to feed and eventually slipped into a coma. The Count since then has sought a cure but is somewhat trapped in the castle for the sake of protecting his citizenry, so he passes the search off to us. He has heard that a witch of Glenmoral is near the Corbolo River. Glenmoral witches have existed since Daggerfall but have been performing the thankless task of curing lycanthropy and vampirism since Blood Moon. This witch, Melisande, demands 5 grand soul gems as payment. Sure, take them. I don't need them. I can get them blackened for you if that's what you want as well. She'll then give the player a shopping list of ingredients for the cure: bloodgrass, garlic, nightshade, Argonian blood, and the ashes of a powerful vampire. This doesn't mean Janus, however, no sacrifices necessary. Hindarl, a powerful vampire, was trapped in a cave by hunters. He hasn't fallen into a coma from sadness, so we have to fight him. Ingredients in hand, we return to Melisande, who takes a day to brew the potion. We then take 2 doses, one for ourselves and one for the Countess, and return to Skingrad. We go to where the Countess is resting. Melisande, who shows up for some reason, awakens her, and the Count gives her the cure, whereupon she dies, and a day later we're paid what is probably the highest scaling gold reward in the game, with 10,000 gold being the reward at level 30. People actually consider this quest particularly lengthy. I think that might only be true if you do it at a lower level when Grand Soul Gems are much rarer. I like this quest, but it does raise the question of what the hell was going on with the Pale Lady. I'm guessing originally the Pale Lady was the Countess, and this was reworked after the Vampire Cure quest was written. There's also the Purge Blood font if the player's lazy and had a couple dollars to burn on the Vile Layer DLC. So, in conclusion, the Dark Brotherhood. Probably the best content of the base game, that being an exceptionally low bar to reach. When you have a game as iconic as Oblivion was back in the day, the person who made the highlight content is fated to do well, as Emil Pagliarulo did. He's taken the reins as a lead designer at Bethesda, potentially even a successor to the Howard Crown when Starfield's finished and Todd resumes his aging.
I'm the only alchemist in Skingrad. Not much business here, but I can't go back to Morrowind. It's just like anywhere else in the Empire. By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia? Just asking.
Is it your first offense?
Let's assume... no.
Then it's at least 500 gold.
That's nothing compared to Morrowind, thanks.
Before we head on to the Shivering Isles, there's a bit more base game content left that bears mentioning. These are the Daedric and some select side quests of Oblivion. The Daedric quests are the work of Mark Nelson, at least that's what I've been led to believe, and nobody's taking credit on these, despite many of them being some of the best content Oblivion has to offer. The quests are gated by level requirements, and I did many of them during the events of the other quest lines. So you'll be seeing our character jumping around various parts of the playthrough. We'll handle these in the order that I did them, so let's begin. Also, I should throw in here, many of the Daedric princes have sibilance issues, where the sharp S sounds are piercing. I've tried to correct that for your benefit, but it does bear mentioning. Sheogorath. Shigarath's quest is offered at level 2. All 15 of the available Daedric princes have shrines, and most of them have offerings the player must give to get the quest, which the player can learn at the shrine from their priest. So, funny thing, the Making of Oblivion documentary shows Mark Nelson and Ken Rolston trying to fix a bug with the Daedra shrines where the NPCs walk around constantly, which can be annoying if you're trying to record footage of the prince's monologue and you keep getting pushed around because the NPCs can't decide which patch of grass to pray at. Shigarath in particular wants an offering of a lesser soul gem, a head of lettuce, and some yarn. He's a bit random.
Come visit again, or I'll pluck out your eyes!
Oh, right, the name. In Morrowind we get this line.
What is it, mortal? Have you come to be of service to Shigarath?
Despite putting that in the video, and pointing out that this is the pronunciation of the name that Morrowind gives you, people still leave embarrassing comments about how I said the name wrong. But yeah, when the voice actor changed from Jeff Baker to Wes Johnson, it came with some changes to his character. Oh, but Wes Johnson was not the original Sheogorath voice actor in Oblivion. Pre-Shivering Isles, the voice actor was Craig Seckler, who voiced all of the elven femboys.
Another mortal dares to summon me, and already I'm bored.
But enough about me. Let's talk about you. I could turn you into a goat, or a puddle, or a bad idea. I could make you eat your own fingers, or fall in love with a cloud. Perhaps I could make you into something useful. Let's find out.
Sheogorath's presentation in Morrowind was very deadpan. He asked you to do something ridiculous, but he asked normally because being ridiculous was his normal. I'll have a lot more to say about this in the Shivering Isles section. For now, let's focus on our task. Shaggy wants us to mess with a Khajiit settlement that is superstitious. We're to go there, ask about the Kashara prophecy, and then fulfill it. We're directed to Ribasa, who after a disposition check will tell us of 3 plagues: vermin, famine, and fear. We have to figure this out on our own, but it turns out the local tavern keep is a cheese collector who keeps a potent Olroy cheese locked in a display box. We steal the cheese and place it in a pot over a fire, which draws a swarm of rats to the village. Ribasa panics and places rat poison everywhere, killing all the rats. He's taken this as potentially the first stage of the prophecy. If we then take the rat poison and place it in the sheep trough, they'll eat it and die, whereupon Sheogorath congratulates us and handles the 3rd step for us, making it rain burning dogs.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
That is a bad puppy. That is a bad puppy.
The village is in panic, and Sheogorath, pleased, awards us the Wabajak. The Wabajak transforms creatures into other forms, sometimes less dangerous, usually more dangerous. It's a fine toy, but that it only works on creatures as well as the limited number of uses means it's easy to forget about. Still, I enjoy the idea of a powerful lich who spent years uncovering and undergoing a ritual to attain immortality, unparalleled in power by the mortal world and immune to the effects of age and disease, getting smoked in the side of the head by the Wabajak and turning into a sheep, then dying almost instantly. Namira.
You dare approach my shrine, child of light? You who walks this plain basking in the light of the warm, cruel sun?
Namira's quest is available at level 5 and requires no offering, but does necessitate the player's personality value be below 20, which is impossible by default and requires every character to use some kind of supplement like cheap wine to reach that value. Namira wants to help some Skyrim fans who are being harassed by priests of Arkay, who won't stop trying to get them to go outside. She wants us to help by putting out the torches and letting her followers kill them. If we touch the priests ourselves, we'll fail the quest. Overall, it's pretty easy.
You have cleansed my followers' perfect darkness. The forgotten are free to wallow in their misery. Take my ring. Let it bring pain to others who would wish it upon you. Namira blesses you.
The Ring of Namira has a static effect which reflects damage 12% and reflects spells 10%. I kept this ring throughout the entire game, which should speak volumes to its usefulness to the player, despite how simple her quest is otherwise. Azura. Azura's quest unlocks at level 2. It may seem that I've done things out of order, however Azura's offering is Glow Dust, which comes from Will-o'-the-Wisps, who only start showing up at level 9 as bosses and level 11 as general enemies. There are only 2 ways to get Glow Dust before level 9, which are the quests Mystery at Harlan's Watch, late in the Fighters Guild, or Blood of the Daedra midway through the main quest. We donate at the hours of dawn or dusk, and
I have seen your name, traveler, and heard it whispered in twilight. I ask a service which holds promise of fame and reward.
Azura requests we slay some of her followers who've been afflicted with vampirism. Harsh, just like Morrowind. The followers had acquired the affliction after slaying a vampire themselves and then sealed themselves away in its lair. Guys, you had 3 days to go pray at a shrine to get cured. Shepherd's pie and mandrake root would also do it. No? Okay, I just think you're being overdramatic. I mean, hell, I've been cured. Or wait, no, this is earlier in the timeline. I'll get cured later.
Thank you, mortal. Their spirits are free, and henceforth above my shrine 5 bright candles shall burn forever in memory of their sacrifice. For your service, take this token, that your deeds might be entered in the Book of Fate.
Azura's star is, well, do I need to even introduce it? It's funny that this is the artifact the game suggests you sacrifice as part of the main quest. I can only imagine the horror from the thought of sacrificing this item. Azura's star is a reusable soul gem which can fit any creature's soul, big or small. It can't accept black souls, yet. Azura's star is so ubiquitous with Elder Scrolls that it exists in the Oblivion construction set, even if you haven't loaded Oblivion yet. It's important if you plan on making a consistent use out of enchanted items with charge, like the Wabajak as a poor example. It also, however, invalidates any of the lesser soul gems in the process, since you don't really need to keep any of those around anymore. One way to get good use out of it is to keybind a super lethal soul trap spell to one button and the star to the next to make sure you keep your gear topped off. Sanguine. Sanguine's quest opens up at level 8 and requires a pricey bottle of Cyrodiilic brandy. I tried and failed to do this while doing the Fighters Guild work. I'm fairly certain it ended up breaking the infiltration quest my first time around. Anyways.
Another mortal. Come to beg Sanguine to add a bit of spice to an otherwise drab existence.
Sanguine wants us to go to a dinner party in Leyawiin tomorrow night. Buddy, your shrine is halfway across the continent from Leyawiin. Doesn't matter, the party is delayed until our arrival, despite not being invited. We're to attend the party and cast the Stark Reality spell on the guests. It has a small drain health effect, which registers it as assault. When it hits, all of the guests, ourselves included, lose all of our items and will immediately find ourselves wanted. However, doing what I call a pro gamer move, you can cast the spell and then immediately use an invisibility potion to bypass the legal challenge of this quest. We still have to get back to the shrine despite losing all of our items, which is a challenge and involved months of whoring ourselves out at taverns to pay for carriage rides. Skingrad is quite a ways away from Leyawiin, after all.
A rousing success, mortal. And it appears you joined in the festivities as well. Good for you. You need to lighten up a bit. You'll find your equipment in that chest over there. And here's a little something for your efforts. Maybe we'll celebrate again sometime.
Sanguine's Rose. Martin has an interesting line about it.
I never thought to see this again. I once possessed it, briefly. A lifetime ago, it seems now. To obtain it and then give it up. I honor your dedication to our cause.
The implications. Of all the Daedric princes for Martin to have served, you picked Sanguine. I hope it's not because his shrine is close to Kvatch. Or I hope you didn't move his shrine close to Kvatch because of that line of dialogue. The Rose, when its spell hits a target, summons a random Daedra to aid you. It's not necessarily an ally to the player, so using it is effectively a wild card in fights. At level 8 it's great because the Daedra you summon can be more powerful than the enemies you're fighting, later on, less so. Nocturnal. Nocturnal's quest is only one of two which have no extra requirements, you just have to hit level 10.
Night among the strangers. Secrets in the dark. Nocturnal is here. But my eye is blind and drowned, stolen from its shrine and hid in dark waters. To steal from a god is most unwise.
Nocturnal wants us to retrieve her eye, which was stolen from her. This happens to you a lot, doesn't it? How come Azura doesn't have these issues? First the Grey Cowl, then the Eye of Nocturnal, and soon the Skeleton Key. I cannot help but think you're either enabling this kind of behavior or lying and simply saying the previous person you've rewarded actually stole from you. After a short investigation in Leyawiin and an eavesdropping section that requires a small amount of stealth, they put the eye in a cave full of trolls, which is fair enough, since it probably won't get taken, but that's a huge amount of risk to rely on being able to sneak past trolls just to stash your goods. All these trolls are named Ash Clan or Kapler Clan trolls. Maybe we were going to get more named monsters originally, one dungeon crawl later, and...
My eye is returned, and I once again see into the darkness that is your world. We mock the thieves, for bitter is their loss. You, mortal, may take this. It shall open the secrets of dark places for you.
Wait, the skeleton key to the skeleton card? That's a stupid joke, but I'm gonna make it as often as this is the first thing I think of. Hey, Nocturnal, isn't this thing super dangerous? Like Mehrunes Razor changing yourself into the Dragonborn kinda dangerous? Unlocking metaphysical concepts dangerous? I guess that part of the lore wasn't written until Skyrim. The Skeleton Key, as mentioned previously, is an unbreakable lockpick that also boosts security by 40 points. It basically allows you to turn off the lockpicking minigame and just spam auto attempts. This is because they changed the fundamental way lockpicking works, so the skeleton key has to be a good alternative to normal lockpicks, which are universally homogeneous in quality. I favored lockpicking on my character as opposed to using magic due to my condition where I don't naturally regenerate magic, discouraging casual use of magic. Simply put, the skeleton key is too valuable an artifact for an Atronet character to even contemplate sacrificing to Martin. For everyone else though, well, why aren't you using alteration magic? Peryite. Peryite also requires no extra sacrifice, although this time that's likely because the worshippers who usually tell you what the princes want are all frozen in place.
This one moves. A welcome change. So, mortal, you have found my shrine, and you have seen my followers. They are an embarrassment to me. The fools cast a spell in the hopes of summoning me to them. It was prideful and foolish, and it has had its consequences.
Peryite's followers attempted to summon him but failed and ended up trapping themselves in Oblivion. Oh, an adventure in a game called Oblivion to a Daedric prince, it's just the Deadlands. You guys couldn't make a basic-ass enclosed swamp area for Peryite's realm? Peryite, with his disease themes, misses his chance to be relevant in Morrowind, and he's not making up for that by having us do the 61st Oblivion Gate, this time without the Sigil Stone.
You have returned my followers, mortal. The natural order is restored, and for this I thank you. Perhaps they have learned the folly of attempting to touch a Daedra prince. Take this with my blessing. May it bring you order.
Still, despite all that, Peryite's reward is substantial. Spellbreaker. It's hardly the most powerful shield the player can get in armor value, but its Reflect Spell 30% enchantment is insane, especially when paired with our natural 50% spell absorption. You aren't capable of making anything even as remotely powerful in Oblivion. You may say the escutcheon of Coral is better. I would counter that it only gets better after level 25, and I ended the playthrough at level 28, whereas I was able to get Spellbreaker a quarter of the way through my playthrough. Malakath. Malakath's quest is available at level 10, and he likes troll fat. Let's hear what he has to say.
That characterizing a whole species in your game as ugly, warlike, and malevolent might be harmful to real-world groups regularly mischaracterized as ugly, warlike, and malevolent.
Sorry, let's use the better orc-exclusive version.
I love greenskin arc content. That's what I'm all about, pal. Yeah.
Nice present. Good. And from a nice orc, too. Double good. Orcs are smart. They know. You want something, you do what boss tells you. So listen good. Lord Drag took my ogres. Poxy Whiteskin says he owns them. Lying maggot! They're my ogres! So, this Lord Drag, he puts my little brothers in chains, working in the mines, and it makes me mad. So, you get over to Lord Drad's estate. Get my ogres loose and get them out. Do it now. For me, the boss!
Lord Drad is a Dunmer skirting the Empire's very incredibly violent history with abolition by using ogres instead of humans as slaves. Of course, this isn't the only reason Malakath is invested.
I bought it for a song from a foolish orc. My ogres mine the gold, and I reap the reward.
When the ogres are freed, they'll attempt to kill the guards and enslave the Drads to work the fields. This pleases Malakath.
Good job. No one owns ogres but me! And I fixed that maggot. The ogres own Drag. Make Drag eat death. Now you get a present. Keep up the good work and be nice to my little brothers.
Yeah, that's not going to happen if ogres keep being generic enemies. Anyways, Malakath doesn't get the cycle of retaliation, or more likely, really doesn't care, as the Greenskins' continued societal subsistence is crucial to his continued worship. Truly, what an amazing parallel to real-life races. Whenever I think of orcs, I'm immediately reminded of the struggle of inner Australian rock warblers and their plight compared to their mouse warbler counterparts.
And Malakath is not
popular at parties.
You don't say. Our reward is Volendrung, which is kind of terrible. It's interesting that the hammer, which originally belonged to the dwarves but was taken over by Malakath, has had an increasingly corrupted appearance as time has gone on. A neat visual detail that ESO completely missed by just reiterating the Skyrim design, when during that time period it would have looked like it belonged in a Warhammer game. Anyways, it's a two-handed blunt weapon and its notable quality is being exceptionally durable. It does middling damage, however, and its enchantment does not substitute its later game weakness. Drain health 5 points for 20 seconds means the target's health is drained by 5, but restores at the end of those 20 seconds. It's only temporary damage, and as such you typically need a large amount of drain health to offset that weakness. It does paralyze for 3 seconds, which is good, but its charge to cost ratio is such that you may find yourself having to recharge the weapon every 2 or 3 enemies you fight with it. All that and the general bias against two-handed weapons in Oblivion makes Volendrung a good pick for the sacrifice, which is a shame. I had this realization that there's an infinite lockpick for thieves and an infinite soul gem for mages, but no infinite repair hammer for fighters. Perhaps Volendrung would have been suited to serving a double role as such. I can't really think where else such a hammer would fit, considering none of the Daedra really represent smithing. That's more a Zenithar thing, really. Meridia. Meridia's quest unlocks at level 10 and requires an offering of an undead ingredient like bone meal, ectoplasm, or mort flesh.
By the detritus of the profane I am brought forth, and by your offering you have made the profane your interest mortal. The undead are foul, unnatural things. Some of my rivals take pleasure in these abominations. Not Meridia. I wish these creatures destroyed.
There's actually some ectoplasm submerged in the ground at the shrine, likely as a development tool, although I don't know why you wouldn't just use a console command in testing. Meridia's quest is super basic. Go to a cave, kill 5 necromancers, and return.
Well done. Those creatures were an affront to all life, and I have paid the price for their actions. Take this ring and go with my blessing.
Meridia's ring, the Ring of Khajiit, is very powerful. There is no consistency between the quality or complexity of the Daedra quest and its reward. You may spend half an hour fulfilling a prophecy to get a toy like the Wabbajack, and you might spend a couple minutes doing a short dungeon to get a ring with 35% chameleon. The Ring of Khajiit is also kind of weird in that twice it was used as a Meridia reward and once as a Mephala reward, despite the enchantment clearly leaning towards Mephala. That's the sort of thing that causes decades-long lore discussions about the intricate relationship between Meridia and Mephala. Yeah, okay, we can do that, but I'm gonna need reference photos. Okay, basically, I think the wrong prince got the wrong item because they have similar names. It's that easy. Mephala. Funny we mentioned Mephala because it's time for her quests at level 15 with an offering of Nightshade.
Call me web spinner. Pluck but a single thread, and the weave unravels.
Yeah, tell me why Meridia has your ring.
Don't spoil my schemes.
Mephala notes that the village of Bleaker's Way has 2 families living in it, one Nordic and one Dunmer, who are living in harmony. She wants to upset this balance by staging 2 murders and planting evidence. Yes, this is the person who is most definitely not making up that Sithis worship stuff. It's weird that the conflict starts after both family patriarchs are framed for the other's murder, like they both died on the same night. It's not possible for them to have murdered each other. It might be better if the quest plays out differently based on how the player approaches it, like maybe if the Nord is burned to death and the daggers planted, one of the Dunmer might point out that the cause of death doesn't match the murder weapon.
Well done, little web spinner. Is there a prettier sight than friends at war? Take pleasure in the strife you have caused, mortal. Savor the divine essence of a well-spun plot. And here's a little needle to help you stitch your own tangled tapestries.
Our reward is the Ebony Blade, a blade that has appeared in every Elder Scrolls game except Morrowind, surprisingly enough. It's quite powerful, only really topped by a Daedric longsword with an Absorb Health Transcendent Sigil Stone, which is a mouthful, but it isn't that far from players at level 15. Because it absorbs health, as long as the player keeps this thing charged, they can funnel their offense into their defense. Vermina. Vermina is a level 5 Daedra quest, which seems like I may have forgotten about her the first time around, but no, she wants black soul gems, so I had to wait until I was a ways into the Mages Guild questline to be able to do this.
We meet again, mortal. For we have met before, whether you know it or not. When you mutter in your sleep, you speak to me. When you waken wet with sweat, you've just left my house. I dwell in your dreams. I savor your nightmares. Now you will serve me.
Vermina wants us to retrieve her orb from the wizard Archived. It has, however, transformed his tower into a nightmare. It's interesting to see all the different ways the designer can recycle other level props, which is not a diss. This whole section is quite creative. You have the upside down dining hall, then later it's oversized. We get to Archved's bedchamber and grab the orb. He's permanently asleep, so he's not a boss or anything like that.
My orb is returned, and Archved will live out the rest of his days in nightmare. It is fitting. You have proved yourself, mortal. It is fitting as well that you should bear my token.
Vermina's reward is the Skull of Corruption, which creates a corrupted clone of its target NPC for 30 seconds. This is pretty fun, and I liked bringing it out for boss fights. It's also buggy due to how it works. There's a duplication glitch tied to it if you have the Staff of Worms. There's also 2 different methods of making a permanent clone of yourself using the Skull of Corruption. Hircine. Hircine, my man, welcome back from the Blood Moon. He's a level 17 Daedra and wants a wolf or bear pelt as an offering.
Summoned my prey. The hare crouches before the fox's muzzle. Perhaps I should ask you, mortal, sent you to hunt for my amusement.
Jonathan Bryce is that voice, and if you're ever convinced the voice actors in Oblivion are bad, recognize that this guy also voiced the Argonians, Khajiit, Nords, and Orc males. Most of the Daedric princes served as an opportunity for the normal voice actors to flex their muscles, even if their recordings have some sibilance issues. Hircine wants us to hunt the last second to last unicorn. Thanks, Creation Club. The unicorn is an exceptionally tough creature, resisting normal weapons, paralysis, poison, and resisting 50% of magic and reflecting 20% of physical damage. If that isn't tough enough, it's guarded by 3 special minotaurs, all of whom would be challenging in their own right. Their main weakness is the hunter's tool, the bow. Reflect damage only works on physical damage, not ranged damage, which may well be intentional given we're working for the hunter god. So, after a few minutes of backtracking and taking pot shots, the 4 enemies go down, and with the unicorn horn in hand, I return to Hircine.
Yes, hunter, make your offering. Did you taste its flesh and drink its blood? Never waste the spoils of a kill. You've pleased me, hunter. Take my token and wear it well. Hereafter, take your prey and whisper my name.
Our reward is the Savior's Hide, which has quite literally gotten weaker with each iteration. It started life as an armor set designed to help the player against Mehrunes Dagon in Battlespire by reflecting 100% of physical damage. And then in Morrowind it was downgraded to resisting magicka 60%, which was still pretty amazing. Now it's down to 25% resist magicka, and in Skyrim it will drop further to 15% resist magicka with 50% poison resistance. And then Blades, which I don't normally count as an Elder Scrolls game anyways, lowered the effect to just 6 points of spell resistance. Oblivion's incarnation is still better than the best resist magic sigil stone. I suspect the goal was to avoid players heavily stacking resist magic like in Morrowind to invalidate spellcasters. To that I would say, change weakness to magic so that it can apply to targets with 100% resist magic anyways, and make NPCs who can recognize when their spells aren't doing anything and switch out to a weakness to magic spell to compensate. That may be well outside the bounds of Oblivion. I'm talking TES4 magic AI tactics here. Molag Bal. Poor Molag Bal. You didn't ask to be the Daedric face of Elder Scrolls Online. You were thrust into that role, copying a younger, sexier Daedric prince's plan to conquer Tamriel. You were better than that. You were the guy who taught Vivek about Chim. You were the originator of vampires. Your only crime was resembling the other half of Satan. Molag Bal is a level 17 prince who wants an offering of a lion pelt, for some reason.
Another mortal come to do my bidding. I only wish suffering and death. You will bring me both.
Molag wants us to go to a guy's house who has sworn against violence and push him into murdering us with a cursed mace. The player has to figure out both the best time to provoke him and figure out how to get the mace into his hands, which is to drop it and start a fight. This may take a while given how high our health is. It reminds me of the pilgrimage quest where the player is expected to drown themselves in Morrowind.
It seems you've accomplished the task set out for you. Well done. Another man damned, another ruined soul. But you'll still get your prize, won't you? I think it was worth it, don't you? Keep up the good work, little mortal.
This was also Jonathan Bryce's voice, and I think he was leaning a little too heavily into the Khajiit voice for this. It's funny because Wes Johnson's Molag Bal from Morrowind fit the character way better. The Mace of Molag Bal does a lot of damage, but it comes with a terrible enchantment. Absorb Magicka is an awesome effect. I wish it showed up way more often. Even fighter NPCs still have Magicka values that we can steal from. But Absorb Strength, while sounding good, has no effect duration, meaning that without the unofficial patch, it doesn't actually do anything. Boethia. Boethia is one of the 3 Daedric princes that require the highest level to start their quest, level 20. His offering is a Daedric heart.
Why do you summon me? You are not one of my faithful. Do you hope to be counted among my chosen? Then prove yourself to me, mortal.
He's also presenting as a male in Cyrodiil. Daedric princes don't have genders because they don't have sex. Okay, we did talk about Molag Bal just now, so to clarify, they don't reproduce. Instead, they simply take forms that fall into mortal gender definitions. That's why the big-tittied goth Daedra girlfriend is called a prince. Boethia doesn't care, which makes having lengthy arguments about his gender pointless. Boethia wants us to enter his realm, which of course is just the Deadlands again, although at least this time it fits, and fight in a tournament. There are 9 champions to beat, all of whom align with a different race, and we replace the 10th Breton champion. Since we're at level 20, all of the champions will be armed and armored extremely well, and we come with a host of spells, poisons, and potions to boot. And we can't leave until we're done, which is one of the few times Bethesda really makes the player commit to a gauntlet in Oblivion. It can be cheesed, however. Since this is the Deadlands, it's easy to make NPCs go into the lava and just die. I personally would have set this in a closed environment, just a series of rooms forming a circle with the starting point in the middle. Upon our departure,
I greet you, chosen one. A victory in my tournament of 10 bloods brings great honor. Take Goldbrand, sheathe it in your enemies, and offer their souls as praise to me.
Goldbrand is one of the best swords in Oblivion in terms of raw damage potential. You can barely edge it out with a Daedric longsword using a Transcendent Sigil Stone. Let's hold a best sword contest later. Clavicus Vile. I find it funny that since Clavicus Vile's quest involves Todd Howard as a voice actor, it's a bit broken.
A mortal! Wonderful. Always a pleasure. Perhaps you'll do service for me, mortal, and I'll reward you. A fair bargain, don't you think?
At level 20, Clavicus wants an offering of $60. However, for most people, this is not how the quest starts. Because the quest does not enable Umbra after starting, Umbra can actually be visited at any time, any level. Her sword is very powerful, and her armor, while leveled, can be taken off at level 1 and is identical in stats to Orcish, or taken off at level 15 and will be identical to Ebony armor. And since her sword is a quest item, it currently has 0 weight. She's a challenging fight, but a lot of metagamers do it early for the weightless sword and keep it until level 20. The sequence is actually supposed to go like this. Clavicus sends us to get the sword, Umbra from Pell's Gate. Umbra, if you recall, was a Morrowind character and weapon. The player can encounter Umbra, who will tell them that they've done everything and only wish to die in battle, which I obliged. The last living dwarf, Yagrum Begarn, wrote in Morrowind that Umbra was created by an ancient witch to trap souls. The book Umbriel would expand on this lore to make Umbra a Clavicus Vile artifact originally, which is why Barbas, his servant, comes with us and insists that we shouldn't bring the sword to Clavicus? I guess the implication is that the evil part of Clavicus was split off into the sword, and he'll stop being the Daedric Prince of fun mercantilism if he reunites with it. I guess him getting it back is now confirmed not canon. Thanks, Creation Club! Anyways, a Pell's Gate villager says their apprentice came in contact with the sword and left with it, and is now staying at a nearby Ayleid ruin. Convenient. One fight later and we're presented with a choice. Alpha Male, where we go to Clavicus and tell him that we're keeping the sword, or Beta Male, where we go to Clavicus, give him the sword and take his mask, or Omega Male, where we keep the sword as long as we fancy and return it later for that sweet 100% completion. My son, it is your choice. Do you take this powerful sword Umbra, capable of perpetually soul-trapping your enemies? Or do you take the Mask of Clavicus Vial, a heavy armor helm equal to a Daedric helm that fortifies personality 20 points?
You've brought the sword! Now give it to me. As we agreed, Umbra and I have unfinished business.
Yes, and...
Excellent! A pitiful sword with a pitiful soul in exchange for a mask fit for a god. You've gotten the better of this bargain, mortal. Now, I have business to attend to. Run along. Perhaps I'll be looking for you again.
No, and...
You would dare? We had a bargain, little hero. You would risk my wrath for a pitiful little sword? I will be watching you, mortal, and waiting.
I take the biggest sign of proof that Umbra isn't Daedric in nature as the fact that the player can't sacrifice the sword to Martin. That said, I do wish it counted on the artifacts collection sheet so that players trying to 100% weren't forced to choose the mask option every time. Personality is a dump stat, and the Helm of the Crusader is a way better version of this helmet. It's a shame too, because the mask is awesome looking and used to be useful back in Morrowind. Hermaeus Mora, the final Daedric prince. Oh yeah, Mehrunes Dagon didn't get a quest, but that was because he was kind of the antagonist of the game, and as we discussed, we did his bidding during the main queue. Anyways, after completing the 14 other Daedric quests and after starting Blood of the Daedra, the player may be approached by Casta Flavis in their sleep, summoning them to the Shrine of Hermaeus Mora. So, by necessity, the player has to be level 20. I suspect this may be a quest of last resort for the player if they somehow manage to lose every other possible sacrifice.
I see you have served my brethren, and now you come to serve me. I am Hermaeus Mora. Past, present, and future are as one to me.
Skyrim definitely improved his voice, no question, which is funny because both iterations are actually just Wes Johnson. Hermaeus Mora wants us to capture a soul from each of the 10 races, which is easy if you target the bandit population.
You have served me well, and I am pleased. I give you this, the Agma Infinium. Knowledge given by me to Xerxes is recorded within. Read it and gain knowledge of yourself. Go now, learn, and remember.
The Agma Infinium, similar to the Bitter Cup of Morrowind, is a powerful tool for leveling. Kind of. Since you can't get the Agma Infinium until level 20, the early game benefit of, say, raising your endurance isn't able to be appreciated. When you read it, it offers the player 3 paths, each boosting 2 attributes and 3 skills. 10 points. Firstly, there are no benefits to using the book to boost skills past skill level 100. None of the skills you can boost with it will do anything extra at 110. So me getting to heavy armor 110 is pointless. Attributes, however, will. You will continue to increase your max encumbrance with strength, speed with speed, magicka with intelligence, and magicka regeneration with willpower. You can optimize using the book if you get all 3 skills to 90 and the attributes to 100. The best use in that respect would be the Path of Spirit, as destruction and restoration are handily the worst skills to level of the bunch. I don't really see any benefits to the Path of Shadow, as its skills are easy to train and agility is a shadow of its former self. Path of Steel, then, is what I chose for the strength and speed benefits. With this marks the end of the Daedra section. It's a mix of interesting and boring quests, and I've been led to believe it's the work of Mark Nelson. He created the Daedra quest for Morrowind and would go on to fill the lead design position for the Shivering Isles, while Bruce Nesmith was in the design director position. The thing is, a lot of these Daedra quests feel exactly like their Morrowind iterations. You talk to a statue, it tells you to go somewhere, and either kill something or perform some task, you return and get rewarded with an item. The falter here is fast travel. Ken Rolston said in an interview that Mark Nelson hated fast travel. I pointed out in the Fighters Guild section how that stance didn't make sense with how the quests were written. And it's possible that it was designed after this issue was resolved at Bethesda, whereas most of the Daedra quests were on paper before then. See, the thing is, the reason the Daedra quests in Morrowind worked was that they were exactly that, quests. Most of the time you had a significant amount of traveling through dangerous territory, both to find the shrine and then to do the quest proper. I was playing some TES4 MP with a friend and we decided to do Molag Bal's quest to get him the mace, and we failed the quest. Not because we did it wrong, but because even with 2 of us, our characters just weren't prepared for the high-level challenge. Plus, you can't reload saves in multiplayer, so when you die, you just go back to a shrine. And Molag Bal's quest is literally just go to this cave, kill these Daedra. Despite failing, this quest was a highlight of our adventure due to the navigation and exploration that was involved, despite myself having done this same exact quest only a couple months prior for the Morrowind video. In Oblivion, travel is never a factor in the quest itself thanks to fast travel. Recognizing this, you may have noticed that most of these quests took place in areas that were extremely close to the shrine itself, the notable exception being Sanguine's quest, likely because it may have taken place in Skingrad, the wine city originally, and was changed when the vampire stuff got added. If you don't know, Oblivion was designed in white box environments. This means that rather than Bethesda loading up the entire game to test their ideas, you were always working with just a couple cells and whatever items you wanted or needed that day. From a design perspective, it's easier if most of the Daedra quests involve the player just going over the next hill and completing it. There's almost a sense of rebellion from this, like Nelson is challenging Howard's fast travel philosophy. And in watching a lot of videos on Oblivion, I've yet to actually see anyone else point out that most of these quests take place in the same general area as the statue. Probably because these people, even if they played Morrowind, found relief in having the adventure part of their adventure game cut out. The problem is, when you remove the travel element from these quests, having a quest where you go to X and kill Y is suddenly extremely bare bones. And Nelson probably understood that, which is why he opposed the idea. Bethesda was essentially putting themselves in a situation where their old standards of quests just didn't work, not because the idea isn't sound, but because accessibility trumped aesthetic style. Which is probably why Mephal's quest was the exception rather than the rule. Still, between the unique idea of sacrificing items to access the quests, the level requirements, and general idea of working for actual gods, the Daedra quests generally remain a highlight of the game for me. We're nearing the end here, and I've just thrown a bunch of Daedric items at you, so I feel it's necessary to discuss leveled items and metagaming. The Daedric items aren't leveled, likely another holdover of Nelson's old-school design philosophy. There's rarely any leveled items in the Fighters Guild as well, go figure. Now, the idea behind item scaling, or leveled items, probably went as follows. Players are getting powerful items very easily in our game Morrowind. We don't want players to get bored at level 15, so let's make it so that the player is constantly challenged and constantly receiving even better items. This is an attempt to solve that power threshold problem I mentioned in Morrowind. Now the funny thing is, this design philosophy would actually have worked better on Vardenfell, where there was so much more content. But they implemented this design philosophy while simultaneously cutting back on the amount of content in the game. The example I like is the Spelldrinker amulet. This is the only amulet in the game the player can get with spell absorption, which won't come from randomized loot, but it's leveled in 4 level intervals. The effectiveness of its enchantment comes from the moment the player completes the Ulterior Motives quest for the Mages Guild. I got it at level 15, which means I got its version that only does 18% spell absorption. The problem is, I used this amulet throughout the entire game, not because of any personal connection to it. It's a piece of bling that Raminus gives us so we're not mad at him for betraying our trust. But because even with all of the dungeons and Oblivion gates I ran after this point, I didn't find anything to really replace it. The problem isn't that I was stuck with one amulet for most of the game. Most of my Morrowind characters were. The problem is that I'm stuck with its weaker form. The game is almost challenging the player to grind to level 30 so they get all of the best leveled items. This actually got worse with Skyrim, which cut back on the overall number of leveled items but greatly expanded the level ranges of the ones that still exist. I personally would prefer to get consistent items at consistent times. Even if it's like the Ebony Blade, where the sword will be outclassed in 10 levels, the solution to that system is not to make the Ebony Blade leveled. The solution is to raise its rank in the totem pole, which is what Skyrim did. Skyrim largely addressed this problem. I take the few leveled items that do exist as a rebellious designer and nothing more. You can practically see the divisions and staff on the topic just by their quests. Coleman, Nesmith, and Nelson didn't seem to like leveled items, so they rarely rewarded them. Chapin and Pagliarulo seemed to love leveled items. Emil especially, given how many bonus items he awarded with level scaling. Is it any wonder then that Fallout 4 ended up being a looter shooter? I think one potential fix to the system may be some kind of upgrade system, where once you reach the higher level brackets, the enchantment can be leveled up to what you would have gotten if you'd completed the quest at that level. So what is the best of the best? Let's put the build I came up with forward then. To start, Brighton Atronac. Resist magic 50%, absorb magic 50%. I'm basically already an anime protagonist shrugging off all the special attacks. Spellbreaker from Periite Shrine, reflects spell 30%. Spelldrinker, absorb spell 26%, only 18 on my character. Ring of Namira, reflect spell 10%, reflect damage 12%. Blade Turn Hood from the Mehrunes Razor DLC, reflect damage 15%, resist normal weapons 15%, shield 17%. Raiment of the Crimson Scar from Vile Layer DLC, reflect damage 35%. In total, 40% spell reflection, 76% spell absorption, 50% magic resistance, 62% damage reflection, 15% normal weapons resistance, 17% shield. If someone attacks me with magic or physical damage, they'll do more damage to themselves than to me. And we've still got a free ring slot for a wild card. Now for the weapons. Daedric Bow, enchanted to do 10 points of shock damage for 3 seconds. Even with console commands, I couldn't reopen the Oblivion gates, which means I was cut off from the very best Transcendent Sigil Stones. Otherwise, I would opt for a Transcendent Sigil Stone with damage health, which will also do 30 damage, but instantly, and you get 9 more uses. Sneak attacks with a bow will give us 3 times damage, which is not as powerful as people make it out to be because it only applies to the damage of the bow and arrow, not the enchantment or poison, which is where the fun begins. So first, we have our character, who I'm going off of the final save, so they have a marksman skill of 56. I'll put the UESP numbers next to it, which assumes a max marksman value of 100. The Daedric Bow does 12 damage, and the Daedric Arrow does 9 damage, which is a cumulative 21 damage for an ordinary shot, and 63 damage for our stealth attack. That's pretty good. Our character with a blade of 66 can only pull 42 damage out of Goldbrand in a single swing and can up that to 252 damage with a 6x sneak attack. However, the Daedric Bow is ranged, making stealth far easier, but Goldbrand can hit multiple times in the time it takes to land a second shot with a bow. It's fairly balanced. Let's introduce a dump truck to the equation. This is my super poison, I call it Game Over. I don't even know what's in it anymore. Before I show you what it does, this is the best a default poison can do. Damage health 30 points. It's a nice topper to our bow damage. Time for the dump truck. Damage health 6 points, 25 seconds. Fire damage 8 points, 31 seconds. Shock damage 8 points, 30 seconds. Add all that damage up and you get 638 points of damage. Some characters might resist the fire damage, and some characters might resist the magic damage, and Argonians will resist the poison, but in general, if this arrow hits you, let alone from a stealth attack, that's 701 points of damage. I don't even need the stealth damage at this point. I can just run around putting this poison in people and watch as the bodies hit the floor. And if they resist it, I made a spell that does 100% poison weakness, doubling the damage in a normal person and rendering people formerly immune to poison now vulnerable. Nothing is funnier than an ancient lich suddenly being vulnerable to poison and dying from a single cut. Players getting to use weapon poison was new in Oblivion. In Morrowind it was represented in shorthand with an actual poison spell, which means that we're basically seeing the Morrowind version of weapon poison late in Oblivion, hence why it's so unbalanced. This must have been frustrating to the designer that worked so hard to put balance in a single player game only to find out that super poisons existed. This isn't even a matter of playtesting, the designers probably just didn't realize the potential of this system. I suppose, then, a small contest of the best swords is in order. Swords tend to be massively overrepresented in fantasy. Our first contender is the Ebony Blade, 23 damage, absorb health 8 points, silence for 10 seconds. While I like the utility value of silence, having it constantly applied means enemies aren't using magic, which means the absurd amount of spell resistance, absorption, and reflection is just going to waste. I want enemies to use magic on me because that means I'm either going to get more magicka back or do more damage to them. Absorbing health is nice though, but only 45 uses? Bruh. Goldbrand, 25 damage, 22 points of fire damage, and 76 uses. Really good, a very popular pick with good reason. Umbra, 28 damage, soul trap for 120 seconds. Soul trapping for so long with a sword is only sensible if you're using poisons, and even then most custom poisons only go on for like 30 seconds. I just think the sword would be better if Soul Trap only lasted 20 seconds, but it got a lot more uses. Not that 125 uses is that bad. The problem is that because it does less damage than other swords overall, it takes more swings, thus you use more uses, and while it might keep your soul gems full, that also means constant gem cycling. That said, Umbra has 0 weight until you complete the related quest, which is the real reason it's so popular in Oblivion. I actually never understood why removing weapon weight on equipped weapons wasn't an expert or master perk in Oblivion. Finally, the generic Daedric Longsword, 24 damage. With a Transcendent Sigil Stone, you can apply 25 points of Absorb Health, which will have 40 uses. While it does really good damage and heals to boot, it's also really ugly. Onto our DLC options. Sword of the Crusader. Getting it at level 21 or higher, it'll do 25 damage with 14 points of fire damage for 2 seconds, or 28 fire damage, and 40 points of magicka damage on top with a total of 62 uses. Uses are weird because for this sword in particular, its use number is parabolic. At level 7 through 9, you'll get a sword with 125 uses, for instance. Battlehorn Castle adds the Dragon Sword of Laneland. Without the unofficial patch, the highest level version you can get is the level 20 version since it scales to Lord Cain and not the player, and he maxes at level 20, instead of going up to 25 where you get the best version. Unpatched, the sword will do 18 damage with Absorb Fatigue 21 points for 5 seconds and 20 points of fire damage with only 26 uses. Patched, and you can get the sword to 21 damage with 23 points of Absorb Fatigue for 5 seconds and 25 points of fire damage. Fatigue is kind of a meme in Oblivion, and at level 25 you really shouldn't be losing so much fatigue in combat as to necessitate trading damage for Absorb Fatigue. The Dragon Sword does look cool though. Then we have the Shivering Isles swords. Dawnfang and Duskfang are actually a single blade, alternating form with the time of day. During the day it'll do fire damage, and at night it'll do frost damage. Notable, however, is that if the sword lands 12 killing blows in a single 12-hour period, the next phase will be superior, absorbing health during the day and absorbing magicka at night. The best version is available at level 30 and beyond, doing 25 damage with 15 points of elemental damage and 7 points of absorb. It also recharges when it changes shape, but the nourishment only works when it's charged, so you have to keep it topped off if you want to get the superior effect. It also looks super edgy. Personally, I don't like its design. It feels like the origin of the paddle blades of Skyrim. There's also Amber and Madness weapons, which are slightly better than Daedric's base stats. Same principle, just with 1 more point of damage. But what about two-handed weapons? Personally, I find the loss in speed to be too big a detriment for two-handers in Oblivion. Because of the way combat works, there's more of an incentive to get more swings downrange than big, high damage swings. And it doesn't help that Oblivion itself is pretty biased towards giving the player one-handed weapons anyways. And what about blunt weapons? Again, the sword bias is strong. You don't get a lot of options for maces and even less for axes. And this held true through the expansions. The Mace of the Crusader has Turn Undead on it. Gross. And Shivering Isles provides Nerve Shatter, a hammer with a 0-second weakness to shock effect on it that doesn't do anything. If you're playing with blunt weapons, you're basically holding out for Shadowrend near the end of the Shivering Isles expansion just to get a weapon with comparable stats to a sword. And it's two-handed, and there's a sword version of Shadowrend. Alright, there's one more thing I want to get off my chest in a discussion of magic items in Oblivion, and that's how terrible a lot of them are. There are a ton of unique enchanted items sold at merchants with terrible effects. Picking a random example off a lengthy list, Aegis of the Apocalypse. Fortifies blade, blunt, and heavy armor 5 points. Drains luck 5 points. Drains health 10 points. Why? Why are there so many base game items sold by merchants, usually for tens of thousands of gold, that are balanced in their spell effects? Like the Truncheon of Submission. It's funny because it heals the target. That's worth a laugh when you see it. But the Helm of Ferocity drains intelligence, willpower, and personality, and only for the paltry benefit of 5 points to your favored combat stat. It's not like Fortify Blade is worth anything to a hand-to-hand fighter, is it? And you get the Tower of the Nine, which isn't even a tower shield, which drains light armor 10 points. I mean, yeah, it's a heavy shield, but why does it have that effect? The problem is that negative effects still increase the value of enchanted items. It would be one thing if they were cheaper due to having downsides, but they aren't. They're more expensive. I'm not even against this idea. I actually like the mentality of having a trade-off with an item as long as the cost is balanced around that trade-off. I'm not paying 10,000 gold for an item that is handily outclassed by random dungeon loot. Another thing would be the number of items that just demonstrate a lack of understanding of the game's mechanics. I've detailed various items which in the base game effectively have no enchantment because they last for 0 seconds, or are weakness effects that don't apply on strike because that's not how it works in Oblivion, or are armor for spellcasters in the game where spellcasters are penalized for wearing armor. How about this one? The Circlet of Omnipotence. Omnipotence. Unlimited power. You find this ring in a random, easily missed chest during the Pale Pass quest, and all it does is fortify agility, endurance, speed, strength, and willpower by 3 points. 3. You seriously expect someone to give up a valuable ring slot for an enchantment so paltry most players wouldn't even notice the difference when they wore it? So, with our anime protagonist character who reverses a ton of damage on his enemies and is capable of melting hardy opponents, there's only a few side quests left in Cyrodiil for us to do. Oblivion is a world full of side quests. Each city has around a half-dozen side quests not tied to any of the factions, and there are more spread out throughout the world. These can be hit or miss due to the nature of how quests are made at Bethesda. If a programmer decides he wants to make a quest about retrieving a woman's potatoes from an ogre, well, I guess he can. Not that I know who made the potato quest. Again, the nature of credits in these games means that unless it's stated, we don't actually really know who made what in Oblivion. But I don't see a problem with getting a potato quest. Sure, it's not complicated, it's go to X, kill Y, and retrieve Z, one of the most basic quest designs. It's fairly similar in that structure to a lot of other side quests. The only difference is instead of fetching something of lore significance or character implication, it's just prized jumbo potatoes. I think a lot of people who complain about there being simple quests are not thinking about the implications of their request. They are essentially asking that every single quest they get have stakes and lasting consequences. And that's really not a good thing. If you, the person listening to this video, want to do a real-life quest right now, do you want to know what that quest would be? Food delivery. Maybe if you're lucky, someone might need a pest taken care of. The nice thing about mundane quests is that it doesn't take long. 5 minutes for a little bit of flavor and probably only an hour for the designer to make. Little tasks are nice because they make the world feel more grounded. If every quest involves deception and murder and the sins of the past and the cycle of retaliation and a threat that challenges the very fabric of reality, then that makes the main quest feel pointless. I'm supposed to be saving these people, but it turns out that everyone in Cyrodiil has to have some dirty secret uncovered by a quest. What's the point of saving a world where everyone is a bastard? In a role-playing game, the player should be able to define their own reason for their actions, but that means the game also has to have ample opportunity in which to do so. I'm saving the world so that these people can enjoy their quaint lives of waking up in the morning, going for a casual stroll in the park, eating lunch, and then doing 2 hours of work before socializing at a tavern. Or maybe I am the bastard, and I'm saving the world so that a guy like me can take advantage of all these simple folk. The same is true in reverse, of course. Having quests where the player can find and beat the scum of society is great if you're role-playing a vigilante sort of character. I wouldn't want the world to be whitewashed with morally good and simple tasks. It's the diversity of content that makes a role-playing game thrive. So it bothers me when people look at that variety and say there should only be X, only be Y, or it should be more like Z. Let's start with a fan favorite. A Brush with Death. When deciding what quests to cover, I went off of a couple lists of fan favorite side quests, and without fail, this quest has always made it. In Shadenhall, a famous painter has gone missing. I guess the guards and local mages guild are not interested in how this guy just magically disappeared from his studio, or his wife has only told us that he disappeared from within a locked room. Even with the unofficial patch, there's a clipping issue where 2 dressers are clipping through the 2nd floor. Amazing. Our main advantage over the other investigators is being able to intuit where doors are, and this painting is one of them, which transports us into the painted world. When people praise this quest, it isn't because it's particularly complex, but because of how creative this world is. Alan Nanes is the man behind this quest. I don't know if he came up with all of these assets, but he seems to have had the idea to actually make the trees, rocks, sky, and even creatures appear painted. To me, this shows the potential of a game called Oblivion to realize all the different realms of Oblivion. Like how Paradise was visually distinct with just a few minor alterations to the visual aesthetic of the game. Hircine's realm is probably just a black forest. Malakath would be in a more mountainous area. We know Bethesda's capable of doing it because we got the Shivering Isles and Hermaeus Mora's realm in Dragonborn. The only limitation for Oblivion is file space and development time, another victim of the release date curse. So the painter's trapped in this painted world after losing his paintbrush to a thief. The brush was given to him by Dibella and exists as a vanilla example of an Adric artifact we could have given to Martin. This brush allows its wielder to paint their imagination into this world, which then appears on the canvas. So, why does he have a sketch of a forest if he isn't actually a classical painter? Is it to trick people into thinking he's an oil painter when actually all he does is just VR painting? Which is harder, by the way. Also, side note, if the painting is his imagination, then why is it an impressionist style? Shouldn't it be a realist style, since Writhe would be imagining realistic objects? Or is the implication that it's going off of his memories, which are now impressions? I suspect the answer really is that the style has to be impressionist to convey that it's a painted world, because Bethesda's already attempting to convey realism in their normal aesthetic. While we're killing painted trolls with turpentine, let's discuss Oblivion's aesthetic style. When people discuss style in Howard's Elder Scrolls, realism is the word of the day, and I don't think it's accurate in the least. In fact, each Elder Scrolls game has come with its own unique visual aesthetic. Arena and Daggerfall have very similar styles due to their proximity and release dates. They draw visually from like Dungeons and Dragons, with an emphasis on the human form and contrasting colors with the background. Morrowind inherited the former but lost a lot of the latter. That's why shirtless old dudes are jacked and faces are super exaggerated. Its environment was fairly desaturated, however, and the only time you would see the use of contrast was when characters were dressed brightly compared to their environment, or maybe you would see a blue or red candle lighting up an area. Oblivion is almost a counter-statement to that. Everything is bright and colorful except dungeons, which are desaturated and moody. The unique usage of lighting is gone. In Morrowind, enemies followed a rule of aposematism. The brighter and more colorful they were, the more dangerous they would be. In Oblivion, every enemy is bright and colorful, and level scaling removes most of the danger. The problem is the bulk of this visual discussion almost always stays in the Great Forest and around the Red Ring Road, when Oblivion offers so much more than that. The Gold Coast and Imperial Reserve feature a more golden landscape. Skingrad is intentionally meant to evoke the imagery of a city in the Alps. Blackwood is darker and more humid, fitting a swamp, while the more mountainous regions near Shadenhall and Bruma are desaturated, full of grays and whites. To simply say that Oblivion's world is bright and colorful and cheery is dishonest, and is akin to saying that Vardenfell was entirely an ashy wasteland.
It actually has trees, unlike Vardenfall.
I'm not going to focus on Skyrim's visual design yet because this isn't the video for it. I don't think they improved, but I do think that Skyrim is beautiful. Anyways, we managed to get to the thief's body, who was killed by his own painted trolls, and the painter uses it to teleport us out of the painted world. He gives us his apron, which fortifies agility and intelligence of all things. And yeah, this quest really is popular just because it's visually distinct. It goes to show a short dungeon crawl can be made interesting when you use a unique design. Where spirits have lease. Something new to Oblivion is the ability to buy houses. In Morrowind, the only player home you could get legally were the strongholds, which weren't always ideal given they weren't in central locations and were gated behind the Great House content. Oblivion changed this for the better by offering houses for sale in each city. This was one of the main money sinks in Oblivion, since houses cost several thousand gold, if not tens of thousands of gold. The DLC would then break that by offering houses for real money that were effectively free once you installed them. Anvil offers the player a moderately sized house on the cheap as well at only 5,000 gold. So when the player turns around to find that the house is haunted, well, this caught people by surprise. This is another one of those essential quests that people recommend. Velwyn Benaris, the guy who sold us this place, immediately skips town as soon as he has his money. We confront him in the big city and he feels guilty and is willing to return with us to Anvil. He offers to help us with exorcising the place, as his blood is needed to open a wall in the basement. He flees as soon as it's open, and we confront the Lich, Lorgren Benaris, down in the basement. This quest is pretty simple and it involves traveling back and forth a lot, but it's themed really well. The basement is spooky, and there's even a Necronomicon, which I consider a fun element to the house since it sticks around even after the house is restored.
I am Lorgren Benaris, and I desire the chance to atone for my sins. The things I've done to the people of Anvil, the horrible, unspeakable acts I've committed, demand repentance. to stop the madness. I have accepted that fate. Now, so I may make my final peace with the Nine, please rejoin my hand to my body. Only then, when I am complete, will this eternal nightmare end. It never fails to amuse me how easy mortal man is to manipulate. You've assisted me in completing the very thing Carahill and his cabal sought to prevent all those years ago. My ascension to immortality. Last time I clashed with mortals, I underestimated their power. I shall not repeat that mistake twice. I live again.
We have to kill Lorgren, who's become a lich, but that isn't a problem because he's not that powerful. Maybe I might criticize Velwyn for foolishly selling the house. He should have invested in hiring an adventurer to take care of the lich, and then the property value would have gone up, resulting in more money for him. But it's part of his character, so it fits. Also, you get a line from Carahill at the local Mages Guild about this.
I've heard you were able to lift the curse from Benaris Manor and destroy Lorgren Benaris once and for all. I thank you for completing the task I set about to do long ago. His unholy craft will no longer threaten the citizens of Anvil. Well done.
0 visibility. It speaks volumes that such an obvious and intentionally dumb village name is the setting of such a prolific quest. Everyone in All Is Well, you know what I'm calling it Ailswell, has turned invisible and they want us to reverse it. Turns out they live near a wizard who they've taken to blaming for it, but they can't confirm this because, well, they can't find him. I have to use a detect life spell to track him down, and we find him living in the tower with a bunch of invisible creatures. He got tired of getting harassed by the villagers, so he cooked up an invisibility spell with an area effect. Only problem was, the radius of the spell included the village, so unknowingly he actually turned all of those people invisible. There's an entire conversation, and unless you're polite or boost his disposition, you might not get all the tools you need. He gives us a scroll to reverse the spell, but we have to cast it in the middle of town, and he can give us a ring while we do it, or it'll end up damaging our luck. Honestly, why aren't there more spells that are made more powerful if you incorporate downsides into them? Our reward for fixing the village is free lodging at the Ailswell Inn, which includes a safe chest to store stuff, basically a free house to live in. Given its proximity to the starting location, it's fair to say the developers may have intended us to encounter this village on our way to Wayne Priory as a first quest, which is probably why it's so simple yet popular. A Shadow over Hackdirt, with its obvious reference to the 1968 film Shadow over Elveron, is another quest considered part of the essential Oblivion experience. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't get it. I don't think I've ever actually done this quest correctly, or if I have, then I don't understand what the excitement's about. The quest apparently starts with a young Argonian woman approaching us. If the footage is missing, it's because I literally do not remember this happening.
Hello, I don't think we've met. Are you new in town? Oh, well, I'm sorry for bothering you. My mother often says I'm too forward with strangers.
I do, however, remember her mother asking me to find her missing daughter, mostly because her mother's the advanced mercantile trainer and would ask me to try and find her missing daughter every time I rolled into Coral for training. No, don't worry, I'll go looking for her. Eventually. Dharma, I'm not sure if her name is intentionally meant to refer to the religious concept of Dharma, volunteered to handle business for her mother in Hackdirt, a village located deep within the Great Forest. It's not exactly the richest of places, but then again, they did decide to name their settlement Hackdirt, so perhaps it's an intentional living style. It is not. The locals don't exactly take kindly to strangers in these parts here. Maybe Hackdirt stands out to people because it's the only place where NPCs aren't weirdly cheerful to the player. Being told to fuck off probably caught a lot of people off guard. The merchant Dharma was supposed to meet claims they've not seen her, and makes demands of us to boot. Nobody else in town is much help, but it's very apparent they aren't exactly the kind to trust. That's why it seems questionable that Sidney... Wait, seriously? That's her name? She's weirdly popular with the, artistic community too. Anyways, it's questionable that she would ever, in a million years, allow her daughter within a mile of Hackdirt. I can imagine being called a piece of Dunmer farm equipment was the least of the things Sidnius had to endure while trading with these people. Seed-san suggested that if the villagers didn't know where her daughter was, to look for her daughter's beloved horse Blossom. And sure enough, we find it without the daughter. A villager will deny foul play, saying that they've owned the horse for years. We're eventually approached and told to stop asking questions lest the brethren get involved. After trying to persuade several people to help me, there were just no leads. It's a shame the villagers don't change their tune with a higher disposition. They'll have the variable that normally indicates they should like the player, and then they'll still tell us that we're unwelcome. So eventually I just take to looking for clues in people's houses and eventually find a trap door into a cave system. After a small bit of stealth, I find Dharma in a cage and I set her free, and we walk back to Coral with 0 resistance. Yeah, I think I did it wrong. There's a whole story here about the history of hack dirt and how this cult took over and these creatures that roam the caves, and escaping with Dharma is supposed to be a challenge. And despite having done this quest twice, I've never experienced any of that. And yet, I approve. Thing is, having the freedom to somehow mess this quest up enough to actually pull off a rescue without any lives being lost is kind of interesting. It's apparent from reading the UESP that I missed the one NPC who can actually help us and just barely missed the events where I'm supposed to get ambushed. I didn't do it how the designers intended clearly, but I could still do it, and that's emergent storytelling. Kudai, at the Breville Mages Guild, wants us to help her with her missing friend who's gone missing inside of a dream world. Already this sounds like 2 quests we've done already, smashed into one. I theorized back in the Mages Guild section that this quest in particular may have been the original recommendation quest and grew into its own dedicated side quest. The reason Kudai needs help is that she needs a stranger to enter the dream world. If she entered, her friend Hinnatir would just dismiss her as a memory. Upon entering, we find most of our equipment has disappeared, and in order to escape, we have to help Hinnatir with 4 trials to escape. If this premise sounds familiar, that's because the Mind of Madness would redo this quest in Skyrim as Sheogorath's quest. The first test, the Test of Perception, is a challenging gauntlet of various traps the player may encounter while playing the game. Or it is, in theory, had the animations not broken so the traps move in slow motion. The second test, the Test of Resolve, gives us a bunch of freebie gear and pits us against a couple Minotaurs. The third test, the Test of Courage, is a short swimming sequence that the game makes sure to provide ample water-breathing potions to help with. It's not that difficult. The final test is the Test of Patience. If that isn't fitting for Oblivion, then I don't know what is. We're given a scroll which shows 3 patterns that match the pressure plate series in front of us. The player can recognize a pattern of similar characters drawing out the path through the plates, or we could just run through. The traps don't spell our death or anything, and doing it right is not a condition for escaping. With all 4 tests completed, Hinnatir's therapy session is over and we return to the real world. We're given 6 leveled scrolls, and that's the quest. I think this harkens back to our discussion on puzzles. This appears to be the extent that either Bethesda can design puzzles or is willing to make them difficult. I'm sure a major concern with this quest was trapping players inside the dream world who may not have saved before entering. Its simplicity may be for another reason, however. This appears to be the only documented quest of Megan Sawyer, an environmental artist you can see in the Making of Oblivion documentary working on her main job during Oblivion, which was the city of Shadenhall. What's funny is that I wouldn't have known Megan Sawyer had worked on this quest if she herself hadn't put her name on it, which was apparently an accident. She included it to fill space on the letter puzzle and then forgot to remove it later. I'm not asking for Metal Gear Solid V tier credit sequences here, but if there was a tag in the construction set where devs could leave their signatures, we'd probably have a pretty clear image of who created what quests. If this accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't have found Sawyer's website, which happened to answer the question about the Brush of Death quest I had. Nanas may have designed the quest, but the reason people remember it is because of Sawyer's visual contributions. Order of the Virtuous Blood. After you reach a fame value of 5, which is super easy, a Dunmer woman will approach you in the Temple District. Her husband, Gillen, wants us to meet his boyfriend, Dio Brando, who's heading up a vampire hunting organization. He gives us a name and tells us about how they're a vampire and they killed an innocent woman, only for it to be revealed on arrival that Roland did no such thing. Roland will claim that he is not a vampire and that neither party looks like vampires, I guess implying that they fed recently and thus can't be detected with just the eye test. Killing Roland nets an easy 250 Gs, but going after Dio is much more profitable, since Roland will afterwards pay us 250 gold for each sample of vampire dust we bring him. It's a shame neither Dio's nor Roland's houses have any garlic in them as clues. Although we do find 2 bottles of skooma in Roland's house. Hell yeah, cheers, brother. Even though Dio is a vampire, he still makes visits over to the first edition to purchase literature. Hey, Fentius. Fentius, always willing to gossip, tells us that he overheard Dio mention Memorial Cave. To who exactly? Well, whatever, we head out and find his vampire lair, where he lives with 12 other vampires. Wait, what? I mean, heading up the only local vampire hunting organization in Cyrodiil and then killing off its competent members is certainly a good scam for a vampire to run, assuming Dio is the patriarch. Roland has a reward for clearing his name, will give us the Ring of Sunfire, resist disease, whatever, but 25% spell reflection at level 25 is fair. The game's over at this point anyways, but still, that's an insane ring to say the least. The Killing Field. Whoops, I haven't written it yet. When we step out of the prison sewers and into the world for the first time, the first dungeon that's immediately visible is Vilverin. Vilverin features an Iliad statue in a difficult-to-miss location. The statue is extremely valuable, but when you sell it, you'll eventually be approached and asked to visit Umbacano Manor in the Imperial City. Umbacano is a high elf collector of Iliad artifacts, particularly the 10 Ancestors, a set of statues that used to reside in the Imperial City but were scattered across Cyrodiil during the Slave Rebellion. Umbacano wants to pay us to retrieve the statues for him and will pay us 500 gold per. Note that he doesn't give us any clues as to where to go for statue number 2. There are 53 Iliad ruins, and only 9 of them have statues inside them. We do get clues later after we find the second statue, but for now we just have to dungeon dive and hope for the best. Oh, and in at least one ruin I managed to miss the location of the statue due to it being hidden. After 3 statues, we get the next quest. There's no fancy reward for completing the set beyond 5,000 gold plus the 5,000 you'll make from selling the statues, so you might as well not bother. Umbacano will give us a key and ask that we seek out the location of a ruin called the High Fane. No relation. I'm not sure where, but at some point in the playthrough I happen to have read a book called Cleansing the High Fanes. So in a rare moment of lore integration, our character will actually offer up the name and location of the ruin. You will also know if you've been to the ruin as you'll recognize the drawing. Otherwise, we head outside and get approached by Cloud Merrick. He's a fellow treasure hunter who works for Umbacano and will heavily push the player towards finding the ruin, which obviously turns out to be a trap when we arrive to find sightseers adorned in Daedric and glass armor. The ruin's pretty simple, and when we leave, the ambush occurs. I hand over the statue before immediately stealing it back because that's definitely the funniest outcome. It's also really easy to do because the carving has no value or weight, even though it would almost certainly have both. All you get is again gold for turning in the carving, so you could at least let him have it, because you'll still get the third quest. Finally, we're given the third quest of the trilogy. Umbacano gives us 1,000 gold and tells us to get another collector to turn over their Iliad crown. Said collector is an Iliad researcher who reveals that the crown is probably not suited to belonging to Umbacano, as he has ulterior motives, and suggests that we give him a different crown. I steal her crown anyways, and then we get the other crown and head back to Umbacano. He's thrilled and requests we escort him through the ruined city of Nenalata. And he is not essential, so you might want to clear out all 10 liches first. There is some absurd stuff in this game, but the fact that liches show up as common enemies in dungeons in the late game is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. In broader fantasy, a lich is a master of necromancy, perfecting his art to the degree that he transfers his soul into his own immortal undead body. This action is not casually performed, and liches are often the primary antagonists of stories, either due to some maintenance requirements to keep their form, or their magic turning them evil. The idea that multiple liches share living space, or even that 2 liches work together, is absurd, and the game even represents this by putting liches into their own faction with adversarial relationships with necromancers. Yet at level 19, you'll start finding the Iliad ruins are full of random liches, and masters of conjuration can even summon the form of a lich. Sorry for saying it so many times, but come on, dungeon masters spawning tons of liches in order to kill their players is a known meme. So when Umbacano sits down on the throne, and it turns him into the King of Nenalata and opens 2 monster closets with 4 liches inside them, yeah, I'm fading.
I'm pretty fond of the Umbacano quest. I think it represents some of the things that we wanted to carry forward into future games, both in terms of pacing and connectivity, making things feel organic in the world, and in terms of how the feel of the final encounter was. Back in those Wild West days, sometimes the final encounter was you put a guy down in the world and he's just really tough and you have to beat him. Well, here we actually made an actual encounter that you had to deal with that felt like it was more like a boss encounter. So I'm particularly fond of that. And when I talk about the natural world stuff with the Encounter quest, you find something in the world, the quest is waiting for that. And when you find that, somebody comes and talks to you. So it feels like the world is natural, and that's a very cool moment.
The only real reward that isn't the generic Ayleid loot we get along the way and could have gotten from any of the ruins are the 2 Ayleid crowns. The Crown of Ninalata, which fortifies Alteration and Conjuration 15 points and reflects spells 25%, pretty good, and the Crown of Linde, which fortifies Alteration and Illusion 15 points and resists magic 35%. Nice. These are fine rewards, except they're spellcasting focused helms with armor values, making the whole thing questionable. This is where I'm going to move on from the side quests, but I hear you say, where's the Everscamp quest? Where's the Siren's Deception? Where's Tears of the Savior? Where's Pale Pass? I think to neatly close off this section, Oblivion is fondly remembered for its side quests, because many of them tried to have unique or entertaining premises, making them memorable. Everybody's going to have their own side quest they'll want to have seen covered, but necessarily can't be. Not every side quest is that complicated or interesting. The Ghost Ship of Anvil is about exorcising ghosts from a boat. But as I said at the beginning, that's not grounds to cut it simply because it's not bombastic. To me, there's a sort of thrill starting a side quest that you think is going to be simple, only for it to become more complicated as time goes on. Sanguine's quest in Skyrim is a good example. That surprise only works when you have quests around it that aren't complicated for it to better blend in. If Skyrim only consisted of its top 20 most bombastic quests, then Sanguine would not have been a surprise and thus would not have been as interesting. There's one more variety of quests I want to talk about in Oblivion, and those are the Master Trainer quests. All 21 of them tend to work the exact same way. You reach skill level 70, an advanced trainer will recommend you to a Master Trainer. In order to offer their services, all the Master Trainers will have some sort of request, usually related to their skill. The Sneak Trainer wants you to steal a coin from her. The Mysticism Trainer wants you to close 3 Oblivion gates. The Marksman Trainer wants you to own an Elven bow. The Heavy Armor Trainer wants you to get him a set of silver glasses for an innkeeper he likes. The Hand-to-Hand Trainer wants you to spar with him. The Destruction Trainer wants 20 bear pelts. The Conjuration Trainer wants you to summon a ghost. I think the most unique one is the Alteration Trainer, who lives in the Niben Bay, and yeah, he spends most of the day underwater. He'll only offer training to the player if they can survive underwater for 3 in-game hours or 6 minutes of real time. This is not terribly challenging, especially if you're skill level 70 in Alteration, but it's a great quest idea. The player is either expected to know magic or be Argonian. Skyrim got lazy with this, likely because there weren't enough people using trainers to even notice the effort that was going into their quests. So for the most part, the 18 Master Trainers of Skyrim simply required you to either be a member of the Stabbers, Skulkers, or Weird Boys factions. So I put out some feelers after my Oblivion research streams that anyone who had made an Oblivion video was invited to do a short collaboration where they discuss a side quest and their experiences with Oblivion. This was intended to be an olive branch of sorts to the channels I covered in my streams. Instead, the 2 creators I hadn't covered were the only ones to respond, From Hero to Zero and Private Sessions. The former because his video came out after I had finished, and Private Sessions simply because he wasn't really on anyone's radar until after.
A Brotherhood Betrayed has the player investigating a murder in the city of Bruma. Only thing is, the culprit has already been found by the guards and found not guilty. Reynold Draelus was caught in the house belonging to Braden, and when the guards found him, Reynold claimed to be a vampire hunter and that Braden had been a vampire living a double life. Due to some circumstantial evidence and word from Skingrad, the guards of Bruma are quick to believe Reynolds' claim. The only problem is that Braden's wife is convinced her husband was no vampire. The evidence the guards are leveling against her husband is faulty, and she's able to dismiss it all quite readily.
Help me clear my husband's name. Someone needs to get Sciorta under control.
She believes this is a perversion of justice and asks the player to get to the bottom of it. Carius belittles the player's involvement in the investigation as he's already content with the flimsy explanation that supports the word of the supposed vampire slayer.
Keep up the good work, I suppose.
But if the player does a little snooping at the inn where Raynal is staying at, they will find a journal belonging to another victim of Raynal, proving that Braden, Raynal, and the journal's author all knew each other years back and found a powerful artifact while adventuring. It would seem Raynal decided to start murdering his former partners for their keys to the chest containing the artifact. When Karis is told this and shown the journal, he does an immediate 180 and puts the player onto Raynal's trail to serve justice. At Borealstone Cave, the player finds the chest in Raynal, who decided to wait rather than, use the keys and run off with the amulet. He refuses to surrender, opting to take his chances in combat rather than rot in a Bruma dungeon for a double homicide. He's really forthcoming with his motivations, more or less narrating and telegraphing everything he's thinking and about to do. He then wishes the player good luck in killing him, and then gets killed by the player. The player then takes possession of the keys and the amulet, which doesn't seem to do anything special at all. Upon returning to Braden's widow, she informs the player that Braden had a special spell put on the amulet to mask its true purpose. She whispers the special word that undoes the spell, it's Brotherhood, by the way, and then gives the player the amulet as a reward, which just turns out to be a meager Fortify Speed enchantment. Yeah, that's right, 3 men died over a necklace that fortifies speed. Hello, I am Private Sessions. You may know me as the owner of a YouTube channel called Private Sessions. I used to have the longest Oblivion retrospective on YouTube until Patrician came along and made one longer. Patrician asked if I wanted to cover a quest in his video and talk about my experiences with Oblivion. So here I am, covering a quest in his video and talking about my experiences with Oblivion. When I started playing Oblivion 15 years ago, I never would have thought it would one day make me mildly YouTube famous. It's been a fun and exciting adventure. And is this style of narration really boring and annoying? Because this is literally how this quest is written. Whoever wrote, designed, and made this quest seemed to not understand what the old writing rule of show don't tell means, because this entire quest is spelled out in painfully dull, almost monotonous detail. Like, let's just read a couple of excerpts from the journal we find. It's quiet out here, as if the ruins were paying respect to the alien inhabitants that disappeared here long ago. Or how about this one? As we carefully walked along, I scanned the floor and the walls very carefully for any type of triggers, tripwires, or pressure plates. Such was my specialty. The entire quest sounds, reads, and plays like this is the first story the designer ever wrote, and if Bethesda had even remotely tighter quality control mechanisms, this quest would have, at the very least, been rewritten to sound less amateur. And once again, I just can't get over the fact that the keyword to unlock the amulet is Brotherhood, like the name of the quest and the name of the adventuring group. And the thing just fortifies speed. Woo! Anyways, thanks to Patrician for including me in this video. Oblivion is a fun game. Go play it.
Hey there. You probably don't know me. I'm from Hero to Zero. Actually, now that I think about it, you might. Because apparently, after watching an 8-hour-long Morrowind video, a lot of people went, what's another 1.5 hour, am I right? Basically, before Pat uploaded his grandiose 8-hour epic, I was sitting at a very modest 11 subscribers. But then, suddenly... Anyways, a year and a half go by, during which I'm comfortably riding the coattails of seemingly everyone that's uploaded a video on Morrowind, trying to reach out to Pat with a joke tweet which he replies to and promptly forgets about. Well, who can blame him? This is Twitter after all. And working on other projects, I finally release my take on Oblivion. For some reason, my videos on the Elder Scrolls series and Pat's sphere of influence seems to be intertwined. Maybe by sheer coincidence or some other cosmic force, but either way, someone picked up my Oblivion video and posted it in the PatricianTV Discord server. One thing led to another, and here I am, guest appearing on what I'm certain will be the definitive Oblivion video on YouTube. But hey, you're not here to hear me talk about myself, so let's get into the meat of things. As we all know, a great narrative needs a protagonist that is tailor-made for the role, which is why I have crafted the most optimized detective known to man. A huge cranium to house his galaxy-sized brain, pronounced eyebrows for optimal eyebrow movement when scrutinizing his suspects, huge eyes whose pupillary distance has been stretched to the very limit of human understanding for unparalleled situational awareness, and, of course, a little something for the ladies. This is the great detective. His one and only purpose after breaking out of the Imperial prison is to find the perpetrator of a most heinous crime committed against the Countess of Coral. You can go to Castle Coral at any time and talk with Ariana to learn of the ongoing investigation surrounding a stolen painting of her deceased husband. Canvas for Castle, as it's called, is a somewhat unique quest in Oblivion. For one, there's absolutely no fighting involved, even if you were to accuse the wrong person. But the quest also expects you to figure things out on your own without any sort of guide. If you accept the Countess's plea for help, she'll point you in the direction of the 2 last suspects and 3 witnesses who you'll need to interrogate to get to the truth. Interestingly enough, her descriptions of where you can find them are so good that the quest markers become superfluous. Actually, after having finished the interrogations, the quest markers disappear completely. At that point, there's nothing telling you where to go to look for clues. I think this is the only time that happens in Oblivion. Having the people in question spill the beans is merely a matter of getting them to like you enough. But let's get real here, what's not likable about this phase? Each person gives a small nugget of information that, when combined with the rest of the testimonies, should give a pretty clear answer to who the culprit is. There is still a need for hard proof though, so it's a shame that there's none of it here. Basically, instead of finding proof that corroborates with the different pieces of information to, and excuse the pun, paint a picture of what happened on the night of the crime, you find circumstantial evidence, such as an actual painting in one of the towers, footprints of paint on a carpet in the dining hall, and painting supplies that have been hidden in a lectern. Like, why wouldn't you leave your brushes and stuff in a place they're protected? How are footprints in the dining room, which could have been left there by literally anyone, damning evidence? How do you come to the conclusion that someone being into painting means they also steal paintings? The culprit is, of course, meant to be Chanel. You'd have to have a previously undiscovered level of dyslexia to think that the culprit is Orgnolf. True, one of the witness reports states that they saw him drinking in the West Tower, the same place as the painting is found, but that same statement also says that he quit doing it after he was caught, so that theory barely even enters the room before it's flung back out through the window. You can still accuse him of the theft though, but the only thing that happens is that there's an added voice line from the Countess and a decreased reward. There's also an option to straight up lie and say you never found anything. The reward from the Countess is barely worth the effort, but Chanel will be so grateful that she offers to paint you a picture as thanks. It's just you'd have to wait 3 whole weeks for it to be finished. The canon route for the Great Detective, though, was always meant to be the one where the culprit is exposed and the painting is returned to its rightful owner. He doesn't give a crap about some lame sob story.
I am ashamed that I took the painting, but my love for the Count was greater than you could imagine.
Chanel gets exiled from Coral, and all that's left is to admire the fruits of... hang on. Admire the fruits of the investigation's success. It's almost enough to bring a tear to an old hard-boiled detective's eye.
This is your last warning. Get out or I'll arrest you. Shit.
I made a statement in my Morrowind video that went something like this. The reason people forgive its main quest for fumbling the war at Red Mountain is that thematically it's concluded by the Tribunal DLC. In a sense, people are willing to forgive the iniquities of a game if its expansion content is good. The Shivering Isles is the awkward middle child to Blood Moon and Dragonborn. Both of those expansions took place on Solstheim, the middle ground between Vardenfell and Skyrim. Conversely, the Shivering Isles has little thematic relevance to its parent province at the surface level. This is the fault of Oblivion, and Shivering Isles cannot help that Sheogorath was effectively irrelevant the first time around. So much so, they changed the voice actor for the expansion. For the better, perhaps, but it kinda shows that this wasn't entirely planned. If you look at it cynically, Shivering Isles is an olive branch to the Morrowind fans. Visually, the Isles look similar to Vardenfell, at least superficially. Mania is way more colorful than the Ascadian Isles or Grayslands, and Dementia is a lot more gloomy than the Bitter Coast. There's even a point where an area is turned gray and dead, and I stopped and stared at the horizon and realized that I was standing in the Ashlands. I think the worst part of the Shivering Isles is showing the real potential that Bethesda has to make a creatively alien world, a potential that barely ever shone through in Skyrim, and we never really saw in Fallout. Maybe Starfield will get the chance to be truly alien. And I'm not talking about weirdness. If you play the Shivering Isles and just conclude, that's weird, then you didn't really try to understand it. There's a disturbing trend in Oblivion videos of excluding the Shivering Isles, almost as though people think if they include it, it may invalidate some of their arguments on Oblivion, which isn't true. The Shivering Isles does not try to fix level scaling, broken quests, bad storylines, or face gen, but it does have an interesting quest line, and it actually somewhat leverages the potato-faced freaks into thematically fitting Oblivion's tone. In a sense, the Shivering Isles is probably the best piece of content that could have been made for Oblivion. We start with the personnel change. Rolston is gone, replaced by Nesmith and Nelson. Alan Nanez, Kirk Coleman, and Brian Chapin continued as quest designers with 2 new team members, Eric J. Capone and John Paul Duvall, who were both late-game additions to Oblivion. Eric J. Capone started at Bethesda after being a mission designer at Monolith in 2005. No, he didn't contribute to Fear, he worked on the Matrix Online. He was late to Bethesda in working on Oblivion, contributing at the tail end, and he designed 2 unspecified DLC pieces, as well as working on Knights of the Nine and eventually Shivering Isles. I was not able to find as much information on John Paul Duvall. He showed up one day, got an additional design credit on Oblivion, and then became a main designer by Shivering Isles. It's funny that, despite having as many designers on the Shivering Isles, there's much less content. And obviously this is because it had a shorter dev time, with Bethesda aching to move their entire studio on to production of Fallout 3. A gate has opened in the Niben Bay, to Sheogorath's realm of Oblivion, the titular Shivering Isles. And this is...
because my lord wills it to be so. It poses no danger to Mundus. No compact has been violated.
Man, the Temple District is still on fire, and we've already retconned never again. In truth, this does not bother me. We see other princes extend invitations to their realms, even potentially after the main quest's conclusion. My only problem is that there's never really a plot point about who brought the gate here. Periite and Boethia's invitations took place at their shrines, but apparently Daedric princes can just plop unsolicited gates to their realms down in the middle of a sea traffic lane, and as long as the intent isn't set to hostile, the mods won't get involved. A man dressed as the Breville Guard is standing at the gate, warning people not to go in and killing anything hostile that comes out. Now, there are gameplay reasons for this, but Gaius here is not a guard. He won't attempt to arrest the player, and no one in Breville even acknowledges his existence. After spitting out a crazy guy who the guard kills, Sheogorath will invite us into the realm. We're greeted by the legend himself, Jeff Baker as Haskell. This guy was the Morrowind voice of the Dunmer and Imperials, if this voice sounds familiar but you couldn't place it.
I am Haskell, Chamberlain to the Lord Sheogorath.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
It's a shame they couldn't get him for more roles. I absolutely understand not wanting to do the gravelly Dunmer voice for hours worth of voice lines, even though it's not necessary as this was a regional thing to the Dunmer who lived near Red Mountain. Haskell here lays out the premise for the expansion. Sheogorath is looking for a champion and so has taken to inviting mortals to his realm. Whether we continue or not is our choice. Personally, I would think the $30 this thing cost at launch would have been the choice moment. It's not like you future-proofed any of the other DLC in Oblivion. That's a nice effect. We get deposited into the Fringe, a quarantine zone for the realm proper. We have to either get past the Gatekeeper, a giant flesh golem which possesses the keys to the gate, or go mad and get admitted into the realm proper. Seeing as there is not a way to actually go mad in Oblivion outside of roleplaying, our only option is the former, which means that canonically, the cock did not go mad. Beating the Gatekeeper is interesting because while there are ways to make the fight easier, we could also just elect to fight him head on and could even win. Some snooping around reveals that the golem's creator visits him at midnight, and she will even say that her tears adversely affect the Gatekeeper. There's also a local, J-Red Iceveins, who wants to attempt to fight the Gatekeeper, to brute force his way into the realm. He posits that the best way to kill things is with its bones. That's a Nordic philosophy for you. After a short visit to where the Gatekeeper was built, we're fashioned with 20 Gatekeeper bone arrows. There are several different varieties of arrow to be found, all of which are leveled to the player, and the best of which does 16 damage, 1 point more than Daedric arrows. Shivering Isles is, in many ways, a horizontal progression to Oblivion rather than a vertical progression like Tribunal and Blood Moon were for Morrowind, and that's not a criticism. Now, before we continue, I have to put this out there. It's fairly evident that with most things, I'm not really an expert in the stuff I talk about, outside of like sound engineering and writing, which is tied to my profession as a video editor. The thing is, however, when I butcher music theory in a discussion of the soundtrack, it's mostly correct for the benefit of the people who don't know much about that subject, and hopefully only minorly cringy for the people who actually study it. At the end of the day, however, if I'm wrong about music, it's not really that harmful. An inevitable part of this analysis is going to be a discussion on mental illness, which is where I have the most potential to say something actually harmful if I'm wrong. I'm putting this disclaimer in, less so as a way of shielding myself because, well, people will just ignore it if they want to, and more so as a way to shield you, the listener. Humans are prone to seeing symptoms in themselves and self-diagnosing problems that don't exist, and also paradoxically ignoring symptoms and conditions that do exist. It's important to remember that we're seeing these topics through a lens, through writers who themselves have differing levels of experience with these issues. I don't like Sheogorath because they changed his characterization to be random internet humor. But here's a post by a guy who claims to be bipolar schizoaffective who says that Sheogorath helps him explain his condition to people. In this sort of situation, I personally would defer my analysis to actual scholars. Unfortunately, as far as I can see, nobody's taken the time to write up a thesis about how mental illness is portrayed in the Shivering Isles beyond the surface level. The best I found was an article written by a doctor of psychology about how she uses the Shivering Isles to introduce her students to concepts that she plans to teach. When what I need is, for example, to know what mental illness Relmina Verenum is suffering from. I would say she's suffering from psychotic disorder. She routinely tortures people, lacks any sense of empathy except for the delusional relationships she does have, a motherly relationship towards a flesh golem that is forced to love her back, and a parasocial relationship with Sheogorath who, in reality, is just using her talents to make abominations. Her apprentice, Nanette Dawn, opens the way up for us to exploit the weakness of the Gatekeeper. She appears to suffer from schizoaffective disorder. She's suffering from auditory hallucinations, which could be a whole host of things, but since the sounds are almost always contextual to the conversation she's having, and seeing as this is a common trope used for schizophrenia, I think that's the case. None of the other residents of the Fringe seem to be suffering from noticeable mental illness yet, which is the point. The Fringe is meant to ripen people into madness before their invitation to the realm proper. J-Red Iceveins is another contender, seemingly obsessed with bones, perhaps autism since he came from Skyrim. His obsession with bones and social awkwardness are my case, although our understanding of autism in 2007 was super basic, so I don't know how accurate that assessment is. When we defeat the Gatekeeper, we get 2 keys which correspond to the 2 gates. As Haskell explains, one gate will lead to mania, and one gate will lead to dementia.
As I've said, all choices have consequences, but don't trouble yourself too much with your decision.
Yeah, no kidding. The actual choice isn't which route we take to get to New Sheoth, as you could use the Mania Gate and still travel through Dementia. Rather, the choice is between 2 powers which are not communicated to the player. The Blessing of Mania is a power that casts Frenzy, while the Blessing of Dementia is a power that casts Demoralize. Fitting, one to start fights, and one to end them. There is a large mountain in the middle of the island, meaning that the player is gently pushed towards taking the roads through the middle of each region. There isn't really much of note until we arrive at the city of New Sheoth, which is divided into 2 districts, each corresponding to their own region. Here we'll encounter the strange residents of the island before heading up to the palace and meeting with Sheogorath.
Why, look who's here. You! How about that? You've made it this far, farther than anyone else. Well done!
To summarize a lot of dialogue, Sheogorath is pleased we made it, but needs to replace the Gatekeeper or adventurers are going to start showing up and ruining things. While this is his realm and he could pretty much do anything he wanted to his intruders, he prefers to take a more hands-off approach. Unfortunately, I feel like this decision has colored the other princes' realms in their portrayal. Daedric princes are effectively omniscient when it comes to their realms. Mehrunes allowed the player to close Oblivion gates in order to prop up his chosen boy Martin. But if you're in Cold Harbor and Molag Bal wants you to die, then you better be a goddamn Daedric prince or have Chim if you expect to not end up becoming a greasy smear on the side of his mace. Even if Sheogorath isn't taking an active role in kicking the normals out of his realm, we can probably assume he's watching everything we do more than he would care to admit. And I mean, if we try to fight him, he'll just teleport us into the sky and send us falling to our deaths. It's a shame the bounds of Imperial law regarding levitation magic reach even into the Mad God's plane of Oblivion. So we're sent out to Xedilian to reactivate it. It's an old tool Sheogorath used before the Gatekeeper to keep the normals out. Now it's just a Grummite den. Grummites appear to be a primitive mortal race, their nature largely up for speculation. We know they are not Daedra though, because they have a reproductive cycle. Anyways, the book Sheogorath gives us details the process of restoring Xedilian, and after doing so, a gate opens to reveal a teleportation pad, which takes us to Caliban Narandal.
Finally, Lord Sheogorath has sent someone to assist me.
Yeah, dude, he totally did not forget about you until he needed you. Caliban designed this dungeon, and it's used to lure adventurers here. Caliban's interesting, almost a mirror to Relmina. He was the first guy, or maybe just an earlier guy, to create a tool for keeping outsiders out and seems to be delusional about his importance to the realm. But where Relmina leaned towards dementia, Caliban leans more towards mania. Could also be schizotypal disorder, could also be that whoever wrote this character didn't do a good job of keeping with the motif of the expansion and equated mild eccentricity with madness. Xedilian uses a resonator to draw adventurers, and sure enough, a trio has arrived in time for a demonstration. This quest is fairly memorable for a lot of people, even though it's just mechanically pushing buttons and watching the events unfold without you. That speaks to the character of the writing and the premise. The first chamber has a gnarl in it. It's small and harmless, and the group shows varying degrees of caution about it. One button makes the gnarl huge and pumps LSD into the room, driving the rogue insane. The other button releases a swarm of gnarls into the room, which the group fights, and the rogue will die in the process. The second chamber has a large mound of treasure inside a cage. The two will be drawn to it, whereupon a button will fire a trap, killing the mage, while the other button drops hundreds of keys, driving the mage insane as he searches desperately for the correct key. The third chamber is full of corpses, which unnerves the orc. One button causes him to hallucinate that he died, without knowing how, driving him insane, while the other animates a bunch of the corpses and he dies in the process. The only downside of this quest is that there isn't really commentary or consequence for the player based on their choices. In fact, we only have to make these choices in order to leave. Also, what happens if there's more than 3 adventurers? Are there more chambers, or...
He had another friend.
What? That's impossible. You can't have more than 2 friends. It was a fatal mistake.
Still, it's a fun quest, and the reward of Dawnfang is pretty cool. It's a unique blade, said to hail from Akavir, which changes between a dawn and dusk version every day. It also increases in power if the wielder manages to kill 12 enemies that day. During the day, the sword does fire damage, and if nourished, it will absorb health. At night, the sword does frost damage, and if nourished, will absorb magicka. My only problem really was keeping the blade constantly sated. I mean, yeah, you could use summons to do it, but it's just tedious. As we go to leave, we're greeted by some lads called the Knights of Order. They match the motif of all the grey crystals powering Xedilian, which does not bode well. Caliban tells us that we should immediately inform Sheogorath about their arrival. Sheogorath's not actually surprised, and says that this happens at the end of every era, but before he dispatches us to deal with the problem, he wants us to learn about the culture of mania and dementia. I think the quests are out of order. Also, we can summon Haskell to us anywhere now. Yeah, he'll always have a bit of advice for the player, which I think is mechanically a good idea for something like the Shivering Isles, even if they never really go so crazy as to risk losing the player. So, starting with Mania. The Duke of Mania, Thédon, appears to have had a relationship with someone from dementia that resulted in him losing the Chalice of Reversal, which has complicated his ability to do Feldu. He wants it back, but doesn't give us a whole lot of information. His nearby servant, Wide-Eye, will tell us where the chalice is and elaborates that this is a sort of test that we've been sent on. Sure enough, Feldu is an addictive substance, which we'll need to ingest in order to access the dungeon to retrieve the chalice. While in theory this quest is about the withdrawal the player will go through without drugs, there's ample enough feldew in the cave that I never actually experienced the withdrawal symptoms. This turns the burrow into a long dungeon crawl, concluding with us finding the chalice and 3 addicts who had been using it. We use the chalice to cure ourselves of drug addiction because it's that easy, and exit only to be ambushed by more Knights of Order who've erected some kind of obelisk that is summoning more knights. It's a microcosm of the Oblivion Gates, or maybe more accurately a proto-dragon encounter from Skyrim. We'll deal with some enemies that are attacking a random part of the woods and get awarded with some kind of item in the process. Thankfully, like the Oblivion Gates, the way to disable the obelisk comes with it, which are the hearts of the Knights of Order. There's a priest enemy maintaining the obelisk, but since magic doesn't hurt us, he's not a problem, even if he doesn't die until the obelisk is disabled. As a reward for fetching the chalice, the Duke admits us into the Court of Mania, so I guess we've now learned about their culture. I don't know, I feel like the Dragonborn chopping wood for somebody to earn the title of Thane was more of a cultural lesson than this. This was a dungeon with a gimmick. A fun, unique gimmick that a lot of people rightfully enjoy, but it was not a lesson in the culture of Mania. A proper opposite then. Dementia's equivalent quest is actually an adventure among the people of Dementia. Syl, the Duchess, is paranoid that somebody is out to get her, and since we're new here, we can't be the suspect, so now we're the Grand Inquisitor. Is shade being thrown at the Purification quest? It is possible since Emil didn't contribute to the Shivering Isles. Our torturer is Herdir, who will be proficient at getting the truth out of people. Oh, and one last thing.
If no one is found, you will be held responsible.
I think the only way to properly pay this quest off is, well, to make it so that there's no traitor. We search all of Crucible only to come up empty-handed, and then we either have to tell a paranoid person who threatened us that they're wrong, or choose one of the NPCs we've spent the last hour meeting to get punished instead. Naturally, when presented with another unique interactive storytelling opportunity, Bethesda fumbled, and there is actually a conspiracy to uncover. Herdir, I am the Grand Inquisitor.
Are you? I'd expected an entrance with a bit more flair. Ah well, perhaps you'll grow into the role. One can hope.
Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you, Wes John. Wait, really? Fucking A. Talk about leaning on your talons and trusting them to carry you. Our man Michael Mack in the court will say that Anya Herrick has been acting a tad more suspiciously as of late. And after some encouragement, she'll point out Mazada, who's a tough cookie and will hold out without evidence. Asking around eventually points us to a secret meeting between Mazada and a dark seducer. Oh yeah. The Mania guards are Golden Saints, like the ones from Morrowind with 30 extra pounds, and the Dementia guards are Dark Seducers, which are basically just Dunmer with blue eyes instead of red. They're also looking noticeably empowered from their earlier incarnations. Their new designs are, in my opinion, fairly garish. They're now one giant streak of gold. At least the Dark Seducers have that little green sash to break up the color, but still. Anyways, we overhear a meeting between Mazada and a Dark Seducer, and with this knowledge, we confront the Khajiit again. He offers to cooperate if we meet him at his house in a day. Then we can torture Nelrine, the Seducer, a few times to get her to admit that the conspiracy leader is Murine. Meeting Mazada reveals that he's been murdered, however. Thankfully, he left evidence in his house. All roads lead to Murine, who orchestrated the entire plot and would have actually been perfect Dementia material if not for one thing. She got caught. Knowing this, the Duchess executes Murine and awards us the bow Ruin's Edge, which casts one of several random spell effects, and gives us a place in the Court of Dementia. Alright, so looking at both of these quests. Théodon is the Duke of Dementia, and, well, he appears to be in a perpetual state of mania. Syl's role as the Duchess of Dementia is less clear because dementia has been equated with depressive. Manic depression, or what is now bipolar affective disorder, is clearly the main motif of the expansion.
Well, you've experienced both shades of madness. Wonderful! You seem fulfilled.
Sheogorath has us go out and mingle with the twin cultures of New Sheoth in order to better contextualize our job of saving the realm. He basically lays out his entire plan. We'll become his champion, and eventually we'll become him. Before that, however, Sheogorath wants us to relight the Great Torch. This has some religious significance to the city, so we're off to Cylarn, like you even know where that is. Cylarn is currently locked in a red versus blue conflict between the Saints and the Seducers. Which side we pick is superfluous, and that's the point of the Shivering Isles. There's no recognizable difference between the Saints and the Seducers besides their color scheme. This is kind of awkward though, because Skyrim had the identical Imperials versus Stormcloaks conflict. Remember when the series had opposing factions that the player had to choose between that meant meaningful sacrifices? Now, as a thematic point, we have a faction conflict between sides that is intentionally pointless. At least in this case though, the player's final mission is resolving that difference. All that said, the premise of this quest relies on our neutrality in this situation. You could not do a quest like this with the Stormcloaks and Imperials. The premise is that each side is in control of an altar, and one side will need both altars to perform the ritual needed to create the Cold Flame of Agnon. There is no peaceful resolution, not for Daedra fighting eternal battles, so we need to pick a side and eliminate the other. At first it just seems like picking a team and fighting the other, but there's actually a surprising degree of deception available to the player. The Saints, who have to go on the offensive, have a scout who informs us of a hidden passage that could be used. However, his commander refuses to listen to him because he's a male. He's a male because he's in a lower position in Oriel society. He's not in a lower position because of his gender. Daedra don't have genders, remember? If we guide the Saints through the tunnel, they can easily win the fight. However, we could also take this information to the Seducers and then lead the Saints into an ambush they don't stand a chance against. Or perhaps you tell the Seducers that an attack is coming from the tunnel and then lead the Saints through the front entrance. Whatever happens, the surviving commander then sacrifices themselves to light the fire for us. Don't worry, all Daedra canonically respawn. That's actually why they're so cavalier about this situation. All of the sentient Daedric races operate in logical manners for immortal beings. Honor and status would be super important in a society where nobody dies and nobody new is ever born. We return, having been lit on fire, and the priests approach us to make their case. We're basically choosing which jacket we want, and spoilers, Arden Soul's is way better. Sheogorath, impressed, wants us to take over one of the duchies and leaves the choice up to us. I just did a favor for Mania, so Dementia seems the way to go. There are some other benefits. Dementia gets a better ring, they get to summon Dark Seducers, and even better, you'll unlock an even better spell to summon Golden Saints for twice as long by picking Dementia now. But this is exclusivity. There are things you don't get after making a decision. Even an entire quest that will play out differently. We'll start with the Ritual of Mania since it's not canon. Thédon, as a happy-go-lucky kind of guy, is pretty easy to replace. Thédon has to overdose on Greenmote and then we take his heart to the altar. I'm not sure how this ritual is supposed to work if Thédon dies by other means, considering vaporization does happen more frequently in this setting, but sure. Tailing Thédon's servant reveals a hidden supply of Greenmote, but we need to employ stealth to reach it. We poison his food and wine. Thédon's heart will then explode in the middle of dinner and we ascend to the Duke of Mania. That's a fun little quest, but now for the canon ritual, the one where we go after someone who already believes an assassin's on the way. She is accurately paranoid of Sheogorath wanting to replace her, which is that blasphemy or the ultimate worship? Our man Kithlin gets us the key and we kill Syl. Easy as. Except it's a body double, which, what are the odds of two people looking alike in the Shivering Isles? We have to chase her down using a secret escape tunnel, like the tutorial, except now we're the overpowered assassin chasing the leader. She's a fighter and she wields the legendary Nerve Shatter. What's that? No one uses this hammer? Yeah, probably because the weakness to shock effect doesn't do anything without the unofficial patch. We take her heart back to the chapel and...
Syl? Syl is dead? This can't be right. Is this right? What have you done? Have you done this?
Hold your tongue, little Duke, or I'll tear it from your mouth.
Yeah, that plot point came back. Thédon decides to turn coat to the Knights of Order, which is a good reason to take care of Syl. She seemed the more capable of the two. Sheo lets him go, however, because he's happy with how things are turning out. Not out of madness, but because it confirms that things are playing out differently than before. The forces of Order have also taken the Fringe, which at first may indicate to players that they're invading from the portal, but really it's more of a tactical move. Without fresh blood entering the realm, the numbers of madness are going to dwindle. As the only remaining leader besides Sheogorath himself, we're sent to command our forces in the Fringe and retake it. Our forces are 4 Dark Seducers, whom we can position at will. There's not as much nuance to this as the designer was probably hoping, seeing as unit positioning is mostly irrelevant in Oblivion. It's less like a battle and more like 2 sponges grinding against each other. The commander assumes the source of the knights is the Spire, which is probably being powered underground in some old ruins. The seducers will stay in Passwall to defend the town and will go disable the spire, and there's no choice in that matter. Zedafin is an interesting dungeon despite being the same bleak, grey, boring Oblivion fare. There are refugees hiding out in the ruin, knights rushing from the spire out to battle, and we even run into one of the guys from the beginning. Context and a little bit of scripting turned an average dungeon interesting, which is sort of a prelude to how Skyrim would shift its dungeon design. With the obelisk down and the fringe handled, we return to Sheogorath. His riding has noticeably changed, and he's a lot more efficient with his conveyance. Yeah, laugh it up. But the conversation prior, he was still his random self. Now he's a lot more focused, which matches what he's saying. He's running short on time, and we still have several things we need to do. For one, we need to go back to Relmina and assist her in building a new gatekeeper. Even though the knights can and do pop up wherever, so replacing the gatekeeper in the fringe hardly seems relevant, it seems like originally the threat may have actually been external. Like, imagine a story where after the player goes in, the Legion decides to shut this gate down, and instead of fighting Knights of Order, we're fighting Legionaries. Would make the gatekeepers and Zedillion as anti-order weapons more accurate, right? Relmina now works at the bottom of a dungeon, and worse, when she begrudgingly agrees to the building of a new gatekeeper, the building process is yet another dungeon. Unlike before, where there's a direct conflict and stakes, now we're dungeon crawling for more esoteric reasons. Sure, the gatekeeper needs to be built, so it's urgent, but the threats aren't these flesh Atronachs, which, well, stellar work, Bethesda, these guys are awesome. I'm going to save us both a lot of time and skip all of this to the part where we build the gatekeeper. We get to choose all the body parts, which directly affects the stats and powers of the gatekeeper. While neat, I really don't get the point of this, so they had to shoehorn in that you could activate the gatekeeper to get one of his powers. Great, add that to the pile of greater powers I forget to use. We return to Sheogorath to report our success, only for the next quest to actually start. This is urgency done right. The threat is coming early on, but it's not immediate that the player feels compelled to drop everything to handle the situation. Sure, ignoring the orders of a god would be a bad idea, but we have plenty of room to go off and do our own thing. Only once the player gets a ways down the line does the imminent threat of the apocalypse get made apparent to the player. Our army is under attack at their spawn point, which is bad news for us. The question is, where's Jiggalag?
Well, aren't you precious? Do you really not know? Haven't you noodled it all through yet? Because he is me! Well, I'm him! We're a bit of each other, really. I won't be here when he arrives because I'll be him!
A split personality within a split personality. Truly, you are the god. Anyways, we're off to help the Saints, although we'd be helping the Seducers if we were the Duke of Mania. They may not be comfortable with the Duke of Dementia helping them out, but that's what leadership's about, making people feel uncomfortable. That's why I feel the canon approach to this questline is to alternate which aspect of the realm you assist instead of just focusing on one side. We free the commander, but now we take care of all the knights before the wellspring gets stopped up and all the saints turn to stone. Stada, the commander of the saints, is in fact the same golden saint that gets killed during Azura's Morrowind quest, where the player has to stop Sheogorath from interfering with a bet she had made. The premise is that Théoden, switching sides, used his position to get into the base, as though the saints weren't told he was no longer the Duke. Perhaps it's the timing, but we're implied to have been liberating the Fringe for a while, seeing as Sheogorath's demeanor changed over the course of a quest, and we rebuilt the Gatekeeper. So this is really your fault for not doing something sooner. Speaking of, it's too late for Sheogorath. His transformation is beginning and his staff has lost its power. He's black-pilled, naturally, which is why Haskell comes in for the assist. Haskell sends us to an ancient, secret library of Jiggalag. In it we find Dias, a servant of Jiggalag and librarian trapped and forbidden to die. He actually helps us, for reasons we'll get into in a bit. But first, a fetch quest. We go into a dungeon, find the Grove of Reflection, and are faced with our clone, who is normally a challenging fight if not for how hard he gets bodied by my super poison. You may have thought I needed to learn my own weaknesses, but I already knew them pretty well, which was bows and poison damage. The other item is inside an apostle base, a heretic faction formed by a survivor of the last Grey March consisting of people disillusioned about Sheogorath. While we could annihilate the heretics, we could also steal a uniform and infiltrate their ranks, supplying a rebel subfaction with weapons to kill their leader, or simply going straight after our target. Faction uniforms.
Look out your eyes!
And with that, Dias creates the shell of the staff. We'll still need to empower it, which we do at the fountain behind the throne, leading to a lengthy dungeon sequence that involves opening and closing doors with items and creatures. It's interesting. We have to cleanse these pools, and that means killing some priests of order, including Thedon. So that was your moment, huh? You went down like a bitch. With the staff fully powered, we turn to the sacrifice and find the palace is under attack by Order, and Jigalag is coming to kill us. We take down 2 obelisks in the courtyard, and then Big J shows up to fight. Alright, so what have you got?
This ends as it always does. Order shall reign. Another of Sheogora's foolish schemes. Your staff does not make you a Daedra, foolish mortal.
Bodied. Hard. I even checked the difficulty and redid the fight. I feel like I messed something up. Like he ended up getting stuck with low difficulty health because I saved in the middle of the fight or something. But looking at his stats, his slow gait, and considering the sheer entity we've crafted up to this point, I guess it's no wonder this fight is so ludicrously easy.
Enough! I am beaten. The Grey March is ended. For millennia, this drama has unfolded, and each time, I have conquered this land, only to be transformed back into that gibbering fool, Sheogorath. It was not always so. Once I ruled this realm, a world of perfect order. My dominion expanded across the seas of Oblivion with each passing era. The other princes, fearful of my power, cursed me with madness, doomed me to live as Sheogorath, a broken soul reigning in a broken land. Once each era, I was allowed my true form, conquering this world anew. And each time I did, the curse was renewed, damning me to exist as Sheogorath. Now, though, you have ended the cycle. You now hold the mantle of madness, and Jigalag is free to roam the voids of Oblivion once more. I will take my leave, and you will remain here, mortal. Mortal, king, god, it seems uncertain. This realm is yours. Perhaps you will grow to your station. Fare thee well, Sheogorath, Prince of Madness.
So we, the player, have taken the role of the Mad God, and what is it?
The issue with the quest that eats at me more than anything is the player's ascension into god status at the end of the quest line. I know I've gone over this when I talked about the guildmaster ranks, but becoming a god is on another level of stupidity entirely, and I just can't help but mention it. In Sheogorath's Daedra quest, he rains dogs from the sky, and unless Bethesda planned on giving the player the same ability, they should have never let the player become a god in the first place.
This is an extremely narrow-minded perspective to have when it comes to creativity, and I imagine pretty much every single Oblivion fan is going to disagree with that perspective. I try to avoid telling artists what they can and can't do and focus rather on how well they execute their concepts, because then I actually agree with Will. The powers and responsibilities we gain as Sheogorath are not adequate. We can change the weather, guards will no longer take us to the dungeon, people will refer to us as their lord, and we're immortal and can resurrect at the palace. It just feels like the reward for becoming Sheogorath should have been the designers just going wild with spell ideas and powers. But, like the artists who made this game, I'm also ready to finally bury this thing and get it over with. Alright, so let's tackle my list. First, why does Dias help us? If he's a servant of Jyggalag trapped by Sheogorath, then it seems like he wouldn't have made the pivotal plays involved. Jyggalag and Dias both believe in determinism, that it's possible to accurately predict the outcome of events with logic, and have used that to repeatedly curb stomp the Shivering Isles. They were so good, in fact, that the other Daedric princes cursed Jyggalag into becoming Sheogorath, and they didn't even try that with Molag Bal. Jyggalag is emancipated at the end of the questline, however. He started life as a mysterious missing prince in Daggerfall. Ted Peterson, his creator, as well as Douglas Goodall, both corroborate that Jyggalag's narrative purpose was to become the 17th prince should the story ever need one. Normally, he wins the Grey March and then is reverted back into Sheogorath at the end. This time, however, we mantled Sheogorath and were able to defeat Jyggalag. Since he can't revert back into us, he's effectively free, which is actually a desirable outcome for Dias. Yep, we got played. Again. Giving credit where it's due, that Reddit post I linked earlier about the guy with bipolar schizoaffective disorder remarks that the Grey March is similar to medication, explaining that things become cold when medicated, which becomes its own form of madness that contributes to many people with the condition entering cycles of medication and madness. The end of Shivering Isles is basically Sheogorath shouting to the world that he is done taking his medication. But the big question is, did the cock become Sheogorath? I've said before that unless there's a necessary narrative purpose for characters to cross multiple questlines, that I generally operate under the rules of assuming that each individual questline was done by its own unique character. The Nerevarine was the guy who defeated Dagoth-Ur and potentially went on to defeat Almalexia. He was not the guy who solved the disappearance of the dwarves or found Auriel's bow or took down the Thieves Guild. Arguably, he was not even the guy who fought Hircine and Bloodmoon. Likewise, I don't subscribe to the theory that the cock defeated Mehrunes Dagon, and then went on to defeat Umril the Unfeathered, and then mantled Sheogorath and defeated Jyggalag. It's fine if you do. You can believe your character did whatever you want them to have done. But people get really defensive about this point. It is so ingrained in people's heads that the cock equals Sheogorath that even mentioning I don't believe this to be the case will spark arguments, usually citing this line from Skyrim.
You are the best septum that's ever ruled. Well, except for that Martin fella. But he turned into a dragon god, and that's hardly sporting. You know, I was there for that whole sordid affair. Marvelous time. Butterflies, blood, a fox, a severed head, and the cheese to die for.
Now, rather than taking this as just a sequel playfully referring to its prior game, people take this line as a hard canon that cock equals Sheogorath. First, unreliable narrator, literally the most common trope in Elder Scrolls. Second, Sheogorath did participate in the event even without the Shivering Isles, considering every Daedric prince would have been interested in the outcome of the crisis. He also says, I'm a mad god. The mad god, actually. It's a family title. Gets passed down to me to myself every few thousand years. ESO took this as a cue to say Haskell also mantled Sheogorath at one point, which, no.
You'll be stopping the Grey March, altering the course of events, breaking the cycle. We're going to change things. No, things will be different this time around. You'll be my champion. You'll grow powerful. You'll grow to be me. Prince of Madness, a new Sheogorath. Or you'll die trying. I love that about you. Wondering why I let him go, aren't ya? I can see it in your face. Mostly in the eyes. I may take those from you when this is done. This has never happened before. The ruler of Mania, turning traitor. Unprecedented. But different is good. A new act in this play. Maybe we're onto something here. We'll see how it plays out. It can't be worse than what's happened before.
Following each cycle of the Grey March, Sheogorath has cast out or killed every aspect of order found in the Shivering Isles. I alone have survived. Sheogorath cannot bring himself to destroy the knowledge that I possess. Instead, he's confined me to this place and forbidden me to die. I have not seen another creature until fate, predictably, sent you to me.
The Grey March is ended. For millennia, this drama has unfolded, and each time, I have conquered this land, only to be transformed back into that gibbering fool, Sheogorath. Now, though, you have ended the cycle. You now hold the mantle of madness, and Jigalag is free to roam the voids of Oblivion once more. This realm is yours. Perhaps you will grow to your station. Fare thee well, Sheogorath, Prince of Madness.
I'm not just saying it didn't happen, because you can make that case if you want. I'm saying that if you retcon it to have happened, you're simultaneously making the story of the Shivering Isles worse in the process. The point of the Shivering Isles is that Sheogorath is using us to try something new, that Jigalag can't have accounted for. The expansion is essentially an 8-hour-long diss track about how determinism is wrong. Or is it? After all, Jigalag did account for us and did plan for us to break him free, then perhaps the point is that everything that happens in the Elder Scrolls universe is deterministic. Pretty cool, right? It's a literary mirror to the main quest, how both the good and bad guys have an interest in making a certain outcome occur in order to change things. Except this time we're Martin instead of Haskell, and the roles of which side wants change and which side wants order have been reversed. However, if you are absolutely convinced that the cock is Sheo and you can't be swayed, I'll give you some ammo to fight back. This is the Wes Johnson theory. Wes Johnson, as the voice of the Imperials, naturally voices a lot of characters in Oblivion. Then you start to realize, the guards are Wes Johnson, so are the beggars. We start Knights of the Nine and Wes Johnson's prophet guides us into becoming Wes Johnson's Pelennor Whitestrake. We arrive at the gate to the Shivering Isles to be greeted by Wes Johnson as a guard and are invited in by Wes Johnson as Sheogorath. All of these characters are actually Sheogorath, gradually guiding the cock towards this fate. Lucien Lachance, Wes Johnson. Raminus Polus, Wes Johnson. Varanus Daunton, Wes Johnson. Herdir, Wes Johnson. Cathatet, the Dremora in Paradise, Wes Johnson. Hieronymus Lex and the Grey Fox, Wes Johnson and Wes Johnson. The arena announcer from the very beginning of this playthrough, Wes Johnson.
I have been every voice you have ever heard inside your head.
Hello there.
Funny thing is, I stopped playing this character shortly after completion and only started it up again to fact check some stuff, and within a couple minutes I got this notification. I didn't realize, but we went from 0 to Mad God in less than a week. And even less time than that considering Dunburrow Cove was before the entire Dark Brotherhood questline. We've got one more quest that it only felt appropriate to handle now thanks to our new position, Paranoia. The second time I visited Skingrad, I was chased down in the dead of night to outside the city where I was to meet the Count's manservant turned necromancer. Despite meeting us out in the vineyard in the dead of night, he's insistent we find a more secluded spot, behind the chapel. Glarthir here is paranoid that there is a conspiracy of people out to get him, and he's absolutely right. As a responsible patron deity, we take to helping him out. The quest involves 4 phases. In the first 3, we're given a name and tasked with following them. The goal is to find evidence that these people are spying on him, although all we really find is that during certain parts of the day they cross paths, giving Glarthir ample suspicion. Most of them will put on an act that they don't know who he is or only know him as the town eccentric. The conspiracy runs deep, however, running from a commoner woman up to the castle and even the proprietors of the local vineyard. We aren't doing this for the money Glarthir offers us, but to help support his cause. Our testimony alone is evidence enough, and eventually he'll task us with eliminating his enemies. Nobody. This is something you have to do. This is your metamorphosis. Go get him, Tiger.
They think I don't know. They think I don't see.
You die!
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
You didn't even manage to kill any of them. Still, there are plenty of other ways to proceed. You can tell Glarthier that nobody is stalking him, at which point he assumes that you're in on the conspiracy and attacks you. You can also take his note to the guards as proof of conspiracy to commit murder and they'll kill him. I assume you guys attempted to arrest him first, right? You can, of course, murder his targets, which will change based on who you implicate. The best way to handle this is probably to only implicate Tudius Sextius. While there isn't any downside to killing Bernadette or David, Tudius is the only one of three that really deserves it.
Perhaps you should seek out a priest, perhaps a beggar, or guardsman. You and I, we have nothing in common. What could we possibly talk about?
Dude, you're a noble, and I'm a god. Ultimately, returning to Oblivion after the Shivering Isles is like watching a TikTok after this video. I had to get B-roll and did a few side quests, but the novelty of the game has long since worn out, and seeing almost everything done better does not help. Having gone from being the protagonist of Oblivion to becoming the protagonist of the Shivering Isles, it's only fitting to end on Sheogorath. Sheogorath has fundamentally changed. He's a pleb-tier character now.
Jeez!
I do not find the personality shifts mid-conversation entertaining. He was made this way to amuse, not to truly portray madness. His Morrowind quest tasked us with taking a fork and killing a flying jellyfish with it. And he asked for that with a straight face. Shivering Isles Sheogorath feels like he's in on the joke. It's iconic, but it's also a shame. That said, Sheogorath also truly does feel like the patron of madness. He seems to know everybody native to his realm by name, and going back to Cyrodiil to do mundane quests seems like something that he would do. In a way, Shivering Isles was exactly the perfect setting for an Oblivion expansion. It wouldn't have worked for Morrowind, and it wouldn't have worked for Skyrim. You needed the batshit lunacy of Oblivion to sell this idea. We made it to the end. I'm hundreds of pages and over 100,000 words into this script, and now it's time to wind things down and bring you a conclusion. Endings are hard, even harder than beginnings, so let's start with our thesis. Hopefully by now you can see the effect pushing to be an Xbox 360 launch title had on the development of Oblivion. It is fun to imagine the game we could have gotten if Bethesda had gone at their own pace, but you then also have to wonder where Bethesda would be in the industry if they had done that. How much of the nostalgia and success surrounding this game can be owed to its release date, to people who had never played an RPG in their life trying this game out and discovering the unique gameplay formula that Bethesda was offering? Bethesda might not have ever gotten their chance if Oblivion had come out in 2007, a perfect RPG to an industry that doesn't care because they have Halo 3. Despite that, I don't think it's a valid excuse to blame all of the iniquities of the game on a deadline. After all, in terms of man-hours, Bethesda still had as much time, if not more time, than they had spent on Morrowind. Morrowind didn't start real development until after the Y2K disaster had ravaged all of the computers. But Oblivion had a larger team, more designers, more artists, more visions of what Elder Scrolls is. 2006 may have been a limiting factor to Oblivion, but it will never be as limiting as the changes in design philosophy at Bethesda. A design philosophy that says that content can't be exclusive, that allowing writers to be inconsistent with their work is preferable to restricting their design, that large dungeons don't need context to be interesting, that making the Daedra more palatable to a Christian culture was better than making them unique, that the premise trumps the execution, and that making the game more accessible to the lazy who feel satisfaction in checking off boxes is preferable to maintaining the series' roots and requiring the spirit of adventure from its players. Todd Howard is still doing his thing at Bethesda as executive producer, selling his games and shielding his devs from purse holders. Ken Rolston retired after Oblivion, but not for long, as he moved on to the cancelled Ascendant, and from there led the development of Kingdoms of Amalur. Mark Nelson would go with him, but more interesting than that is the duality of two Shivering Isles designers. Almost matching the theme of the Shivering Isles expansion are John Paul Duvall and Eric J. Capone. Capone would go on to work on Fallout 3 and even took a lead design position on its DLC, The Pit, before joining Nelson and Rolston on Kingdoms of Amalur. Inversely, you have Duvall. Duvall went on to design for Fallout 3, and then Skyrim, and then Fallout Shelter, and then Fallout 4, and then Fallout 76. It's the duality of artists. One took a risk on a game, the other stayed in a comfortable, if increasingly stagnant, position. Kingdoms of Amalur failed, by the way. While an EA partnership was definitely a bad move, the real lethal mistake was not understanding their place in the industry. A freshman studio needing to sell 3 million copies just to break even is a sign that you sold your idea to investors way bigger than you could actually manage. Hell, a new studio with just star power selling 1.2 million copies in 3 months is by itself impressive. Bethesda's next move was Fallout 3. They had acquired a license to make a game in the franchise, and in 2007 would acquire full ownership of the intellectual property. After that, Elder Scrolls would see the first and only game of the 2010s, Skyrim. Elder Scrolls 6 has been announced, but only as a marketing ploy. Bethesda has been busy working on Starfield, and as of writing this has not finished development on that game yet. Ultimately, Elder Scrolls seems to have left a hole in a lot of people. There's something about these games in particular that leaves a feeling of unresolved apprehension. I don't think, however, that the future of the franchise informs Oblivion. Did Bethesda learn? Yes, but in my opinion they learned all the wrong lessons. They learned what was necessary to broaden their appeal, beyond the breadth that was Oblivion. For April Fools, I made a mod of Oblivion that connects 50 of its dungeons to the tutorial, effectively turning the game into a roguelike. Unexpectedly, I've been told that this actually makes the game kind of fun. It focuses you into the mechanical mindset of the game, making you appreciate aspects of it most people just ignore. In a way, it takes all of the nostalgic baggage away. And I think, at the end of this, nostalgia is the game's biggest obstacle. It's not about how good a game is, it's about how a game made you feel at a particular moment in your life. Skyrim fans should look at how Oblivion really is, and realize the only reason that hasn't happened yet to Skyrim is because TES4 hasn't come out yet. So let's strip the nostalgia back one last time. Oblivion is a game with goofy voices and goofier faces that tells bad stories and makes the act of leveling tedious. It made stealth archery overpowered, it made combat boring, and it squandered the creative potential of magic in favor of balance. It's full of dungeons that are so repetitive that people believe they're all just copy-pastes of each other. It effectively started the practice of downloadable content, and it watered down its setting and mechanics to broaden its appeal. Despite that, it brought us another masterpiece of a Jeremy Soule soundtrack. There's a lot of lore contributions that are positive, just not to their full potential, and Oblivion had a lot of concepts that evolved into better quests in Skyrim. It brought a new generation into role-playing games, some of who would even become more interested in what was at the time just a niche genre. Section by section, then. The combat rework is at odds with the new leveling system. In fact, the new combat could work if the game wasn't raising the bar on new enemies as you progress. Instead, it becomes a static game of weaving outside of the AI's attack range and blocking choreographed attacks, while magic suffers because it's extremely difficult to stay at a level where it feels good to use, and the enemies won't take too much damage. And the stealth overshadows all because it's now on the other side of the spectrum from where it was in Morrowind, going from the weakest playstyle to becoming the dominant strategy of the game even without poison. In turn, the leveling attempted to take steps towards trying to improve the overall experience. In theory, the player should no longer step into a random dungeon and find themselves completely outclassed. In practice, the player has to play a very specific way to not find themselves outclassed in all dungeons in the late game. Perks are a good addition to the game, providing new mechanical potential to mastery of skills. I think the only problem is that there really isn't a way to check out your perks in-game in Oblivion, as once the prompt is dismissed, it's gone forever. The problem is that there's simply too much incentive to grind the skills we want to use. Instead of the stated goal of the system, which is to have the character develop around the playstyle, instead of the traditional way things work in RPGs where players have to develop around their character. The other problem is that equipment scales with the world as well, less an issue because bandits are wearing Daedra glass, and more an issue where the player has no reason to commit themselves to low-level gear you inevitably realize will be outclassed. The worst incarnation of this is the realization that rewards are leveled, and that random dungeon trash will outclass your special amulet simply because you made the mistake of doing the content you were most interested in first instead of last. And that content is in varying shades of quality, most of which simply aren't good. It feels like all the playtesting went towards finding bugs instead of performing introspection to determine if the questlines told good stories and finding out if the game was fun. I think that all of these questlines have solid premises, hence why I didn't really hate any of them. It's just bad execution. What I did hate was nothing, really. There's nothing in Oblivion that inspired hatred in me. It's not my most or even second most played TES game, but it's far from my least played Howard game. Perhaps at some point I would have handily affixed the pleb tier title on Oblivion, but now I finally come to an understanding of it that so few can give, despite how many that have tried. The arena is clearly unfinished. It tried something interesting, but once you've cleared all the human enemies, there isn't anything to it. In a game that has radiantly generated lists of characters it can use built right into the editor. The Fighters Guild is more of a Traveler's Guild, but in a game where any character can freely teleport, travel is meaningless. The Mages Guild is a mess of a story that isn't even really sure what it wants to be about. The main quest does know what it wants to be about, but was far too ambitious with what it wanted to accomplish. The Knights of the Nine is mediocre. It gives a lot to think about, but not a lot to do. The Thieves Guild is a better story than most, but it hardly projects the criminal fantasy onto the player, instead providing a stealthy shade of heroism. The Dark Brotherhood is not heroic, but there also isn't much of a story to it. More of a loose collection of quest ideas. There is creativity to the quests, but not consistency. The Daedra and side content of the game is also a mixed bag. In a world as culturally diverse as Cyrodiil, the NPCs are homogenous. The writers didn't account for Colovia and Nibene being of different cultures, let alone, of course, the jungle thing. The sound engineers didn't have any other way of organizing voice lines than alphabetical order. The only thing that differentiates the races are height sliders and skin tones. We're in the heart of the Empire, the home of a religion older than Christianity, and they have no militant branch, no political connections, barely even a priestly body. The Imperial cult had much more of a presence in Morrowind, a land where they were missionary invaders. The Imperial Legion has barely any soldiers, most of them performing simple guard duty in the Imperial City. They aren't joinable and they have no character. They could all literally be clones for all we see of them. In Morrowind, there was a legion of predominantly orcs with a variety of characters and motivations, even a cult which planned to assassinate the Emperor. And that was just one fort. Now we're in the Heartland where we should be seeing all sorts of legionaries. Where are the Redguard warriors loyal to the Empire? Where are the Altmer battle mages? Where are the Bosmer scouts? There isn't really much of a cultural overlap with the neighboring provinces. You might notice an increase in a certain race, but their unique cultural identities are suppressed because it was outside the scope of what this game could accomplish. Imagine how the Bretons are portrayed in Skyrim, but for every race in Oblivion. I don't have a fitting conclusion for our character. Nothing like stepping off the dock at Raven Rock, because the cock isn't a character. Not like the Morrowind characters were, who all made choices and had quirks that defined them. This character did not make decisions. They had no morality. They had no character. I can't even really pin down what their motivations were to begin with. All I have is the moment where I play him for the last time, where I play Oblivion for the last time. Unlike Morrowind, I doubt I'll ever do a playthrough of vanilla Oblivion ever again. I guess I'll get this one out of the way. Have I tried playing Nehrim? For those unaware, Nehrim was a German game made using the construction set and Oblivion assets, and the answer is not really. I started Nehrim and was then forced through the Oblivion Intro dungeon on steroids before stopping for the day and never picking it back up again because I had moved to a new computer. I might have been more enthused to pick it up again had it not decided on such a, at times, literally railroaded introduction. The next thing would be to talk about more Oblivion, Skyblivion, whatever port menu of names we're using right now. I'm not really sure why you would choose to play more Oblivion over just playing Morrowind, short of being really, really bad at Morrowind. It just doesn't seem ideal to stamp Oblivion gameplay over Morrowind's world. I guess that logic would apply to Oblivion. Although, if all it takes are a couple gameplay mods to make Oblivion fun, I'm not sure why you wouldn't go that route. Skyrim and Oblivion, at least mechanically, don't have that much in common. Do people like Skyrim's gameplay, but Oblivion's world that much? I'm sure I'll try it at some point. I do want to do a heavily modded playthrough of the TES series to showcase the potential. I guess I also should say that I'm looking for feedback in regards to the level of research in this video, as well as these sections where I included other Oblivion videos. This was experimental for me, so I need to know what didn't work ahead of any future Skyrim project I plan on doing. You probably don't know that I streamed some of the research process, mostly the note-taking on Oblivion videos. These streams were a lot of fun, but upset a couple people who think media analysis should just be a row of walled gardens, so we're probably going to do them again. Literature reviews are in fact part of the academic process, and it's handy to have words straight from the horse's mouth instead of always having to present a straw man, which aren't actually straw men, because I'm usually recounting actual arguments people make, but hey, you took English comp and want to justify learning about all those logical fallacies. If we do end up heading towards Skyrim, that water's going to get a lot more red, because there's a lot more content creators, but also heavily ingrained senses of nostalgia to overcome. So hopefully this video does well and I can justify doing that. Ironically, I had originally started my channel in the interest of doing a long-form video on Skyrim and just never did it. Although they are threatening to re-release it again, which is awkward because I may actually have to wait for that before making any moves. Maybe I'll finally review ODST. You know, I only reviewed Morrowind because ODST got re-released on PC, so I no longer had to play my 360 copy, and well, now I may end up doing ODST because Skyrim is getting re-released again. Funny how things come full circle. Welcome to the credits. Don't dip out just yet, this is more than a sales pitch. Moments like these are some of the few times I get to express myself after months of tortuous editing, and I do mean months. To a lot of people who saw the Morrowind video, I just appeared in their lives one day. While it might not seem unreasonable to assume the Oblivion video wasn't happening after only 3 months, it is unreasonable to the person who has to live this. Thank you if you started at the beginning and made it here. It means a lot to me that people do that. I have a hard time believing people sat through the entire Morrowind video in a single sitting doing nothing else but watching, but that idea only inspired me to do a better job with this one. Objectively, I think the standards have been raised for myself. I like to think that there is going to be a Skyrim video, but I don't know if that's going to happen until I start the project, and that can only happen after this video is published. Not an Elder Scrolls channel, should put that on a shirt at some point. I have other content, and if you like that content, then you should subscribe. I don't know how sustainable these really long videos are. Let's give out thanks. First to Bethesda for creating Oblivion, and for all the people who worked on this game I spent 12 hours mercilessly shredding apart. That's a joke, of course. Thanks go out to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages for maintaining the superior wiki. It really helps when you are validating information 3 months after your playthrough. So does having a handy research team on the Discord server. These guys helped with some of the more annoying aspects of research, like when an archivist decides to just delete a bunch of old Xbox magazines. I also want to thank all the people who left comments on my previous videos and also participated in the live streams and the community. And, well, the broader Elder Scrolls community deserves thanks as well. This video was literally impossible without the foundation that these guys provide. Finally, I want to thank my incredibly patient patrons. I told them up front it was going to be a long project, but even then, I still feel they were very patient through this process. We're going on 9 months now, which was half the time of the Morrowind video. Anyone who donated since January of 2021 is currently scrolling by on the screen. I really do appreciate the people who, Ending this is hard, because I'm on page 303, and doing this at the very end of the project. I'm the sort of person that when I have an emotional reaction, I usually just go Spartan. I guess if you haven't, you can go watch the Morrowind video now, or if I do end up making it and it's out by now, the Skyrim video. I guess I'll see you around. Oh yeah, and one last thing. I know I said illegal wrong. That was intentional. Mispronunciations drive up engagement more efficiently than asking people to comment, like, or subscribe ever has. Okay, it's time to wake up. You've massively overslept.